Lost Earth. The last final of my senior year should have felt bigger than it did. 4 years of late nights, cheap food, failed relationships, and lectures I barely remembered had narrowed into a 2-hour exam in a concrete building nobody liked. Once I handed it in, summer would belong to me for at least a week. I had a new desktop waiting at my apartment, a graphics card still sealed in its black box, and enough games downloaded to keep me awake until my eyes felt packed with sand. After that came the family camping trip. Dad had planned 3 days in the hills with the intensity of a man preparing to cross an ocean. He'd sent me a packing list, then another list correcting the first one. My little sister had filled our family chat with pictures of trails, waterfalls, and a weather forecast that changed every 6 hours. Mom had already announced that her allergies were too bad for sleeping under pine trees, which meant she'd stay home, enjoy the silence, and pretend not to worry about the rest of us. I was thinking about all of that when the lecture hall doors opened and students spilled into the bright afternoon. Heat sat over the quad. The concrete gave it back through the soles of my shoes, and the air smelled of cut grass, hot pavement, and fried food from a truck parked near the student center. Half the seniors had already left campus. Rolling suitcases knocked against steps. Parents waited beside cars with open trunks. People hugged, took pictures, and promised to stay in touch even when both sides knew they probably wouldn't. Tammy caught up with me near the fountain. "Colt, slow down." I turned. She had her graduation cords looped around one wrist and sunglasses resting on top of her dark hair. She wore the smile she used when she wanted something but hadn't decided how honest she planned to be about it. "I thought you had another exam," I said. "I do." In 40 minutes, she stepped close enough for her perfume to cut through the smell of the food truck. "You changed your number and didn't send it to me." "I changed it 3 weeks ago." "That doesn't make it better." Tammy and I had never been a couple. We drifted toward each other whenever she was between boyfriends or trying to remind one of them that other men noticed her. I understood the arrangement. She did too. There were no promises to break, which was probably why it had lasted longer than most of my real relationships. I unlocked my phone. "Hold yours up." She tapped her phone against mine. The contact transfer chimed. "There, it's done," I said. "Now you can bother me all summer." "Maybe I was hoping you'd bother me first." She bumped her hip against mine and kissed my cheek. Her lips left a faint, sticky mark that smelled like strawberry gloss. "I might be busy," I told her. "With that computer?" "It's a very good computer." "That might be the saddest thing you've ever said to me." The remark landed lightly, without the forced punchline most people would have added. Tammy studied me for a moment, then glanced toward the buildings beyond the quad. "My sister's working downtown today," she said. "She keeps sending pictures from this office she hates." I told her quitting would solve half her problems. "Does she have another job?" "No." "That's why she said my advice was useless." She might have a point. Tammy smiled, but her attention stayed on the skyline. The tallest building showed above the trees, blue glass flashing in the sun. "Text me after your final," she said. "I don't want to spend the first night of summer listening to my roommate cry about her boyfriend. I'll see how wrecked my brain feels." "That means maybe." "I'll take it." She walked away, dreading through students without looking back. Peter came up beside me carrying a backpack that looked ready to split along one seam. We'd met during freshman orientation when both of us got lost looking for the same dorm. 4 years later, he still got lost inside buildings he'd visited a dozen times. "Was that Tammy?" he asked. It looked like her. "She setting something up?" I tapped his shoulder with the back of my hand. "She wanted my number." "She had your old number. That's why she needed the new one." Peter gave me a sideways look. He was shorter than me, broad through the shoulders with sandy hair he kept pushing away from his forehead. "You planning to vanish on me tonight?" "No chance. I spent too much on that graphics card." 32 gigs? "It has 32. That's obscene." "That's jealousy." We crossed the quad toward opposite sides of campus. The 5-minute warning on my phone buzzed before we reached the library. "You're still going camping with your family?" Peter asked. "Next week." "Dad's already acting like we're climbing into untouched wilderness." "It's a maintained trail with marked campsites. He'll make you start a fire with wet bark. He'll make me explain 3 ways to purify water, then tell me why 2 of them aren't good enough." "You invited me once. I learned from that mistake." "My sister thinks you're funny." "Your father thinks I'm soft." "He thinks everyone under 50 is soft." We reached a path where we had to separate. Peter pointed toward my building. Get through the exam, grab the energy drinks, and get online. I'll be there by 7. Make it 8. I need time to install the card. You should have done that yesterday. It arrived this morning. Then time has betrayed us. I tapped his shoulder again and started jogging. See you tonight. The lecture hall was nearly full when I slipped through the door. The professor had already placed exam booklets on the front desk and was telling everyone to shut down laptops. I found my assigned seat, wiped sweat from the back of my neck, and tried to slow my breathing before the papers reached my row. The exam wasn't hard. That almost made it worse. My thoughts kept drifting toward the unopened box on my kitchen table and the last message from Mom asking whether I'd packed my own tent. Dad would have already checked it twice, even if it wasn't his tent. He believed preparedness was a form of love, though he rarely called it that. I finished with 12 minutes left. The professor collected my booklet and told me I could remain seated until the room cleared. I took out my phone and found 2 messages from Tammy. The first asked whether I wanted to come over later. The second was a photograph that answered what she meant by "come over." I looked at it longer than I should have, then glanced around to make sure nobody behind me could see the screen. My reply sat unfinished beneath my thumbs when every phone in the room screamed. The noise wasn't a normal alert chime. It was a harsh electronic grind that seemed to scrape across my teeth. Dozens of devices went off at once. A laptop hit the floor 2 rows ahead. Someone cried out. The professor dropped a stack of exams and didn't bend to pick them up. My screen had turned red. Emergency alert. Explosion reported downtown. Shelter in place. Avoid all windows. Await further instructions. For several seconds, the room held still. Then voices broke loose from every direction. What exploded? My dad works down there. Is this real? A student near the aisle rushed toward the doors. The professor stepped in front of him. Nobody leaves until campus safety gives instructions. Sit down and stay away from the windows. The student looked ready to shove past him. Another alert shrieked before he could move. I opened a new stream. The picture shook so hard I could barely understand what I was seeing. Someone had filmed from a high office window. A brown-gray cloud pushed between buildings, rolling over traffic and people running through an intersection. Car alarms wailed beneath the reporter's voice. Glass glittered across the street. Farther back, a column of darker smoke rose above the financial district. The anchor spoke with careful calm that didn't match her face. Authorities haven't identified the cause of the explosion. Residents are being ordered to shelter inside. Emergency crews are approaching from the north and west. Anyone within the central district should avoid contact with dust or debris. My phone vibrated in my hand. Tammy had written, "Are you seeing this?" "My sister works down there." I replied, "I'm watching it." Has she answered? Not yet. Around me, students called parents, roommates, and friends. The cellular network groaned under the demand. Calls failed before they rang. Messages stalled. A girl near the wall pressed both hands over her mouth while she listened to a voicemail. The student who'd tried to leave sat on the floor with his back against the door. I texted Peter. "You seeing this? Are you inside?" The reply took almost a minute. "I'm in the dorm. The quad is going crazy." What happened? I started typing what little I knew when the anchor stopped mid-sentence. One hand went to the earpiece, hidden beneath her hair. Her eyes shifted away from the camera. The studio behind her filled with movement as people crossed between desks. She listened for several seconds. When she spoke again, the calm was gone. "We're receiving information from federal emergency officials. Initial readings from responders near the financial district show elevated radiation levels. Authorities believe the explosion involved a radiological dispersal device. This is commonly called a dirty bomb." The room went silent in a way that felt physical. I stared at the screen. Dirty bomb was a phrase from documentaries, thrillers, and emergency preparedness articles Dad had sent me while I was trying to study. It had never belonged to a sunny afternoon on campus. The anchor continued. "Anyone who was outside near the central district should enter the nearest building. Remove outer clothing without shaking it. Place clothing in a bag or sealed container. Shower with soap and water if possible. Do not use hair conditioner. Residents outside the immediate blast area should remain inside until authorities provide additional guidance." The professor moved fast then. He locked both doors, lowered the blinds, and told 2 students to shut down the ventilation controls mounted near the rear wall. "We need the building system turned off," I said. "If it pulls outside air, it could bring dust in." He looked at me. Can you help them? I went to the control panel. The buttons were labeled for temperature and fan speed, not emergency shutdown. A maintenance number was printed beneath the plastic cover. I called it and got a busy tone. Find the breakers? One of the students asked. Not unless we know what else they control. Close the vents first. Use paper, tape, whatever we can get. The professor opened a supply cabinet. We found 2 rolls of painter's tape, copier paper, and plastic trash bags. It wasn't much, but the building had thick walls and only 4 narrow windows high above the seats. I worked because standing still gave fear too much room. We covered vents. We sealed the edges of the doors. We moved everyone toward the center rows. The room smelled of hot electronics, sweat, and the sharp glue from the tape. Every few minutes, another phone cried out with an update, and each sound made shoulders jump. Peter wrote back, "Radiation? Colt, what are we supposed to do?" I replied, "Stay inside. Get away from windows. Shut vents if you can. Anyone who came in from outside needs to bag their clothes and wash." My next message went to Mom. "I'm safe inside a campus building. Please answer when you see this. Is everyone home?" It showed as pending. I sent the same message to Dad and my sister. None of them went through. The first hour passed in pieces. A campus officer came over the building speaker and told us the shelter order could last through the night. He warned that emergency vehicles needed clear roads and that anyone leaving without authorization might enter a contaminated area. His voice broke once, recovered, and kept going. The news reported a second explosion in another city, then a third. Each blast had happened near a business district, rail hub, or government complex. Officials stopped calling them isolated events. The word coordinated appeared beneath the anchor's face. No group claimed responsibility. No foreign government made a statement. The president was being moved to a secure location. Flights across the country were grounded. I sat on the floor with my back against the lecture platform and watched my battery drop below 60%. A professor organized the room without pretending he knew more than anyone else. He counted students, gathered medication information, and asked who had food or water. The vending machines in the hall became our supply depot. Nobody wanted to open the doors to reach them until campus safety confirmed that the building's interior hallways were considered safe. When we finally did, the machines were emptied in minutes. I had a half-full bottle of water in my backpack and a crushed protein bar from the week before. I ate half the bar and saved the rest. Dad's voice came back to me from a dozen camping trips. Don't eat because you're nervous. Eat because your body needs it. Panic burns through supplies faster than hunger. I used to think he enjoyed hearing himself talk. Maybe he did. That didn't make him wrong. Tammy had moved from another building in 2 hours before campus security sealed the connecting hallway. She found me near the rear doors shortly after sunset. Her sunglasses were gone. Her mascara had left faint gray tracks beneath both eyes. "They found my sister," she said. Relief loosened something in my chest. Is she inside? She got into a hotel 3 blocks from the blast. Some people there pulled everyone away from the lobby windows. She said the street outside disappeared in dust. Did she wash? The water stopped before she reached a room. She took off her clothes and put them in a trash bag. She keeps asking whether she's already sick. I didn't know what to say without lying. Radiation wasn't like smoke where coughing told you how much you'd breathed. It could sit inside a body without announcing itself. She did the right things, I said. Distance and walls matter. Getting those clothes off mattered. Tammy lowered herself beside me. Her hands shook against her knees. My parents are 6 hours away. They want to drive here. I told them not to, but my mother doesn't listen when she's scared. The highways are probably jammed. They should stay where they are until there's a clear route. That's what my sister said. She's thinking clearly. Tammy looked toward the darkened windows. She said people outside were covered in gray powder. One man kept wiping his face with his shirt. She could hear people screaming after the video call froze. The room around us had quieted. Battery conservation had ended most of the news streaming. Students whispered or stared at blank screens. Somebody had found emergency blankets in a first aid cabinet. Their foil surfaces rustled whenever anyone shifted. "Have you heard from your family?" Tammy asked. "I haven't heard anything. Maybe the network's down where they are." That's what I'm telling myself. "Your dad's the camping guy, right?" "He's the everything is an emergency guy." Then he probably got them somewhere safe before the alert finished sounding. Her attempt to comfort me was plain and imperfect. That helped more than a polished lying would have. I hope so, I said. She leaned against my shoulder. We stayed that way until her phone vibrated. She read the message, typed a reply, then covered her face with both hands. She's still there, she whispered. She's scared, but she's still there. I put an arm around her. She pressed closer, and for a few minutes, neither of us spoke. Near midnight, the lights flickered. The entire room inhaled at once. They steadied, dimmed, then came back at half brightness. The ventilation had been shut down, and the air had grown heavy. Sweat gathered beneath my shirt. The smell of too many frightened people thickened inside the sealed space. A new emergency broadcast came to the professor's laptop after campus technicians restored a wired connection. The dirty bombs hadn't been the only attacks. Explosions had struck power substations in 6 states. Fiber lines were cut along major routes. 2 coastal radar stations had gone dark. The government blamed coordinated sabotage but offered no details about who was responsible. Social media filled the silence with claims of missile attacks, poisoned reservoirs, foreign troops, and cities burning from coast to coast. Most of it couldn't be confirmed. That didn't make the fear less effective. The first fight in our building started over water. A student from an upstairs classroom found a janitor's closet with 3 unopened cases. Word spread before campus security could move them. By the time 2 officers arrived, 20 people had crowded the hallway. A tall man in a basketball jersey tried to carry off an entire case. A woman grabbed the plastic wrap. Bottles broke through the bottom and rolled across the floor. People dropped to their knees after them. The tall man shoved someone hard enough to send him into the wall. One officer caught the man's arm and was nearly pulled down. The other officer drew a shock device but didn't fire it. "Back into the rooms," he shouted. "Water will be distributed. Nobody takes a case." Nobody trusted that promise. I watched from the lecture hall doorway with Tammy behind me. The hallway smelled of stilled water and bodies. Shoes squeaked across the wet tile. A bottle rolled near my foot. I picked it up and held it toward the officer. "Keep it," he said. It inside and locked the door. His face was red with strain. He looked older than he had during the afternoon briefing. I took the bottle inside. Tammy stared at it. "You should drink some. We should split it." "Colt, I already had 2 from the vending machine." "Then save your half." I poured water into the empty bottle from my backpack and handed it to her. She didn't argue again. Peter's messages became more frantic after 1 in the morning. Some guys broke into the resident advisor supply room. Campus police came, but they left again. People are saying buses are coming to move us. The last message took 12 minutes to arrive. "Are you staying there?" I wrote, "until they open a safe route." It wasn't quite the truth. I had been studying the emergency maps every time the wired connection returned. The official exclusion zone covered downtown and stretched northeast with the wind. My apartment and the road toward my parents' house sat southwest of campus. The danger wasn't 0. Nothing was 0 anymore. But every hour I remained trapped in the lecture hall was another hour without contact. Dad's last message had arrived before the attack. "Your mother says you forgot the small stove. It's in the garage. Pack your own tent this time." I read it until I could hear his irritated affection in every word. At 3 in the morning, the campus announced a controlled release for buildings outside the contamination corridor. Students with vehicles parked in the west garage could leave through a marked route. Everyone else was told to remain inside and wait for buses scheduled after sunrise. The professor looked around the room. "Nobody has to leave. Staying here is still an option." People began packing before he finished. Tammy stood beside me. "You're going." "My car's in the west garage." That wasn't what I said. "I need to reach my family. You don't know whether the roads are open. I'll turn around if they're blocked." She studied my face and knew I was lying before I did. "My sister can't leave the hotel," she said. "My parents are on the other side of the state. I should stay where someone can find me." "You should. This building has thick walls and campus still has security. At least for now." I looked at the bottle hanging from her fingers. "Keep the water." I wasn't going to give it back. Her voice came close to a smile, but didn't reach one. We stood awkwardly. Our arrangement had never included goodbyes during a national attack. Tammy touched the mark on my cheek where she kissed me hours earlier, though the gauze had long since rubbed away. "Text me when you reach them," she said. "I will. Keep your phone off unless you need it. My sister might call. Then keep enough battery for her." She nodded. "Be careful outside." "You too." I wanted to say something else. Nothing honest came out cleanly, so I picked up my backpack and left. Peter waited in the connecting hallway near the stairwell. He'd crossed from the dorm with a group being moved toward the west garage. His backpack was packed tight, and he'd wrapped a white towel around his neck to cover his face outside. "You were going to leave without finding me," he said. "I thought you were staying in the dorm." 2 toilets backed up, somebody set off a fire extinguisher, and the resident advisor locked himself in his room. "The dorm isn't improving." "Where are you going?" "Your apartment. My car's in a surface lot near the east side. Security won't let anyone walk that way." "You can ride with me." "That's what I was hoping you'd say." We joined the line, moving toward the garage. Campus officers checked names at the outer doors and gave each person a disposable mask. Mine smelled of paper and dust. An officer told us not to stop, not to touch visible debris, and not to open windows until we were outside the outer caution area. The doors opened. Cold air rolled in after hours of trapped heat. It should have felt good. Instead, it carried a dry chemical smell mixed with smoke, wet concrete, and something metallic that settled on my tongue even through the mask. The campus had changed while we were inside. Emergency lights flashed across empty walkways. Abandoned backpacks lay near the fountain. A bicycle had been dropped in the middle of the path, its rear wheels still turning slowly in the breeze. Ash coated the roofs of cars closest to downtown, not thick enough to hide the paint, but enough to make every surface look sick. "Don't touch the railings," I told Peter. I wasn't planning to. We moved beneath the covered walkway. My shoes crunched over broken glass from a damaged door. Far beyond campus, smoke stained the night sky orange. The west garage echoed with engines, horns, and shouting. Cars jammed the ramps. Drivers tried to force into lines that barely moved. A security guard stood on a concrete divider, waving vehicles toward the south exit, while nobody listened. Somewhere, on the level below us, a car alarm pulsed without stopping. Peter and I reached my sedan on the 4th level. 2 rows away, men were pulling supplies from the rear of a parked sport utility vehicle. One wore a campus maintenance jacket that didn't fit across his shoulders. The other had wrapped his hands in a sweatshirt. They lifted a case of bottled water, a first aid kit, and a plastic tote before the vehicle's owner appeared from the stairwell. "Put that down," she shouted. The larger thief turned. "Keep walking." "That's my car." "Then you should have stayed with it." He shoved the case into a dented pickup. The woman reached for her phone. The second man crossed the space between them and slapped it from her hand. People watched from behind car windows. Nobody got out. My hand tightened around my keys. Peter caught my sleeve. "Colt, don't." The woman backed away. The thieves climbed into the pickup and forced into the exit line. The stolen water showed through the open rear window. I hated myself for unlocking my car and doing nothing. I hated the men more. "This started a few hours ago," Peter said as we got inside. "They're already doing that. They knew nobody would stop them." I locked the doors. The line crawled toward the ramp. My phone showed no service. The radio found one emergency station beneath a wash of static. A tired announcer repeated the shelter guidance, then warned that several highways had closed because of crashes and abandoned vehicles. Peter looked toward the smoke beyond the concrete openings. "Are we still gaming tonight?" The question wasn't a joke. It sounded like grief for a smaller life neither of us had known was ending. "I don't think the power will hold," I said. He nodded and faced forward. When we reached the street, the city around us looked like it had been shaken awake and left confused. Cars moved in every direction. People crossed between them carrying luggage, grocery bags, pets, and children wrapped in blankets. Storefronts stood dark. A pharmacy door had been broken inward. A man dragged a box of diapers across the sidewalk while another person shouted after him. I turned southwest away from downtown. My fuel gauge sat just above half. The road toward my family was 43 miles under normal conditions. Nothing about the road ahead looked normal. The first mile took 40 minutes. Draga lights had gone dark along the south edge of campus. Drivers treated every intersection as a private argument. Horns blared. Cars edged forward until bumpers touched, then stopped because nobody had anywhere to go. Twice, emergency vehicles tried to force through and became trapped between lanes. Peter kept the emergency station on low volume. The announcer repeated instructions we already knew, then cut to a county official who sounded as though he were reading from a page someone else had written. "The public is urged to remain calm. Fuel, food, and medical supplies are being positioned at designated distribution sites. Residents should avoid unnecessary travel. Outside the passenger window, a family pushed an empty stroller loaded with water jugs. The father carried a sleeping child against his chest. The mother's bare feet were dark with street grime. Positioned where? Peter asked. They keep saying that without naming a place. They probably don't have a place yet. Then they should stop pretending. I didn't answer. I was watching the fuel gauge. At the next intersection, a pickup climbed the curb and drove across a strip of grass to get around the line. 3 cars followed. The fourth hit a steel signpost and tore open its front tire. The driver climbed out and kicked the door hard enough to hurt himself. I stayed on the road. Dad had drilled one rule into me whenever we drove on bad winter trips or crowded holiday routes. Don't let somebody else's panic. Choose your risk. The traffic loosened near the old industrial district. Warehouses stood behind chain-link fences. Their loading yards were dark, and several gates had been left open. A thin haze hung beneath the streetlights. Every time it drifted across the road, I held my breath despite the mask. My phone found 1 bar of service. 6 messages arrived together. 3 were delayed alerts. 1 came from Tammy. My sister stopped answering. Her last message said people were breaking into rooms for water. The next was from my sister. It contained only a red exclamation mark showing the message had failed to download. The last was a voicemail notification from Mom. I nearly hit the car ahead of us while reaching for the screen. Watch it, Peter said. I braked, leaving inches between bumpers. I got a voicemail from my mother. Play it. Play it. The file refused to open. A spinning circle turned over Mom's name. I tried again. Nothing came through. Keep moving, Peter said quietly. The signal might improve near the apartment. The line shifted. I drove with the phone in the cup holder and glanced down every few seconds as if staring could force the message through. A grocery store came into view on our right. Its parking lot was packed. Cars sat across curbs and grassy dividers. People rushed in through doors that had been forced apart. Others came out carrying whatever they could hold: bread, bottled tea, bags of pet food, paper towels, laundry soap. A man pushed a cart filled with frozen meat that was already leaking red water onto the pavement. 2 police cruisers stood near the entrance with their lights on. Neither officer tried to control the crowd. One was helping an elderly man into the rear seat. The other had blood running down the side of his face. Peter watched until the store passed behind us. We have food at the apartment, he said. We have some. More than those people will find by the time they get inside. Our kitchen held pasta, rice, canned soup, peanut butter, protein powder, frozen meals, and enough junk food to embarrass 2 grown men. It had always seemed like plenty because the store was 10 minutes away. Now I measured it in days. We take everything that won't spoil, I said. Water, too. Fill every bottle and container while the taps still work. You sound like your dad. I'm starting to understand why he was exhausting. A low boom rolled across the city. It wasn't close enough to shake the car, but every driver on the road reacted. Brake lights flared. A woman left her vehicle and stared toward the western horizon. A few seconds later, a second boom followed, deeper than the first. The emergency broadcast cut to static. Then the power went out across the district. Streetlights vanished in a line. Warehouse security lamps blinked off. The city beyond us lost whole blocks at once until only headlights, emergency flashers, and the orange smear above downtown remained. That wasn't the dirty bomb, Peter said. No, it wasn't. What was it? I can't tell. A new alert appeared on my phone before the network died again. Multiple power facilities damaged. Conserve battery. Shelter indoors when possible. Traffic broke apart after that. Drivers turned into side streets, parking lots, alleys, anywhere that looked open. I followed a delivery van to a narrow service road behind the warehouses. The road ended at a fence with a gate hanging open. Beyond it, a gravel lane cut toward the southern neighborhoods. This isn't a public road, Peter said. It is tonight. The gravel hammered the underside of the sedan. Potholes jerked the steering wheel. We passed loading docks, rusted trailers, and stacks of wooden pallets that smelled of rain and old oil. No one else followed us through the gate. For 10 minutes, we had the road to ourselves. That felt worse than the traffic. I kept expecting someone to step from behind a warehouse. My eyes moved from mirror to mirror. Peter took the towel from his neck and held it in both hands. Why did you take the towel off? I'm getting ready to cover my face again if we hit dust. Keep the mask on. It's wet. From what? Breathing into it for an hour. The mask clung to my own mouth. I hadn't noticed until he said it. We reached the apartment district shortly before dawn. The eastern sky had begun to pale, but smoke turned the first light brown. Our building stood at the end of a dead street, beside 3 others, built from the same cheap brick and beige siding. The parking lot was half empty. Someone had driven through the exit arm and left it broken across the pavement. Glass covered the area around the mailboxes. 2 ground floor windows had been smashed. An alarm chirped somewhere inside the leasing office, weak and repetitive. "We made it home," Peter said. The word sounded wrong. I parked near the stairwell but kept the engine running while we studied the building. A curtain moved on the second floor. "Somebody's inside," Peter said. "That doesn't mean they're a problem. It doesn't mean they aren't." We gathered what we could carry from the car, my backpack, Peter's bag, a small toolkit, and the emergency bag Dad had forced me to keep in the trunk. I hadn't opened it in nearly a year. Inside were 2 plastic rain ponchos, work gloves, a first aid pouch, water purification tablets, a compact filter, 3 emergency food bars, a flashlight, spare batteries, a folding camp shovel, duct tape, a crank radio, and a sealed envelope containing $40. Dad had written my name across the envelope. For once, the sight of his handwriting didn't annoy me. "He packed all this?" Peter asked. "He made me pack it while he watched. I owe him an apology. Get in line." We crossed the lot quickly. The stairwell door had been propped open with a broken planter. The air inside smelled of concrete dust, cooking grease, and urine. Emergency lights glowed red along the steps. We climbed without touching the rail. Our apartment door was locked. I opened it and stood aside while Peter checked the front room. We had no reason to think anyone had entered, but the open building door and broken windows had changed what felt reasonable. Nothing moved. The television was dark. My new graphics card sat on the kitchen table exactly where I'd left it, a glossy black box that had seemed important 12 hours earlier. Peter set down his bag. "You could still install it. I don't think the power grid cares about my frame rate." I crossed to the sink and turned the faucet. Water came out in a thin stream. "Fill everything," I said. We moved fast. Pots, bottles, plastic pitchers, the coffee maker reservoir, and a clean storage tub went into the sink. I found 2 empty soda bottles beneath the counter and rinsed them. Peter filled the bathtub after scrubbing it with the last of our bathroom cleaner. The water pressure weakened as we worked. By the time the tub was halfway full, the flow stopped. We stood over the silent faucet. "That's what we have," Peter said. "That's all we have for now. How long are we staying?" "Long enough to pack and get the voicemail. Then I'm going home." Peter leaned against the counter. He looked exhausted beneath the red emergency glow coming through the windows. "Your family might not be there. Then I'll find out where they went. The roads are failing. Fuel stations are getting emptied. People are stealing water in parking garages. I saw all of that. I'm trying to make sure you understand it." I turned on him. "My mother left me a message after bombs went off. I can't open it. My sister tried to send something that never came through. I understand exactly what I need to do." Peter's jaw tightened. He looked toward the floor, then back at me. "My parents are in another state," he said. "I can't reach them either." The anger left me as quickly as it had come. "I'm sorry." "I know you are." He sat at the kitchen table and pushed the graphics card box aside. "I don't know where to go. That's the part I keep not saying." I pulled out the other chair. Peter rubbed both hands over his face. "If I stay here, the building could turn into the dorm. If I go east to my car, I might walk through whatever's in the air. My parents are 900 miles away. I can't help them, and they can't help me. Come with me." He looked up. "My dad has supplies," I said. "More than we can carry. He'll have a plan, assuming he isn't already moving. Your dad doesn't like me. He thinks you complain too much. That's not the same thing. He said I held an axe like a man trying to apologize to a tree." "You did." Peter stared at me, then gave a tired shake of his head. I hate that I remember that sentence. Pack warm clothes. Good shoes. Nothing we don't need. What about the computers? I looked at the machine I'd built piece by piece. The glass side panel showed clean rows of cables, fresh cooling lines, and hardware I'd worked extra shifts to afford. "Leave them," saying it made the change feel final. We packed into hiking bags and 2 plastic storage bins. Food came first, then water, blankets, clothing, medicine, batteries, hygiene supplies, and tools. I added the new graphics card's anti-static bag to the first aid pouch because it could protect electronics from moisture. The box stayed behind. Peter found an aluminum baseball bat in his closet. He played intramural ball for 1 semester, then quit after injuring his shoulder. The bat had spent 3 years holding his bedroom window open. "You planning to use that?" I asked. "I hope I carry it for no reason." I took the folding camp shovel from Dad's emergency bag. Its steel blade locked at a right angle or straight with the handle. It was built for dirt, not people. The weight still felt better than empty hands. The crank radio found a station after several minutes of static. A woman's voice read from an emergency bulletin. Federal authorities have confirmed attacks against electrical infrastructure, military communication sites, and transportation centers. Residents should expect prolonged service interruptions. Unverified reports of hostile aircraft and maritime activity are under investigation. Do not approach military convoys or restricted facilities. Peter stopped packing. "Hostile aircraft," he said. "They said unverified. They also said the first explosion was under investigation." The broadcast continued. Civilian radio operators are asked to preserve emergency frequencies. Local authorities may establish checkpoints as conditions permit. Anyone traveling should carry identification and remain prepared to shelter without assistance. A burst of static swallowed the next sentence. I cranked the handle until my wrist hurt. The signal returned long enough for another warning. "Reports of armed theft are increasing. Avoid confrontation. Emergency response may be delayed or unavailable." Peter looked at the baseball bat in his hand. They waited until after telling us about hostile aircraft to mention thieves. "The thieves are closer." My phone finally connected to the apartment router. The internet service came and went in slow pulses, but the voicemail began downloading. I watched the progress line crawl across the screen. 10%. The download reached 23%. It stopped at 31. "Keep packing," Peter said. "It'll finish." I couldn't move. The line jumped to 68, stalled again, then completed. Mom's voice filled the kitchen. "Colt, it's me. We heard the alert. Your father moved us into the basement. The power went out a few minutes ago. Your sister's here, and we're all okay. Don't come through downtown. Please don't rush onto the roads just because you're worried. Call when you can. We love you." Behind her voice, Dad was speaking to someone. A radio crackled. My sister asked whether the windows upstairs were locked. Then Mom lowered her voice. "Your father thinks this may be more than the explosions. He wants to take us to the old fishing cabin if the roads stay open. You know the place. We'll leave a message at home if we go. Please be careful." The recording ended. For several seconds, all I heard was the alarm chirping in the leasing office below. "They're okay," Peter said. "They were okay when she sent it. That's more than you knew an hour ago." I played the message again. "Old fishing cabin. The cabin belonged to my mother's uncle before he died. Dad had helped repair the roof and used the place for weekend trips. It stood beyond the northern hills, 70 miles past my parents' house, near a reservoir where cell service had always been poor. If Dad decided the city wasn't safe, that's where he'd go." "We stop at their house first," I said. "If they're gone, there'll be a note. Then we go to the cabin?" "That's the plan." Peter zipped his bag. "I liked the version where we stayed awake for a week and ruined our sleep schedules." So did I. The sound of breaking glass came from the parking lot. We turned toward the window. A man stood beside my car with a red plastic fuel container. Another crouched near the rear wheel, working a hose toward the fuel port. Peter picked up the bat. "The thieves got closer," he said. We reached the stairwell before I had time to think through what I was doing. I carried the camp shovel folded against my forearm. Peter held the bat low beside his leg. The red emergency lights made the concrete steps look wet even though they were dry. "We should call the police," Peter whispered. "Try it." He did. The call failed before we reached the first floor. The outer door remained propped open. I stopped inside and looked through the narrow glass panel. 2 men were beside my sedan. The one with the hose wore a black hooded sweatshirt and work boots. He had already forced open the fuel door. His partner stood several feet away, turning slowly as he watched the building and the lot. A third person waited behind the steering wheel of an old van with one headlight. The glass I'd heard had come from another car. Its rear side window was missing. Clothing in a small cooler lay on the pavement. 3 of them, Peter whispered. 1 stays in the van. That still counts. The man with the fuel container looked toward the stairwell. I stepped back before he saw movement through the glass. My sedan wasn't special. It was 6 years old, scratched along one side, and half full of fuel. That half tank was the difference between reaching my parents' house and being stranded in the city. I tightened my grip on the shovel. We go out together, I said. Stay near the door. We tell them to leave. If they move toward us, we get back inside. Peter looked at the bat. They might take the car before we can pack it. They might. You aren't going to let them. No, I wasn't. He exhaled through his nose. I knew that before I asked. I pushed the door open. Step away from the car. My voice carried across the lot. The lookout turned first. He was older than us, maybe 35, with a shaved head and a stained gray jacket. He held a long screwdriver in one hand. The man at the fuel door stood. Go back inside. Take the hose out and leave. You own the gas station too? I own that car. The driver in the van leaned across the passenger seat to watch. The shaved man walked toward us. Not quickly. He didn't need speed to make the threat clear. Everything's shutting down, he said. We need enough fuel to get our family out. Then take it from your van. Fawn's almost empty. That isn't my problem. His mouth tightened. It became your problem when we found your car. Peter shifted behind me. The baseball bat tapped the stairwell frame with a hollow metallic sound. The man near the sedan yanked the hose free. Fuel splashed across the pavement and spotted his pants. He swore and dropped the hose, then reached into his jacket. I didn't know whether he had a gun. My body moved before I decided. I crossed the distance fast, keeping the folded shovel close. The shaved man grabbed for my shoulder. I turned, drove my forearm into his chest, and felt the screwdriver scrape across my jacket. Peter swung the bat. The blow struck the shaved man's forearm with a hard crack. The screwdriver fell. He shouted and slammed Peter into the brick wall beside the door. The second thief pulled a short knife from his jacket. I snapped the shovel open. The steel blade locked straight. He came at me with the knife held near his hip, face twisted with fear and anger. I swung for his hand. The flat of the shovel struck his wrist. The knife spun away. He crashed into me, and we hit the side of my car together. My shoulder took the impact. His breath smelled of cigarettes and sour beer. He grabbed my throat with one hand and punched with the other. The first hit glanced off my cheek. The second drove into my ribs. I jammed the shovel handle between us and shoved. He slipped in the spilled fuel. One foot went out. I brought the shovel down across his thigh, not the blade edge, but the heavy side. He dropped with a strangled cry. The van engine roared. Its driver threw the vehicle into reverse and nearly struck the parked car behind him. Then he surged forward toward us. Get out of the way, Peter shouted. I dragged the fallen thief behind my sedan as the van jumped the curb. Its damaged headlight swept across the building. The shaved man broke away from Peter and ran toward it. Peter hit him once across the back. The man stumbled, caught himself, and reached the sliding door as the band slowed. The thief near my feet clawed for the dropped knife. I stepped on his wrist. Leave it. He looked up at me. Blood ran from a split in his eyebrow. Hate and panic fought across his face. The van driver shouted for him. I lifted my boot and kicked the knife beneath a parked truck. The man scrambled up, limping hard. He reached the van as it rolled away. The shaved man pulled him through the side door. A second later, they were gone through the broken exit arm. Silence rushed into the lot behind them. Peter stood near the wall, breathing through clenched teeth. His left sleeve had torn from elbow to wrist. Blood darkened the fabric. You got cut, I said. The screwdriver caught me. I crossed to him. The scrape looked long but shallow, more torn skin than deep injury. His hand still shook around the bat. We need to clean it. We also need to leave before they come back with more people. A curtain shifted in the building above us. Someone had watched the entire fight. Nobody came down. I checked the sedan. The fuel door hung crooked, but the tank hadn't been drained. The thief had cracked one rear window with his tool. A white star spread through the glass without opening a hole. Pack now, I said. We carried the bins and bags down in 2 trips. I kept looking toward the street. Every engine sound tightened my chest. Peter sat in the passenger seat while I cleaned his arm with bottled water and antiseptic from Dad's kit. He hissed but didn't pull away. It needs stitches, he asked. I don't think so. The edges aren't separated. You don't sound certain. I'm not a doctor. That's comforting. Hold the gauze. He pressed it against the scrape while I wrapped his forearm. My knuckles had split. The side of my face throbbed where the punch landed. When I touched my ribs, pain moved beneath the skin, but nothing felt broken. The fight had lasted less than a minute. It left both of us exhausted. I thought about the woman in the parking garage and how easily I'd decided her stolen water wasn't my fight. Less than 2 hours later, somebody had put a knife in front of me for half a tank of gas. We could have died, Peter said. I know we did. That man had a knife. I saw it. You ran at him. He was reaching inside his coat. I saw that too. His voice wasn't accusing. It was frightened, and the fear had nowhere else to go. I didn't have time to make a better plan, I said. Next time, try to find some time. Next time, don't stand where somebody can shove you into a wall. He looked at me for a long moment. That sounded like your father? I'm having a bad night. We drove out before sunrise, fully reached the street. The radio station had changed voices. A man with a rough, exhausted tone read county road closures and repeated a warning that official emergency crews would identify themselves clearly. People were told to be cautious around unmarked vehicles using lights or sirens. Why would they say that? Peter asked. Someone's pretending to be emergency personnel. The answer came over the radio a few minutes later. Reports have been received of armed groups stopping traffic and taking fuel, food, and vehicles. Do not attempt to pass unauthorized roadblocks. Turn around and seek another route when possible. I glanced at the supplies packed behind us. Food, water, medicine, blankets, tools, everything people had already started hurting each other to get. We need to cover the bins, I said. Peter pulled a blanket over them. That won't hide the bags. It'll make the back seat look less full. We should have used the trunk. The trunk's full too. He adjusted the blanket until only the edges of the bins showed. We avoided main roads. I used the offline map on my phone and followed residential streets toward the county line. Dawn revealed smoke hanging over rooftops. The farther we moved from downtown, the less ash we saw, but the damage from panic increased. A fuel station had burned during the night. Its canopy sagged over blackened pumps. 2 cars sat nose to nose near the entrance, one with both doors open. Nobody was inside. At a 4-way stop, a delivery truck had struck a traffic signal pole. Food cartons covered the road. People tore them open and carried away cans by the armful. A teenage boy stood beside the truck's cab, shouting that the driver needed help. Cars swerved around him. I slowed. Peter looked at me. What are you doing? I'm checking on him. The thieves could come back. The driver might be dying. We pulled to the curb. The boy ran toward us. He's trapped. The door won't open? Is there fuel leaking? I asked. I haven't checked it. I smelled diesel, but couldn't tell whether it came from the truck or the scorched station behind us. The capot crumbled around the pole. The driver was conscious, blood running from his nose. His right leg was pinned beneath the bent dashboard. Ambulance is coming, the boy said. The driver shook his head. No service. Kid's been trying. Peter tested the passenger door. It opened 6 inches before twisted metal stopped it. We can't pull him through that, he said. I looked at the truck, the pole, and the crowd taking food from the roadway. None of them came near the cab. Do you have a jack? I asked the driver. Behind the seat. Peter reached through the passenger gap and found a heavy bottle jack. We couldn't free the leg, but we raised the bent edge of the dash enough to reduce pressure. The driver groaned and gripped the steering wheel until his fingers went white. That's all, I said. Any more and the metal might shift. The boy knelt beside the passenger opening. What do we do now? Keep him still. Put pressure on any bleeding you can reach. Flag down police or fire crews. Nobody stops. I understood what he was asking without wanting to. We had water, first aid supplies, and a car. We also had 43 miles to my parents' house, a damaged fuel door, an injured passenger, and 3 thieves who knew our vehicle. The driver saw the decision on my face. You both need to go, he said. Kid can stay with me. You need a hospital. Hospital's probably worse than this road. He closed his eyes for a second. Take 2 of those food cartons before the crowd gets all of them. Consider it payment for the jack work. We don't need payment. Then take them because you'll need food. The boy looked toward the people stripping the truck. They're taking everything. Peter squeezed through the crowd and returned with 1 carton of canned beans and 1 of fruit cups. He handed the fruit to the boy. "Keep these for both of you," he said. "Don't let everyone see them." The boy pulled the carton into the cab. I gave the driver a bottle of water and a roll of clean gauze. It didn't feel like enough. Nothing did. We got back into the sedan. As I pulled away, the boy stood in the road waving both arms at an approaching police cruiser. The cruiser slowed. I kept watching in the mirror until it stopped beside the truck. "They got help," Peter said. "At least they did this time." The county line was less than 10 miles ahead. The emergency station cut out again. In its place, a stronger signal broke through from somewhere west of us. A man spoke in a language neither of us recognized. The transmission lasted 12 seconds, followed by a burst of coded tones. Then the local announcer returned, breathing hard. "We apologize for the interruption. Residents are advised that unauthorized broadcasts are occurring across several frequencies. Do not follow instructions from unidentified stations." Peter looked at me. "Foreign aircraft and foreign radio," he said. "That seems verified enough." I tightened both hands on the steering wheel. The attacks had started with dirty bombs, but the dirty bombs were only the first move. The county line had no sign announcing it anymore. A delivery truck had flattened the post and pushed it into the drainage ditch. The only indication we had crossed came from the change in pavement. City asphalt gave way to an older road patched with black seams and pale gravel. Traffic thinned. Houses sat farther apart. Fields opened between strips of woodland, their early crops flattened in places by wind and heavy rain from the week before. For the first time since leaving campus, I could drive at normal speed. My body didn't accept the relief. Every parked vehicle looked occupied. Every branch moving near the road became someone waiting to step out. My cheek had swollen, and pain spread across my ribs whenever I turned too far. Peter sat with his injured arm against his chest and the baseball bat across his knees. "You should sleep," I said. "You should stop checking whether I'm asleep. Your eyes keep closing." "I haven't slept since yesterday morning." "Neither have I." "You're driving. That makes my sleep less dangerous." He shifted against the seat and looked through the damaged rear window. The crack had spread across half the glass. Cold air whispered through it. We passed a church with its doors open. Cars covered the lawn. People carried folding tables inside, while two men rolled a generator from a shed. A hand-painted sign near the road read water and first aid. Another sign beneath it warned that no fuel was available. I slowed without turning. "We could stop," Peter said. "For what?" "News. Maybe a better bandage." "We have both. The radio gives warnings without details, and you wrapped my arm with the confidence of a man repairing a garden hose." I looked at the people around the church. Families, older couples, teenagers unloading supplies. No one appeared armed. That didn't mean weapons were nearby. 5 minutes, I said. "We don't open the trunk." The church parking lot smelled of gasoline from the generator and soup heating over camp burners. A volunteer directed us toward the edge of the lawn. We left the car locked and kept our bags inside. A folding table near the entrance held gauze, antiseptic, pain relievers, and handwritten road maps. An older woman cleaned Peter's arm without asking for his name. She examined the scrape, replaced my uneven wrap, and told him the skin should close if he kept it clean. "Watch for heat, swelling, red streaks, or fever," she said. "Hospitals aren't accepting minor injuries." "What are they accepting?" Peter asked. "People who will die without a surgeon. Even some of those are waiting outside." Her voice stayed flat. She had repeated the information too many times to soften it. I studied the road map taped to the table. Red marker crossed out the interstate, 2 bridges, and the highway that ran near the military airfield. A green route followed farm roads toward my parents' area. "Who marked this?" I asked. "County deputy came through 40 minutes ago," the woman said. "He said the interstate is blocked by wrecks. The North Bridge has armed men taking vehicles. He didn't know whether they were thieves or part of something organized." "What about this green road?" "Open when he checked. That could have changed." A battery radio on the table hissed. The emergency bulletin had switched from general warnings to military language. "National Guard units are being activated under state authority. Residents must avoid military installations, ports, rail yards, and electrical facilities. Reports of foreign sabotage teams remain unconfirmed." The older woman looked toward the radio. "They've been unconfirmed for 6 hours. A volunteer handed me 2 photocopied pages. One showed contamination guidance. The other listed county shelters. "You traveling far?" he asked. Family home first, then farther north if they moved. Don't take the interstate. People are trapped for miles, we heard, and watch for men in reflective vests. A group has a white utility truck and a light bar. They're telling drivers the county is rationing fuel. The sheriff's office says it isn't them. Peter and I looked at each other. Where were they seen? I asked. South of the Reservoir Road. That was directly ahead. We returned to the sedan after less than 5 minutes. The stop had given us useful information and a worse understanding of the road. We can turn west, Peter said. Go around the reservoir. Adds 30 miles. It avoids the fake checkpoint. We don't know where the checkpoint is now. That's an argument for the longer road. The fuel gauge had dropped below half. The extra distance could leave us stranded before my parents' house. We take the green route, I said. We turn around if we see anything wrong. Peter didn't like it. He tightened his seatbelt and set the bat upright between his knees. The next 12 miles were empty. We saw one abandoned car, 2 dead deer near a fence, and a column of black smoke rising from somewhere beyond the fields. The radio lost every station except the foreign transmission. The same male voice returned, followed by coded tones, then silence. A white utility truck appeared around a bend. It sat sideways across both lanes with amber lights flashing on its roof. Orange cones narrowed the shoulder. 2 men in reflective vests stood beside a folding sign that read Emergency Fuel Control. A third man held a rifle near the tree line. That's wrong, Peter said. I stopped 200 feet from the first cone. The man nearest us raised one hand and pointed toward the shoulder. Behind the utility truck, 3 civilian cars sat with their doors open. Their drivers stood near the ditch under guard. One woman held a child against her side. A man knelt with his hands behind his head. Put it in reverse, Peter said. I shifted into reverse. The armed man raised his rifle. A gunshot cracked across the road. The rear window burst inward. Peter ducked. Glass sprayed across the back seat and struck the blanket covering our supplies. I pushed the accelerator down. The sedan shot backward. The steering wheel jerked in my hands as I tried to keep us straight. A second shot struck metal near the trunk. The men in vests ran toward their truck. They're coming after us, Peter shouted. Watch behind. I can't see through the glass. Use the mirror on your side. The road curved. I swung the car into a gravel driveway, braked hard, and turned around between 2 stone posts. The rear tires threw dirt. We reached the pavement facing the way we'd come. The utility truck cleared the roadblock behind us. Its engine roared. I drove. The sedan wasn't built for pursuit, but the white truck carried tools, fuel containers, and 4 men. It gained on straight sections and lost ground in curves. A rifle barrel appeared through the passenger window. Get down, I said. Peter lowered himself beneath the dashboard. Another shot punched through the trunk lid. The sound inside the car was a flat, violent crack. I flinched and drifted toward the ditch before correcting. The road ahead split. The main route continued toward the church. A narrow farm lane cut west between fields. I turned onto the lane without slowing enough. The sedan slid across loose gravel. The rear struck a mailbox and tore it from the post. I fought the wheel until the tires caught. The utility truck overshot the turn. Its brake lights flashed. It stopped sideways on the main road, then began backing up. They're still coming, Peter said. I can see that. The farm lane narrowed between ditches. Grass grew through the center. Tree branches brushed both sides of the car. A locked gate waited a quarter mile ahead. Colt, look ahead. I see it. There was no space to turn around. The utility truck entered the lane behind us. I kept my foot down. The gate grew larger. Heavy chain wrapped its center. Beyond it, the lane continued through a cattle field toward another road. This is going to hurt, I said. Peter grabbed the door handle. The sedan hit the gate at 40 miles an hour. Metal screamed across the hood. One wooden post snapped. The chain held for half a second, then tore free and whipped over the roof. The windshield cracked along the upper edge. The car bounced into the field and threw us against our belts. Cattle scattered ahead. I drove across deep grass toward the far fence. The ground shook beneath us. Mud pulled at the tires where a drainage channel crossed the field. The white utility truck reached the broken gate and stopped. It was too wide to follow without clearing the post. One of the men climbed out with the rifle. A shot kicked dirt near our rear tire. We reached the far side of the field. The fence there was wire stretched between old wooden posts. I aimed for the weakest section near a rusted gate. "We can't keep doing this," Peter said. "We only need it to work once more." The sedan struck the gate. Rusted hinges tore away. Wires scraped along both sides as we pushed through onto a narrow county road. I turned north and didn't slow until the fields disappeared behind trees. The engine temperature climbed. A warning light appeared on the dashboard. "What did we break?" Peter asked. "I don't know yet. That answer is getting popular." His voice wasn't sharp. He sounded drained. I pulled behind an abandoned produce stand and shut off the engine. Steam seeped from beneath the hood. We sat without moving. Glass covered the back seat. A bullet hole showed through the trunk wall. One food bin had cracked where the shot passed through, but the round had stopped inside a stack of canned soup. Peter stared at the crushed can in his hand. "That would have gone through the seat," he said. "That's probably true. I was sitting there 20 minutes ago. You moved the bins up before we left the apartment, because there wasn't room. It still mattered." We checked the engine after it cooled. The gate had bent the front grille and damaged the radiator fan housing. The radiator itself wasn't leaking. I cut away loose plastic with a utility knife and secured the housing using wire and duct tape. Dad had taught me that repair too. Every lesson I'd resented had become a tool I was afraid to be without. We reached my parents' neighborhood shortly after noon. The last 20 miles took 3 hours. We stayed on back roads, stopped twice to let the engine cool, and crossed one shallow drainage channel after a bridge was blocked by an overturned fuel tanker. My parents had moved there when I was 12. The streets curved around old trees and modest houses with wide yards. I knew every corner, every cracked sidewalk, and every fence I'd climbed as a teenager. The familiarity made the damage harder to accept. A utility pole lay across the entrance road. We drove over the grass beside it. Several houses had broken windows. One garage had burned, leaving the roof black and open to the sky. Cars stood in driveways with doors hanging open. No children rode bicycles. No lawn equipment buzzed. The only sound came from distant sirens and a dog barking behind a closed gate. My parents' house appeared at the end of the block. The front door was shut. Dad's pickup was gone. Mom's crossover remained in the garage behind a closed door. "They took the truck," I said. "That fits the voicemail," Peter replied. I parked in the driveway but didn't get out immediately. A strip of white cloth was tied around the porch railing. Dad used cloth markers on camping trips. White meant the route was safe when he left it. Red meant danger. Blue pointed toward water. He'd never used them at home. "Is that for you?" Peter asked. "It has to be." We approached with the shotgun still locked inside the house and only the shovel and bat in our hands. The front door opened with my key. A thin line of flour lay across the inner threshold. It remained smooth. "He put that there to show whether anyone entered," I said. Peter stepped over it carefully. "I continue to owe your father apologies." The house smelled of cold coffee, basement damp, and the faint chemical odor that had followed the attack. Blinds covered every window. Towels had been pressed beneath doors. Plastic sheeting sealed the fireplace. The kitchen looked as if my family had left in the middle of breakfast. 3 bowls sat in the sink. A loaf of bread remained open on the counter. Mom's mug waited beside the coffee maker with a brown ring dried inside it. I touched the handle. The ceramic felt cold. "They've been gone for hours," Peter said. I knew that. Hearing it still hurt. We checked the basement first. Blankets covered the floor near the concrete foundation wall. Empty water bottles, snack wrappers, and the crank radio showed where they had waited through the first part of the attack. My sister's phone charger remained plugged into a battery pack. A note had been taped beneath it. "Colt, if you reach the house, we're heading to the fishing cabin. Roads north were open at 4 this morning. Your mother wanted to wait, but the emergency broadcast reported fighting near the airfield. I won't keep them this close to a target. Take the crossover if your car is damaged. Spare fuel is behind the garden shed. The long radio is in the steel cabinet. Use channel 6 at the top of each hour. We will listen when possible. Dad." I read it twice. The paper shook between my fingers. "They made it out," Peter said. 4 this morning gave them a big head start. Unless the roads changed before they reached the cabin. Your father picked the safest route he knew. That route passes 12 miles from the airfield. The radio on the basement floor still worked. I cranked it, set it near the narrow window, and searched for the emergency station. Static filled the room. Then a voice came through, faint but understandable. Federal officials have confirmed that military forces belonging to the Varkan Republic have attacked United States installations in the Pacific and along the southern coast. Airborne sabotage units may have entered several inland regions before the attacks began. Citizens must not approach foreign personnel or equipment. Peter sank onto the bottom stair. The announcer continued. The Varkan government claims its actions are defensive and states that strategic targets were selected to limit civilian deaths. United States officials reject that claim and describe the radiological attacks as acts of mass terror. Mobilization orders are in effect. Local authorities are instructed to preserve fuel and medical supplies for defense operations. I thought about the dirty cloud swallowing Tammy's sister's street. Defensive didn't fit anything I'd seen. They planned the theft groups too, Peter said. It could be. The men at the roadblock had rifles, a utility truck, and enough information to know where drivers would go. That could have been simple robbery, but it didn't feel simple. It doesn't matter what they called themselves. They tried to shoot us. The broadcast broke apart. We searched the basement and garage. Dad had taken most of the camping supplies, but left enough to strengthen what we carried. I found the steel cabinet behind a shelving unit. Inside were a 12-gauge pump shotgun, a locked ammunition box, a long-range radio, binoculars, paper maps, and 2 protective masks with unopened filters. The shotgun had belonged to my grandfather. Dad used it for range practice and kept it cleaned. He taught me to handle it when I was 16, then made me repeat every safety rule until I could say them while angry, tired, or distracted. I checked the chamber and confirmed it was empty. Peter watched from the stairs. You know how to use that? Enough not to point it at anything I don't intend to shoot. That wasn't my question. I can use it. I unlocked the ammunition box. It held boxes of shells separated by type. I chose the ones Dad used for home defense and loaded 5 into the tube, leaving the chamber empty until we needed it. The weight changed the room. The camp shovel and baseball bat had been tools we hoped could become weapons. The shotgun had no confusion around it. We'll take the crossover, I said. My car may not survive another gate. Your mother's car has fuel? Dad keeps every vehicle above half. Of course he does. We moved supplies from the sedan into the crossover. Its cargo area already contained blankets, jumper cables, a first aid kit, and a sealed case of water. Dad had left the keys in a magnetic box beneath the garage workbench. Behind the garden shed, we found 2 red fuel containers and a third filled with water. A handwritten tag identified the water and the date it had been treated. I loaded all 3. The sedan looked ruined in the driveway. Its grille hung loose, the rear window was gone, and scratches cut through both sides from the fences. I removed the license plate and registration, then left the keys beneath the driver's floor mat. Someone might need the remaining parts or fuel. I wasn't ready to think of it as theft anymore. Inside, I tried the long-range radio at the top of the hour. Dad, this is Colt. I'm at the house. Peter is with me. We got your note. We're taking Mom's crossover and heading north. Please answer if you hear this. Static returned. I repeated the message. No voice came back. My phone vibrated against the table. Tammy's name appeared through a weak cellular connection. I answered before it could fail. Tammy, are you there? Colt, can you hear me? Her voice broke into pieces. I can hear you. I'm at my parents' house. They're gone to a cabin north of here. My sister called. The hotel is locked down. People outside tried to force the lobby doors. Security fired at them. Is she safe? She was when the call ended. Campus is moving people into the sports arena, but I don't know whether I should go. Stay in the concrete building unless officials give you a clear reason to move. The arena has more doors, more people, and less control. They're saying foreign troops attacked bases. I heard it. Silence filled the connection. For a second, I thought the call had dropped. I wish you'd stayed, she said. The words came quietly. I had to find my family. I know why you left. That doesn't change what I wish. I looked toward the front room where Peter was packing food. Keep the phone off after this, I said. Use it only to check your sister. I'll try you again when I can. You keep saying you'll try. I don't know what the towers will do. I'm not talking about the towers. The connection clicked and went silent before I could answer. I stared at her name until the screen showed call failed. Peter appeared in the doorway. Everything okay? Nothing is okay. She's still safe for now. He accepted that answer and went back to the garage. Before leaving, I walked through the bedrooms. My sister's room smelled of vanilla lotion. A sweatshirt lay across her desk chair. Posters covered one wall. She'd left a camping checklist on the bed with half the boxes marked. In my parents' room, Dad's old watch was missing from the dresser, and Mom's jewelry case stood open but untouched. They had packed for survival, not comfort. I found a family photograph on the hallway table. It showed the 4 of us beside the fishing cabin 3 summers earlier. Dad looked irritated because the camera timer hadn't worked twice. Mom held a cup near her face to hide that she was laughing. My sister leaned against me with one eye closed against the sun. I slipped the picture into my jacket. The house had protected them. Now it felt like a shell they had left behind. We left the neighborhood at 2 in the afternoon. The crossover's fuel tank showed 3/4. The spare containers added enough range to reach the cabin if we avoided long detours. Dad's paper map lay open across Peter's knees. The long-range radio sat between us, tuned to Channel 6. I called again at the top of the hour. "Dad, this is Colt. We're northbound from the house. Answer when you can." Static whispered through the speaker. We took county roads that curved through wooded hills. The air grew cooler as the elevation rose. Smoke remained behind us, but other signs of the attack appeared ahead. A communications tower had collapsed across a field. Its upper section lay twisted among trees. A small substation burned behind a fence while nobody fought the fire. We passed 3 National Guard trucks moving south. Soldiers sat in the rear with helmets on and rifles pointed toward the floor. The last driver flashed his headlights but didn't stop. "At least those were ours," Peter said. I saw the markings. The fact that we have to check is getting hard to accept. Dragons and Kings near the Reservoir Road. Families had packed cars with mattresses, coolers, storage boxes, and bicycles. Some vehicles moved north. Others had turned around and crowded the shoulder. A man stood in the road, waving both hands. I slowed enough to hear him through the closed window. "Ridge is blocked," he shouted. "Soldiers are stopping everybody." "Are they guard?" I called through a narrow opening. "Not ours." They shot at a deputy. "Turn around." I closed the window and drove toward the shoulder. Peter checked the map. "There's an old service road 3 miles east. It crosses the river at a maintenance bridge." "Does it reach the cabin road?" "Eventually. It adds 15 miles. We have fuel for that." We joined the vehicles turning away from the main bridge. Several drivers followed when they saw our direction. I didn't want a convoy behind us. A line of civilians would be easier to notice, harder to turn, and impossible to hide. At the next intersection, I pulled onto a dirt road and let the others pass. "We don't know whether the service bridge is open," Peter said. "We also don't know whether those people will fight over it when they get there." "You think being alone is safer?" "I think fewer engines make less noise." We waited until the last vehicle disappeared, then continued. The dirt road narrowed into 2 muddy tracks beneath pine trees. Needles softened the tires. Sunlight came through in thin strips. Fallen limbs scraped the underside of the crossover, but Mom's vehicle had enough clearance to keep moving. The radio hissed at 4 o'clock. I lifted the microphone. "Dad, this is Colt. We're approaching the East Service Crossing. The main reservoir bridge is held by foreign troops. Please answer." A click sounded through the speaker. Then a voice, faint and broken. "Colt, don't use bridge." I grabbed the microphone with both hands. "Dad, I hear you. Give me your location." Static swallowed the reply. "Dad, repeat your location. Are Mom and my sister with you?" A burst of sound came through. I caught my name, the word cabin, and something that might have been road. Then the channel went empty. "That was him," Peter said. "He said not to use the bridge." Maybe he meant the main bridge. He could have meant this one. We stopped beneath the trees. The map showed no other crossing for 20 miles. I called again. No answer. The woods around us had gone still. No birds, no insects. Only the soft tick of the cooling engine. Peter looked through the windshield. "We can approach on foot and check it. That leaves the vehicle alone." We hied it off the road. I backed between 2 stands of young pine until branches covered most of the crossover. We took the shotgun, baseball bat, binoculars, 1 radio, and a small pack of water and medical supplies. I left the camp shovel clipped outside the pack. The service road descended toward the river. Mud pulled at our shoes. Peter favored his injured arm, but he didn't complain. The air smelled of damp soil, pine resin, and smoke drifting from far away. We heard engines before we saw the bridge. I raised one hand and we crouched behind a fallen tree. The maintenance crossing was a narrow steel bridge used by utility crews. 2 military vehicles stood on the far side. They were smaller than the guard trucks we'd passed, painted dark green without American markings. Men in unfamiliar uniforms had positioned sandbags across the roadway. A flag patch showed on one soldier's shoulder. Red field, white diagonal stripe, black star. I had seen it on the news beside the name Varkan Republic. "That's them," Peter whispered. 6 soldiers were visible. 2 watched the road. One operated a radio beneath a camouflage cover. The other searched a civilian pickup parked near the bridge. Its driver and passenger knelt beside the guardrail with their hands behind their heads. A 7th soldier came out of the trees on our side of the river. He was less than 50 yards from us. We flattened behind the fallen trunk. The soldier moved slowly along the road, scanning the woods. His rifle remained against his shoulder. A black device covered one eye. "Could that be thermal?" Peter breathed. "It might be. If it was, the tree wouldn't hide us for long." The soldier stopped. His head turned toward our position. A small buzzing sound passed above the branches. I looked up and saw a drone no larger than a dinner plate hovering between the trees, its camera tilted down. "Run for the car," I said, keeping my voice low but urgent. We rose together. A shout came from the road. The first shot struck the fallen tree behind us. Bark exploded across my jacket. Peter ran uphill with the bat in one hand. I followed, carrying the shotgun across my chest. More shots cracked through the woods. Branches snapped overhead. The drone followed. Its buzz stayed above us no matter how we turned. "Get to the car," I shouted. Peter slipped in mud and went down on one knee. I caught the back of his pack and pulled him up. The soldier behind us crashed through brush, closer than I expected. We reached the crossover. Peter tore open the passenger door. I climbed behind the wheel, dropped the shotgun across my lap, and started the engine. The soldier appeared between the trees. He raised his rifle. I threw the crossover into gear and drove through the young pines. Branches scraped the windshield. A shy punched through the rear cargo door. Another shattered the side mirror. The drone climbed above the trees and kept pace. "They're tracking us," Peter said. "Find a road west. The map is under the seat. Then get it." He bent toward the floor as I reached the dirt road. The crossover slid sideways, caught, and surged uphill. An engine roared behind us. One of the military vehicles entered the road from the bridge. Peter unfolded the map with shaking hands. "There's a logging trail ahead. It cuts west and reconnects near the old quarry." "How far?" "Half a mile. Maybe less." The military vehicle gained fast. Its front passenger leaned out with a rifle. A burst of gunfire tore through the trees beside us. The crossover's rear glass collapsed into the cargo area. One of the fuel containers tipped against the seat. "They're going to hit the fuel," Peter said. "Pull the container down." He reached back, dragged it onto the floor, and covered it with a blanket. The logging trail appeared as a dark opening on the left. I turned hard. The crossover struck a stump hidden in weeds. The front lifted and slammed down. My teeth snapped together. A warning chime sounded from the dashboard. The trail dropped sharply between rock walls. The military vehicle tried to follow and struck a tree with its front corner. Metal crushed. One soldier tumbled from the open rear and rolled into the ditch. We gained distance. The drone remained overhead. "That thing will guide them right to us," Peter said. I picked up the shotgun with one hand and slowed enough to steer with the other. "Take the wheel." "From the passenger seat?" "Hold it steady." Peter reached across. I pushed the shotgun through the missing side window, worked the action to chamber a shell, tracked the drone between branches, and fired. The blast filled the vehicle. My ears rang. The recoil slammed the stock into my shoulder. The drone jerked sideways but stayed in the air. I worked the action and fired again. Plastic and metal scattered through the branches. The buzz stopped. "I have the wheel," I said. Peter released it and grabbed the dashboard. The logging trail ended without warning at the edge of the old quarry. I hit the brakes. The crossover slid across loose stone. The front tires went over the lip, then dropped onto a narrow shelf cut into the quarry wall. The undercarriage struck rock. The engine stalled. Behind us, the damaged military vehicle pushed free of the tree and entered the trail. I tried the ignition. The starter turned. The engine didn't catch. Peter looked down into the quarry. Broken equipment and rainwater filled the pit 40 feet below. "We can't go forward," he said. Boots and voices sounded on the trail behind us. I opened the driver's door and grabbed the shotgun. "Then we go down." Peter stared at the quarry wall. The shelf beneath the crossover narrowed 20 feet ahead, then disappeared behind a shoulder of exposed stone. Rusted steel cables hung from an old winch frame near the edge. Farther down, scrub trees had rooted in cracks where water collected. It wasn't a road, but it was cover. "The bags are in the back," he said. "Take the medical pack and radio. Leave the food bins. We can come back if they move on. They won't move on after seeing the vehicle. Then we carry what keeps us alive tonight." He climbed between the seats because the passenger door was blocked by rock. Glass cracked beneath his knees. I pulled one hiking bag from the cargo area, clipped the cam shovel to it, and shoved 2 water bottles into the side pockets. The fuel smell was stronger near the damaged rear door, though neither container had opened. A foreign voice shouted above us. Another answered from closer to the trail entrance. Peter slung the medical pack over his good shoulder. "They sound like they're splitting up. They'll check the vehicle first." "How much time does that give us?" "Not enough to stand here talking." I lowered myself over the quarry edge. My boots found a narrow crack beneath the shelf. Loose stones slid away and clicked into the water far below. Peter passed down the radio, then the hiking bag. The shotgun strap pulled hard across my neck as I shifted sideways. A branch snapped above the trail. The soldiers were almost there. Peter started down after me. His injured arm failed when he put weight on it. He slipped, struck the rock, and caught the edge with his other hand. I grabbed the front of his jacket and held him against the wall while gravel poured around our legs. "Get your right foot onto that ledge," I said. "Move slowly and keep your weight close to the stone." He found the ledge and steadied himself. His face had gone pale. The first soldier reached the crossover. His boots scraped less than 10 feet above us. The family photograph pressed against my chest inside my jacket. My parents and sister were somewhere beyond the blocked river waiting for a call I couldn't make. I held Peter against the quarry wall, kept one hand near the shotgun, and listened as the soldier opened the driver's door. I wasn't turning back. The driver's door creaked above my head. Peter held himself against the quarry wall, his right boot wedged into a crack barely wide enough for the edge of his sole. His scraped arm shook against his chest. I kept my fist twisted in the front of his jacket and pressed my shoulder into the stone so neither of us shifted. A soldier climbed into the crossover. The suspension dipped. Glass ground under his boots. He moved through the front seats, opening compartments, throwing papers onto the floor. Another man spoke from the trail. The words came clipped and fast, followed by the metallic snap of a cargo latch. They were opening the rear door. The fuel smell thickened. Peter's eyes met mine. He didn't speak. The fear in his face had gone past panic and settled into a strained, careful stillness. One bad breath, one loose stone, one boot scraping the rock too loudly, and the men above would know exactly where we were. Something heavy struck the shelf beside the vehicle. A food bin had been tossed out. Its lid opened, and packets rolled toward the edge. One dropped past us, turning in the air before it struck the water below. A soldier laughed. The sound bothered me more than the shouting had. It was ordinary. He might have been helping a friend empty an old garage, not searching a vehicle after firing at 2 people who'd done nothing except run. The crossover shifted again. A red fuel container slid across the cargo floor. I pictured the ammunition box beside it. If the soldiers found the shells, they'd know we were armed. If they counted the shotgun ammunition and saw the missing spaces, they'd know we still had the weapon with us. Peter's boot slipped half an inch. Stone grated beneath the rubber. The voices stopped. I tightened my grip on his jacket until the cloth cut into my fingers. Peter froze with his mouth open, drawing air without sound. A shadow crossed the quarry shelf. The first soldier stepped to the edge above us. Only the front of his boots showed at first. Dark leather, mud in the seams, one lace tucked beneath the tongue. The muzzle of his rifle came next, angled down toward the wall. He leaned farther out. I couldn't see his face, but I saw the dark green sleeve and the red patch with its white stripe. The shotgun hung beneath my arm. Pulling it around would make noise. Firing from where I stood would throw both Peter and me off the rock. The soldier moved one boot closer. Loose gravel rolled past my cheek. He said something over his shoulder. Another soldier answered from the crossover. The man at the edge lowered himself to one knee. Peter's fingers tightened around my wrist. The soldier's face appeared above us. He was younger than I'd expected. Close-cropped black hair, sweat along his temples, a pale scar crossing one eyebrow. His expression shifted when he saw me, surprise taking less than a second to harden into action. He opened his mouth. I released Peter, grabbed the soldier's wrist with both hands, and pulled. He shouted once. His chest struck the quarry edge, and the rifle slammed against the rock. He tried to push himself back, but his weight had already come too far forward. I twisted sideways and dragged harder. The soldier went over head first. His shoulder hit me. My boots tore free of the cracks. For one sick instant, all three of us moved together against empty air. Peter caught the rusted cable hanging from the old winch frame. I caught the soldier's harness. The cable snapped tight with a sound like a struck fence wire. The soldier hung beneath me, kicking against the wall. His rifle swung from its strap. He grabbed my jacket and tried to pull himself close enough to strike me. I hit him with my forehead. Pain flashed across my face. His grip loosened. I shoved my forearm across his throat and drove him away from the wall. A shot cracked above us. Rock burst beside Peter's head. He flinched, but kept both hands on the cable. The hanging soldier shouted to the others. I didn't understand the words, but I understood the urgency. I reached for the knife on his belt. He saw my hand move and trapped my wrist. We struggled against the wall, our boots finding nothing solid. His weight pulled at my shoulders. The old cable groaned. Peter lifted the baseball bat with one hand and struck the soldier across the side of the head. The blow made a flat, ugly sound. The soldier's eyes lost focus. His grip on my wrist softened. I tore the knife from its sheath and cut the strap holding his rifle. The weapon dropped against my legs. I caught it by the handguard. The soldier reached for it, missed, and caught my jacket again. Another shot hit the crossover above us. The bullet punched through metal and threw sparks over the edge. The soldiers couldn't fire straight down without risking their own man, but that wouldn't protect us for long. I shoved the knife back into the sheath, braced one boot against the quarry wall, and pushed the soldier away. His hand ripped a button from my jacket. Then he fell. He struck the shelf below us, rolled across broken stone, and disappeared over the lower edge. His body hit the water with a heavy splash that echoed through the quarry. For half a second, nobody moved. Then the soldiers above started shouting. I hooked the captured rifle strap over my shoulder. Get across the wall. Peter looked down at the water. You killed him. The others are coming. Move your right foot. The shock in his face didn't leave, but he obeyed. We worked sideways along the wall, using the rusted cable and shallow cracks. The shelf narrowed until only a strip of stone remained under our boots. Bullets struck above us and sent shards against our hair and jackets. The shotgun banged against my hip. The hiking bag pulled me backward. My sore ribs tightened every time I stretched for another grip. The quarry wall curved ahead, hiding us from the trail. Beyond the shoulder of stone, an old steel ladder had been bolted into the rock. Half its rungs had rusted through, but the lower section descended toward a dark opening 20 feet below. There's a tunnel, Peter said. Get to the ladder first. He reached it and tested the upper rung with his boot. Rust flaked away, but the metal held. He shifted his weight onto it. A soldier appeared at the edge behind us. I saw his rifle come around the rock. Down, I said. Peter dropped onto the ladder. I pulled the captured weapon from my shoulder. I didn't know its controls, and I didn't have time to steady them. The selector sat above the grip. I pushed it down with my thumb, aimed at the stone near the soldier, and pressed the trigger. The rifle bucked in a short burst. The shots hammered the quarry wall. The soldier ducked back. Dust rolled across the shelf. I followed Peter onto the ladder. The first rung bent under my boot. I moved past it, gripping the side rail with one hand. Peter descended below me, favoring his injured arm. The ladder shivered with every step. Gunfire tore into the upper rungs. One broke loose and spun past my shoulder. Another snapped beneath my left foot. My body dropped, and my hand slid down the rail hard enough to strip skin from my fingers. I hit Peter's pack. He grunted but stayed on the ladder. Keep going, I said. Don't stop under me. The dark opening grew wider below us. It had once carried crushed stone from the pit to a conveyor system. The belt was gone, leaving a concrete passage with a ceiling low enough that I could touch it. Peter reached the opening and stepped inside. I dropped after him. A shot struck the ladder rail. Metal screamed against the rock. We ran into the tunnel. Cold air closed around us. Water covered the floor to our ankles, black with oil and mineral dust. Our steps slapped against concrete. The tunnel curved, cutting off the daylight after 30 yards. Peter switched on the small flashlight clipped to the medical pack. Its beam shook across rusted brackets and collapsed sections of conveyor frame. "Where does this go?" he asked. "Away from them." "That isn't much of a plan." "It's enough for the next minute." Behind us, metal clanged as someone started down the ladder. We pushed deeper. The passage divided around a concrete support. One side had collapsed under broken stone. The other narrowed beneath a bent steel beam. We crawled under it and entered a larger chamber where old machinery sat beneath years of rust. A crusher filled most of the space, its steel jaws open and packed with stone. A maintenance walkway climbed beside it. On the far wall, a faded sign pointed toward a service shaft. Peter leaned against the crusher housing. His breathing sounded wet and strained. "I need 30 seconds, he said. "You get 10. I checked the captured weapon. The magazine curved forward beneath it. A small window showed brass inside, but I couldn't tell how many cartridges remained. The soldier had carried 2 spare magazines on his harness. I hadn't gotten those. My hand started shaking. Not from the climb. The young soldier's face kept coming back. The surprise in his eyes, the feel of his harness in my grip, the sudden loss of weight when he fell. I'd struck people before. I'd fired at the drone. None of that felt like this. Peter watched me. He was going to call the others. He did call them. You know what I mean. I did, but the explanation didn't change the sound his body made when it hit the water. The ladder clanged again in the tunnel behind us. I forced the image aside. "Can you climb that walkway?" Peter looked up. "With one useful arm, maybe. The shaft sign points that way." We climbed. The steel steps flexed under our weight. At the top, the walkway crossed above the crusher and ended at a graded platform. A round service shaft opened beyond it, angled upward into darkness. Old electrical cables ran along one side. I shone the flashlight into it. It might reach the upper buildings, or it might stop under a pile of rock. We'll find out before the soldiers do. Peter crawled into the shaft first. I followed backward for several feet, keeping the captured rifle aimed toward the chamber. 2 soldiers entered below. Their flashlights moved over the machinery. One pointed toward the wet footprints we'd left across the floor. I eased deeper into the shaft. The soldiers separated. One moved beneath the walkway. The other circled the crusher, scanning above him. Peter whispered from behind me, "There's a grate up here. Can you open it?" "I'm trying." Metal scraped overhead. The soldier below heard it. His flashlight snapped toward the shaft. I fired. The captured rifle hammered against my shoulder. The muzzle flash lit the shaft in white bursts. The soldier threw himself behind the crusher housing. My shots tore into the railing and concrete. The magazine emptied with a hollow click. The second soldier answered with a burst of his own. Bullets ripped into the shaft entrance. Steel fragments stung my cheek. I crawled backward as fast as I could, dragging the empty rifle by its strap. "Peter, open it." "The latch is rusted." "Hit it with the bat." He swung in the cramped shaft. The first strike rang through the metal. The second bent the grate outward. On the third, the latch broke. Gray daylight spilled in. Peter shoved the grate aside and climbed through. I reached the opening as bullets struck the lower shaft. A hot fragment burned through the sleeve of my jacket. Peter grabbed the hiking bag and pulled. I pushed with my boots and came out onto damp ground beneath a collapsed conveyor structure. We were behind the quarry's abandoned processing buildings, below the ridge that held the trail. Pine saplings and tall weeds covered the yard. Rusted machinery formed dark shapes between the trees. I rolled behind a concrete foundation. Peter crouched beside me, face pale and streaked with quarry dust. The service grate rattled behind us. The soldiers were climbing the shaft. I dropped the empty rifle. "We need another way out." Peter pointed through the weeds. An old maintenance truck sat beside a corrugated metal shed. Its tires were low but not flat. One door hung open. "That might run," he said. "It might also announce us to everyone on the ridge. Staying here will do that too." We moved toward the shed, keeping low. The maintenance truck had once been yellow. Rust covered the hood and wheel wells. A cracked company logo remained on the door. The cab smelled of mouse nests, old grease, and wet vinyl. No keys hung from the ignition. I checked above the visor. beneath the seat, and inside the ashtray. Every spot was empty. Peter looked toward the service grate. "They're coming out." I opened the hood. The battery terminals were green with corrosion. The engine looked old enough to have been repaired with a hammer and stubbornness. Dad had shown me how to start his tractor when the ignition switch failed, but that didn't mean I could bring every dead vehicle back to life. I found a flat screwdriver in the door pocket and removed the steering column cover. "I thought you said you weren't good with cars," Peter whispered. "I'm not." Dad didn't care. The service grate scraped across concrete. I separated the ignition wires, found the battery feed, and touched it to the starter circuit. The engine turned once and stopped. "Again," Peter said. I heard it. I tried a second time. The starter dragged. The engine coughed from the cloud of gray exhaust from beneath the truck. A shout came from behind the conveyor ruins. Peter lifted the shotgun. "They're here." I touched the wires again. The engine caught with a violent shake. "Get in." Peter climbed into the passenger seat. I slammed the hood, ran around the front, and pulled myself behind the wheel. A soldier came to the weeds less than 40 yards away. Peter raised the shotgun through the open window. The soldier saw the muzzle and dropped behind a rusted hopper. The hesitation gave me the second I needed. I shoved the truck into gear. It lurched forward, stalled, then caught again when I pressed the accelerator. We crashed through weeds and followed 2 pale tire ruts behind the processing shed. The second soldier fired from the conveyor foundation. A bullet punched through the truck's rear window. Safety glass collapsed across the bench seat. Another struck the metal panel behind my head. The maintenance road curved around a pile of crushed stone. I saw the ridge above us through the trees. The damaged parking vehicle had reached the quarry edge. Soldiers ran along the trail, trying to cut us off. The old truck couldn't outrun them on open ground. "Where does this road go?" Peter asked. I was hoping you'd tell me. He unfolded the map against the dashboard, holding it with his good hand. "The quarry road meets County 9 on the west side. There's a gate near the way station." "How far?" "A mile, maybe a little more." The truck shook as speed climbed. The steering pulled hard to the right. Every rut threw us against the doors. A dark green vehicle appeared on the ridge road, moving parallel above us. Peter looked up from the map. "They're going to reach the gate first." I saw an old loader parked ahead, its bucket raised over the maintenance road. A chain hung across the path beside it, connected to a rusted sign warning that the quarry was closed. Beyond the loader, the road descended through a cut in the hill. I kept my foot down. "The bucket's too low," Peter said. "Get down." We ducked. The truck struck the hanging chain. It snapped across the hood and shattered the remaining side mirror. The raised loader bucket scraped the roof, peeling metal backward with a scream. We burst through the other side. The road dropped steeply. Behind us, the Varkin vehicle reached the loader and stopped. It was too wide to pass beneath the bucket without slowing and moving the machine. Peter sat up, touching blood on the side of his face where glass had cut him. "How many shells are left?" I asked. He checked the shotgun. 2 in the tube. 1 ready. Keep the ready one for close range. I wasn't planning to waste it on the scenery. The remark wasn't a joke. His voice sounded flat and tired. The quarry gate came into view. It was closed. A heavy steel bar crossed both panels. Beyond it, County 9 ran empty through dense woods. I didn't slow. Peter braced his boots against the floor. "That gate looks solid. The truck looks heavier." I hope the truck agrees. The bumper struck the center seam. Both gate panels bent outward. The truck climbed over the lower rail, dropped hard onto the county road, and threw us against our seatbelts. The engine sputtered. I pressed the accelerator until it smoothed out. We turned west beneath the trees. The quarry disappeared behind us, but the soldiers didn't. Their vehicle forced past the loader less than a minute later and entered the maintenance road. Peter watched through the empty rear window. "They'll be through that gate soon." I looked at the fuel gauge. The needle sat below a quarter tank. The road ahead curved between wooded ridges, with no houses, no side roads, and nowhere to hide the truck. We'd escaped the quarry wall. We hadn't escaped the men who owned the bridges. The maintenance truck reached 50 miles an hour only when the road tilted downhill, and even then it sounded like every bolt had started working loose. Wind pushed through the missing rear glass. It carried the smell of hot oil, pine, and quarry dust. Peter kept turning to watch the road behind us. The dark green vehicle appeared between the trees, disappeared around a curve, then came back closer. 3 men in it, he said. Driver, passenger, and 1 in back. Any drone? I don't see one. That didn't mean they hadn't launched another. The sky above the road was broken into small blue pieces by the tree canopy. A drone could follow high enough to stay hidden and still pass our position to the men below. I pushed the truck harder. The steering wheel shook against my hands. The temperature needle climbed. A red warning light flickered near the fuel gauge, dim enough that I might have missed it if the cab hadn't been shadowed. Peter tapped the map. There's a switchback in 2 miles. After that, the road crosses an old rail cut. What does the rail cut give us? Steep ground on both sides and a service lane that doesn't show where it ends. That'll have to work. A burst of gunfire came from behind. The rear of the truck jumped as bullets struck the tailgate. One passed through the cab and punched a neat hole in the windshield. Peter slid lower in his seat. I moved toward the center line, using the curves and trees to break their view. The road narrowed, its edges crumbling into ditches packed with dead leaves. We passed a burned sedan resting against a guardrail. Both front doors stood open. A dark smear crossed the pavement beside it. There was no time to check for anyone. The Varkan vehicle closed until I could see its passenger leaning out. He fired another burst. The truck's left rear tire burst. Rubber slapped against the wheel well. The maintenance truck swerved across both lanes. I fought the steering wheel, keeping us out of the trees while speed dropped. We aren't making 2 miles, Peter said. Find something closer. The map doesn't show every driveway. Then use your eyes. We rounded another curve. A narrow gravel lane climbed toward an abandoned sawmill. The sign at the road had fallen into weeds. Beyond it stood a long metal building, an open lumber shed, and several stacks of rotting timber. I turned into the lane. The blown tire dragged us sideways. The truck struck a drainage pipe, bounced across it, and climbed toward the mill. Behind us, the Varkan driver slowed for the turn. They saw us, Peter said. I saw them turn. The mill yard ended at a loading ramp. No second road left the property. A wall of trees rose behind the buildings. I drove past the lumber shed and around the main building. The old truck's engine coughed. The fuel needle touched empty. Take the shotgun and the medical pack, I said. Leave the bat in the cab. What are you doing? Making them look at the truck. I aimed toward the loading ramp, pressed the accelerator as far as it would go, and pulled the damaged steering wheel straight. Peter understood. He unfastened his seatbelt and opened the passenger door before we reached the rear corner of the mill. Jump when I do, I said. At this speed? It'll slow when it hits the ramp. The truck climbed the lower edge of the ramp. The blown tire caught and dragged. Speed fell. Jump now. Peter jumped from the passenger side and rolled across wet sawdust. I followed to the driver's door. My shoulder hit the ground first. The shotgun strap tightened across my back and the hiking bag drove into my ribs. The maintenance truck continued without us. It climbed the ramp, smashed through a rotted loading door, and disappeared into the mill. A second later, metal crashed inside. Peter crawled behind a stack of blackened timber. I joined him. The Varkan vehicle entered the yard. It stopped near the corner of the building, engine running. The passenger got out with his rifle raised. The man in the rear jumped down and moved toward the loading ramp. The driver stayed behind the wheel. They expected us to be trapped inside the mill. The passenger signaled with 2 fingers. The rear soldier crossed to the opposite side of the ramp. Both advanced toward the broken door. I worked the action and counted our shells again in my head. 1 ready, 2 beneath it. After that, the shotgun became a club. Peter pressed close to the timber stack. We can get into the trees. The driver will see us cross the yard. What about the shed? The open lumber shed stretched from our hiding place to the tree line. Its roof leaned on crooked posts. Old boards, machinery parts, and collapsed pallets covered the ground beneath it. The first soldier entered the mill. The second waited outside, watching the door. I pointed toward the shed. Move when the engine noise rises. Peter looked at me. Why would it rise? Inside the mill, the maintenance truck's engine sputtered and revved against whatever it had struck. It couldn't keep running much longer, but the sound filled the building and hid smaller noises. We crawled under the timber stack's support frame and reached the shed. Every step risked breaking a board or kicking loose metal. Peter moved ahead, placing his feet with care. I followed with the shotgun against my chest. The driver turned his head toward the mill. We made it halfway to the trees. The maintenance truck backfired. The sharp report echoed through the building. The driver flinched. The soldier outside the loading door raised his rifle toward the opening. Peter slipped behind a rusted planer. I crouched beside him. The trees were 20 yards away. Between us and them stood a strip of open ground covered in pale sawdust. The driver looked toward the lumber shed. His face tightened. He'd seen movement. He opened his door and shouted. The soldier at the loading ramp turned. "Run," I said. Peter crossed the open strip first. The driver fired from beside the vehicle. Bullets struck the shed posts and sent dry splinters across the yard. I fired the shotgun. The soldier at the ramp spun and fell against the loading wall. I couldn't tell where the pellets struck him. I worked the action while moving. The driver ducked behind his door. Peter reached the trees. I followed, boots sliding in sawdust. A bullet struck the hiking bag and jerked me backward. Something inside cracked. I kept moving until branches closed around me. Peter grabbed my sleeve and pulled me behind a thick pine. "Did it hit you?" I twisted the bag around. A water bottle had split. Water soaked the fabric and ran down my jacket. It got the bottle. The soldier inside the mill came out through the loading door. He saw the man on the ground, shouted toward the vehicle, and ran for cover. We moved deeper into the woods. The slope behind the sawmill rose sharply. Wet leaves slid under our boots. Peter's breathing became rough. His injured arm hung stiff beside him. "They'll follow," he said. "They won't leave their vehicle unprotected. One of them can stay with it. That leaves one searching. One is enough when he has a rifle." We reached a shallow ravine filled with storm water. The bottom was mud and exposed roots. I stepped into it and followed the channel north, keeping below the surrounding ground. Behind us, a single shot cracked from the mill. Then another. The soldiers might have been firing into the trees to make us move. I stayed low and kept going. After several hundred yards, the ravine deepened beneath an old rail embankment. A concrete drainage tunnel opened at its base, wide enough to crawl through. Peter stopped at the entrance. "That could trap us. It should cross under the embankment." Should isn't comforting. The soldiers won't like crawling into it either. We entered. The tunnel smelled of stagnant water and animal waste. Mud covered our hands and knees. The flashlight beam showed spiderwebs, cracked concrete, and a line of raccoon tracks disappearing ahead. Halfway through, Peter sat back against the wall. My arms getting numb. I crouched beside him. The scrape itself wasn't deep, but swelling had spread from his wrist almost to his elbow. His fingers looked stiff. "Can you move them?" He opened and closed his hand slowly. "A little. We clean it again when we get clear. We used most of the water in the bag. There are more bottles in the medical pack. There were more bottles in the crossover too." His voice broke on the last word. He looked away, ashamed of it. I understood. We had spent the morning making careful choices, packing every useful thing we could carry. Less than 2 hours later, most of it belonged to soldiers at a quarry. "We'll replace it," I said. Peter shook his head. "You keep saying things like they'll happen because you say them." "I say them because stopping doesn't help." He rested his head against the concrete. "I watched you pull that soldier off the edge. I remember every second. I hit him too. He had a rifle pointed at us. I know what he had." We sat in the dirty tunnel while faint gunfire carried through the woods. Peter wasn't asking me to excuse him. He wasn't accusing me either. He needed the event to have a shape he could understand, and I didn't have one to offer. "Dad used to tell me that fear makes time feel slow," I said. "He said you can do a lot inside 3 seconds if you quit wishing they were different seconds." Peter rubbed mud from his face. "Did you believe him?" I thought he liked hearing himself talk. "What do you think now?" "I think those 3 seconds keep coming back after they're over." He stared at the flashlight beam. "That sounds closer to the truth." A branch snapped outside the tunnel entrance behind us. We killed the light. Water dripped somewhere ahead. My breathing sounded too loud in the enclosed space. A flashlight beam crossed the entrance. One soldier had followed us. His boots entered the tunnel. Peter shifted beside me. I put one hand against his chest and felt how hard his heart was beating. The soldier crawled slowly, rifle held ahead of him. His light moved along the walls. There was no cover inside the tunnel, only darkness and distance. I touched the shotgun's safety and eased it forward. The soldier reached a midpoint. His beam found the wet marks our clothes had left on the concrete. He spoke into a radio attached to his shoulder. The words echoed toward us. I raised the shotgun. Peter caught the barrel and pushed it down. For an instant, anger flashed through me. Then he pointed at the ceiling. A wide crack crossed the old tunnel above the soldier. Mud and stones bulged through it. Tree roots hung beneath the concrete. Peter raised the camp shovel. He crawled backward toward the far end and struck a rusted support bracket fixed into the wall. The first blow rang through the tunnel. The soldier's light snapped toward the sound. Peter struck again. The bracket tore loose. A section of cracked concrete shifted overhead. The soldier fired. The muzzle flash filled the tunnel. Bullets struck near Peter and threw chips across his back. I fired once into the ceiling crack. The shotgun blast punched through rotten concrete and packed soil. The ceiling came down. Mud, roots, and broken slabs crashed into the tunnel between us and the soldier. The impact threw dirty water across my face. The soldier shouted once, then the collapse buried the sound. Dust filled the passage. Peter coughed into his sleeve. Did that kill him? I don't know. A muffled scream came from the other side of the collapse. The soldier was still alive. His radio crackled beneath the rubble. A distant voice called to him again and again. I crawled toward the far opening. Peter stayed beside me. Are we leaving him there? His people know where he's trapped. They might not reach him in time. I stopped. The scream came again, then or now. The soldier had followed us into a narrow tunnel to kill us. That fact remained true. So did the sound of a trapped man trying to breathe under broken concrete. I couldn't dig him out without exposing both of us. I couldn't spend our last shotgun shell through the rubble without knowing where his body was. I couldn't make what had happened clean. Keep moving, I said. We crawled into daylight on the other side of the rail embankment. The service lane Peter had seen on the map ran below us. It curved west through the trees and disappeared behind a low ridge. No vehicle waited there. No house stood nearby. We had the shotgun, the medical pack, one damp hiking bag, a radio, one shell, and whatever strength remained in our legs. Behind us, the Varkin radio continued calling through the collapsed tunnel. Ahead, the service lane climbed toward the road my family had taken north. We started walking. The service lane climbed for nearly an hour before it reached a paved road. We stayed beneath the trees whenever we could. The afternoon heat collected under my jacket, mixing sweat with quarry dust until my skin felt coated in paste. Peter's steps shortened as the road rose. He kept his injured arm pressed across his stomach and used the cam shovel like a walking stick. The radio gave us nothing except static. I stopped every few minutes to try the family channel. Sometimes a voice surfaced for less than a second, too distorted to understand. Once I thought I heard Dad's tone beneath the noise. The signal vanished before I could answer. The road at the top of the ridge ran north and south. A county sign stood crooked beside it, one corner torn away by gunfire. The map showed a small settlement 6 miles north and the reservoir another 20 beyond that. We had enough water for a few hours if we rationed it. We had one shotgun shell. Peter needed antibiotics or at least a proper cleaning before his arm became worse. I looked north. A thin line of smoke rose beyond the next ridge. Is that town smoke? Peter asked. It could be. Maybe a house fire. Either way, there could be water. We left the service lane and followed the ditch beside the road. The first mile passed without a vehicle. We found a minivan with its doors locked and no one inside, then a motorcycle lying in weeds with blood on the fuel tank. Farther north, a luggage case had burst across the shoulder. Shirts and children's clothes moved in the breeze. Peter stopped beside a small blue sweater. Keep walking, I said quietly. He did. The road descended toward a cluster of old farm buildings. The smoke came from a trash fire burning in a steel barrel beside a repair garage. A white utility truck stood near the entrance. Orange cones narrowed the road. 2 men in reflective vests carried rifles, while a third searched the rear of a county medical vehicle. I pulled Peter into the brush. The white truck had a red stripe down its side and a rack of emergency lights on the roof. I remembered the false fuel checkpoint we'd avoided before reaching my family home. The truck there had looked almost identical. A handwritten sign had been wired between 2 cones. Emergency supply collection. 3 civilians knelt beside the garage with plastic ties around their wrists. An older man had blood down one side of his face. A thin woman in dirty medical clothes sat beside him with her back against the wall. Her dark hair had been cut short around her ears. A 4th captive lay on the ground near the medical vehicle, face hidden from us. One of the armed men kicked open a storage cabinet inside the county vehicle and pulled out a red trauma bag. The woman against the wall lifted her head. That case needs to stay dry. The thief glanced at her. You aren't in charge of it anymore. The insulin packs are inside. Leave them open in this heat and they become useless. He carried the bag to the white truck without answering. Peter crouched beside me. Same group as the fuel checkpoint? Same trick. Could be different men. We can go around. I watched the captives. The older man swayed on his knees. The woman shifted close enough to brace him with her shoulder. The medical vehicle could have what you need, I said. It could also get us killed. I noticed. There were 3 armed thieves in sight. The white truck's driver might have been inside the garage. The medical vehicle faced north with its keys possibly still in it. A faded county seal covered the front doors, and emergency lights sat behind the grill. The woman in medical clothes looked toward the trees. Her eyes passed over our hiding place, then returned. She had seen us. Her expression didn't change. She lowered her gaze and leaned closer to the older man. One thief walked to the captives. He wore a hunting vest over the reflective vest with spare magazines stuffed into the pockets. "Which one of you owns the green pickup?" he asked. The older man raised his head. "I do." "Where's the key?" "You took it from my pocket." The thief struck him across the mouth with the back of his hand. The woman shifted between them. "He's confused. You already have the key." The thief grabbed her by the collar and hauled her to her feet. "You keep correcting me. You keep making mistakes." Her voice remained even. No sarcasm. No challenge for the sake of it. She spoke the way someone might state a temperature or read a pulse. He shoved her against the wall. My grip tightened around the shotgun. Peter caught my sleeve. 3 rifles. I can count. Then count our shells again. He was right. Charging into the yard would get the captives caught between us. We needed one of the thieves away from the others, or we needed them looking somewhere else. I checked the radio. Dad's long-range set had a detachable weather receiver with a distress alarm. The small receiver couldn't transmit by itself, but its speaker was loud enough to carry through the trees. Dad had warned me never to use the alarm unless I wanted everyone nearby to hear it. That warning belonged to another world. I detached the receiver, set its alarm delay for 2 minutes, and placed it beneath a culvert 50 yards south of the roadblock. The main radio stayed in the hiking bag. Then I returned to Peter. "When it starts, they'll send someone to check," I said. "Stay here until I move." "What happens after you move?" "Watch the woman. She knows we're here. That doesn't tell me what she'll do. It tells me she won't be surprised." I moved through the trees until I reached a position behind the repair garage. Weeds scraped my jeans. The hiking bag snagged on branches, so I left it beneath a fallen fence panel and kept only the shotgun. The yard smelled of burned plastic, gasoline, and hot metal. Flies gathered around the person lying near the medical vehicle. I could see now that he was dead. A dark stain spread beneath his shirt. The woman watched the thief who'd shoved her. Her wrists remained tied behind her back, but one hand moved against the other in small, careful motions. She was working at the plastic tie. The 2-minute delay expired. A harsh electronic tone erupted from the culvert. All 3 visible thieves turned south. The man near the captives raised his rifle. "Left a radio out there." No one answered. He pointed toward the thief beside the county vehicle. "Check it." The second man shook his head. "You check it. I'm watching these people." The third thief came out of the garage carrying a cardboard box. He was broad through the shoulders, with a gray beard and a pistol on his belt. 4 men. He dropped the box. "Quit arguing. Mason, take the ditch. Rel, cover him." The first 2 moved south together. That left the bearded man and the thief beside the captives. The alarm continued. The woman twisted her hands. The plastic tie opened and dropped behind her. She didn't move yet. The bearded man walked toward the white truck. His back turned to the captives. I stepped from behind the garage and aimed at the thief guarding them. "Put the rifle down," I said. His head snapped toward me. The woman drove both hands into the back of his knee. He collapsed sideways. His rifle fired into the dirt. I crossed the distance and struck him in the face with the shotgun stock. His head hit the garage wall. The weapon fell from his hands. The bearded man turned with his pistol out. Peter rose from the trees on the far side of the yard and threw a fist-sized stone. It didn't hit the man, but it struck the white truck's windshield hard enough to crack it. The bearded man flinched and fired toward the sound. I fired the shotgun. The blast caught him across the upper body and threw him against the truck. The pistol dropped beneath the front wheel. He slid to the ground, making a low choking sound. The two thieves near the culvert started running back. Inside the garage, I shouted to the captives. The woman grabbed the dropped rifle. She worked the controls with quick familiarity and aimed south. "I can't tell whether this is ready," she said. "Press the side lever down." She did. One thief appeared near the first cone. She fired twice. The shot struck the pavement in front of him. He dropped behind the white utility truck. His partner moved into the ditch. Peter ran across the yard and cut the older man's restraints with the knife from the medical pack. I worked the shotgun action. The receiver opened empty. The thief I'd struck against the wall rolled onto his stomach and reached for a knife at his ankle. The woman kicked his hand away and struck the side of his head with the rifle stock. "Stay down," she told him. "Your jaw may already be broken." He looked at her with hate but stopped moving. Gunfire tore through the garage wall. The captives crawled through the open service bay. Peter followed, dragging the older man by one arm. I took cover behind the medical vehicle's engine block. The woman crouched near the front wheel beside me. "How much ammunition?" I asked. She removed the magazine, checked it, and pushed it back into place. 17, unless he fired this earlier. Her hands were steady. A red mark circled each wrist where the tie had cut into her skin. "Can you drive that vehicle?" "It belongs to the county. I drove it here." "Are the keys inside?" The bearded man put them in his left vest pocket. He lay beside the white truck, still moving weakly. The two remaining thieves had us pinned from the south. Reaching the bearded man meant crossing 10 feet of exposed yard. The woman looked at the medical vehicle. There is a second key attached beneath the rear bumper. Why didn't they find it? They were busy stealing the obvious things. She kept her rifle aimed south while I crawled behind the vehicle. Gravel dug into my sore ribs. A bullet struck the rear door above me. I reached beneath the bumper. My fingers found a small magnetic box. The key inside was greasy but intact. I opened the driver's door and started the engine. The woman backed toward the passenger side, firing short, controlled shots whenever the thieves moved. They answered from the ditch and the white truck. Peter got the older man into the rear seat. The damp hiking bag hung from his good shoulder. He'd grabbed it from behind the fence panel while crossing through the garage. The other captive, a heavy-set woman with a cut across her forehead, climbed in beside him. The woman with the rifle opened the passenger door. "The man in the garage has been shot through the chest. He isn't coming with us." Her tone stayed clinical, but her eyes tightened. "Get in," I said. She climbed beside me. Peter ran around the rear of the vehicle. A shot hit the pavement near his foot. He stumbled, caught the open rear door, and pulled himself inside. I accelerated toward the north side of the yard. The county vehicle was a 4-wheel drive utility unit with a medical box built into the rear. It climbed over the shallow ditch and entered a pasture through a broken fence. The thieves fired after us. A side window cracked but held. I drove across dry grass toward the tree line. The suspension handled the ground better than the old maintenance truck had. Within a minute, the repair garage disappeared behind a low hill. No vehicle followed. The woman in the passenger seat lowered the rifle. "You can slow down before you break an axle. They've got a truck. The white one has a damaged radiator. The county unit behind the garage has no fuel. They may find another vehicle, but not in the next 30 seconds. I eased off the accelerator. She looked at the shotgun across my lap, then at the quarry dust on my clothes. "Uard County, military or police?" "College student." "That explains the haircut." "It doesn't explain the weapon." "My father's." She turned to Peter. "Show me the arm." He hesitated. "I'm Della Rusk. I worked county emergency response for 16 years. Show me before the swelling closes your circulation." Peter lifted his arm. Della's face changed when she saw it. Not panic, but urgency control by practice. "We need to stop soon," she said. "That scrape was dirty when it happened, wasn't it?" "Screwdriver," Peter said. "Parking lot." "How many hours ago?" "Maybe 6. "Any fever?" "I feel hot, but we've been running through the woods." Della touched his fingers, checked their color, then pressed near the wrist. Peter winced. "The hand still has blood flow," she said. "The swelling is severe. We clean it properly, remove any debris, and start antibiotics. The trauma bag those men took has what I need." "It's in their white truck," I said. The county unit carries a smaller kit beneath the rear bench. I hid it after I saw the first roadblock. You knew they were thieves? Their uniforms had 4 different agency names. They asked for vehicle keys before they asked whether anyone needed help. The older man in the rear spoke through split lips. Della told us to keep driving. We didn't listen. You thought the badges were real, she said. That doesn't make you responsible for what they did. I looked at her. Where were you going? North Relay Station. The county radio network failed after the attacks. I was trying to reach the mountain repeater and restore emergency channels. Is that near the reservoir? 12 miles east of it. I'm going to a fishing cabin on the north side. Della studied me for a moment. The main roads are controlled. I know about the bridges. The bridges aren't the only problem. Foreign patrols have taken the dam, the water plant, and several ridge towers. They aren't moving blindly. They came with maps and target lists. Peter leaned against the rear seat, face drained of color. Can you get us around them? Della looked through the windshield at the pasture ahead. I know a fire road that reaches the north shore. It isn't maintained and parts of it may be blocked. Can this vehicle handle it? I asked. It can if the driver stops treating every field like a racetrack. She didn't smile after saying it. Neither did Peter. The pasture narrowed toward a gate and a dirt lane. Beyond it, wooded hills rose between us and the reservoir. Della had medicine. She had a route north. She also had 2 frightened civilians in the rear who couldn't travel through occupied country. The problem had grown larger again. I kept driving. Chapter 11. The older man's farmhouse sat 2 miles beyond the pasture, hidden behind a stand of cedar trees and a row of rusted farm equipment. His hands shook when he pointed out the lane. Dried blood covered his chin. The woman beside him had started crying without making noise, tears tracking through the dirt on her face. The house looked empty from the road. Its curtains were closed, and no smoke came from the chimney. A pickup stood beneath an open shed, but both tires on the driver's side were flat. My wife should be in the cellar, the older man said. She went down when the radio said aircraft were coming inland. Della kept the captured rifle angled toward the floor. Does anyone else know about the cellar? Family and 2 neighbors. Would either neighbor take your truck? He shook his head too quickly, then stopped because the motion hurt his face. They've got their own vehicles. I parked behind the equipment shed where the county markings couldn't be seen from the road. Della checked the house first. She moved with the rifle close to her shoulder, pausing at each window before crossing it. Peter stayed in the medical vehicle, while I followed with the shotgun. The back door had been forced open. Mud marked the kitchen floor. Cabinet doors hung wide. Someone had pulled drawers out and dumped them. A broken jar of fruit preserves covered the counter and dripped onto the floor in thick red lines. The cellar door stood closed beneath the stairs. The older man called his wife's name from the kitchen. A voice answered below. He sagged against the wall. Della opened the cellar carefully. An elderly woman came up holding a revolver in both hands. She lowered it when she saw her husband, and the control left her face. She crossed the kitchen in 3 quick steps and held him against her. The heavy-set woman from the roadblock knew them. She said she could stay until her brother came from the next valley, though none of us knew whether he was coming at all. The cellar had canned food, stored water, a battery radio, and enough room for several people. It wasn't safe forever, but it was safer than the open road. Della gave them a small bottle of pain medicine and bandages from the hidden medical kit. She kept the antibiotics for Peter. The older man looked at the captured rifle. You should stay here until dark. Soldiers passed on the county road this morning. Which direction? I asked. They went north. 4 trucks. They had another vehicle behind them with people inside. Were they civilians? I couldn't see well. The windows had wire over them. Della asked. Did the trucks have the red patch? They did. One stopped at the crossroads and put a box on the telephone pole. A relay unit, she said. They're extending their radio network. The older man's wife touched his split mouth with a damp cloth. They told us through a loudspeaker to remain in our homes and place white cloth outside. Did you? Peter asked. She looked at him as though the question surprised her. We didn't. Della cleaned Peter's arm at the kitchen table. She cut away the dirty bandage, washed the scrape with sterile fluid, and removed 2 tiny metal fragments with tweezers. Peter gripped the edge of the table until his knuckles faded pale. He didn't ask her to stop. The numbness came from swelling around the wrist, she said. I don't see deep damage, but infection has started. You'll take the tablets on schedule even if your stomach objects. How long before the swelling goes down? If the medicine works, you should notice improvement by tomorrow. If red streaks climb above the elbow or you stop moving your fingers, we need a real hospital. Are any hospitals still working? Della wrapped his arm in clean gauze. Some are. Getting into one may be harder than finding it. Her answer didn't soften the situation, but she didn't make it worse either. Peter seemed to trust that. I plugged my phone into the county vehicle's charger. The battery had died before we reached the quarry. It took several minutes for the screen to light. Notifications arrived in groups, some delayed by hours. Tammy had sent 9 messages. The first asked whether I'd reached my family. The next 3 warned that armed men had entered the student center and taken food. Another said campus security was moving people from smaller buildings into the arena because the ventilation systems could be sealed. The final message had been sent 40 minutes earlier. They're putting us on buses. Nobody will say where. Colt, please answer if you see this. I called her. The connection failed before it rang. I tried again. This time I heard one broken tone, then her voice. Colt, is that you? The word came through thin and uneven, but it was her. I'm here. Are you on a bus? Not yet. We're outside the arena. There are hundreds of people. Where are you? North of the city. Peter's with me. I'm trying to reach my parents. A burst of static swallowed her reply. Tammy, say that again. I said they took the buses from campus transport. Some drivers are students. Security wants us away from downtown before dark. Where are they taking you? They keep saying east. An old fairground, maybe? I moved closer to the kitchen window, holding the phone near the glass. Stay with people you trust. Keep water on you. Don't let anyone separate you from the group. I know how to stand in a crowd, Colt. I need to know if you're coming back. The question stayed between us through several seconds of static. I can't come back right now, I said. My family meted out. They went toward our cabin, and foreign troops have the reservoir roads. Foreign troops? Varkan soldiers. We saw them. Someone called her name in the background. A bus engine roared near her phone. Tammy lowered her voice. My sister stopped answering. The hotel line is dead. I closed my eyes. I could see her on the quad from that morning, sunglasses in her hair, strawberry gloss on my cheek, annoyed that I hadn't sent my number. It belonged to a day that felt months away. I'm sorry, I said. Don't say it like she's gone. I won't. You already did. She wasn't angry. She sounded exhausted, and that hurt worse. Keep trying her, I said. Phones are failing everywhere. Silence doesn't prove anything. Another voice told Tammy to board. I've got to go. Send your route if you learn it. You answer next time, even if you only have 10 seconds. I promise. The call ended. I kept the phone against my ear until the screen returned to the message list. Peter watched from the table. She's okay. For now. They're moving the campus east. That might be safer. It might be another road full of armed men. Della taped the end of Peter's bandage. County emergency plans use the fairground as a mass shelter. If local officials are still involved, they may have supplies there. And if they aren't, I asked, Tammy will have to judge what she sees. You can't reach her from here. The words were blunt, but not cruel. I put the phone in my pocket. What can we reach? Della found a road atlas in the farmhouse and opened it across the table. She traced a route with one finger. We follow the old forestry lane to Slate Creek. The county vehicle can cross at the maintenance ford if the water isn't too high. From there, a fire road climbs the west ridge and reaches the north shore. Your cabin is here. Her finger stopped beside a narrow inlet. The relay station sits farther east, she continued. I plan to go there, but the reservoir has become a military position. Reaching a tower alone won't restore anything if soldiers control the network below it. You could stay here, Peter said. Della looked toward the cellar door. These people have enough food for themselves. Another adult using their supplies makes the place weaker. I also know the county roads and emergency sites. You need that knowledge. Why help us? I asked. She met my eyes. You came into a yard against 4 armed thieves for people you didn't know. That was reckless. It was also the reason I'm sitting here instead of tied beside a garage. I can work with reckless if it points in the right direction. There was no warmth in the statement, but there was a decision. I nodded. We leave before the thieves find another vehicle. The older man's wife filled our water bottles from the cellar supply. She gave Peter a clean shirt and found me a canvas coat to replace my torn jacket. It smelled of cedar and wood smoke. We moved supplies from the hidden medical compartment into the rear seats. Della recovered 2 boxes of bandages, a compact trauma kit, antibiotics, pain medicine, water, and several meal bars. The thieves had taken the larger bags, but the county unit still carried more than Peter and I had brought out of the quarry. The captured rifle had half a magazine remaining. Della found 2 more magazines in a locked cabinet beneath the rear bench. She kept the weapon. "You've used one before," I said. "My father hunted. County response required annual training after the riots 3 years ago. I don't enjoy firearms. I understand them." The older man gave me a box with 10-12 gauge shells from a locked cabinet in his bedroom. I loaded 3 into the shotgun's tube, kept the chamber empty, and placed the remaining 7 in the hiking bag while we prepared to travel. The older man walked us to the equipment shed. His wife held his arm. "The north road gets narrow after Slate Creek," he said. "People used to dump old appliances up there. Watch the corners." "We'll watch," I said. He looked at the county vehicle. "If you find anyone wearing those fake vests, don't stop." We learned that part. We left the farmhouse as the sun lowered behind the western ridge. Della sat in the passenger seat with the atlas on her knees. Peter rested in the rear, his injured arm elevated on a folded blanket. The dirt lane returned us to the county road half a mile north of the false checkpoint. We saw no sign of the thieves. Dark smoke still marked the sky behind us. My phone found a weak signal on the ridge. A message from Tammy arrived with a blurred photograph taken through a bus window. A line of vehicles stretched along a highway beneath a bruised evening sky. She'd typed only 6 words beneath it. "Moving east. Dragons and barely moving." I sent back that I was heading north and had found medical help for Peter. The message remained unsent as the signal disappeared. Della pointed toward a gravel turn almost hidden by brush. "Forestry lane. Once we enter, there is no easy place to turn around for 8 miles. I looked at the dark track climbing into the hills. "We aren't turning around," I said. I drove into the trees. Chapter 12. The forestry lane narrowed until branches scraped both sides of the county vehicle. Della kept the atlas open beneath the dim dashboard light. She called out wash sections and sharp drops before the headlights reached them. Peter sat behind her, trying to rest, but every hard rut brought his eyes open. The sun disappeared while we climbed. Darkness came quickly beneath the trees. The headlights showed wet trunks, broken stone, and the pale backs of leaves turning in the wind. No houses stood along a route. No distant porch lights marked the valleys. The first sign of Slate Creek was the cold air flowing through the open vents. The road descended toward moving water. At the bottom, the bridge had collapsed. One concrete support remained in the channel, tilted beneath a mass of broken timber. Della pointed downstream. "The maintenance ford is around that bend." I followed a narrow track through reeds. The ford was wider than I expected. Water rushed across a shelf of flat stone white around exposed rocks. The far bank rose steeply beneath an old metal gate. "How deep?" I asked. "Usually below the hubs. We had heavy rain last week." Peter leaned between the seats. "Can we walk it first?" "You can stay dry," Della said. "I know where the shelf drops." She removed her boots, rolled her pants above her calves, and stepped into the creek with a flashlight. The current pushed hard enough to shift her first foot. She moved sideways, testing each step before transferring her weight. The water reached her knees near the center. She returned, shivering. "Stay left of the broken support. Keep steady speed. If you stop in the middle, the tires will settle between the stones." I shifted into low gear. The vehicle entered the creek. Water struck the doors. The steering wheel pulled as the tires climbed over submerged rocks. I kept the front aimed at the left side of the far bank, following Della's flashlight marks. Halfway across, the rear slipped downstream. Peter grabbed the seat. Della pressed one hand against the dashboard. I turned into the movement and gave the engine more power. The front tires caught. The rear struck a rock with a deep metallic blow. Then the vehicle stopped. The engine continued, but the tires spun against stone. "Don't bury it," Della said. I eased off. Water pressed against the doors, cold leaking through the lower seals. The current had shifted us several feet from the firm shelf. The county vehicle carried a front winch. The cable could reach a pine on the far bank if one of us crossed with the hook. Della opened her door. "I'll take it," I said. "You need to control the vehicle. Peter can't manage the cable with that arm." I can manage it, Peter said from the rear. Della turned toward him. You can barely close your left hand. My right one still works. He opened the rear door before either of us stopped him. Water rushed around his boots. He climbed onto the side rail and moved toward the front, holding the roof rack with his good hand. I released the winch spool from inside. Peter took the hook and stepped into the creek. The current pushed him sideways. Della tied a safety rope around his waist and held the other end through the open passenger door. Keep your feet wide, she told him. Don't cross them. He moved slowly toward the far bank. The water reached his thighs. His injured arm stayed against his chest. Twice his boots slid and the rope snapped tight in Della's hands. He reached the pine and looped the cable around its trunk. I engaged the winch. The cable tightened. The vehicle shifted an inch, then stopped. I gave the tires a small amount of power while the winch pulled. Stones scraped beneath us. The front climbed onto the shelf. The rear followed with a hard jump. Water dropped below the doors. Peter stood against the tree, bent at the waist and breathing hard. We pulled onto the far bank. Della got out and checked him before she checked the vehicle. You tore the bandage loose, she said. I crossed the creek. Both things can be true. Get inside. The rear axle had a fresh scrape but no visible break. We rewound the cable and continued uphill. At the next ridge, the long-range radio came alive. A voice pushed through the static. Colt, can you hear me? North Watch. I stopped the vehicle so abruptly that Peter struck the seat in front of him. I grabbed the handset. Dad, I hear you. We're north of Slade Creek. Repeat your position. Noise covered the channel. Then his voice returned, weaker. Kevin isn't safe. Go to North Watch. Stay away from the main roads. Are Mom and my sister with you? A long burst of static followed. Dad, answer me. Are they with you? They were taken east. I followed them. Couldn't reach. The signal dropped. I pressed the transmit button. Who took them? Where east? No response came. Peter leaned forward. He said North Watch. Is that the old fire tower? That is the place. Dad took us there when I was 14. Della studied the atlas. North Watch sits above the cabin road. We can reach it from the west fire lane. He said Mom and my sister were taken. I heard him. He could be hurt. That voice sounded weak, Peter said. I restarted the vehicle. The forestry lane met the west fire road near the top of the ridge. From there, the reservoir spread below us under moonlight. The water should have been dark. Instead, portable lights burned along the dam and the southern shore. Vehicles moved across the access road in steady lines. A helicopter circled above the water without navigation lights. Farther east, red warning lamps marked the treatment plant. Della stared through the windshield. They've taken the entire complex. How many people work there? Peter asked. During normal operation, fewer than 100. With emergency crews, several hundred. And now? Those lights aren't for a small unit. A convoy entered the road below us. 3 dark green trucks escorted a bus with wire over its windows. The older man at the farmhouse had described the same kind of vehicle. I watched it move toward the eastern plant. My mother and sister might have been inside. Della placed one hand on the atlas. We can't approach the dam from this ridge. Every access road is covered. I'm going to North Watch first. That is the useful move. Your father may know where the bus went. You don't need to tell me to find him. She looked at me without reacting to the edge in my voice. I'm telling you why we shouldn't drive down there now. Anger can make a direct road look better than it is. I looked away from the reservoir. The fire road continued north, through dense trees. We drove without headlights for several stretches when the route came close to open slopes. The moon gave enough light to keep the tires between the ditches. Near the turn for the fishing cabin, we found tire tracks crossing the road. Several vehicles had passed recently. Deep tread marks pressed into the mud, mixed with narrower prints from civilian cars. One set turned toward the cabin. Your father said the cabin wasn't safe, Della reminded me. He might have left medicine or another message. Stopping could expose us. North Watch is 4 miles beyond it. We need fuel, and we need to know what happened. The county vehicle's gauge had fallen below 1/3. We might reach the tower without stopping. We might not get away afterward. Della closed the atlas. 5 minutes inside. Peter stays with the vehicle. Peter shook his head. I can help search. You can guard our way out and keep that arm raised. He didn't like it, but he accepted the task. We turned toward the cabin. The narrow road descended through pines I remembered from family trips. Dad had taught me to identify animal tracks in the mud there. My sister used to count the red trail markers and accused me of skipping numbers to annoy her. The first marker had been shot apart. The second hung from one nail. We reached the inlet. The cabin stood at the edge of the trees, dark against the silver water. One window had been broken. The front door remained open. Blood marked the steps. Chapter 13. I stopped the county vehicle 20 yards from the cabin. Peter stayed behind the wheel with the engine running. Della moved toward the porch on my left while I approached from the right. The open door shifted in the wind, tapping softly against the frame. Blood crossed the top step and continued inside. It wasn't dry. I raised the shotgun and entered. The main room had been torn apart. Cushions lay on the floor. Shelves had been emptied. The small table Dad built from rough pine rested on its side with one leg broken. A Varkin ration wrapper lay near the fireplace. Della checked the kitchen while I moved toward the bedrooms. The first room was empty. Bedding had been pulled from the mattress, and the closet door had been removed from its hinges. My sister's old sleeping bag lay ripped near the wall. The second room held a body. A Varkin soldier sat against the dresser with his head tilted forward. Blood had soaked the front of his uniform. A hunting knife rested on the floor beside him. One of Dad's arrows had passed through the cloth below his collarbone and remained buried there. Dad still kept the old archery set of the cabin. The soldier's rifle was gone. Della entered behind me and crouched near the body. She touched 2 fingers to the man's neck, then checked his hands. "Several hours," she said. "Maybe less. The blood outside is newer. It belongs to someone else." I searched the floor. Smears crossed the hallway and ended near the rear door. Boot prints covered them. One print had a broken outer edge I recognized from the mud beside the north road. Foreign patrol? Della pointed to a dark streak on the kitchen counter. Someone held pressure against an injury here. The amount on the floor is serious, but not enough to prove the person died. Dad made it to North Watch. His voice says he did. The rear porch overlooked the inlet. A canoe had been pulled halfway into the water, then abandoned. The storage shed stood open. One fuel can remain beside the wall, empty. I found Dad's blood on the shed latch. Inside, most of the camping equipment was gone. A coil of rope, 2 empty lanterns, and a torn tarp remained. A square patch of dust beneath the workbench showed where the emergency radio case had sat. I opened the false drawer Dad built beneath the bench. A folded page waited inside. My name had been written across it in thick pencil. "Colt, if you made it here, don't stay." Soldiers came from the east road before noon. We tried to leave by the west trail, but the truck lost a tire near the creek gate. Your mother and sister were taken with 6 other people. They were alive when the transport left. I followed on foot until I saw where the convoy turned. East Intake Road, near the old water tunnels. I returned for the radio and supplies. A patrol found me at the cabin. "I'm going to North Watch because the signal is stronger there. If I can't contact you, look beneath the tower stairs. Don't use either reservoir bridge. They check every vehicle and take everyone they find." Dad, I read it twice. The page shook in my hand. Mom and my sister had been alive when the transport left. Dad had followed them alone, then come back after getting hurt because he believed I might reach the cabin. Della read over my shoulder. East Intake Road connects to the treatment tunnels. Can civilians be held there? There are maintenance buildings, storage yards, and an old construction camp. Plenty of fenced space. How many ways in? From the public roads, 2. Through the water tunnels, I don't know. A horn sounded outside. One short blast. Peter's warning. Della and I ran from the shed. Peter pointed through the windshield toward a cabin road. A faint beam moved between the trees below us. "Vehicle," he said. No headlights, only a covered flashlight near the ground. Della dropped beside the rear wheel and studied the porch. They marked the cabin. I followed her gaze. A black box no larger than a deck of cards had been fixed beneath the porch rail. One green light blinked behind a narrow slot. "Motion transmitter?" I asked. "That is possible. It may have sent a signal when we opened the door." The beam in the trees came closer. I grabbed the folded message and climbed into the driver's seat. Della took the passenger side. Peter moved into the rear. "North Watch Road starts behind the cabin," I said. "It climbs too steeply for this vehicle after the first mile," Della replied. "We drive until the grade stops us, then walk." I turned around in the clearing. A dark figure appeared near the lower bend. He raised a flashlight and pointed it toward us. I switched on the headlights. The beam caught 2 Varkan soldiers beside a small utility vehicle. One carried a radio pack. The other lifted his rifle. I accelerated. They fired. Bullets struck the rear quarter panel and shattered the left tail lamp. Peter lowered himself behind the front seats. Della returned fire through the open passenger window. 3 controlled shots that forced the soldiers into the ditch. The county vehicle reached the narrow track behind the cabin. Branches slapped the windshield. The road climbed immediately, twisting between rocks and thick pines. I kept the speed high enough to gain distance but low enough to avoid rolling on the turns. The Varkan utility vehicle entered behind us. Its engine sounded smaller but faster. Della changed magazines. They'll stay close until the road steepens. Can they call more patrols? The radio pack says they already have. The track crossed a shallow wash and rose toward Northwatch Ridge. The county vehicle's tires slipped on loose stone. I shifted lower and kept climbing. Peter looked through the broken rear glass. They're gaining. The utility vehicle appeared around the lower turn. One soldier stood behind its windshield with his rifle braced across the roof. Della fired twice. The Varkan driver swerved behind trees. Our road narrowed between a rock face and a drop into the inlet valley. There was no room for either vehicle to turn. Ahead, a fallen pine blocked half the track. I drove onto the uphill bank, squeezing between the trunk and the rock. Branches scraped the roof. The right rear wheel slid toward the edge before it caught. The Varkan vehicle tried to follow. Its front struck the pine. The trunk rolled several feet and dropped across the road behind us, blocking the narrow section. "That delays them," Della said. "It doesn't stop them." The grade increased. The engine temperature climbed. A smell like hot rubber entered the vents. We passed an old sign announcing North Watch Trail, then reached a section where rain had cut a trench across the road. I stopped. The trench was 4 feet deep and filled with broken stone. The county vehicle couldn't cross it without tearing away the front axle. "Take medicine, water, ammunition, and the radios," I said. Peter opened the rear compartment. "What about the medical cases?" "Della chooses what we carry." She moved quickly, packing gauze, antibiotics, pain medicine, and a compact surgical pouch into the medical bag. I added the 10 remaining meal bars, 4 water bottles, and the box of 7 shotgun shells. The rifle magazines went to Della's coat pockets. I removed the county vehicle's key and opened the hood. Dad had taught me that disabling a vehicle didn't need to be complicated. I pulled 2 relays from the electrical box and placed them in my pocket. The Varkan soldiers could still tow it or strip it, but they couldn't start it quickly. Voices carried from below. They had reached the fallen pine. We climbed over the washout and started up the trail. The tower stood 2 miles above us. My father's blood marked the cabin behind us. My mother and sister were somewhere near the eastern water tunnels. Soldiers were moving up the same ridge. I put the shotgun strap across my shoulder and kept climbing. Chapter 14. The North Watch Trail rose through black trees and exposed stone. Moonlight reached us only where the ridge opened toward the reservoir. In the woods, Della used a small red flashlight held close to the ground. Its beam showed roots, wet leaves, and the pale edges of trail markers. Peter struggled after the first half mile. His injured arm stayed tight against his body. Sweat ran from his hair despite the cool air. Della checked him whenever the trail flattened, but she never let the pauses last more than a minute. "Your temperature is rising," she said after the third stop. I took the medicine. Medicine doesn't erase infection in an hour. I can keep walking, then keep drinking. Small amounts. Her voice carried the same calm pressure she'd use at the farmhouse. Peter obeyed without arguing. I stayed ahead with the shotgun. Every few steps, I stopped and listened. The Varkan soldiers followed below us. Sometimes I heard branches break. Sometimes the sound disappeared long enough to make me wonder whether they had stopped. Then a distant voice or the scrape of boots returned. They weren't rushing. They knew the ridge ended at the tower. The trail crossed an open rock shelf. From there, the reservoir filled the valley. Portable lights traced the dam. Smoke rose near the treatment plant, bright underneath from fires or work lamps. A line of buses stood inside a fenced yard near the east intake road. I lifted the binoculars from the hiking bag. The distance blurred faces into small moving shapes, but the vehicles were clear. 3 buses. 2 cargo trucks. Soldiers at the gates. Civilians moved between the buildings in groups. "That's where they took them," I said. Della looked through the binoculars. It matches your father's message. Can you see women? I can see people. We need better light and a closer position before we identify anyone. A flashlight flickered on the trail below. We left the shelf. The final climb reached an old service road near the ridgetop. The fire tower rose above the trees, a steel frame supporting a square cabin. Beside it stood a small ranger shelter with a porch and a metal roof. The shelter door was closed. No light showed inside. Dad, I called softly. Nothing answered. I crossed the clearing with the shotgun ready. Della covered the trail while Peter stayed behind the tower stairs. The shelter door wasn't locked. I opened it. The smell hit first. Blood, sweat, damp wool, and the sour odor of someone who had been sick in a closed room. Dad lay on a narrow cot beneath the window. For 1 second I thought he was dead. Then his eyes opened. Colt, he whispered. I lowered the shotgun and reached him. His skin felt hot and dry. A bandage made from a torn shirt wrapped his lower right side. Blood had soaked through and dried almost black. His beard was thick with dirt. One eye had swollen nearly closed. He tried to sit. Don't sit up, I said. Your mother. I found the note. Della is a paramedic. Let her look at you. Della entered and placed the rifle against the wall within reach. She cut away the cloth around Dad's side. A bullet had passed through the flesh above his hip. The exit tear was larger, and the skin around both openings had turned dark red. He packed them with gauze from the tower's old first aid box. How long ago? Della asked. This afternoon. Did you lose consciousness? For a little while. Any blood in your urine? I haven't checked. Della pressed around the injury. Dad's jaw tightened, but he didn't cry out. The path may have missed a kidney, she said. I can't promise that here. You need more care than I can give in this shelter. Dad looked at me. You reached the cabin. We heard you on the radio. I kept calling. Didn't know whether the signal crossed the ridge. I gripped his hand. It felt smaller than I remembered. Tell me exactly what happened to Mom and my sister. He closed his eyes for a moment, gathering strength. The pickup tire failed near the East Fork. Metal spikes had been spread across the road. Before I could fit the spare, soldiers came from the trees. Your mother put your sister behind the truck. They threatened to shoot the other people with us if anyone resisted. Who were the others? 2 families from the lower road. 6 people. I let the soldiers bind my hands. Your mother kept telling me not to do anything stupid. His mouth tightened. I slipped the tie when they loaded us. Your sister saw what I was doing. She started crying and made enough noise to draw the guards' attention away. I ran into the trees. You left them? The question came out harsher than I intended. Dad looked at me without turning away. I did. If I stayed in that transport, nobody would know where they went. Guilt struck almost as soon as the words left my mouth. I shouldn't have said it that way, I said. You needed to ask it. He pointed weakly toward a map pinned above the cot. A pencil line followed the east intake road from the bridge to the water tunnels. 3 circles marked guard positions. Another line crossed the reservoir ridge and ended near a set of old service shafts. I followed from the woods, Dad said. They took the civilians into the construction camp. I saw your mother get off the bus. Your sister was beside her. Both were walking. Air left my chest in a slow, unsteady release. They were together. They had survived the road. Dad reached beneath the blanket and brought out a narrow strip of blue cloth. I recognized it as part of my sister's camping scarf. One end had been torn rather than cut. She dropped this near the turn, he said. I think she did it for me. She knew I was following. I took the cloth. It still carried the faint smell of the soap Mom used at home, mixed with dirt and the metallic odor that clung to Dad's hands. My sister had always left small signs on hiking trails when she thought I was pretending to get lost. A bent fern, 3 stones in a row, a bright thread tied around a branch. Dad taught her the habit as a game. Now she'd used it while armed men moved her toward a fenced camp. Did they hurt her? I asked. I didn't see anyone strike her. One soldier grabbed her when she tried to stay beside your mother. Your mother pushed between them. The soldier backed off after an officer spoke to him. What did the officer look like? He was tall, gray at the sides of his hair, black patch on his right sleeve instead of red. He carried a short radio and never raised his voice. The others watched him before they moved. Della glanced at the map. An officer with communications authority may be running the intake camp. Dad nodded. The effort made his breathing catch. He inspected every person before they entered the gate. Anyone in medical clothes went to a separate building. Utility workers went toward the tunnels. Families stayed in the fenced yard. "They're sorting people by skill," Della said. That is what it looked like. Peter stayed near the door, listening toward the clearing while his eyes moved between us. "Why take families?" Dad pressed a hand near his bandage. "They want control. Workers cooperate when someone they care about is behind another fence." The idea made the shelter feel smaller. Mom would understand exactly what they were doing. She'd keep my sister close, watch the guards, remember doors, count steps, and wait for any opening. Dad trained us for storms, broken cars, and nights in the woods. Mom noticed people. She could hear a lie before the rest of us knew someone had started speaking. "She'll be watching for us," I said. Dad's expression tightened. "She'll be trying to keep your sister from expecting us too soon. Hope can make a person careless when the wrong guard notices it." I folded the strip of cloth and placed it inside my jacket beside the family photograph. The picture's edges had softened from sweat. "You should have stayed near them," I said quietly. That thought came out before I could stop it. "I know why you ran." Dad looked toward the dark window. Part of me stayed behind every step I took. "I heard your sister calling for me until the transport reached the bridge. I kept moving because turning around would have put me beside them with no radio, no map, and nobody outside who knew where they were." His hand closed around mine again. "You came north," he said. "I wasn't certain you would. I almost didn't get out of the city. But you did." There was nothing clean or comforting in the exchange. He'd escaped while Mom and my sister were taken. I'd left Tammy behind and pulled Peter through gunfire because my family mattered more to me than the people around us. We had both chosen one direction while someone called from another. The choices had kept us moving. They hadn't made the cost smaller. "Why return to the cabin?" Peter asked from the doorway. Dad saw him and managed a tired nod. "I needed the long-range radio and the old tunnel maps. The water system was expanded before the dam opened. Some service passages run beneath the East Ridge." Della studied the map. "County files only show the newer sections. My father worked the original project," Dad said. "He kept copies because the county planned to destroy them." "Are the passages usable?" "A few might be. One entrance is below North Watch." A distant engine climbed the service road. Peter turned toward the clearing. They got past the washout. Della replaced Dad's bandage with clean dressings and secured them around his waist. "Can you stand with help?" "I can stand. Walking is harder. We can't keep you in the tower." Dad caught my wrist. "There are people at the old forest bunkhouse west of here. 12 when I spoke to them. Hunters, 2 utility workers, families from the North Shore. They've got food and weapons, but they won't move without a reason. My family is reason enough for me. For you, yes. Not for all of them." The engine below stopped. Doors opened. Several voices carried through the trees. Della picked up her rifle. "How many ways off this ridge?" Dad pointed toward the rear wall. "Trapdoor beneath the tower stairs. It opens into an old cable trench. The trench reaches the first service shaft. Can you fit through it?" "If someone helps me." Peter moved to the window. Flashlights at the lower clearing. At least 6 soldiers. A beam swept across the trees. Then a portable spotlight snapped on. White light washed over the tower legs and struck the shelter windows. Glass flashed bright around us. A rifle cracked from below. The radio antenna above the shelter split and fell across the metal roof with a violent clang. Dad tried to rise from the cot. His strength failed, and I caught him beneath the arms. Della moved beside the door and aimed through the narrow gap near the frame. Peter grabbed the medical bag and the old tunnel map. The spotlight climbed toward the shelter. I could hear the soldiers moving into the clearing. I pulled Dad against my shoulder, reached for the trapdoor latch with my free hand, and heard boots strike the first steel step of the tower. Chapter 15. The latch resisted under my fingers. Dad sagged against my shoulder while boots climbed the tower outside. Each steel step rang through the shelter floor. The first man had reached the landing below us. Another followed close behind. I pulled harder. Paint and rust cracked around the trapdoor seam, but the panel stayed shut. "There should be a locking pin," Dad said. His voice barely crossed the room. "Under the lower brace." Peter dropped to his knees beside the stairs. He pushed the medical bag away, felt beneath the brace with his good hand, and found a short iron handle flattened against the wood. The spotlight swept through the windows again. White glare crossed Dad's face. Della fired once through the gap beside the door. A man shouted outside. Gunfire struck the shelter wall. Wood splintered above the cot. Peter twisted the iron handle. Something released beneath the floor with a heavy knock. I pulled the trapdoor open. Cold air rose from a black square beneath the stairs. A fixed ladder dropped into stone, narrow enough that Dad couldn't descend beside me. "Peter goes first," Della said. She fired again and stepped back as bullets tore through the door. "Take the map and a flashlight." Peter slung the medical bag across his chest. His injured arm made the movement slow and clumsy. He put one boot on the ladder and looked at Dad. "How far down?" 12 feet. Maybe 15. The trench turns east at the bottom. The shelter door jumped in its frame. I put the shotgun on the floor beside the opening, then shifted Dad until his arms circled my neck. His body felt hot through both our coats. The fresh dressings around his side pressed against my ribs. "You're going to climb down behind me," I said. "Keep both hands around my shoulders. Don't put weight on the injured side. You'll fall with me. Then stay close enough that I don't." Peter disappeared into the opening. His flashlight showed damp stone and rusted cable below. The tower landing creaked outside. Della moved away from the door. "Colt, get him down now." I sat on the edge, found the first ladder rung, and lowered my weight into the dark. Dad held me with one arm while the other stayed tight against his side. His boots scraped the frame. He made a low sound through his teeth. The shotgun remained above us. I reached back for it, but Della caught the strap. "I have it," she said. The door burst inward. Della fired the rifle from less than 10 feet away. The flash filled the shelter. A soldier fell against the broken door, and another man struck the outside wall as he tried to pull back. Della dropped the rifle through the opening. Peter caught it below. She pushed the shotgun after it, then slammed the trapdoor down over my head. Darkness closed around us. A second later, Della's boots hit the ladder above my hands. Gunfire hammered the floor. Splinters and dust fell through gaps around the panel. Dad flinched against my back. His grip slipped. "Hold on to me," I said. "I'm holding." "Keep moving." The ladder ended in a stone trench barely shoulder wide. Peter stood at the bottom with the rifle pointed toward a low passage. Old cables lay in black water around his boots. Their cracked insulation had peeled away in strips. I stepped down and eased Dad against the wall. He couldn't stand without help. His knees folded, and I caught him before his side struck stone. Della came off the ladder last. She reached overhead and pulled a metal lever built into the wall. The panel above us shifted. A steel plate slid across its underside with a grinding scrape just as someone tried to pull the trapdoor open. The effort above stopped. Then a rifle fired through the wood. The bullet struck the steel plate and flattened with a hard slap. Dad jerked. Peter ducked and covered his head. "That plate won't stop repeated fire," Della said. "Move ahead." I bent and pulled Dad's right arm over my shoulders. Della took his other side. We carried him into the cable trench while Peter walked ahead with the rifle and flashlight. The passage forced us into single file after the first turn. Dad couldn't stay between us, so I carried most of his weight. His boots dragged through shallow water. The stone walls sweated cold moisture that soaked my sleeves whenever I brushed them. Behind us, metal rang as soldiers struck the trapdoor brace. Peter's light found an old ceramic sign bolted to the wall. The lettering had faded, but an arrow still pointed toward shaft 1. "That direction," Dad said. His breath came too quickly. "How far is the shaft?" "Less than a quarter mile. The trench joins a maintenance gallery before the shaft." "Can soldiers enter from the other end?" Della asked. "Not unless they know the old system." They knew about the tower. Dad didn't answer. We moved faster. The trench descended beneath the ridge. Water climbed over my boot soles and carried a smell of rust, wet soil, and dead leaves. In places, the ceiling pressed so low that I had to bend while keeping Dad against me. His weight pulled at my sore ribs. The shotgun bumped my hip with each step. Peter stopped at a junction. 3 passages opened ahead. One continued straight beside the old cables. Another angled downward beneath a pipe thick with mineral crust. The third had partly collapsed, leaving a gap between broken blocks. He held up the map. "The lines don't match." Dad leaned his head against my shoulder. "The straight trench was added later. Take the lower passage." Della aimed the flashlight into it. Black water filled the floor from wall to wall. "How deep?" "It shouldn't be more than a few inches." The first impact from the tower reached us as a dull boom through the stone. The soldiers had found something heavier than rifle stocks. Peter entered the lower passage. Water reached his ankles, then his shins. He stopped when the floor dropped another step. It's steeper than a few inches. Dad lifted his head enough to look. The drain must be blocked. It rises again before the gallery. He can't go through chest-deep water, I said. We don't know that it reaches his chest, Della replied. She handed Peter the rifle and removed her coat. I check first. She stepped past him. The water climbed to her knees, then her waist. She kept one hand against the wall and moved carefully until only her shoulders remained above the surface. Floor rises here, she said. 10 feet farther. The current is weak. A second boom rolled through the passage. Dust drifted from the ceiling. There wasn't time to search for another route. We wrapped Dad's dressings with plastic from the medical bag and secured it using tape. Della put the medicine and radios inside 2 sealed pouches. Peter tied the map beneath his shirt to keep it dry. Dad watched us prepare him. If I lose consciousness, don't keep my face above water at the expense of all 3 of you. I tightened the plastic around his waist. You're staying awake. Listen, Colt. Save your strength. He looked as if he wanted to argue, but another tremor passed through his body. He shut his mouth and held the dressings against his side. Della entered first. Peter followed with the rifle held above his head in his good hand. I put Dad's arms over my shoulders and stepped into the water backward, keeping his injured side away from the wall. The cold struck through my clothes so hard that my chest tightened. By the 4th step, the water reached my waist. Dad's boots floated behind him and caught against the pipe. Lift your knees, I said. He tried. His strength failed halfway. Della came back and freed his boot. We moved together, 1 step at a time. The passage narrowed near the deepest section. Dad's body pressed between me and the wall. The plastic around his bandage scraped stone. His breath stopped. Dad, look at me. His eyes had closed. I shifted him higher. Water reached my chest and pushed cold beneath my arms. My footing slid across algae. Della caught the back of my coat. The rise is 2 steps ahead. Keep your left foot against the wall. I found the first step. My boot slipped off it. Dad's face dropped close to the surface. Peter set the rifle on the higher floor and reached back. His injured hand couldn't grip, so he hooked his right arm beneath Dad's shoulders. Pull when I push, I said. Peter's face tightened. I'm ready. I pushed from the lower step. Della held my coat and kept me upright. Peter dragged Dad onto the rise until his chest cleared the water. I climbed after them and rolled onto the stone floor. Dad lay on his back, eyes closed, mouth open. I pressed 2 fingers against his neck. His pulse was there, too fast and weak. Dad, wake up. Della knelt beside him and rubbed hard against his breastbone. He coughed and turned his head. Water hadn't entered his lungs. The sound came from pain and exhaustion. I heard you, he whispered. Then answer next time, I said. The words came out rougher than I meant, but my hand stayed against his chest until I felt the rise and fall settle into a rhythm. A sharp metallic crash echoed behind us. The tower barrier had failed. Foreign voices carried faintly through the flooded passage. Della looked toward the dark water. They'll see where we went. Peter retrieved the rifle. Can we block the passage? Dad pointed toward a wheel mounted beside the wall. Drain gate. It controls runoff from the upper trench. The wheel was covered in rust. I tried to turn it. It didn't move. Peter wedged the camp shovel's blade between 2 spokes. Together we forced the wheel around a quarter turn. Metal shrieked inside the wall. Water began moving beneath us. Not out of the passage. Into it. A hidden gate had opened somewhere uphill. The quiet surface behind us tilted into a growing current. Keep turning, Dad said. We forced the wheel through another half rotation. Water rushed from a side pipe with enough pressure to strike the opposite wall. The flooded section rose and churned, filling the lower corridor with muddy foam. A flashlight appeared at the far end. A soldier entered the water. Another stood behind him. Della dropped beside the rifle. She aimed through the low passage but didn't fire. The water may stop them, Peter said. It didn't. The first soldier braced against the wall and kept coming. Water climbed above his belt. His rifle stayed against his shoulder, protected beneath a dark cover. The second man followed 2 steps behind. Della waited until the first soldier reached the deepest point. Then she fired once. The shot struck stone near his head. He ducked, lost his footing, and fell sideways into the current. The second soldier grabbed for him. Both men collided against the pipe. I pulled the shovel free. The gate wheel spun backward under water pressure. Peter shoved the handle between the spokes again. The wood cracked but held. The current strengthened. The first soldier surfaced without his rifle. His helmet struck the ceiling. He tried to stand, but the second man had fallen across his leg. Water pushed them toward the lower junction. Della fired a second shot into the pipe above them. Old metal split. A stream of brown water burst downward and struck both soldiers. It disappeared around the bend, dragged back toward the deeper trench. "That won't keep the others out for long," she said. We lifted Dad again. The maintenance gallery waited beyond a steel door at the end of the passage. Its lower half had rusted through. Peter turned the handle and found it locked. I put Dad against the wall and tried the handle myself. It shifted less than an inch. Boots splashed behind us. Della reloaded from one of her magazines. "Open it." I struck the weakened section with the shovel. Rusted metal folded inward. Peter kicked the opening wider. Sharp edges tore his jeans, but he crawled through and pulled the medical bag after him. Della went next. I pushed the shotgun and Dad's map through, then lowered myself beside Dad. "You first," he said. "We're going together." I dragged him toward the opening. His coat snagged on torn metal. The fabric ripped. He made a strangled sound as the edge pressed near his injured side. Della reached through and caught his shoulders. I pushed from behind until he slid onto the gallery floor. A flashlight beam crossed the flooded passage. I climbed through as a soldier fired. The bullet struck the door and sprayed rust across my face. Peter and Della pulled me clear. I turned, shoved the shovel handle through the opening, and used it to drag a fallen cable rack across the damaged door. The rack wouldn't stop bullets. It might delay a body. The gallery stretched ahead, wide enough for 2 people. Old pipes ran along the ceiling. At the far end, a circular shaft rose toward darkness. Dad pointed weakly. "The bunkhouse trail is beyond that shaft, west side of the ridge." Della looked at the blood spreading beneath the plastic wrap around his side. "We need to reach it before dawn," she said. "He may not have until midday." Metal scraped behind the damaged door. I put Dad's arm over my shoulders again. Peter lifted the medical bag and rifle. Della took Dad's other side. We moved toward the shaft while the soldiers started forcing their way through behind us. Chapter 16. The maintenance gallery ended at the base of a vertical shaft lined with iron rungs. A circular hatch covered the opening overhead. Pale moonlight showed through holes eaten into its edge. The shaft rose 20 feet, maybe more. It was too narrow for 2 people to climb beside each other. Dad stared up from between Della and me. "There used to be a lifting basket," he said. A broken chain hung beside the ladder. Its lower end rested in a heap near the wall. Peter pointed his flashlight toward a hand winch mounted behind a pipe. "Is that part of it?" "The basket was removed years ago. The winch may still turn." The damaged door behind us shook beneath another impact. Della lowered Dad to the floor. Peter climbs first and checks the hatch. Colt follows. "We raise your father with the chain if it holds." Dad looked at the corroded links. "It may not. Walking back toward the rifles will fail faster," she said. Peter slung the rifle across his back and climbed using his right hand. His injured arm stayed against his body. Every rung forced him to shift his weight carefully. Rust fell around us in dry flakes. At the top, he pressed one shoulder against the hatch. It didn't move. "There's weight on it," he called quietly. I climbed beneath him. The shaft smelled of damp stone and mouse droppings. Near the top, I braced one boot against a rung and pushed with both hands. The hatch rose an inch. Soil and gravel poured through the gap. "Push again," Peter said. We pushed together. Something scraped above us, then rolled away. The hatch opened far enough for Peter to get his fingers beneath the edge. Cold night air entered the shaft. He climbed out and disappeared. I waited with my head near the opening, listening. Wind moved through grass. Farther down the ridge, an engine labored on the service road. No voices came from the ground above us. Peter returned and whispered, "We're in an old equipment yard. There's a collapsed shed and a trail west. I don't see anyone." I climbed out. The hatch had been buried beneath a sheet of corrugated metal and several inches of soil. Peter had pushed the metal aside. The equipment yard was nothing more than a clearing choked with blackberry vines and young pines. Concrete foundations showed through weeds. The fire tower stood somewhere east beyond the ridge, hidden by trees. A flash of white light moved between trunks in that direction. The soldiers were spreading out. I lowered the chain into the shaft. Della wrapped it beneath Dad's arms and patted the links using her coat. Peter and I turned the winch handle together. The gears resisted, then moved with a deep grinding sound. Dad rose from the gallery floor. Every turn pulled a fresh sound from him. He tried to keep quiet, but the chain tightened against his ribs and the injured area. Halfway up, the handle kicked backward. Peter's weak hand slipped. The chain dropped 6 inches. Dad struck the shaft wall. I caught the handle before it spun again. Peter put his shoulder against the frame and helped me force it forward. "Keep talking to us," I called down. Dad's answer came strained. "Still here." Della climbed behind him, one hand on the ladder and the other against his boots to keep him from turning. When his shoulders reached the opening, Peter grabbed his coat and I caught the chain. We dragged in across the grass. His face had turned gray. Della came out and went directly to his dressings. The plastic covering had torn during the climb. Blood soaked the gauze beneath it, but the flow wasn't fast. "He needs warmth," she said, "and he needs to stop moving." "The bunkhouse is less than a mile," Dad said. Della pressed fresh gauze against his side. "Distance isn't the only problem." A rifle fired on the eastern slope. The shot wasn't aimed at us. A second followed, then a burst from farther north. The soldiers might have found an animal, one another, or a trail we had left. I lifted Dad before Della finished securing the bandage. "Do it while we move." She wrapped the last strip around his waist as Peter found the west trail. We left the equipment yard beneath the trees. The path wasn't marked. Dad guided us by memory, lifting his head whenever we reached a fork. The woods had changed since he last crossed them. Storm-felled trunks blocked parts of the route. New growth hid old drainage cuts. Twice we had to lower him to the ground, while Peter searched ahead. The sky began paling behind the eastern ridge. Dad's steps weakened until his boots barely moved. I carried more of him, one arm around his back and the other gripping his wrist across my chest. Della supported his injured side. Peter walked ahead with the rifle and checked behind us every few yards. His face had a waxy look in the dim light. The antibiotics were helping the swelling in his arm, but the climb in cold water had taken the rest of his strength. "How much farther?" he asked. Dad listened to a creek moving below the trail. "We should cross it once. The bunkhouse sits above the second bend." We reached the creek 10 minutes later. A narrow footbridge had collapsed into the water. 2 logs remained across the gap, slick with moss. The drop beneath them wasn't deep, but the banks were steep and packed with sharp stone. Della looked at Dad. "We can't carry him across those." "There was a vehicle crossing upstream," he said. "How far upstream?" "A few 100 yards." A dog barked across the creek. Every one of us stopped. The bark came again, closer this time. It was followed by the sound of brush moving on the opposite bank. Peter raised the rifle. A brown hunting dog appeared between the trees. Its ribs showed through wet fur. One ear had been torn. It stared at us, then barked toward the hill behind it. A man answered from the woods. "Keep your weapons pointed down." He stepped into view with a hunting rifle against his shoulder. He was broad through the chest, with a gray beard cut close to his jaw and a dark knit cap pulled over his ears. Another person moved behind him, smaller and nearly hidden by a cedar trunk. Della lowered her rifle first. I kept one hand near the shotgun, but didn't pull it around. "We're looking for the forest bunkhouse," Dad said. The man's attention shifted to him. "You found the creek below it. Is that Bram?" The rifle dipped slightly. "Is that really you?" Dad gave a weak nod. The man called Bram crossed the 2 logs without hesitation. He smelled of wood smoke and damp wool. When he saw the dressings around Dad's waist, his guarded expression changed. "Who did this?" "Varkan patrol near the East Fork," Dad said. "They took my wife and daughter to the intake camp." Bram looked at Della, Peter, then me. "Soldiers came through North Watch before midnight." We saw the spotlight. "They followed us into the old cable system," Della said. "They may be on this side of the ridge soon." Bram's mouth tightened. He whistled once toward the trees. The smaller person stepped out. She was near my age, with dark hair tied behind her neck and a county utility jacket, several sizes too large over a gray sweater. A short-handled sledge rested across one shoulder. Dirt marked one side of her face. Her eyes went first to Dad, then to the medical bag. "Kessa, bring the litter," Bram said. Tell the others we have injured people and company behind them. She looked at the broken bridge. The litter won't cross this. Use the upstream ford. Kessa glanced at Peter's arm. Can he walk? He can, Peter said. His voice carried more pride than strength. She didn't challenge him. Then follow me. The ford has wire markers. Step between them, or you'll sink to your knees. Bram helped me carry Dad upstream. Kessa moved beside Peter, pointing out roots and loose stone without touching him. The dog followed at our heels, nose pressed to the ground. The vehicle crossing was a shallow section reinforced with broken concrete slabs. We made it over without falling. On the far bank, the trail climbed sharply toward a long timber building tucked beneath spruce trees. The forest bunkhouse had once housed seasonal crews. Its windows were narrow and covered from inside with plywood. Smoke escaped through a pipe at the rear. A pickup and 2 utility carts had been hidden beneath camouflage netting beside a maintenance shed. People appeared as we approached. I counted 9 outside, including 2 children who stayed close to a woman holding a kitchen knife. 3 adults carried hunting weapons. 1 man held a splitting maul. Nobody looked rested. Bram called for the door to be opened. The main room smelled of wet clothes, boiled grain, and too many bodies sleeping close together. Cots lined the walls. Food boxes had been stacked near a stone fireplace. A hand-drawn watch schedule covered one door. Della directed them to clear a table. We laid Dad on blankets beneath a hanging lantern. She opened the medical bag and cut away the dressings again. Kessa brought hot water, clean cloth, and a metal tray without being asked. You have medical training? Della asked her. Utility first aid and whatever Bram taught me after the attacks. Then wash your hands and hold the light. Kessa did it. Peter sat against the wall, breathing through his mouth. A woman brought him a cup of water. He drank too fast and started coughing. I stayed beside Dad while Della examined the bullet path. The skin around the exit tier had darkened since the tower. Blood continued seeping through the lower edge. His abdomen is becoming rigid, she said. There may be internal bleeding or damage we can't see. Can you fix it? Not on this table with a field kit. Kessa kept the lantern steady, but her eyes moved toward the map protruding from Peter's coat. There may be a treatment room at the dam, she said. Della looked at her. How certain are you? I worked summer maintenance at the West Pumping Station. The main control complex has a clinic for industrial injuries. It had imaging equipment, stored blood, and surgical tools. Who can use them? The reservoir medical staff if the soldiers kept them alive. Dad opened his eyes. They separated medical workers at the intake camp. Brand stood near the table with both hands around his rifle. Getting him into that camp is the same as handing all of you over. The old service passages reach beneath it, Dad said. Kessa pulled the map free and spread it beside the lantern. Her face tightened as she studied the hand-drawn lines. These are the original intake tunnels. My father kept copies, Dad said. She traced one line from Shaft 1 toward the eastern ridge. This section passes under the West Pumping Station. If the access stairs still connect, it reaches within 200 yards of the clinic. Ram stepped closer. You told us those old passages were sealed. The county sealed the known entrances. This map shows 4 they didn't list. People had begun gathering around the table. Fear drew them closer even when the information should have sent them away. I looked at the map, then at Dad's face. My mother and sister were inside the camp. Dad needed whatever remained in that clinic. The same route might reach all 3 of them. We go through the West Passage, I said. Bram's gaze hardened. You arrived 5 minutes ago with soldiers behind you. This group has kept itself alive without orders from someone it just met. I wasn't asking them to follow me. Your choices still reach everyone under this roof. He wasn't wrong. The knowledge didn't make me less certain. A bell rang once outside. The dog began barking near the creek. Someone at the front window said, "Movement on the east trail." Ram turned toward the door. Kessa folded the tunnel map and pushed it into my hand. Argue after we know how many followed you, she said. Della covered Dad with a blanket and picked up her rifle. Peter forced himself to his feet. I drew the shotgun around, worked a shell into the chamber, and followed Bram toward the bunkhouse yard as the first shapes moved between the trees below us. Chapter 17. 3 figures moved below the creek, spaced several yards apart. They wore dark uniforms and carried rifles close to their chests. Mud covered their boots to the knees. The man in front stopped where the west trail split from the stream and raised one hand. The others froze. Bram pulled me behind the maintenance shed before they looked uphill. "How many followed you?" he asked. "At least 6 reached Northwatch. We lost 2 in the flooded trench, but I don't know whether they died. There are 3 here. The rest may be circling." Della crouched behind the hidden pickup. Peter lay beside the front tire, with the captured rifle supported against the axle. His injured arm couldn't steady the weapon, so he used his backpack beneath the stock. Kessa moved along the bunkhouse wall with the short sledge in one hand. She'd traded the oversized utility jacket for a dark rain shell. The dog stayed at her knee, body rigid, throat vibrating with a low growl. The people inside had pulled the children into the rear storage room. 2 hunters watched the north windows. The man with the splitting maul guarded the back door. Bram pointed toward a shallow ditch crossing the yard. "That drains behind the shed and reaches the creek. Someone could use it to come around us." "Kessa knows it," I said. He looked at me as if I had no right to know what she knew. I didn't. I'd seen her glance toward the ditch twice while everyone else watched the trail. "Kessa heard us. I can cover the lower end. You stay near the building," Bram said. "The lower end is near the building." He didn't waste time arguing. "Take the dog. Fire only when they cross the stone marker." She moved away without answering. The first soldier stepped into the creek. He tested each rock before shifting his weight. The other 2 watched the banks. They weren't rushing after us anymore. They'd learned from the tunnel. Della spoke quietly from behind the pickup. "If we shoot all 3, the rest will know this place is defended. If we let them search, they find the bunkhouse." Bram kept his rifle aimed at the front man. "There are no good versions left." The soldier reached the far bank. He crouched beside our tracks and touched the mud with 2 fingers. His head turned uphill. I could feel the shotgun against my shoulder, its weight pulling at the bruises along my ribs. 1 shell sat ready. 2 remained in the tube. 7 more were inside the hiking bag near Dad. Every shot mattered, but waiting until the soldiers stood at the door would cost more. The front man motioned the others across. A 4th figure appeared among the trees downstream. He wore no helmet. A black patch marked his upper sleeve. The officer from Dad's description had gray hair at his temples, but this man was younger. He carried a compact radio and watched the woods instead of the trail. "I count 4, I whispered. Bram saw him. "The one with the radio stays upright until last." "Why wait?" "Because he'll call before the first body hits the ground if we miss." Della shifted her aim toward him. "I take the radio." The front soldier reached the stone marker at the bend. He stopped. The dog barked from the drainage ditch. Every soldier turned toward the sound. Kessa threw a fist-sized rock through the brush farther downhill. Branches snapped where it landed. The officer signaled 2 men toward the noise. The front soldier stayed on the trail. The 4th covered the creek. They were separating exactly where the terrain narrowed them. Bram fired. The front soldier dropped beside the stone marker. Della's rifle cracked almost at the same instant. The officer spun and fell against a cedar trunk. His radio struck the creek bank and slid into the water. The remaining soldiers fired uphill. Bullets struck the maintenance shed. Tin panels jumped and tore loose. Bram flattened beside me. Peter fired from beneath the pickup. His shot broke bark beside the soldier at the creek. The man dropped behind the bank and returned fire. The pickup's windshield turned white with cracks. I moved around the rear of the shed, keeping low. The drainage ditch hid my legs but not my shoulders. Mud supped at my boots. The soldier who had moved downstream was trying to reach Kessa's position. I saw his helmet between branches. He saw me at the same time. His rifle came up. I fired first. The shotgun blast struck him across the chest and pushed him into the brush. His rifle fired as he fell. The bullet cut through the shed wall behind me. I worked the action and moved before the empty shell hit the mud. The second soldier rushed from the creek toward the ditch. Kessa crouched behind a concrete culvert with the dog beside her. She held no firearm. The short sledge rested against her shoulder. "Stay down," I shouted. The soldier heard me and turned. He fired through the ditch. Mud jumped near my face. I dropped onto one knee and fired. The shot struck his thigh and lower body. He folded against the bank, screaming, his rifle lost in the creek. The sound carried through the trees. The last soldier remained behind the far bank. He fired toward Bram and Della, then began withdrawing downstream. "He's running," Peter called. Bram changed position and fired once. The soldier stumbled but stayed upright. Della fired from behind the pickup. He fell among the reeds and didn't rise. Silence returned in broken pieces. Creek water moved over stone. The pickup's damaged windshield continued settling with tiny cracks. The injured soldier near the ditch cried out and tried to drag himself toward his rifle. Kessa reached it first. She stepped into the creek, lifted the weapon by its sling, and backed away from him. Her hands shook, but her movements stayed controlled. I kept the shotgun aimed at the soldier while I approached. His uniform had torn where the pellets struck. Blood spread beneath him and mixed with mud. He couldn't stand. His eyes moved from my face to Kessa, then to the bunkhouse uphill. He spoke in his own language. I didn't understand the words. The meaning in his voice sounded like a plea. Della came down the trail with her medical bag. Bram caught her arm. "What are you doing?" Stopping him from bleeding out. "He came here to kill us. He may know where the civilians are being moved." Bram looked at the bunkhouse. "He also saw this place. Then we leave before his patrol returns." The argument ended there because the only other answers sat inside Bram's expression, and none of us wanted to say it aloud. Della cut the soldier's trouser leg and packed the torn flesh. He struck at her once. She caught his wrist and held it until his strength faded. "Keep pressure here," she told me. I put my hand over the bandage. The soldier stared at me while his blood warmed the cloth beneath my palm. Kessa searched the officer near the creek. She recovered his radio, a folded map sealed in plastic, 2 nutrition packets, and a thin card printed with Varkan text. Bram took the ammunition from the other rifles. Peter came down the hill slowly. His face had lost color again. "Your arm is bleeding through," Della said. He looked at the red patch spreading across the clean shirt. "I used it more than I should have. Sit before you fall." He sat on a rock without protest. I looked toward the eastern ridge. "They'll have heard the shots." Bram nodded. The bunkhouse was already temporary. "We load what matters and go west. Dad can't ride over rough ground for long," I said. "The pickup can reach the old training station. It's 6 miles through forest roads. Stone buildings, a deep well, more than one way out." Kessa returned with the officer's map. "This marks the bunkhouse." She opened it across the pickup's hood. A black circle surrounded our location. Arrows showed the creek approach and the service trail from the north. Another mark sat over the forest training station. Bram's face hardened. They knew both sites before they came up the ridge. Della glanced at the injured soldier. "Ask him how." None of us spoke Varkan. Peter leaned over the map. There are names written beside some marks. The letters weren't Varkan. They were English surnames and short descriptions written in blue ink. North Shore Hunter Group, County Medical Woman, Utility Workers, Radio at Tower. Someone local had given the soldiers more than maps. Kessa touched a line beside the training station. Supply count uncertain. Recheck after transfer. "What transfer?" I asked. Bram looked uphill toward the building full of frightened people. 3 days before the attacks, county officials ordered emergency stores moved from the training station to the fairground. A private hauling crew handled it. The same crew could have recorded every shelter along the route, Della said. The injured soldier said something beneath my hand. He repeated one English word between breaths. "They trade." I leaned closer. "Who traded?" He swallowed. "Food. Fuel. Names." "Who gave you the names?" His eyes moved toward the road west. "Men red trucks." Bram and Kessa looked at each other. "The Tolan brothers," Bram said. "They ran salvage out of the old mill." "They aren't brothers," Kessa replied. "They only tell people that." "How many?" I asked. 5 when the grid failed. Maybe more now. They came here yesterday asking to trade fuel for medicine. We sent them away. The soldier's radio hissed. A voice called through static. The words were Varkan, but the urgency needed no translation. The injured man closed his eyes. Della reached for the radio. "Can you answer?" He turned his face away. I increased pressure against the bandage. Not enough to injure him further, but enough that his eyes opened. "Tell them the trail collapsed," I said. "Tell them you found nothing." He stared at me, breathing hard. "They'll come whether you answer or not," Della said. "You can delay them, and we keep you alive. You stay silent, and your people find you beside 3 bodies." The radio called again. The soldier took it with a shaking hand. He spoke for less than 10 seconds. A question came back. He answered, then let the radio fall against his chest. Della listened to the channel. No new voice followed. "What did you tell them?" I asked. Water took road. Search west. Did they believe you? He gave a small movement that might have meant he didn't know. Bram started issuing orders. Food, water, ammunition, medical gear, blankets, and tools went into the pickup and utility carts. Everything else stayed. Nobody argued over cookware or extra clothing. The gunfire had stripped the value from anything that slowed us down. I returned to Dad. He lay where we'd left him, beneath the lantern. The shots outside hadn't pulled him fully awake. His skin felt colder now, though sweat covered his forehead. We have to move again, I told him. His eyes opened halfway. The tunnels. First we get you to the training station. Then we plan the intake route. Your mother won't have much time. Neither do you. He studied my face and seemed to accept that I was no longer asking permission. Kessa came in carrying a wooden door removed from the pantry. Straps had been fastened across it to make a litter. The pickup bed will shake him apart, she said. We can suspend this between the side rails. It won't be comfortable, but it reduces the worst impacts. I helped her slide the door beneath Dad. Our hands met under the blanket. Hers were cold and scraped across the knuckles. You knew the patrol would use the ditch, I said. I knew I would use it. She secured a strap across Dad's legs. You moved into open ground after I threw the rock. The soldier was coming toward you. He changed direction because you shouted. There wasn't accusation in her voice. There wasn't gratitude either. She was telling me what had happened so I wouldn't turn it into something cleaner. I saw his rifle, I said. The next time, move without telling him where you are. We lifted Dad between us. Outside, Bram covered the bodies with a tarp and placed the injured soldier in the rear utility cart under Della's watch. Peter climbed into the pickup cab with his arm wrapped again. The dog jumped into the bed beside Dad's litter. People left the bunkhouse in a narrow line beneath the trees. Kessa drove the pickup. I sat beside her with the shotgun between my knees and the Varkin map open across my lap. A blue line marked the road west. Beside the old mill, someone had drawn a small red truck. The men trading names for fuel were directly between us and the training station. Chapter 18. The forest road west of the bunkhouse hadn't seen county maintenance in years. Grass grew through the center. Water had cut channels along both tire tracks. The pickup crawled over exposed roots while the two utility carts followed with their lights covered by strips of cloth. Dad's litter hung between wooden braces in the truck bed. It shifted with each rut but didn't slam against the metal. Della rode beside him, one hand resting near the bandage around his side. The injured Varkin soldier lay in the first cart under guard. Peter sat in the pickup cab between Kessa and me. His eyes stayed closed unless the road tilted sharply. He held the captured rifle upright between his knees because his left arm no longer supported its weight. I watched the Varkin map beneath a shaded flashlight. The red truck symbol sat less than 2 miles ahead. Does the road pass through the mill yard? I asked. Kessa kept both hands on the wheel. The main road does. There's an equipment track along the creek, but the pickup won't clear the fallen timber. Could people walk around? They could, but we'd have to leave the vehicles and most of the supplies. Peter opened his eyes. Maybe the Tong crew already moved. Their mark on the map means soldiers expected them there, I said. Kessa looked through the windshield. It may mean they expected whatever those men promised. The woods opened briefly on our right. Dawn had reached the high clouds, turning them the color of dirty steel. Smoke lay across the valley below. Some came from the city, though the skyline was hidden behind ridges. Other columns rose closer, from farms and small towns that had no fire crews left. The radio taken from the patrol hissed in Bram's cart behind us. Della had set it to low volume. Varkin voices came and went. We couldn't understand them, but the number of transmissions made it clear that units were moving across the reservoir roads. The injured soldier had given his name as Ivan after Della asked him several times. It was the only personal detail he offered. He refused food and watched everyone with a fixed, exhausted anger. Dad drifted in and out of awareness. Whenever he opened his eyes, he asked which direction we were traveling. He never asked how much blood he'd lost. He knew what Della's expression meant. The road descended beside the creek. Kessa slowed before a curve and shut off the headlights. A length of chain stretched across the road ahead. Red cloth strips hung from it. Beyond the barrier, an old flatbed truck blocked most of the mill entrance. 2 men stood beside a barrel fire. One carried a hunting rifle. The other held a long pry bar against his shoulder. They built a checkpoint, Peter said. They built a place to take things from people who can't turn around. Kessa replied. The pickup stopped 50 yards away. Bram brought the carts close behind us. The men near the fire noticed our vehicles. The one with the rifle stepped into the road and raised a flashlight. Kill the engine, he shouted. Kessa turned the key off. The sudden quiet made Dad's breathing audible through the rear window. Bram came to the driver's side. There are probably more inside the mill. The map said 5, I said. That information may be old. We can't fight through a yard with children behind us. We can't stay here until the soldiers realize the patrol report was false. Kessa pointed left. The creek bends behind the saw building. There used to be a footbridge near the drying racks. 2 people could cross, enter from the rear, and lower the chain before the men at the road know anyone moved. Bram looked at her. You worked here? I inspected their pump connection last summer. They threatened to sue the county because mud kept entering the intake. That sounds like them. I opened my door. Bram caught it before I stepped out. You aren't going alone. Kessa knows the yard. His eyes hardened. That isn't what I said. Kessa reached behind the seat and took the short sledge. He isn't going alone. Bram looked between us. Whatever objection remained had to compete with the men walking toward the pickup. 5 minutes, he said. If the chain stays up, I back the vehicles into the trees and find another route. Kessa and I left through the passenger side, using the pickup to hide us. We entered the ditch and followed it toward the creek, while Bram walked forward to meet the checkpoint men. We have an injured man, he called. We need the road west. The rifleman answered. Then you need to pay. Their voices faded behind us. The creek ran deeper here than near the bunkhouse. Cold water moved between cut banks crowded with roots. Kessa found the remains of the footbridge beneath a fallen tree. Only one plank still crossed the channel. She stepped onto it sideways. The board flexed beneath her boots. It helped me last year, she whispered. Last year, it wasn't half rotten. The water is 6 feet deep. Choose the board. She crossed with the sledge extended for balance. I followed with the shotgun strapped tight across my chest. The board shifted near the far bank. I jumped the last 2 feet and struck the mud on one knee. Kessa caught my coat and pulled me beneath the drying racks. The mill yard smelled of wet sawdust, old oil, and smoke from the road barrel. Stacks of warp boards created narrow corridors between buildings. A red pickup sat near the office with fuel containers and food boxes in its bed. A second red truck waited behind the saw building. 3 men were unloading medical cartons from a county ambulance. The ambulance carried the same emergency markings as Della's stolen unit. Kessa saw it and gripped the sledge harder. Those supplies may have come from a clinic, she said. One man opened a carton and held up clear fluid bags. Barkins won't care about this. Put it with trade goods. Another answered, they care about antibiotics. Keep those separate. I moved closer along the board stacks. A folding table stood inside the open saw building. Paper maps covered it. Several shelter sites had been circled. Beside them sat canned food, batteries, jewelry, and 3 handguns. The Tallinn crew weren't only giving away locations. They were collecting payment from both sides. Kessa touched my sleeve and pointed toward a metal box near the ambulance. A red cross had been painted on its lid. Della might need whatever was inside it to keep Dad alive. We couldn't carry it back across the plank while the men watched the yard. I leaned close to Kessa. Get to the chain controls. I moved the ambulance. Can you drive it? I can move it 50 yards. The keys may be inside the office. Then I find them. She glanced toward the saw building. There are 3 here and 2 at the road. That matches the map. It matches what we can see. Her plain wording stopped me from turning a guess into certainty. We waited until 2 men carried a carton into the saw building. The third climbed into the ambulance rear. Kessa crossed behind the red pickup and disappeared toward the front gate. I moved to the office. The door stood open. A battery lantern burned on a desk surrounded by empty food cans. Keys hung from labeled hooks beside a calendar. Ambulance was written on tape beneath the 3rd hook. I took the keys. A floorboard creaked behind me. A man filled the doorway. He wore a brown work coat and held a pistol near his thigh. His face was narrow with a pale scar cutting through one eyebrow. Set those down, he said. I kept the keys closed in my fist. The shotgun hung under my coat, but drawing it would take longer than his trigger finger. We need the medical supplies. Then you brought something worth trading. You traded families to foreign soldiers. His expression barely changed. I traded empty shelters and road reports. What the soldiers did after that wasn't my work. The bunkhouse wasn't empty. It will be soon. He lifted the pistol. The mill whistle sounded. Its mechanical scream ripped across the yard. The man flinched and looked toward the window. Kessa had found the compressed air valve. I pulled the shotgun free and drove the stock into his wrist. The pistol fired into the floor. I struck him again, this time across the side of his face. He fell against the desk. I caught the pistol before it disappeared beneath a cabinet. Outside, men shouted. The chain at the front gate dropped. Bram's rifle fired from the road. I ran to the ambulance. The man inside the rear compartment jumped down holding a knife. He came at me between the open doors. I stepped aside and hit him with a shotgun barrel across the mouth. He struck the ground, rolled, and grabbed my ankle. His knife cut through my trouser leg and scraped my calf. I kicked his hand against the ambulance step until the knife fell. He held on to my boot. I drove my heel into his shoulder and pulled free. Gunfire cracked near the Saw building. Kessa appeared beside the red pickup. A man chased her with a rifle. She threw the sledge through the passenger window. Glass burst inward. The man ducked and lost sight of her. I raised the shotgun but couldn't fire without risking Kessa behind him. She dropped beneath the truck, rolled past the rear wheel, and struck the back of his knee with both boots. He fell. She pulled his rifle away before he turned. "Start the ambulance," I shouted. She ran to the passenger side. I started the engine. Fuel showed below 1/4, but that was enough to clear the yard. The flatbed blocking the entrance lurched forward. Ram had rammed it with the pickup. Metal scraped across gravel. One utility cart came through the opening behind him. The second cart remained outside with the children and injured soldier. A man fired from the Saw building. A bullet struck the ambulance hood. I drove between the board stacks and hit a pile of empty pallets. They collapsed beneath the front bumper. Kessa braced both feet against the floor and held the captured rifle across her lap. "The red medical box is still beside the loading door," she said. I turned the ambulance hard enough to throw supplies from the rear shelves. The passenger mirror struck a post and broke away. We stopped beside the box. Kessa jumped out. I covered the Saw building while she dragged the medical case to the rear doors. The scarred man came from the office holding another handgun. I fired. The shotgun blast struck the door frame in his upper body. He fell backward inside. I worked the action. One shell remained in the tube. I could feel the 7 spare shells in the hiking bag pressing against the seat behind me. Kessa shoved the medical box into the ambulance and climbed inside. We drove through the open gate. Bram backed the pickup behind us. Peter fired from the cab toward the mill roof. Della stayed in the bed beside Dad, holding the litter while the vehicle turned. The last hauling men didn't follow. They stood among the buildings and watched us take the road west. One of them raised a handheld radio. Kessa saw it through the broken mirror. "He's calling the soldiers." "How far to the training station?" 4 miles. The ambulance engine strained as the road climbed. Behind us, the mill whistle continued screaming over the valley, telling anyone within miles exactly where the fight had happened. Chapter 19. The forest training station stood behind a stone wall at the end of a narrow ridge road. 3 low buildings surrounded a gravel yard. Their roofs were covered with pine needles and fallen branches. A rusted water tower rose behind the largest structure. The front gate hung open, one side torn from its hinges. Kessa pointed the ambulance toward the center building. "That was the classroom and first aid station," she said. "The dormitory is on the right. Storage and generators are behind it." No smoke rose from the chimneys. No one moved near the windows. Bram passed us in the pickup and stopped across the yard. He and 2 hunters searched the buildings while the rest of us waited with the engines running. The mill whistle had faded behind the ridge, but the radio in Della's hands had grown busier. Barking voices cut across one another. Twice we heard the word north in English. Once someone said mill. Bram returned after several tense minutes. "The buildings are empty," he said. "Someone cleared the emergency food room, but the well pump works by hand." We carried Dad into the classroom building. The first aid room had been stripped of most supplies. Cabinets stood open. Dust showed where equipment cases had once rested. A narrow examination table remained beneath a skylight, along with an oxygen cylinder and a locked metal cabinet marked for industrial trauma. Kessa broke the cabinet latch, using the short sledge. Inside were sterile packs, sutures, drainage tubing, sealed gloves, and several bottles of medication. Della opened the red case taken from the mill. It held antibiotics, intravenous fluids, blood pressure equipment, and a compact ultrasound unit with a rechargeable battery. For the first time since she had examined Dad at North Watch, some of the strain left her face. "This gives us a chance," she said. "A good chance?" I asked. "A chance I didn't have an hour ago." She directed Kessa to clean the room and sent everyone else out except me. Dad caught my hand before I reached the door. "You stay." Della looked at him. "He may be more useful outside." "He stays until you put me under." There wasn't enough strength in his voice to make it an order, but I sat beside the table. Della used the ultrasound against his abdomen. The small screen showed shifting gray shapes I couldn't understand. Her mouth tightened as she moved the probe near his injured side. "There is fluid where it shouldn't be," she said. "Not enough to tell me exactly which structure was damaged. Your pressure is low. I need to clean the bullet path, control what bleeding I can reach, and place a drain." Dad looked at the ceiling. "Can you do that alone?" "Kessa can assist. Colt can remain until the medication takes effect." "What happens if you find kidney damage?" "I keep you stable and get you to a surgeon." "Where are they?" Della didn't soften the truth. "The intake clinic may be the closest place with one." Dad turned his head toward me. "Then this is temporary." "Temporary gets you there," I said. Kessa returned wearing a clean shirt from the dormitory storage. She had washed the dirt from her face. A dark bruise showed near her jaw where something at the mill had struck her. "What happened?" I asked. "A rifle stock caught me when I went under the truck." "You didn't say anything." "Your father was losing blood." She checked the fluid line Della had placed in his arm. Her fingers moved with care, even though the cuts across her knuckles had opened again. Della injected medication into the line. Dad's grip loosened around my hand. "Your sister left signs," he murmured. "I have the cloth. Watch the low places near doors. She likes hiding things where adults don't look. I'll watch." His eyes closed. Della waited until his breathing deepened, then pointed toward the door. "Keep people away from this room. I need Kessa and quiet." I stepped into the hall. Peter sat on the floor outside with his injured arm across his knees. Bram had given him a mug of hot water mixed with powdered broth. He stared into it without drinking. "How is he?" Peter asked. "Della found internal bleeding. She's trying to stabilize him." He moved to stand, then stopped when his legs shook. "Stay there," I said. "I've spent half this trip being told to stay somewhere. You keep getting hurt when you ignore it." He looked at me over the cup. "You aren't exactly protecting yourself." There was no humor in it. He was tired enough to say the plain thing and leave it there. I sat beside him. "You should have stayed at the farmhouse," I said. "Maybe I should have. You could still go back once the road's clear." "The roads aren't going to clear because we need them to." He took a careful drink. "My parents are overseas. My apartment is gone, or occupied. Tammy is headed somewhere that may already be controlled. Your family is the only direction I have that isn't just running away." I hadn't thought about what reaching my parents meant to him. Peter had treated the cabin as my destination because I had treated it that way. His own family remained separated by an ocean and whatever military lines had formed after the attacks. "You don't have to earn a place with us," I said. "I know." He didn't sound certain. Ram entered from the yard with the captured Varkeen radio and the plastic-covered map. "We need to talk before the patrol reaches the mill." The main classroom still held rows of folding chairs. The bunkhouse survivors gathered around a county map pinned to the wall. Della remained in the first aid room. Kessa worked with her. Dad's blood pressure monitor made a soft electronic pulse through the closed door. The injured soldier, Ivan, sat against the far wall with his damaged leg extended. One hunter watched him from 10 feet away. Bram placed the radio on a desk. "We have food for 3 days if everyone eats lightly. The well is good. The generator may run for a few hours, but fuel was removed. The millmen know where we came. The soldiers know this station exists." A woman near the rear asked, "Where do we go after this?" Nobody answered immediately. I opened Dad's old map beside the Varkin one. The service passages reach the west pumping station and the intake complex. My mother and sister are there with other civilians. Dad needs the clinic. The man with the splitting maul shook his head. "That helps your family. It doesn't help the children here. The camp has food, medical supplies, and people who understand the water system. The soldiers are using families to control workers. Every day we wait gives them more control. You want us to attack a military camp with hunting rifles. I want enough people to open a route and bring civilians out." Bram leaned against the desk. Say what you actually know, not what you hope. I looked at Dad's map. We know an old passage reaches beneath the West Pumping Station. We know Varkan forces separated medical staff and utility workers from families. We know the Black Patch officer controls intake security. We know the camp uses buses and cargo trucks. We don't know how many soldiers are inside or whether the tunnel exit is open. We know something else, Peter said from the doorway. He held the officer's card taken near the bunkhouse. On its back, beneath Varkan writing, someone had written 3 times in English. Water release. Noon. Worker transfer. Bram read it. Nearin' today? It doesn't include a date, Peter said, but the card is fresh, and Dad saw workers moving toward the tunnels last evening. Ivan spoke from the wall. At noon, everyone turned toward him. He pointed to the card. Open gates. Make river low. Trucks cross south. Kessa stepped into the classroom. Blood marked the front of her clean shirt, but it wasn't hers. The dam can reduce flow below the reservoir, she said. If they close the eastern discharge and divert through the power channel, vehicles could cross places that are normally too deep. Brem looked at the wall map. That gives them another route toward the city. And toward the western counties, Kessa said. Why use civilians? I asked Ivan. He searched for words. Workers know gates. Soldiers don't. Families make workers do? The room changed around that answer. The people who had seen the intake camp as Colt's family problem now saw roads opening for more troops. A hunter near the window asked, Can the workers damage the gates instead? Kessa shook her head. If they make the wrong mistake, they could flood the lower valley or destroy the power channels. The officers may not understand the system well enough to know when they're being lied to. Ram rubbed one hand over his beard. Noon is less than 6 hours away. Then we go before they start the release, I said. He looked at me. With who? People who can move quietly. Della stays with Dad until he's stable. Peter stays because his arm is worse. You choose whoever knows the woods. Kessa knows the pumping station. Kessa wiped her hands on a cloth. I said the tunnel passes beneath it. I didn't say the stairs are open. Can you find out? I can. Bram's gaze moved between us. 4 people enter. Everyone else prepares the vehicles and a fallback route. If you find a way into the camp, you return with details. You don't start a fight among prisoners. I thought of Mom behind the fence and my sister leaving blue cloth beside the road. We return with a plan, I said. The first ed room door opened. Della stood inside, gloves dark with blood. I control the worst bleeding I could reach, she said. He's still unstable. He can survive transport if the litter stays level, but he needs blood and surgical care soon. How soon? Hours matter now. That ended the debate for me. Kessa looked at the clock above the classroom door. It had stopped at 2:17 sometime after the power failed. We leave in 20 minutes, she said. The shaft entrance is 1 mile east. Bram chose one hunter to come with us. The man was quiet, lean, and old enough that gray showed through the stubble on his face. He told me his name was Hollis, then checked his rifle without saying anything else. I reloaded the shotgun from the box in my hiking bag. 2 shells went into the tube, bringing it back to 3 beneath an empty chamber. 5 remained in the box. Kessa cleaned the scrape on my calf and wrapped it while I sat on the dormitory steps. The blade barely opened the skin, I said. Dirty steel beside a mill yard can still put you in a bed. Her fingers tightened the bandage. She smelled of antiseptic, smoke, and cold morning air. Your jaw is swelling, I said. It still works. Della should check it. Della has your father. She finished the knot and sat back on her heels. Bram thinks you move before you finish thinking. Do you? I think you finish thinking about the danger to everyone except yourself. The words stayed between us without turning into comfort. From inside the first aid room, Dad called my name. I went to him. He was awake, barely. Della had covered him with warm blankets. Tubing ran from his side to a clear collection bag. Bring them back, he said. I'm going to find the route first. His eyes held mine. He knew what I might do once I saw the fence. Bring yourself back too, he said. I put the strip of blue cloth in his hand for a moment, then returned it to my jacket. Outside, the eastern sky had brightened enough to show smoke gathering above the reservoir. Kessa waited beside the tree line with her sledge, a backpack, and one of the captured rifles. Bram and Hollis stood with her. I joined them. We left the training station on foot while Peter watched from the doorway and Della returned to Dad. Chapter 20. The shaft entrance lay beneath a ridge of broken stone east of the training station. Dad's map showed a straight trail from the road, but 30 years of growth had erased it. Bram used a compass and the shape of the creek valley to keep us moving. Kessa watched for utility markers half buried beneath moss. Hala stayed behind us, stopping often to listen. The sun had risen without giving much warmth. Smoke filtered the light until the forest looked colorless. Ash drifted between the trees even this far from the city. It settled on wet leaves and turned to gray paste beneath our boots. We crossed the tracks of a small vehicle near the ridge. The tire pattern matched the narrow utility carts used by the Varkan patrols. It had passed during the night and continued north. They may have checked the entrance already, Bram said. Kessa knelt beside the tracks. The cart didn't stop. How can you tell? No deep impressions from braking. No boot marks. She rose and wiped mud from her fingers. They were headed toward North Watch, not searching here. The shaft appeared 20 yards farther on. A concrete cylinder protruded from the hillside beneath a fallen oak. Its steel hatch had been covered with soil and wire mesh. Someone had cut the mesh recently. Bright metal showed along the edges. Bram raised one fist. We spread out. No voices came from the hillside. No movement showed in the brush. Hollis circled the entrance and found 2 cigarette filters near a flat rock. Foreign brand, he said. Still dry beneath the paper. How recent? I asked. Since the last rain. It had rained the previous afternoon. Kessa examined the hatch. The lock was cut and replaced. A new steel chain passed through the old handle. Its padlock carried no rust. Can you open it quietly? Bram asked. She removed a narrow tool roll from her backpack. Quietly takes time. I watched the trees. Use the time. Kessa knelt at the lock. Metal clicked softly under her hands. Bram took a position above the shaft. Hollis covered the road. I stood near Kessa with the shotgun held down. The lock opened after several minutes. She caught it before it struck the concrete. Someone wanted this entrance available, she said. We removed the chain and lifted the hatch. A ladder descended into darkness. Cold air carried the smell of standing water and machine oil. Kessa went first because she knew the system. I followed, then Bram and Hollis. We pulled the hatch closed without locking it. The shaft reached a dry service corridor. Unlike the cable trench beneath North Watch, this passage had newer lights along the ceiling. Most were dark, but a faint orange glow showed around a bend. Kessa touched a conduit. Emergency circuit. The station still has partial power. Can the lights expose us? I asked. Only if someone activates this section. We moved east. The corridor widened near a set of corroded pumps. Newer pipes passed through the old stone walls, their surfaces vibrating with water movement. The reservoir was close enough that I felt it through my boots. Kessa stopped beneath a valve label. This line feeds the west treatment loop. The pumping station is above us. A steel staircase climbed to a door at the end of the room. The door had been welded shut. 4 bright weld points fixed it to the frame. Bram touched one with his glove. Those marks are recent. Kessa's face tightened. They knew about the stairs. Can we cut through? Not without power tools and noise. I unfolded Dad's map beneath the shaded flashlight. Another passage continued east, then split beneath the main intake building. We keep going, I said. The next section had partly flooded. Water reached our ankles and reflected the orange emergency lights. The air grew warmer. Machinery hummed somewhere above us. At the first junction, we found a strip of blue cloth tied around a pipe near the floor. I stopped so suddenly that Bram nearly walked into me. The cloth matched the piece in my jacket. My sister had torn another strip from her scarf. It was knotted low, behind a bracket where anyone walking upright would miss it. Dad had told me to watch low places near doors. I touched the cloth. It was damp but clean beneath the knot. She came through here, I said. Kessa looked at the pipe, then toward the passage east. Civilians may have been brought down to inspect the old system. My mother would have told her to leave it. Bram lowered his voice. Then they were both moving under their own control when this was tied. I removed the strip and placed it beside the first one. The sight of it made the camp feel close enough to touch. That closeness was dangerous. I wanted to move faster, open every door, climb every stair until I saw them. Kessa caught my sleeve before I stepped past the junction. The floor changes ahead. A thin wire crossed the passage at shin height. It ran to a metal can fixed beneath the pipe. Loose bolts filled the can. An alarm built from scrap. That isn't military work, Hollis said. Kessa crouched near it. A utility worker made it. To warn the soldiers, Brown asked, or to warn prisoners when soldiers enter the old corridor. She slipped the wire free without moving the can. Beyond it, chalk marks appeared along the wall. Short lines, numbers, and arrows showed valve positions. Some had been rubbed away. Others were fresh. Kessa read them as we walked. Workers are tracking discharge pressure. The eastern gate is nearly closed. The power channel is taking most of the flow. How long until the crossing opens? That depends on the river depth below the dam. Maybe 2 hours. A metal door waited at the next junction. Voices came through it. We shut off the flashlight and moved against the wall. The language was English. A man said, "They took the gate supervisor again." He came back with blood on his shirt. A woman answered, "Keep your voice down. The microphones don't work in this room, but the guard outside can still hear. They want the south spillway closed by noon. If we do it, the lower farms lose their last water pressure. If we don't, they go to the family yard." Kessa leaned close to the door. Her face had gone still. "Those are reservoir workers," she whispered. I tried the handle. Locked. Bram shook his head and pointed toward the passage. We couldn't break in without warning the guard they had mentioned. Kessa took a pencil from her pocket. On the back of one of Dad's map notes, she wrote, "Old West Corridor open. Help outside. How many guards?" She folded the paper into a narrow strip and pushed it beneath the door. The voices stopped. For several seconds, nothing moved. Then the paper slid back. 2 on Webble. 6 near yard. Officer in control room. Family's east fence. Clinic has 1 doctor, 2 staff. Beneath that, someone had written, "Gate release at 11:40. I checked my phone. The network was gone, but the clock still worked. 9:23. Kessa wrote again. "Can you delay release?" The answer returned quickly. 20 minutes without punishment. More if family yard opens. Bram pointed toward the map. "We have enough to return." I looked at the locked door. My family is less than 100 yards away, and 6 soldiers stand near them. We came to find a route, not get everyone shot. The old anger rose in me, fast and useless. Bram hadn't spent days moving toward their voices. He hadn't carried strips of blue cloth inside his jacket. He also hadn't lied about the risk. Kessa touched the wall map. There's another stair near the clinic. It may not be welded shut. We can check it without entering the yard. Bram stared at her. That adds time. It also tells us whether Colt's father can reach the doctor. Hollis spoke for the first time since the shaft. 10 minutes east, then we turned back. Bram accepted with a tight nod. We continued. The corridor narrowed beneath the clinic wing. Pipes covered both walls. A fresh boot print marked the wet floor ahead. Not a prisoner's shoe. A military sole. Kessa pointed to a recessed doorway on the right. The lock had been removed. Light showed through a gap near the frame. We approached one at a time. The door opened into a utility closet beneath a concrete staircase. At the top, another door stood partly open. Voices passed beyond it. A wheeled cart rattled across tile. Someone coughed. A woman spoke in a firm, controlled voice. "He needs another unit before transport. Tell your officer that moving him now may kill him." A man answered in accented English. "You keep him breathing. Transport happens." The woman's voice changed. I knew it before I understood why. Mom used that same flat tone when someone tried to pressure her into accepting a lie. "Then bring his family inside so he stays calm," she said. "You want cooperation. Fear makes his pressure worse." My hand tightened around the stair rail. She was above me, alive, close, and speaking to a soldier. A second voice came from farther away, younger and shaking. "Mom, they took her outside." "My sister." I stepped onto the first stair. Ram caught the back of my coat. The upper door opened wider. A Varkan soldier entered the stairwell. He looked down and saw us. Chapter 21. The soldier's rifle moved toward us. I climbed the remaining stairs before he could shoulder it. The narrow space worked against both of us. His barrel struck the concrete wall. I caught the handguard with my left hand and drove my right shoulder into his chest. We hit the upper door together. It flew open into a treatment room. The soldier grabbed my coat and tried to throw me back down the stairs. His helmet struck my forehead. Light burst across my vision. I kept hold of the rifle because letting go meant giving him enough room to fire. Kessa came up behind me. The short sledge struck the soldier's forearm, not his head. Bone cracked. His grip opened. I tore the rifle away and hit him across the face with the stock. He fell sideways against a cabinet. Glass bottles shook on the shelves. Hollis stepped through the doorway and caught the soldier before he hit the floor. Bram shut the upper door. The room went quiet except for our breathing and a monitor pulsing beside a cot. Mom stood on the other side of the cot with a cleaning cloth in one hand. For a second, neither of us moved. Her hair had been pulled into a rough knot. Dirt marked her face and neck. A bruise covered the inside of one wrist. She wore the same green camping shirt she'd packed before the trip, though one sleeve had been torn at the shoulder. My sister stood beside her. She looked smaller than she had in the family photograph. Fear had hollowed the skin beneath her eyes. The blue scarf around her neck had been torn into narrow strips. "Colt, look at me," Mom said. I crossed the room. She reached me first and pressed both hands against my face as if she needed to make certain I was solid. Then she pulled me against her. My sister hit my side a moment later, arms locked around my waist. Pain from my ribs and cut calf disappeared beneath the pressure of holding them. Mom drew back first. "Your father?" "Alive. Della stabilized him at the training station. He needs the doctor here." Her eyes closed briefly. When they opened, she was already looking past me at Bram and the fallen soldier. "How many came with you?" "4 inside. More people are waiting west." "You can't stay in this room." "Another guard checks every few minutes." My sister kept one hand twisted in my coat. "Dad got away. We saw him run. Mom said he'd find help. He followed your bus and left a map for me. He found North Watch." Her face tightened. "He was hurt near the cabin. He told me." I touched the remaining scarf around her neck. "I found your signs." She looked down at the torn edge. "Mom said to use the old game." Mom turned toward the cot. A middle-aged man lay beneath a thin blanket, his face gray with exhaustion. A dark stain covered the front of his utility shirt. A fluid line ran into his arm. "He's the Southgate supervisor," she said. "They beat him when he delayed the discharge test. They brought us here because his wife and son are in the family yard. I told the guard I could keep him calm." "Can he stop the release?" Kessa asked. The man's eyes opened. "Not from here," he whispered. "Control room has the gate panel. Workers on the lower floor can slow the hydraulic cycle if they close 2 manual bypass valves. Soldiers watch both stations." Kessa moved beside him. "Which bypass valves?" "O's, Latin B's as C. West 3 and South return." She knew the names. "Closing both adds at least 30 minutes. If pressure holds." Bram looked toward the door. "We have our information. We need to leave before the guard is missed." I looked at Mom and my sister. "You're coming with us." Mom's hands tightened around the cleaning cloth. "There are 31 people in the family yard," she said. 14 are children. I didn't come this far to leave you here. If we disappear, the soldiers search every building and close the old passages. They may punish the other families before you return. They may move you before I return. Then we give you a way to know where." My sister pulled another strip from the scarf and folded it into my hand. "I can keep leaving these." I couldn't make my fingers close around it. The stairwell behind us offered a path out. I could take them down it now. We had weapons. 4 people could cover a retreat. Every part of me that had kept moving since the campus wanted to choose them and make the rest of the camp someone else's problem. Mom saw it in my face. "Your father ran so someone stayed outside," she said quietly. "Don't throw away what that cost him by making the same escape with fewer people. You don't know whether we can open the yard. The east fence uses an electric latch. Power drops for 6 seconds when they transfer the generator load. It happened twice last night. A worker in the laundry building says she can force the latch during the next change if someone cuts the backup cable." Kessa asked, "When is the next transfer?" 11:35, before they cycle the gates. The time on my phone read 9:38. Mom pointed toward the narrow window. 2 guards watch the east fence. One leaves during the power transfer to check the generator room. The other stays near the buses. Bram unfolded the camp sketch from Dad's notes. "If the yard opens, where do civilians go?" "Maintenance lane behind the clinic," Mom said. "The west gate has a manual release inside the tool cage." Kessa traced the route with one finger. That lane reaches the old clinic stair. We bring the ambulance through the lower service road, I said. Dad comes in through the tunnel. Della reaches the doctor wall. The yard opens. These soldiers still have the control room, Hollis said. Workers delay the release. We don't need to take the whole dam. We need time to move civilians west. The injured supervisor spoke again. If the south return stays closed too long, alarms start. Officers send guards below. How long? Kessa asked. 20 minutes before pressure reaches warning level. Maybe less. Bram looked at me. That is the window. A radio crackled outside the treatment room. A guard called to the soldier on the floor. Ma moved immediately. She took the fallen man's helmet and set it on a chair near the cot, then pulled the curtain halfway around it. He often comes in and sits while we work, she said. From the hall, the shape may pass. Hollis dragged the unconscious soldier behind a storage cabinet. Kessa checked his pulse. He's breathing. Take his radio and access card, Mom said. Leave the black belt. The next guard notices missing equipment before he notices a different face. Bram removed the radio and card. The hallway door opened an inch. Mom stepped in front of it. He told you to wait. The patient's pressure dropped. A voice answered in Varkan. She didn't understand the words, but she pointed at the monitor and repeated, pressure, bad. The door closed. My sister pushed me toward the stairwell. Go before he looks again. I held her shoulders. At 11:35, stay near the east gate. When the power drops, get low and move behind the laundry group. Don't run ahead of Mom. She nodded too quickly. Tell me what I said. Stay near the east gate. Get low when the power drops. Stay behind the laundry group and don't run ahead of Mom. Keep your scarf hidden until you need it. I will. I pulled her against me once more. Mom touched my cheek. Your father will try to come with you. Don't let him. Della won't. Della hasn't known him as long as I have. The guard called again from the hall. I went down the stairs. Every step away from them felt wrong. Kessa followed close behind. Bram and Hollis came last. The upper door closed, leaving Mom and my sister under the clinic lights, with the fallen soldier hidden behind the cabinet. We retraced the corridor quickly. At the locked worker room, Kessa pushed a new message beneath the door. Close west 3 and south returned at 11:35. East family gate opens. He'll coming through Clinic Lane. The paper returned with one word. We understand. We moved past the scrap alarm and reached the western shaft without meeting another patrol. Hollis climbed first. Bram followed. Kessa waited while I checked the corridor behind us. You almost took them out, she said. I should have. You might be right. I looked at her. Bram would have stopped me. Your mother stopped you. She put one boot on the ladder. That matters more. We reached the surface at 10:12. The walk back took longer because we avoided the utility cart tracks. Smoke had thickened over the ridge. 2 aircraft passed high above the clouds, their engines distant but steady. We couldn't tell whose markings they carried. At the training station, Della met us in the yard. Dad remained unconscious. His blood pressure had fallen again. The drain beside his litter held more red fluid than before. We found the clinic stair, I told her. 1 doctor and 2 staff. We can bring him through. Then he goes first once the route is secure. Peter stood behind her with his arm in a sling. What about your family? We saw them. They're staying until the yard opens. His face changed when he understood the choice Mom had made. Bran gathered everyone in the classroom. This time, nobody argued that the camp belonged only to my family. Kessa described the gate release and what it would open for the Varkan convoys. I described the family yard, the clinic lane, and the 20-minute pressure window. 6 adults agreed to enter the tunnel. The others would drive the ambulance and pick up along the lower service road after the east gate opened. Bram assigned 2 people to move the children west before the fighting began. Ivan listened from his cot beneath guard. When Bram showed him the access card, he said, Black Patch officer moves guards at 11:30. Control room, yard, south road. Fewer west. How do you know? I asked. I stood west yesterday. Same order. Della placed Dad's litter in the ambulance and hung fluid bags from hooks in the ceiling. Kessa loaded the medical case. Peter checked the captured radios and marked our channel with tape. Before we moved, Bram emptied the Varkan map case across a desk and divided what we carried. The tunnel group took 2 rifles, the shotgun, bolt cutters, rope, shaded flashlights, and the access card. 5 shotgun shells remained in my bag after I filled the tube. Della kept the surgical supplies beside Dad. The people driving the service vehicles carried water, blankets, and the last meal bars because anyone coming through the family gate would be hungry and confused. Peter wrote our radio channel on the back of his hand. He tested each set from opposite ends of the building, lowering his voice until static swallowed it. The old corridor blocked most signals, so he planned to remain near the western shaft and relay between the tunnel group and the vehicles outside. I checked the family photograph one more time. The faces in it belonged to a morning when nothing had required courage for many of us. My sister had complained about the sun. Dad had complained about her complaining. Mom had stood behind the camera until a stranger agreed to take the picture. I put it away before memory slowed my hands. Kessa handed me a folded strip of white cloth. Tie this around your arm after the yard opens. Workers were given white cleaning rags. From a distance, guards may hesitate before firing. Will you wear one? I have another. She tied hers beneath her jacket cuff, hidden until it mattered. At 11:08, we left the training station. Bram drove the ambulance. Della rode with Dad. Peter stayed beside the radio in the rear despite Della ordering him to remain at the station. He said he could operate the set with one hand, and this time she didn't have enough minutes to fight him. Kessa and I rode in the pickup with Hollis. 4 armed people followed in the utility carts. We stopped beneath the trees near the shaft at 11:22. Dad's eyes opened as Della prepared the litter. Did you find them? He asked. They're alive, I said. Mom has a way to open the family yard. He tried to rise. Della pressed him flat. You move only when we carry you. My daughter is inside. So was a doctor. You reach both by staying on the litter. I put the 2 blue cloth strips in his hand, then closed his fingers around them. The first distant siren sounded from the dam. Kessa checked the time. 11:26. We opened the shaft and began lowering Dad into the dark. Above the trees, the dam siren sounded again, longer this time. Peter's voice broke through the radio beside Della. Static tore away half his words, but the rest reached us. Control channel says the generator transfer is starting. They moved it forward. Kessa checked the time again. 9 minutes early. Mom and my sister would be moving toward the east fence according to a clock that no longer mattered. The laundry worker might still be inside. The backup cable might still be intact. Every part of the plan depended on people seeing the same moment coming, and the Varkans had changed that moment without warning. Tell the workers to close the bypass valves now, I said. Peter answered to static. The corridor blocks me. I need someone closer. Kessa clipped a radio to her jacket and climbed onto the ladder. I can reach the worker door in 6 minutes, if the passage stays clear. Go now, Bram said. She dropped into the shaft. Hollis followed with a rifle. Della secured Dad's litter to the lowering ropes while the siren rolled across the reservoir. I put one boot on the ladder and looked once toward the hidden camp beyond the ridge. Mom had trusted me to return with more than fear and a weapon. My sister was waiting for a 6-second loss of power that might already have passed. I lowered myself into the dark. The Varking Gate operation had started early. Chapter 22. The ladder shook beneath Kessa's boots. She dropped the final 6 feet instead of climbing to the floor. Hollis came after her, rifle strapped across his chest, and moved aside before I reached the bottom. The shaft smelled of wet stone, old grease, and water that had sat too long without sunlight. Above us, rope scraped against the rim as Bram and Della started lowering Dad's litter. The siren outside pressed through the ground in a dull vibration. Kessa switched on her shaded flashlight. Worker room first. The clinic turn is past it. Go ahead, I said. Hollis stays with you. I'll help with Dad and catch up. She looked at the dark passage, then back at me. The argument reached her face and stopped there. 6 minutes was when the corridor was empty. It may not be now. Then don't wait for me. Kessa touched 2 fingers to the white cloth hidden beneath her cuff. Keep your radio low. She and Hollis moved east. Their lights narrowed to 2 pale strips along the damp floor, then disappeared around the first turn. Dad's litter tipped into the shaft opening. I climbed 3 rungs and caught the lower rope. The frame struck stone once, hard enough to make Dad groan. Della's voice came from above, controlled but sharp. Keep his right side high. Peter knelt at the opening with one hand on the radio and his injured arm tight against his body. Bram fed rope beside him. Dad descended by inches, his face almost colorless beneath the beam from my flashlight. Colt, stay close, he said. I'm here. Your mother won't stay behind you. I learned that years ago. No, you didn't. She'll see somebody who needs help, and pain cut the rest out of him. His eyes squeezed shut. Dark fluid had soaked through another layer of dressing near his hip. Save your strength, I said. His hand found my wrist as the litter reached me. His grip had almost nothing in it. Don't mistake protecting them for choosing everything alone. The words landed badly because I didn't have time to answer them. Della came down the ladder with her medical bag. Bram followed after sealing the shaft hatch. Peter remained above as planned, close enough to the opening for the radio signal to reach the vehicles and deep enough to stay out of sight. I'll relay from here, he said. Surface group is in position. Nobody's moving until they hear the east gate is open. If you hear soldiers near the shaft, close it and move west, I told him. I'll tell you before I do. That was as close as he came to promising he wouldn't abandon us in the dark. Bram and I lifted Dad's litter. Della walked at his right side, checking the fluid line and the dressing while we moved. The old corridor wasn't wide enough for speed. Pipes crowded one wall. Cable brackets and rusted boxes crowded the other. Water covered parts of the floor, black and cold around our boots. The radio on my jacket cracked once. Kessa's voice came through in a whisper. At the worker door. Scrap alarm is disturbed. Someone passed recently. Can you reach them? A soft knock sounded through the radio. 3 taps, pause, 2 taps. Kessa said. They answered. Another voice came behind hers, too faint to make out. Transfer started early, Kessa told them. Close west 3 and south, return now. East gate needs the backup cable cut. A man's answer reached the radio. 2 guards took Leo downstairs. They know something changed. Kessa kept her voice low. How many remain in the lower passage? 1 at the valve stairs. Another walks between the pump room and control lift. Stay inside until you hear fighting at the clinic. Then shut both valves and jam the hand wheels. That gives less time. It gives the families a chance. Silence followed. Then the man said, We'll do it. Kessa came back over the radio. Moving to the clinic turned. The corridor angled downward. Dad shivered beneath the blankets, though sweat shone across his forehead. Della felt his neck without stopping. His pressure is falling again. How long does he have? Bram asked. That depends on what's bleeding and whether the clinic still has blood that matches him. Dad opened his eyes. Mine is O positive. I know. You told me 3 times. Making sure you listened. Della pulled the blanket higher. You can irritate me after surgery. He almost smiled. The expression faded before it formed. The first gunshot came from somewhere ahead. It was muffled by stone, but close enough to stop all of us. A second shot followed, then 3 fast reports. Kessa's voice cut through the radio. Guard at clinic stair. Hollis hit him. More movement above us. We're 2 minutes behind, I said. Make it 1. Bram and I moved faster. The litter handles tore at my palms. Water splashed over my boots. Dad's head rolled once before Della steadied it with her forearm. The corridor split around an old valve chamber, and we took the narrower passage marked by fresh chalk. A white line on the wall bent upward toward a metal stair. Hollis crouched at the bottom with his rifle aimed at the landing. A Varkan soldier lay face down across the lower steps. Blood moved through the stair grating and tapped against the floor. Kessa stood at a junction box beside the door. Its cover hung open. Thick cables ran upward to a steel sleeve. Clinic access card worked, she said. The gate backup line branches here, but I can't tell which cable feeds the latch without opening the panel at the fence. Can you cut all of them? Bram asked. That could shut the clinic, alarms, and pump controls. It could also lock every electric door in its last position. Another gunshot sounded above. Hollis fired once through the stairwell. A body struck the landing rail. 2 down, he said. Somebody else ran toward the treatment hall. Della looked at Dad. We go up now. Bram took the front of the litter with her. I handed my end to Hollis and pulled the shotgun from my shoulder. I'll get the fence cable. You don't know where the panel is, Kessa said. Mom said tool cage by the west gate. The east latch has to connect along the maintenance lane. Then I'm coming. Hollis glanced up the stairs. You need another rifle. Dad needs one more than we do, I said. Kessa already had her rifle ready. We'll reach the family yard from the clinic hall, find the outside conduit, and cut the backup at the fence. If the main power has already returned, we force the latch after the cable is dead. How do we force it? She lifted the short sledge from her belt. The quiet plan ended when the sirens started. Della pushed the access card into my hand. Get the doctor before you get pulled into anything else. We climbed. The clinic stair opened behind a storage cabinet that had been dragged away from the wall. The treatment room smelled of antiseptic, sweat, and fresh gun smoke. The Varkin soldier Mom had hidden earlier remained behind the cabinet, still unconscious and stripped of his radio. The Southgate supervisor lay under his thin blanket. His eyes tracked us as Brahman Hollis brought Dad inside. A woman in a blood-marked medical coat stood near the hall door with a metal instrument in one hand. She was perhaps 50, with gray threaded through black hair and deep shadows beneath her eyes. One younger clinic worker pressed both hands over a soldier's bleeding shoulder on the floor. The doctor looked at our weapons, and then at Dad. Put him on the table, she said. Della moved before anyone answered. Gunshot passed through above the right hip. Persistent internal bleeding, falling pressure, fever, possible kidney damage. The doctor pulled back Dad's blanket. How long ago? Yesterday afternoon. Her face hardened. You waited too long. I used the roads that still existed. The doctor looked at Dad's face. Blood type? O positive, Della said. We have 2 units if the refrigerator stayed powered through the transfer. The younger worker ran to a steel cabinet. Mom appeared in the hall. For 1 second, she didn't move. Her eyes went to Dad on the table, then to me, then to the open stair behind us. The careful control I'd seen earlier broke just enough for her mouth to tremble. Dad turned his head. You look tired. Mom crossed the room and put both hands around his face. You look worse. I had a difficult walk. You always make everything difficult. He closed his eyes beneath her hands. The doctor pushed Mom aside without apology. I need room. Della caught Mom's shoulders and drew her away. He made it here. Let us work. A burst of rifle fire came from the yard. My sister shouted my name from the hallway. I reached the door as she ran toward me. Mom had told her to stay behind the laundry group, but the power change had come early and scattered everyone before they reached the fence. She struck me hard enough to drive me back into the frame. The gate didn't open, she said into my jacket. The lights went out and came back. The worker tried the latch, but a guard saw her. Where is she? Near the laundry wall. They took her down. I don't know, she's dead. I held her away far enough to see her face. Dirt streaked one cheek. The blue scarf was gone except for a narrow strip tied around her wrist. Stay here with Mom. The children are still outside. I saw them outside. 2 soldiers came through the east gate after the shooting. Kessa reached the hall behind me. Show me the shortest way to the fence. My sister pointed toward a rear door. Past the linen room. The maintenance lane runs behind the clinic. Mom came from the treatment room. Blood covered one of her hands where she'd touched Dad's dressing. The gray-haired officer is in the yard, she said. He moved guards from the south road when the transfer started. He knows the workers delayed something. How many guards at the families? I asked. 5 that I saw. Maybe more behind the buses. The radio at my shoulder clicked. Peter's voice arrived through heavy static. Surface team hears firing. They need the gate. I looked at Kessa. She tightened her grip on the rifle. We cut the cable and open it by force. Mom caught my sleeve. The families will panic when it moves. Give them somewhere clear to run. Clinic lane to the stair? Too narrow for 31 people if guards fire from the yard. Kessa pointed toward the hall intersection. Is there another exit? My sister answered. Laundry building has a delivery door into the lane. Mom understood first. We split them. Children and parents do the clinic. Workers and anyone who can move fast through laundry. Both groups reach the west tool cage. Tell them now, I said. Don't wait for the gate. Mom looked toward Dad. Della stood over him with scissors in her hand. Go help them. I'll stay until the doctor throws me out. Mom pressed her lips against Dad's forehead and left with my sister. Kessa and I went through the linen room. The rear door opened onto cold daylight and the raw noise of the camp. The reservoir stretched beyond the fences, its surface chopped by wind. Portable generators rattled beside the pump building. A dark line of military trucks waited on the southern service road. Water poured from one spill channel, while another narrowed visibly against stained concrete. The gate operation hadn't merely started. The river below the dam was already falling. Kessa saw it too. They'll have a crossing soon. How soon? Not enough. The maintenance lane ran between the clinic wall and a high wire fence. The east family yard lay beyond the clinic corner. People screamed there. A soldier shouted through a loudspeaker, ordering everyone to sit. Kessa crouched beside a conduit bolted low along the fence. This feeds the latch panel. Follow it. We moved toward the east gate with the clinic wall at our backs. The first guard stepped around the corner less than 20 feet away. His rifle came up. I fired first. Chapter 23. The shotgun blast folded the guard against the clinic corner. His rifle struck concrete and slid beneath the fence. Kessa pulled me down before the second soldier fired from the family yard. Bullets broke chips from the wall where my head had been. Conduit keeps going, she said. We crawled behind a row of dented oxygen cylinders chained to the building. The family yard lay through the wire less than 10 feet away. Men and women had dropped flat in the dirt. Children pressed beneath benches and against the bus tires. A Varkan soldier kicked at anyone who tried to crawl toward the clinic. The gray-haired officer stood near the center of the yard with a pistol in one hand and a radio in the other. His black sleeve patch was visible even through the fence. He shouted toward the control building, then pointed 2 soldiers toward the clinic lane. Kessa followed the conduit to a square metal box fixed beside the gate post. The latch box is there. It was on the far side of the wire. Can you reach it through the fence? Not with the cover closed. The soldiers rounded the clinic corner. I fired at the first shape and worked the pump. Kessa shot the second soldier through the thigh. He fell against the wall and dragged himself backward, leaving a wide smear on the concrete. The first man remained upright. My shot had struck his armor at an angle. He stepped forward and fired from the hip. Kessa shoved the oxygen cylinders. The chain snapped from a rusted anchor, and the heavy tanks toppled across the lane. One rolled into the soldier's knees. He lost balance long enough for me to close the distance. I struck his rifle aside with the shotgun barrel and drove my shoulder into his chest. The impact sent pain through my ribs. He hit the ground on top of the fallen cylinders. I stepped on his wrist and fired into the concrete beside his face. He stopped fighting. Kessa took his rifle and pulled the magazine free. Half a magazine. Use it. She tucked her own rifle against the wall and switched to weapons. The injured soldier near the corner had stopped moving. She took his spare magazine before crouching beside the gate post. Cover the yard. I pushed the shotgun through a gap in the fence and aimed at the nearest guard. The gray-haired officer saw me. His expression didn't change. He raised his pistol toward a woman crouched beside 3 children. Drop weapon, he called in careful English. You open this, they die. The woman covered the children with her body. I kept the front sight on his chest. The wire made a clear shot impossible. He knew it. His pistol remained near the woman's back, not touching her, close enough that she could hear the mechanism move. Your soldiers fired first, I said. You entered military site. You put families in a cage. Families protect workers from foolish acts. Kessa slid the sledge head between 2 wires near the latch box. Metal creaked softly. The officer's eyes flicked toward her. I fired through the fence. The wire changed the shot. Pellets tore sparks from the gate frame and struck the officer's upper arm instead of his chest. His pistol discharged. The round hit dirt beside the woman. People surged away from him. Kessa wrenched the fence apart enough to reach one arm through. Her fingers found the latchbox cover. A soldier behind the buses fired. The round struck the post inches from her elbow. I worked the pump and shot toward the muzzle flash. The soldier disappeared behind an engine compartment. Cover is bolted, Kessa said. She pulled her arm back and raised the sledge. The first strike dented the box. The second tore one hinge free. The third knocked the cover sideways and exposed a bundle of cables. Which one? I asked. Blue pair is main power. Yellow is alarm. The thick red line has to be backup. The officer crawled behind a bench, one hand pressed to his damaged arm. He shouted an order in Varkan. A guard near the laundry building seized a boy by the collar and dragged him upright. My sister came through the yard crowd before Mom could stop her. She picked up a loose board and struck the guard behind the knee. It wasn't enough to drop him, but it turned him away from the boy. Mom drove both hands into his back. 3 other adults rushed him at once. The family yard broke apart. Kessa cut the red cable. The east latch snapped with a heavy metallic sound. She struck the gate plate twice. The post bent. On the 3rd blow, the gate moved half an inch. Push from inside, she shouted. People slammed into it. The opening widened. Kessa struck the plate again, and the gate swung toward us with a shriek of twisted steel. The crowd came through too fast. I stepped into the opening and lifted the shotgun over their heads. Parents and children through the clinic lane. Everyone else toward laundry. Keep moving. Don't stop at the corner. Some heard me. Others followed whoever was directly ahead. A little girl fell near the gate and vanished beneath adult legs. I caught her coat and pulled her against me before she was stepped on. Where's your family? She pointed through tears toward a man carrying a toddler. Kessa took the girl and pushed her into his arms. Clinic lane. Stay against the wall. Gunfire came from the bus row. The soldier behind the engine fired into the crowd. A man near the gate spun and fell. Another round struck the fence. I shot through the bus windows. Glass burst outward. The soldier dropped out of sight. The shotgun clicked when I worked the pump. The tube held nothing. I reached for shells in my bag while people forced around me. 5 spares had gone in before we entered the shaft. I'd fired 4 since the clinic corner and 1 through the fence. My fingers found the last shell. I pushed it into the tube and left the chamber empty until I needed it. The gray-haired officer appeared near the far fence. He had wrapped his arm with a strip of cloth and held his pistol in his left hand. 2 soldiers formed around him. Instead of trying to retake the yard, he moved toward the control building. Kessa saw him. He's going to finish the gate release. We still have families outside. Then we get them moving and follow. Mom reached us with my sister beside her. Both were breathing hard. A thin cut crossed Mom's temple. Laundry group is through the delivery door, she said. The clinic lane is blocked near the rear entrance. Too many people stopped when the shooting started. Take her inside, I said. My sister gripped my jacket. I'm staying with you. Dad is on an operating table. Mom needs you with her. Mom doesn't need me. Mom answered before I could. I do. My sister looked at her, then back at me. I put the family photograph into her hand. Keep this for me until I come back. She knew what I was doing. Her fingers closed around it anyway. You come back for it, she said. I will. I didn't make it sound clean or certain. There was no clean certainty left. Mom touched my bruised cheek. Your father said you were trying to do everything yourself. He had time to complain. He was frightened. The word made Dad's condition real in a way blood hadn't. He'd been frightened and kept moving. Mom had been frightened and stayed inside the camp. My sister had been frightened and hit a soldier with a board. I couldn't tell them fear was supposed to stop anything. Get to the stair, I said. Mom pulled my sister into the lane. They disappeared among the civilians entering the clinic. Kessa handed me the rifle she'd left against the wall. 14 rounds in this magazine. Safety is the same as the others. I slung the empty shotgun and took the rifle. A new alarm started near the pump building. It had a higher pitch than the dam siren and came in short, repeated bursts. Kessa listened. Pressure warning. The workers closed the valves. That was fast. The river gate had already moved too far. Pressure climbed harder when they shut the bypasses. A radio on the dead guard began speaking in Varkan. Kessa picked it up. The words came quickly, repeated twice. Can you understand any of it? I heard numbers, the west side, and the clinic. Bram came from the clinic lane with Hollis behind him. Hollis had blood on his sleeve that wasn't his. Dad is with the doctor, Ram said. Dalla wants the corridor kept open. How many civilians are inside? 19, Drew Clinic. The rest are moving through laundry toward the west tool cage. Surface group needs the west gate, I said. Bram looked toward the control building. That officer's pulling men away from us. He's protecting the gate controls. Kessa pointed to a concrete stair descending beside the pump building. West 3 and South return are under there. If soldiers reopen them, pressure drops and the convoy crossing continues. Hollis checked his rifle. We have to hold the valve floor. We also need the west gate open, Bram said. I looked at the yard. Families still crowded the clinic lane. 2 adults carried the man who'd been shot near the gate. Smoke moved from the laundry delivery door where somebody had thrown a burning rag into a trash cart. The Varkan officer and his 2 soldiers had reached the control building steps. Everything pulled in a different direction. Dad's words returned to me. Don't mistake protecting them for choosing everything alone. Bram, take 2 people from the wander group and open the west tool cage, I said. Get the surface vehicles through and move civilians away from the fences. Hollis stays with the clinic stair. Bram stared at me for half a second, weighing the plan instead of the authority behind it. And you. Kessa and I hold the valves long enough to stop the crossing. 2 people won't hold a pump building. Then send whoever returns after the gate opens. Hollis spoke quietly. The control room can reopen everything from above. Kessa shook her head. Not if the hand wheels are jammed and the hydraulic lines are damaged. The workers know where. Can you reach them? I asked. Through that lower stair. The gray-haired officer entered the control building. I looked at Bram. Open the west gate. He nodded once and turned toward the laundry building. Hollis moved back to the clinic lane. Kessa and I crossed the family yard at a run. The pressure alarm hammered above us. Water thundered somewhere inside the concrete. The ground seemed to pulse under my boots. At the lower stair, a Varking guard lay against the rail with a dark stain across his chest. A second body wore a utility shirt. The worker room door stood open below. A man leaned out and waved us down. They took Leo to the valve floor, he said. The officer ordered him to reopen West 3. Kessa went past him. How many soldiers? 3 below. More coming from control lift. I pulled the rifle stock tight against my shoulder. The worker pointed into the dark. They know the old corridor is open. Behind us, the west gate began to grind. Ahead of us, a man screamed beneath the pump building. Kessa started down the valve stairs. I followed her. Chapter 24. Heat rose from the valve floor in damp waves. The stair descended beside pipes thick enough to crawl through. Condensation ran along their painted surfaces and gathered in rust-colored drops beneath the joints. The pressure alarm was louder below, a metal shriek repeated every 4 seconds. Each pulse seemed to tighten the air in my chest. Kessa stopped at the final landing and pointed through the rail. 3 Varkan soldiers stood around a huge red hand wheel. A utility worker knelt between them with both hands on the rim. Blood covered one side of his face. The wheel had moved perhaps a quarter turn. A steel bar jammed through the spokes pressed against a pipe brace, keeping it from turning farther. One soldier struck the worker's shoulder with his rifle stock. Push again, he said in English. The worker pushed weakly. The bar held. Kessa raised 2 fingers, then pointed left and right. I understood. She would take the nearest soldier. I would take the man beside the wheel. The third stood behind a pump housing, mostly hidden. I moved down 3 steps. The landing grated under my boot. The nearest soldier looked up. Kessa fired. Her round struck him below the collar. I shot the man at the wheel. The rifle kicked harder than the shotgun had after so many hours of exhaustion, but the sight remained near his chest. He fell across the worker. The third soldier fired from behind the pump. Rounds tore into the rail. Kessa dropped flat on the landing. I pressed against the concrete wall and fired twice toward the muzzle flash. 1 round hit metal. The other made the soldier retreat deeper into the machinery. The utility worker crawled away from the bodies. My name is Leo, he said, touching his chest as though we needed it now. Control lift. More men. Kessa reached the floor and pulled him behind the valve body. Can West 3 stay shut? Bar holds until pressure bends it. Maybe 10 minutes. South return is 1 level down. Who closed it? Mara and Dev. They didn't come back. A lift motor started beyond the pump housing. The hidden soldier shouted into his radio. I moved behind a bank of gauges. The needles trembled near red marks. Water hammered inside the pipes with a deep, uneven beat. Where is the hydraulic line? Kessa asked. Leo pointed to a narrow steel tube running from the valve actuator toward a control cabinet. Break that and control room can't reopen West 3. But pressure stays trapped if South return is also jammed. What happens then? Relief discs burst. Lower chamber floods. How much time before they burst? Could be 6 minutes. Could be 15. Gauges were damaged yesterday. Kessa looked at me. We can stop the gate crossing, but everyone below has to leave. The lift bell sounded. Its doors opened behind the pump housing. 4 soldiers came out. I fired at the first. Kessa fired beside me. The valve floor filled with noise so heavy I felt it through my teeth. The first soldier fell back into the lift. Another crouched behind him and shot through the narrowing gap. A round struck the gauge bank and released a burst of steam. I lost sight of Kessa. The hidden soldier rushed from behind the pump. He was less than 12 feet away. I fired once and missed. He struck my rifle barrel aside and drove into me. We hit the floor together. His helmet clipped my forehead. White light flashed across my vision. He tried to force the rifle between us. I caught his wrist with both hands, but the angle crushed my sore ribs. His face was young beneath the helmet, his teeth clenched, his breath sour with coffee and fear. He spoke one word in Varkan and pushed harder. I twisted my body instead of trying to overpower him. The rifle stock slipped against wet concrete. He lost balance and came across me. I drove my knee into his side, rolled, and struck his face with the magazine. He grabbed my jacket and pulled me close enough that his forehead hit mine. Kessa's sledge came down on his shoulder. Bone broke beneath the cloth and armor. He screamed and released me. Kessa struck his rifle hand, then kicked the weapon away. "Move behind the valve," she said. The lift soldiers fired through steam. We dragged Leo behind the red valve body. Kessa shot at the control cabinet until the steel tube beside it split. Hydraulic fluid sprayed across the wall in a dark fan. The great hand wheel shuddered, but didn't turn. "West 3 is dead," she said. Leo stared at the broken line. "South return next." A voice came through my radio. Peter was shouting over engines and gunfire. "West gate is open. Ambulance is inside. Bram says families are loading, but soldiers are coming from the south road. Get the vehicles out as soon as Dad and the clinic staff are aboard. Della says surgery started. They can't move him." The word stopped me harder than the gunfire. "What did you say?" "Doctor opened him. She says moving him now kills him." Kessa looked at my face and knew enough. "How long?" I asked. Static covered Peter's first answer. Then, at least 40 minutes. The valve floor jerked beneath us. One of the gauges burst. Glass struck the wall. A low roar started somewhere below. Leo grabbed Kessa's sleeve. Relief disc. South return failed. Water shot from a seam near the floor. "Is the lower chamber flooding?" she asked. "It will reach this level. Can we reopen anything manually?" "Not Westry. You broke it." The soldiers in the lift pushed forward through steam. Kessa pulled Leo toward the stairs. "Then we leave. Mara and Dev are below." "Which level?" He pointed to a grated stair descending behind the pump housing. The first sheet of water spread across the floor. I heard Dad's warning in my head again, but it didn't answer this. Every decision divided into people I could reach and people I couldn't. 40 minutes at the clinic. Families outside. 2 workers below. Soldiers above and water coming through the floor. "Kessa, take Leo to the worker room," I said. "Tell Brahm the clinic has to be defended. You're not going down alone. You know the valves." "I don't." "That is exactly why you shouldn't go." A shot struck the valve body. Metal ring beside us. Leo grabbed the rifle from the soldier Kessa had disabled. His hands shook, but he held it correctly. I can reach worker room. South stair turns once. Pump pit at bottom. Kessa looked toward the descending grate. 2 minutes, she said. If water reaches the yellow pipe mark, we come back without them. We went down together. The lower chamber was already ankle deep. Emergency lights glowed red along the wall. The air smelled of river mud and hot electrical insulation. Water sprayed through 3 relief ports in white streams that struck the opposite concrete and broke into mist. A woman in utility coveralls lay beside the south return wheel. One leg was trapped beneath a fallen section of pipe rack. A man knelt near her, trying to lift it with a metal bar. Both were soaked. "Mara, can you hear me?" Kessa called. The woman raised one hand. "Dev can't get the rack off." The water reached my shins. Kessa set the sledge beneath the bend rack and used the handle as a lever. I grabbed the metal bar beside Dev. We pushed together. The rack rose an inch. Mara pulled. Her trapped boot stayed beneath it. "Take the boot off," Kessa said. "Laces are under the pipe." Dev reached into the water with a utility knife. The chamber shook again. A relief port above us burst wider. Water struck my shoulder and nearly knocked me down. The yellow pipe mark was less than 2 feet above the rising surface. "Push again," I said. Kessa reset the sledge. Dev and I pushed. Mara twisted her foot while cutting through the boot leather. The rack shifted, then slipped from our tools. It hit the floor with a crash. Mara screamed. For half a second, I thought her leg had gone with it. Then she rolled backward, 1 foot bare and bleeding but free. Kessa hauled her upright. Dev took her other side. We started for the stairs. Gunfire came from above. A Varkan soldier appeared on the grated landing, outlined by red light. He aimed down at us. I fired from waist level. The round struck the railing. He fired back. The bullet hit the water near Kessa's leg and disappeared into the flooded floor. Dev pushed Mara behind a concrete support. The water reached the yellow mark. Kessa raised her rifle around the support and fired twice. The soldier fell over the rail. His body struck the stair and remained caught there, blocking half the path. We climbed through water that had reached my knees. At the landing, I dragged the body aside. His radio still worked. A voice repeated the same word followed by a number. Kessa listened while helping Mara up the next steps. Evacuation order. Pump building is being abandoned. By who? Anyone who understands the alarm. We reached the valve floor as the lift doors closed. The surviving Varkan soldiers had left. Steam filled the room. Water covered the soles of our boots and continued rising. Leo waited at the upper stair despite being told to go. He took Mara from Dev and helped her climb. I called Peter. Pump building is flooding. Varkans are pulling out. Tell Brahm the crossing has stopped, but the clinic needs 40 minutes. He knows. South Road troops are setting up near the cargo trucks. How many? At least 10. Gray-haired officer is with them. The officer had abandoned the controls and gone after the families. Kessel looked at me. Water spread across the valve floor behind her. We stopped the river crossing, she said. Now we have to keep the clinic standing. We climbed toward the gunfire. Chapter 25. Smoke covered the family yard when we came out of the lower stair. The burning trash cart had spread fire along the laundry wall. Black smoke rolled beneath the portable lights and turned the camp into broken shapes. Civilians moved through it toward the west gate, carrying children, blankets, and anyone who couldn't walk. The county ambulance waited beside the clinic with its rear doors open. Our pickup and 2 utility carts blocked the maintenance lane. Bram had turned the vehicles into a wall. He crouched behind the pickup engine with 3 hunters and fired toward the southern service road. Hollis held the clinic corner. The Varkeen soldiers had taken positions behind cargo trucks and concrete barriers, close enough that every shot broke glass or punched metal from the vehicles around us. Kessa guided Mara and the other workers toward the clinic stair. Get below and move west through the corridor. Peter will direct you. Leo stopped beside her. The control lift reaches the upper road. Soldiers may use it after pump room floods. Then, warned Peter, keep everyone away from the western shaft until the radio confirms it is clear. He nodded and helped Mara through the clinic door. I crossed the yard, bent low. A round struck the dirt near my boot. Another hit the ambulance roof with a flat metallic snap. Bram pulled me behind the pickup. The South Road group has 12 now. Maybe 14. They dragons a belt-fed gun from one truck. Where's the officer? Behind the second cargo truck. He keeps sending men along the outer fence. How is Dad? Still on the table. The doctor needs 30 more minutes. The belt-fed gun started. The sound was different from rifle fire, deeper and steady. Rounds chewed through the laundry wall and walked across the pickup bed. One of Bram's hunters dropped flat as the rear window burst over him. Hollis shouted from the clinic corner. They are moving left. 3 soldiers ran along the fence toward the west gate using the smoke as cover. If they reached the manual release, they could trap half the civilians inside. Kessa fired from beside the lower stair. 1 soldier fell. The other 2 kept going. I leaned around the pickup hood and fired 4 times. The first rounds struck fence wire. The third hit 1 soldier's pack. The fourth caught his leg and dropped him. Bram finished the last man before he reached the tool cage. The rifle bolt locked back. I had no spare magazine for it. Kessa threw me 1 from the soldier at the valve floor. I caught it against my chest, pushed it into the rifle, and released the bolt. You all right? She called. My ribs are getting tired of being asked. She looked at me for half a second, checking whether I meant it. There was no smile. She moved closer and pressed her palm against my side through the jacket. Can you breathe deep? I tried. Pain caught beneath the lower ribs but didn't stab inward. Probably bruised, she said. If it gets sharp or you feel dizzy, tell Della. Della is busy keeping Dad alive. Then tell me. A truck engine started beyond the smoke. The gray-haired officer's voice came over a loudspeaker. Put weapons down. Medical building remains protected. Civilians return to holding area. Resistance ends now. A woman behind the ambulance cried out that her husband was still in the yard. Mom moved through the civilians, holding people against the clinic wall and keeping them from running back into the open. The officer spoke again. You have injured inside. You need power. You need medicine. We control both. The clinic lights flickered. Kessa looked toward the generators. He can shut them off from the south distribution panel. How long does the operating room battery last? Maybe minutes. Maybe less if they already drained it during transfers. Bram heard us. Can we reach the generator? The distribution panel stood beside the first cargo truck, inside the soldiers' line. Not across the yard, Kessa said. There is a cable trench from the laundry building, but the fire may have blocked it. Mom crouched behind the ambulance and caught my sleeve. The doctor needs steady light. Della has 2 lamps, but one battery is weak. Where's my sister? In the stairwell with the younger children. She is helping Peter send them through the tunnel. The lights flickered again. The loudspeaker clicked. Last warning. The officer expected fear to return everyone to the cage. He had watched families obey because children were beside them and guns were pointed inward. He didn't understand that the gate was open now. The choice had changed. I took the radio from my jacket. Peter, how many civilians are through the tunnel? Static answered, then his voice. 17 at the western shaft. 8 more in corridor. Some adults stayed at clinic. Tell the surface drivers to move the first group west. Keep 1 car at the shaft for the doctor and Dad. Bram said nobody leaves until you do. Bram is beside me. Tell them the first group moves now. Children don't wait in a tunnel during a firefight. Bram looked over. I expected an argument. Instead, he nodded. Tell them West Trail, then training station. No lights once they enter the trees. Peter repeated it. Kessa studied the smoke. The laundry delivery door is still open. If the cable trench survived, we can reach the generator panel from below. You and me? You need somebody who knows what not to cut. Hollis shifted beside the clinic corner. I can cover the delivery door. Bram said, I'll keep the yard. The belt-fed gun fired again. Rounds struck the ambulance's rear doors. One tore through the white metal and buried itself in a cabinet. People screamed inside. Mom turned on them with a voice I remembered from childhood storms. Stay down. Keep moving toward the stairs. Don't crowd the doorway. They listened. Kessa and I ran for the laundry building. Hollis fired above us. Smoke hid half the distance. I saw the dead utility worker near the east gate. The one my sister had feared was gone. She remained on her side beside the wall, one hand stretched toward the latch she'd tried to open. There was no time to give her a name or carry her. The laundry doorway burned along one edge. Kessa pulled her jacket sleeve over her hand and shoved the hot frame wider. We entered beneath the ceiling stained black with smoke. Rows of industrial washers filled the room. Water covered the floor from broken supply lines. Clothing and sheets had been thrown everywhere when the captives rushed out. Fire crawled along plastic bins near the rear wall. Kessa found a square floor panel beside a delivery platform. We lifted it together. A cable trench ran west beneath the building, barely 3 feet high. Smoke drifted through it, but no flame had reached the concrete channel yet. Distribution box should be 40 yards, she said. The trench rises under the generator pad. I lowered myself inside. The space forced me onto hands and knees. Heat pressed down from the burning floor above. Kessa came after me and pulled the panel mostly closed, leaving enough space for smoke to escape. We crawled. The trench scraped my shoulders and drove grit into my palms. The cables lay in metal trays along both sides. Some vibrated under load. Every few yards, condensation fell from the ceiling and struck the back of my neck. Blue jacket is clinic power, Kessa said behind me. Don't touch it. I wasn't planning to touch anything. You tend to touch dangerous things when they're in front of you. There was no humor in it. She sounded tired and angry because she had watched me keep stepping toward danger. Dad needs the power, I said. I understand why. My family needed the gate. I know that too. Then what do you want me to do? She stopped crawling. For several seconds, all I heard was the generator vibration through concrete. I want you to stop acting like nobody else gets hurt when you don't come back, she said. The words were plain and quiet. They reached deeper than the gunfire had. I looked back. Her face was streaked with soot. A shallow cut near her hairline had dried dark. She was close enough that our shoulders nearly touched inside the trench. I don't know how to do this without risking it, I said. Neither do I. That isn't the same as forgetting yourself. A heavy switch clacked above us. The clinic power cable stopped vibrating. Darkness swallowed the trench. Kessa's shaded flashlight came on. He cut the clinic feed. Move faster. We reached a vertical access box beneath the generator pad. Steel rungs climbed 8 feet to a hatch. Voices and boots sounded above. Kessa pointed to 3 cable runs entering the panel. Main generator feed. Clinic branch. Yard and pump branch. We can bypass the officer's disconnect if we bridge the clinic line directly to the generator bus. What happens if we do it wrong? The trench becomes the last place either of us sees. She opened a maintenance pouch from her belt and removed insulated cutters, a clamp, and a short copper jumper. I need the bus dead for 10 seconds, she said. Breaker lever is above the hatch, with soldiers standing there. That is why you have a rifle. I climbed. The hatch opened beneath a narrow equipment shelter. 2 Varkan soldiers stood outside facing the yard. The gray-haired officer was 20 yards away beside the cargo truck, speaking into his radio. I pushed the hatch high enough to aim. The first soldier turned at the sound. I fired twice. He fell against the breaker cabinet. The second spun and raised his rifle. I fired again. He staggered behind the shelter wall. I climbed out before he recovered and struck him with the rifle stock. He fell to one knee. I pulled the weapon from his hands and shoved him away from the cabinet. Kessa came through the hatch. Kill the breaker. I grabbed the long handle and pulled it down. The generators groaned into silence. The whole camp went dark except for fire and the weak gray daylight beneath the smoke. Kessa dropped into the access box and worked by flashlight. The officer shouted from near the trucks. Soldiers fired toward the equipment shelter. I crouched behind the breaker cabinet and returned fire. Rounds struck both sides of the metal enclosure. The disabled soldier tried to crawl toward his rifle. I kicked it farther away and kept him between the open side and the cargo trucks. 5 seconds, Kessa called. The officer moved behind the truck engine. I saw his black sleeve patch through the sight and fired. The round struck the mirror beside his head. Glass covered his shoulder. He ducked and disappeared. Breaker up. I pulled the handle. The generators restarted one after another. Portable lights came back across the yard. The clinic windows brightened. Kessa climbed out. Clinic feed is direct. He can cut every other circuit and the operating room stays powered unless he destroys the generator. The belt-fed gun shifted toward us. We dropped through the hatch as rounds tore into the equipment shelter. Inside the trench, Kessa pulled the hatch shut. Metal rang above our heads. Peter's voice came through my radio. Colt, Della says the doctor found the bleeding. They are repairing it. I closed my eyes against the concrete wall. How much time does she need? She doesn't know. Brand says soldiers are moving to surround the clinic. Kessa touched my wrist. Then we go back. We crawled toward the burning laundry building while the clinic lights stayed on behind us. Chapter 26. The trench hatch beneath the laundry building wouldn't open. Kessa shoved it with both hands. Something heavy had fallen across the panel while we were gone. Smoke leaked through the seams and turned the flashlight beam gray. Back up, she said. There wasn't room to stand. I pressed against the cable tray while she braced one shoulder beneath the hatch and drove upward. The panel rose an inch, caught, then dropped hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling. Fire crackled directly above us. Washer or roof beam, she said. Help me on 3. I wedged the rifle beneath the panel. She set the sledge handle beside it. We pushed together. Metal scraped across the floor overhead. The gap widened until orange light entered. Smoke rolled into the trench. I climbed through first. A burned plastic bin had melted across the hatch and part of a laundry table lay on top of it. Flames crawled along the far wall. The ceiling had begun to sag near the delivery door. Kessa came up behind me. We wrapped wet sheets from the floor around our shoulders and crossed the room bent low. The clinic yard appeared through smoke and gunfire. Bram's pickup had lost one front tire. The ambulance windshield was cracked in a white web. Hollis had moved from the clinic corner to a concrete drainage channel where he could fire beneath the vehicles. 3 Varkan soldiers lay in the open. The others had spread along both fences, tightening around the clinic while the belt-fed gun kept everyone pinned. Mom crouched behind the ambulance with 4 adults. Each held a captured rifle or hunting weapon. My sister wasn't with her. I ran to the drainage channel. Hollis looked at the wet sheet around my shoulders. I thought the building took you. Did my sister stay inside? Inside with the children. Peter moved most of them west, but she came back when the doctor asked for water. How many civilians remain? 11 in clinic, 6 here, 4 helping Bram at the gate. Everyone else is through the shaft. Kessa dropped beside us. The clinic power can't be cut from the panel now. Hollis pointed toward the south road. They brought the belt-fed gun closer. It sat on a low mount behind the first cargo truck, operated by 2 soldiers. The gray-haired officer remained behind the second truck with his damaged arm strapped against his chest. He had stopped using the loudspeaker. His men were preparing to end the standoff instead of control it. Bram crawled from the pickup to the drainage channel. Blood covered the side of his neck. Kessa reached for him. "Are you hit?" "Only glass?" "It isn't deep." "What is the doctor saying?" I asked. "Dilla came out once. They repaired a torn vessel and removed damaged tissue. Dad has blood going in. She needs 20 minutes before they move him, maybe more." The belt-fed gun fired. Concrete broke above our heads. Bram pressed his face into the channel until it stopped. "We don't have 20 minutes behind these vehicles," he said. Kessa studied the cargo trucks. "The lower pump chamber is flooding. When it reaches the main cable vault, alarms will force them off the south pad. When will that happen? Nobody knows." The officer raised his good hand. Soldiers began moving along both sides of the yard. Mom fired from behind the ambulance. One soldier fell near the fence. The others dropped and returned fire. A round struck the ambulance rear quarter near the fuel fill. "We need to break the gun position," I said. Ram wiped blood from his neck. We tried. Too much open ground. A utility cart sat behind the west gate with bags of meal bars and blankets still strapped to the rear. Its front faced the cargo trucks. The key remained in the switch. "The cart can cross the yard," I said. "Not with a person driving," Hollis answered. "It doesn't need one." Kessa looked from the cart to the gun. "Lock the steering, weight the pedal, and send it through the smoke. It needs something that makes them move away from the weapon." Bram glanced toward the ambulance. "We have 2 oxygen cylinders left." Kessa shook her head. "A cylinder may rupture under fire, but not where we need it. Strap you'll be sighted and the cart becomes a bomb." "We don't have loose fuel," Hollis said. I remembered the generator shelter. The soldier's equipment pouch had held 2 smoke grenades and a fragmentation grenade. I had taken the magazines but left the pouch near the breaker cabinet. "There's a grenade by the generator pad," I said. Bram stared at the distance. "That is beyond their line. The cable trench reaches it." Kessa grabbed my sleeve. "The laundry roof is failing. Then they go from the clinic stair through the old corridor and come up under the pad. That takes too long." "How long does another plan take?" Her jaw tightened. Mom reached the drainage channel while we argued. Her hands shook around the captured rifle, but her voice didn't. "Your sister says the clinic has 2 small oxygen bottles in storage. The doctor doesn't need them because the wall supply is working." Kessa looked at the utility cart. "Bottles and smoke grenades may make the gun crew think it is worse than it is. We use the cart as cover, not an explosion. The gun tears through it," Brom said. "Only after they see it. We send it from behind the ambulance, then fire from both sides when the crew shifts." Mom pointed toward the laundry smoke. "Wind is carrying smoke south. Push the burning cart into the yard first." It was the first plan that used what we had without asking someone to cross the open ground. We moved fast. My sister and a clinic worker brought the oxygen bottles from storage. I didn't have time to tell her to stay inside again. She looked at the blood and smoke outside, then silently helped strap the bottles behind the utility cart seat. Kessa locked the steering wheel toward the cargo trucks with the length of torn seatbelt. Hollis tied the throttle halfway down. Bram placed a smoke grenade between the bottles with the pin bent outward and a cord attached. "It won't detonate the bottles," Kessa told my sister. "It makes the soldiers think the cart carries more." My sister nodded. "I understand." She sounded older than she had while arguing about camping gear before the attack, though only days had passed. Mom and the other armed adults took positions behind the clinic and pickup. Bram moved to the west gate. Hollis remained in the drainage channel. Kessa and I crouched behind the ambulance with the cart between us. The gray-haired officer raised his hand again. "Send it now," Brom called. Mom shoved the burning trash cart from the laundry wall. It rolled into the yard, trailing black smoke. Kessa turned the utility cart key. The engine started with a thin mechanical whine. I pulled the smoke grenade cord and released the brake. The cart moved out from behind the ambulance. Smoke poured from its rear. The 2 oxygen bottles showed above the seat. It rolled directly toward the cargo trucks. The Varkan gun crew saw it and shifted fire. Rounds struck the cart body. Plastic panels broke apart. One front tire collapsed, but the locked steering kept the cart moving in a slow curve toward the first truck. The gunner abandoned the weapon. Kessa fired. Hollis fired from the drainage channel. Bram and the others opened from the west gate. The assistant gunner fell beside the mount. The first man tried to reach the cargo truck and went down behind its rear wheel. The utility cart struck the concrete barrier and stopped. Smoke covered the gun position. "Move across," Bram shouted. We crossed the yard. I reached the belt-fed gun first. It was heavier than I expected, fixed to a low-wheeled cradle with ammunition feeding from a metal box. Kessa kicked the fallen assistant's rifle away. Hollis turned the cradle toward the south road. Varkan's soldiers fired through smoke. Bram took the grips and pressed the trigger. The weapon hammered against its mount. Rounds tore through the cargo truck windshield and forced the soldiers behind concrete. The gray-haired officer disappeared around the truck's far side. "Short bursts," Hollis said. "The barrel is already hot." Bram released the trigger. The pressure alarm changed. A long, continuous horn rose beneath the pump building. Red lights began flashing along the south pad. Water burst from a vent near the control building and spread across the road. Kessa looked toward the dam. Main cable vault. "They have to clear the pad." The Varkan radio on her belt erupted with voices. Engines started beyond the cargo trucks. Soldiers pulled back toward 2 military vehicles parked on the upper road. The officer appeared beside one of them. He looked across the yard and saw me near the captured gun. He didn't raise his pistol. He watched long enough that I knew he was fixing my face in memory. Then he climbed into the vehicle. Bram fired at the tires. The distance and smoke spoiled the shots. Both vehicles accelerated along the upper road and vanished behind the control building. The remaining soldiers retreated with them or scattered toward the north fence. For the first time since the gate opened, the yard became quiet enough to hear people crying inside the clinic. I turned toward the building. Della stood in the rear doorway, her hands red to the wrists. "Surgery is finished," she said. "He survived it. My knees weakened so fast I had to catch the ambulance door. Can we move him?" "Move him carefully. The doctor comes with us, and he needs the blood bag kept above his chest." Mom covered her mouth. My sister pressed against her side. Della looked at the spreading water near the pump building. "We have 10 minutes before this place becomes impossible to cross." The rescue had worked. Now we had to escape the dam before the flooding and the Varkans closed around us again. Chapter 27. The doctor refused to let anyone rush Dad. She and Della transferred him from the operating table to the litter while the clinic worker held the blood bag above him. A fresh dressing covered his right side. A drainage tube ran beneath the blanket into a clear container, half full of dark red fluid. His skin remained gray, but his breathing had steadied. Mom walked beside the litter and kept one hand around his fingers. "Can he hear us?" I asked. "Maybe he can," the doctor said. "Don't make him answer." The clinic shook beneath another pressure release. Dust fell from the light fixtures. Somewhere below, water struck steel with a force that made the cabinets tremble. Kessa stood in the rear doorway and looked toward the service road. "We can't use the south route. Water is crossing the pavement." Bram checked the west gate. "The ambulance can reach the western shaft road if the culvert hasn't failed." "Dad won't survive the shaft ladder," Della said. "We keep him in the ambulance." "Then the surface road is our only route," I said. The old corridor had carried most of the civilians under the camp, but Dad, the doctor, Della, and anyone unable to climb had to leave above ground. The west service lane curved behind the treatment tanks before entering the forest. It was narrow, exposed, and visible from the upper reservoir road. The Varkans knew where it went. Bram gathered the remaining adults. "Ambulance first. Pick up behind it. One cart takes the injured. The captured gun stays here unless we can tow it." Hollis examined the cradle. "Pickup can pull it, but the lane is too narrow to turn if the wheels catch." Kessa removed the weapon's ammunition box and handed it to him. "Leave the mount. Take the belt and bolt assembly. They won't use it quickly if they return." Hollis opened the receiver with practiced hands and removed the heavy metal group. He wrapped it in a blanket and placed it in the pickup. My sister brought the family photograph back to me. "You came back," she said. "I said I would." "You didn't sound certain." "I put the photograph inside my jacket." "I wasn't." She looked toward Dad as Della rolled his litter into the ambulance. "Is he going to die?" The question came without crying or hesitation. She wanted a real answer, not protection shaped like a lie. "The doctor stopped the bleeding she could find," I said. "He has blood going in. He is still in danger." "That means you don't know." "I don't know." She nodded once, accepting it because there was nothing else to accept. Mom climbed into the ambulance beside Dad. The doctor and clinic worker took the other bench. Della stood at the rear doors until everyone was secured. I need one person in front who won't drive like the road owes them something, she said. Bram lifted the keys. I know the lane. Then you drive. Peter's voice came over the radio from the western shaft. First civilian group reached the training station. Surface drivers report 2 red trucks near the west trail, moving east. The tall end grew. How many people in them? I asked. Driver saw at least 5. They turned off when the cart appeared. Bram heard it from beside the ambulance. His face tightened. They know the training station exists. Ivan told us they traded sites, Kessa said. They may be coming for what escaped the camp. The clinic floor shifted beneath our boots. Water burst from a drain in the treatment room. We leave now, Della said. Bram started the ambulance. The engine coughed, then settled into a rough idle. Its fuel gauge had been below 1/4 when we took it from the mill. We had used more reaching the reservoir and running the medical equipment. How much fuel? I asked. Bram looked at the gauge. Less than 1/8. The training station was several miles west through steep forest roads. The ambulance might reach it. It might stop with Dad still inside. Kessa pointed toward 2 red fuel containers beside a Varkan cargo truck. Military diesel. Ambulance takes gasoline. A compact command car remained near the clinic, abandoned by soldiers during the retreat. Its rear quarter had a fuel door marked with a gasoline symbol. Hollis and I crossed the yard with an empty water container and a length of clear clinic tubing. Kessa came after us with a wrench. The command car was locked. She broke the driver window with a sledge, released the fuel door, and removed the cap. We pushed the tubing into the tank. No sucking on it, Della called from the ambulance. Use the irrigation bulb in my outside pocket. My sister found it and ran it over. I attached the bulb, drew fuel through the tube, and filled the container. The gasoline smell cut through smoke and river mud. A rifle cracked from the north fence. The round struck the command car roof. A Varkan soldier had remained behind near the control building. Hollis fired toward the window where the shot came from. Kessa dragged the fuel container away while I covered the empty yard. We collected less than 3 gallons before another round struck the car. Enough to reach the station, Bram said. We poured the fuel into the ambulance. The vehicles moved. The ambulance passed through the west gate first. The pickup followed with Hollis driving and Kessa beside him. I took the rear seat with my sister. A utility cart carrying 2 injured civilians came last. Mom remained inside the ambulance with Dad. The lane dropped between the treatment tanks. Water poured over the concrete behind us, carrying leaves, paper, and pieces of equipment. The dam siren continued, but its tone weakened as we entered the trees. At the first turn, gunfire struck the rear of the pickup. I looked back through the broken window. 2 Varkan soldiers stood on the upper road, firing down through the branches. The utility cart swerved. One injured man nearly fell from the rear seat. Keep going, I shouted. Hollis accelerated. The pickup struck a drainage rut hard enough to throw us against the doors. Kessa fired through her open window. The soldiers disappeared behind the road barrier. The ambulance reached the narrow culvert. Water ran over it, shallow but fast. Bram didn't stop. The front tires entered and pushed a brown wave aside. The ambulance tilted left, recovered, and climbed the far bank. The pickup followed. The utility cart entered too slowly. Water shoved its rear sideways. One tire slipped from the concrete edge. The driver gunned the engine. The cart sank deeper. Brake now, Kessa shouted. Hollis braked beyond the culvert. I jumped from the pickup with Kessa and ran back. The cart hung at an angle, half its rear frame in the drainage channel. Water rose around the injured civilian's legs. The driver tried to climb out and slipped. Kessa tied rope to the pickup hitch. I waded into the flow and clipped the other end around the cart frame. Cold water struck above my knees and pulled at my boots. One of the injured men couldn't stand. Blood had soaked through bandages around his stomach. Move him first, I said. We lifted him between us. The current pressed against his legs. He cried out once, then clenched his jaw and held onto my jacket. My sister came from the pickup despite my shout to stay back. She took the man's free hand and guided him toward the bank. Watch your footing, I told her. I am watching. We got both injured civilians onto dry ground. Hollis pulled the cart free with the pickup. Its rear motor casing had filled with muddy water, but the engine restarted after 2 attempts. The ambulance had stopped farther up the lane. Della ran toward us. Dad's pressure dropped when the vehicle tilted. We need steady ground and less stopping. Tallinn trucks are between here and the training station, Kessa said. Then we don't go directly there, Ram answered from the ambulance door. Old timber loop branches west at the next ridge. It circles above the station. Can the ambulance climb it? In dry weather. Rain began as if the question had invited it. Large drops struck the leaves and darkened the dust on the vehicles. The smoke behind us flattened beneath the weather. The forest road changed from hard dirt to slick clay within minutes. Bram looked at Dad inside the ambulance, then at the rising water near the culvert. Dracoed road saves fuel and time, he said. Timberloop avoids the red trucks but may trap us in mud. No choice was good. We had children and injured people already at the training station. If the Tallinn crew reached them first, avoiding the road would abandon the very people we'd sent ahead. We take the direct road, I said. Pickup goes first. We find the trucks before they find the ambulance. Mom appeared in the ambulance doorway. Your father needs the station. Don't turn this into a chase. It already is. She looked at the rifle in my hands and the mud around my boots, then ended before we reached the children. Kessa climbed into the pickup beside me. Hollis moved to the rear with Bram's spare hunting rifle. My sister tried to follow. You stay in the ambulance, I said. You said Mom needed me before. She does now. Mom held the door open. My sister stared at me angry and frightened, then climbed inside. We drove ahead. Rain closed around the headlights. The road narrowed between pines and dropped toward the creek. Fresh tire tracks cut through the mud, 2 sets, both from heavy trucks. Kessa watched the ditch. They are less than 15 minutes ahead. Maybe they passed the station. They know where it is. A red reflection appeared between the trees. Hollis tapped the roof twice. I slowed before the next bend. One Tallinn truck sat across the road with its doors open. The second was hidden behind it. Men moved in the rain near a fallen tree they dragged across the lane. The nearest man wore a reflective vest over a hunting coat. He lifted a rifle and stepped into the headlights. Shut it down, he called. Medical vehicle and supplies stay here. People can walk away. Kessa looked back toward the ambulance lights climbing the ridge behind us. They chose the narrowest part of the road, she said. The Tallinn men had reached us before we reached the station. Chapter 28. The man in the reflective vest kept his rifle aimed at the windshield. Rain ran from his hood and down the barrel. 2 more men stood behind the first red truck. Another shape moved in the trees on the right side of the road. The fallen trunk blocked the ditch as well as the pavement, its branches cut and turned toward us like spikes. Engine off, the man called. Hands where I can see them. The ambulance climbed the final rise behind us and stopped. Its headlights filled the pickup mirrors. The utility car came after it, carrying injured civilians with nowhere to turn. Kessa kept her hands low beneath the dashboard. 4 in front, at least 1 right. Hollis lay across the rear floor behind us. The Tallinn men couldn't see him through the rain and dark glass. His hunting rifle rested between the seats, aimed past my shoulder. There is another truck behind the first, I said. Driver may still be inside, Kessa answered. The man stepped closer. Open the door. I lowered the window 2 inches. We have injured people. Move the tree and we'll give you food. Everything in the medical vehicle belongs to us now. People are using it. They can get out. Rain blew through the window and struck my face. The man looked beyond me toward the ambulance. He saw white paint, emergency markings, and the shape of someone moving behind the rear doors. He didn't see Dad as a person. He saw medicine, fuel, and a vehicle that could be traded. You told the Varkins about the bunkhouse, I said. His rifle shifted slightly. It was enough. You don't know what you're talking about. One of their soldiers named your mill. He said red trucks brought food, fuel, and shelter locations. The men behind him glanced at each other. The one in the trees moved closer to the road. Soldiers say anything when they're caught, the vest man said. We kept our people fed. You think anybody survives now by being clean? You traded children for fuel. I traded empty buildings and fools who wouldn't share. Behind me, the ambulance rear doors opened. Mom stepped down into the rain. She wore Dad's old canvas coat over her dirty clothes. The captured rifle stayed low against her leg, hidden from the men in front by the pickup body. The vest man noticed movement. Tell her to stop. She is checking a patient. She stops now. Mom looked through the pickup window at me. I couldn't hear her over the rain, but I saw the question in her face. She had been inside the camp. She understood people giving orders with guns aimed toward families. She also understood what happened after surrender. I touched 2 fingers to the steering wheel, then pointed down. She crouched behind the ambulance engine. The vest man raised his rifle toward her. Hollis fired from the rear floor. The windshield broke outward. The vest man dropped before he fired. Kessa opened her door and shot toward the men behind the red truck. I turned the pickup into the ditch and pressed the accelerator. The front bumper struck branches from the fallen tree. Wood scraped across the hood. The truck climbed half onto the muddy bank and stopped, angled enough to give the ambulance cover. Gunfire came from both sides. The man in the trees fired through the rear window. Hollis rolled beneath the seat. Glass covered his jacket. He returned fire through the opening. Kessa moved behind the open passenger door. 2 at the red truck. 1 down. I climbed out on the driver's side and crouched beside the front wheel. The fallen tree lay less than 15 feet ahead. Its trunk was thick but not rooted. A chain ran from it to the hidden second truck, used to drag it into place. The chain was still attached. If we move the red truck, the tree moves with it, I said. Kessa glanced through the cab. Driver is inside. The second truck's engine started. The chain tightened. The fallen trunk shifted toward us, branches scraping across the pickup hood. They weren't trying to clear the road. They were pulling the tree tighter against our vehicle to pin the doors and expose the ambulance. Bram fired from the ambulance driver window. The hidden truck windshield cracked. Its engine roared and the chain tightened again. A tall man ran toward the ambulance's rear doors. Mom shot him from behind the engine. He fell beside the ditch. She kept the rifle aimed at him until he stopped reaching for his weapon. My sister appeared inside the ambulance doorway. "Get down," I shouted. She pulled the door shut instead of arguing. Kessa fired at the driver of the hidden truck. The shot struck the door frame. He ducked and kept pulling. The tree rolled another foot. A branch punched through the pickup grill. "Hollis, cover right," I called. I ran along the ditch toward the chain. Mud slid beneath my boots. A rifle round struck the water beside me. Hollis fired over my head, and the man in the trees dropped behind a pine. The chain stretched across the road at knee height. I couldn't cut it with anything we carried. The hook at the tree had been wrapped twice and secured with a steel pin. Kessa reached me with the sledge. "The steel pin," I said. She struck it. The first hit bent the top but didn't move it. The hidden truck pulled harder. The chain jumped and nearly caught her ankle. I grabbed the links and dragged them away from her feet. The tension cut through my gloves. She struck again. The pin moved half an inch. A tall man came around the red truck with a shotgun. I released the chain and fired the rifle. My first round missed. The second struck his shoulder and spun him into the hood. Kessa hit the pin a third time. It came free. The chain tore away from the tree. The hidden truck accelerated with no weight behind it. Its rear tires spun sideways in the mud. The vehicle struck the red truck and pushed it toward the ditch. The fallen trunk rolled away from our pickup. "Bram, move!" I shouted. The ambulance engine surged. Bram drove around the tree along the left ditch, close enough that branches scraped the side panels. The utility cart followed in its tire tracks. The hidden truck door opened. Its driver jumped out and ran toward the trees. Kessa fired once near his feet. "Stop running." He kept running. Hollis shot into the mud ahead of him. The man slipped and fell. He raised both hands without turning around. The remaining Talon men pulled back into the forest. One dragged the injured shotgun carrier. Another fired blindly through the rain before disappearing among the pines. We could chase them or move the ambulance. I looked at Dad's vehicle climbing the road ahead. "Let them go," I said. Kessa lowered her rifle. "They'll return. Not before Dad reaches shelter." Hollis kept the captured driver covered while I searched him. He was younger than the best man, perhaps 30, with hollowed cheeks and hands stained by oil. A pistol sat beneath his coat. I removed it and the spare magazine. "How many are at the training station?" I asked. He looked toward the bodies beside the road. "None of ours." "That wasn't the question. We were going there after you stopped. Who told you the civilians were coming?" He pressed his lips together. Kessa picked up the vest man's radio. A Varkin voice spoke through it, followed by rough English. "Red team report. Medical transport status." The captured driver closed his eyes. "They gave you a radio," I said. "You were going to hand over the ambulance." They said they would leave our families alone. Where are your families? Nils cellar. 6 people. Did you see them after the Varkans made that promise? He didn't answer. The voice came through the radio again. Red team report. Kessa held it near the man's face. Answer them and say the road is blocked. Ambulance burned. Survivors scattered south. They'll know my voice. Then use it. His breathing quickened. He looked at the trees where his men had fled, then toward the ambulance disappearing around the bend. They'll kill everyone at the mill if they know I lied. They may have taken them already, I said. You helped soldiers find every shelter between here and the reservoir. You know what those soldiers do with useful families. The man stared at the radio. When he spoke, his voice shook. He reported that the medical vehicle had caught fire after an exchange on the road. He said survivors fled toward the creek, and the red crew was searching on foot. The Varkan operator asked for the gray officer's identity code. The driver looked at us. I don't know it. Kessa clicked the radio off. They'll suspect something when you don't answer again. How much time? I asked. Minutes before they call the other truck. Less than an hour before somebody checks the road. Hollis pulled the driver to his feet. What do we do with him? The man looked at the dead vest leader. Rain washed blood into the ditch. Killing him would be simple. It would also make the road take something from me that it didn't need. I couldn't call it mercy after what his crew had done, but I couldn't pretend a body in the mud protected anyone. He comes with us, I said, hands tied. He shows Brahm every route his crew used and every site they traded. And after that? Hollis asked. After that, the people he endangered decide what happens. The driver didn't thank me. He knew better. We used the second red truck to pull the fallen tree fully into the ditch. Kessa drove it. I followed in the damaged pickup with Hollis and the prisoner. The rain hid the road behind us. The training station appeared through the trees 20 minutes later. Children filled the stone classroom. Adults crowded the covered yard and the old equipment shed. Peter stood near the well with his arm in a sling and a radio pressed to his ear. Relief changed his face when the ambulance entered. The doctor ordered everyone away from the first aid room. Dad's litter went inside. Mom and my sister followed until Della stopped them at the door. He needs quiet and heat, she said. You can sit with him after we settle the blood and fluids. Mom didn't move. Della softened without changing her voice. He made it this far. Give me 10 minutes. Mom let the door close. She turned toward the yard and seemed to see the people for the first time. Families from the camp sat beneath blankets. Utility workers leaned against the stone wall. Bram's bunkhouse survivors distributed water from the hand pump. The classroom held crying children and adults, too exhausted to speak. 43 people had reached the station. The number made the place feel smaller than it had that morning. Bram brought the captured Talon driver into the equipment shed. Ivan sat on a cot there with his injured leg stretched out. The Varkan soldier recognized the radio immediately. Officer Channel, he said. Can they track it? Peter asked. Ivan touched the radio casing. Not exact. Patrol hears signal strength. If close, they find. Kessa removed the battery. Bram unfolded maps across a workbench. The captured driver showed us the routes his crew used between the old mill, the reservoir roads, and abandoned supply sites. He marked 3 locations they'd given to the Varkans. The bunkhouse had been one. The training station wasn't on his list. Then, how did you know to come here? Brahm asked. We saw the first utility cart on West Trail and followed its tracks. Bram's hand tightened around the table edge. You aimed at children without even knowing what they carried. The driver stared at the floor. We needed the ambulance. Everyone needs something. Bram stepped away before anger chose for him. Kessa studied the map. The station is hidden from the upper roads, but 43 people leave tracks, smoke, and noise. We can't stay more than tonight. Dad can't travel again tonight, I said. The doctor had joined us at the door. She looked older than she had inside the clinic, her coat stiff with dried blood. He cannot travel unless the station is burning around him, she said. His blood pressure is low. The repaired vessel may fail. He needs at least 12 hours without being moved. The Varkans could reach us sooner, Hollis said. Then you keep them outside. She left before anyone could ask her to change medicine to fit the war. Ram looked around the shed. We hold until morning. After that, we need a place large enough for these people and strong enough to defend. The captured driver pointed to the western side of the map. County Highway Depot. Fenced lot, maintenance bays, fuel tanks, radio mast. Talon stripped food from it, but the buildings are solid. Kessa traced the route. 2 bridges, between here and there. One is narrow enough to block. The other crosses the rail cut. Peter said, the mast might reach other survivor groups. Bram looked at me. A defended site becomes a target. So does a road full of families, I said. At the depot, we can repair vehicles, store water, and warn people before patrols reach them. And if people hear the radio, they come. More mouths, more risk. Mom stood outside the shed. I hadn't heard her approach. They also bring hands, she said. Some know medicine. Some know roads. Some know where the soldiers are. Keeping every family alone is how the Barkans took this camp in the first place. Bram looked toward the crowded classroom. Nobody declared me a leader. Nobody gave a speech about courage. We stood around a stained workbench while rain hit the roof and Dad struggled to stay alive in the next building. We divided the night because work had to be done. We counted what the rescue had cost before darkness hid it from us. 2 civilians from the family yard were dead. The laundry worker who had tried the electric latch was among them. 3 more people had gunshot injuries, and Mara's bare foot needed stitches after the pipe rack crushed her boot. One of Bram's hunters had fragments in his cheek and neck. The clinic worker cleaned him beside the hand pump while he kept asking whether anyone had seen his wife come through the tunnel. She found him before the bandage was tied and sat on the ground with both hands around his shoulders. Weapons and ammunition moved onto a blanket inside the equipment shed. We had hunting rifles in several calibers, 4 captured Varkeen rifles, the officer channel radio without its battery, 2 pistols, and the belt-fed gun's bolt assembly and remaining ammunition belt. None of it looked like enough once it was arranged together. Some magazines were half full. Several rifles had mud in the actions. The shotgun hung empty against my back until Bram gave me 3 shells taken from the West Gate defenders. I loaded them slowly, checking each brass base beneath the lamp. Food was worse. The meal bars from the ambulance made 1 small stack. The station shelves held salt, powdered drink mix, and cans that had rust around the rims. 43 people could empty it by the following afternoon. Water came from the hand pump, but Kessa warned that the flooded reservoir system might push contamination into connected wells. She and Leo drew samples into clear jars and set them beneath the classroom light, looking for grit, oil, or chemical color that eyes could detect. What they couldn't see worried her more. The people from the camp didn't wait for orders once they understood the numbers. A mechanic checked the ambulance and found a split coolant hose. 2 utility workers cut a replacement from abandoned equipment. Parents tore damaged blankets into strips for bandages. The doctor wrote blood types and injuries on the classroom chalkboard because paper had become too valuable to waste. Nobody spoke about rebuilding a country. They worked on the next broken thing in front of them. Hollis took 6 people to watch the Eastern Trail. Graham organized a roadblock at the creek bend. Kessa inspected the station generator and every vehicle. Mom assigned food and blankets without asking permission. My sister sat with 3 younger children until they slept, then carried water to the first aid room. The captured Talon driver remained tied beneath guard. Ivan translated pieces of radio traffic from a receiver Peter had repaired. Della stayed beside Dad. Before I took the perimeter, I went into the first aid room. Dad lay beneath 2 blankets with the bloodline nearly empty and a drainage container resting beside the cot. Mom sat close enough that their hands remained together even while he slept. His eyes opened when I entered. He looked toward the door behind me, searching. Your sister is safe, I said. Everyone made it out. His gaze moved to Mom. She touched his cheek and told him to rest. He tried to speak, but the doctor pressed 2 fingers against his shoulder and stopped him. I stayed until his eyes closed again, then left before relief made me careless. I walked the station perimeter with the rifle and tried not to think beyond the next tree. Near midnight, Kessa found me beside the western wall. Rain had slowed to a cold mist. She held 2 cups of water warmed over the classroom stove and handed one to me. Della says your father opened his eyes, she said. He knew your mother. Then he slept again. I pressed the cup between both hands. That is something. It is. We stood close beneath the roof edge. Her sleeve touched mine. The contact was small, but I felt it through wet cloth and exhaustion. What you said in the trench? I began. You don't need to answer tonight. I heard you. She looked at the dark trees instead of me. That is enough. I wanted to put my arm around her. I wanted to rest my forehead against hers and let somebody else watch the road for 1 minute. Dad was inside fighting for each heartbeat. Families slept on concrete. Varkan patrols were searching for an ambulance that had supposedly burned. I touched her hand instead. Her fingers closed around mine once, warm despite the cold, then she released me when Peter called from the radio room. We went inside together. Peter sat before the long-range set with one earphone pressed against his head. The station radio had been dead when we arrived, but he and Kessa had replaced a damaged fuse and connected it to the portable mast line. Static filled the room. I caught an American voice on the emergency band, he said. Weak signal east of us. They repeat every 5 minutes. Military broadcast? Bram asked from the doorway. A civilian voice. Fairground shelter frequency. Tammy's name struck through me. I moved beside Peter. Play it. He adjusted the dial. Static rose and fell. A distant voice appeared, vanished, then returned beneath interference. Any station receiving. Eastern County Fairground has been entered by foreign troops. Buses moving civilians west. Medical building searched. The transmission faded. Peter changed the tuning by a fraction. The voice returned clearer. It was Tammy. Colt, if you are hearing this, they have my name from the campus lists. They are asking about you. Do not come to the fairground. A hard burst of static cut her off. Then she said, they are taking us toward the river. The signal disappeared. Nobody in the radio room spoke. I stared at the speaker while rain ticked against the roof. We had opened one cage and brought 43 people out. The Varkans were already filling another. Chapter 29. Tammy's voice stayed in the radio room after the signal vanished. I could still hear the strain beneath the static, the effort it took to keep her words even while soldiers searched the fairground. Peter held one side of the earphone away from his head and watched the needle slide across the dial. Rain tapped the roof in thin, cold strokes. Behind us, the station generator coughed each time its speed dropped. Find her again, I said. She said the message repeats every 5 minutes. Peter adjusted the tuning by less than a finger's width, if they haven't taken the set. Bram stood in the doorway with rain darkening his shoulders. Kessa remained beside me, close enough that I could feel the heat from her sleeve. Nobody told me what my face looked like. I knew what was happening inside it. Every part of me had turned toward the east. How far is the fairground? Bram asked. By open road, maybe an hour, Kessa said. Not tonight. Bridges are blocked, and the reservoir patrols own the main routes. There are forest roads, I said. There are also 43 people behind us and your father in the next room. Her voice wasn't hard. That made it harder to resist. I looked at the map on the radio desk. The fairground sat beyond the county line, east of the reservoir and north of campus. A broad river curved west from there before narrowing near the rail cut. Tammy had said buses were moving civilians west. If the Varkans wanted captives for labor, leverage, or transport, they would use one of the crossings they still controlled. Peter raised a hand. Static thinned. Tammy returned in broken pieces. Third bus loading. Names checked at Livestock Hall. West Service Gate. A man's voice shouted somewhere near her. The transmission went quiet except for a scrape, as though the microphone had been dragged across concrete. Tammy whispered, medical people separated. Families stay together only if they stop arguing. They have red patches and 2 black patches. Buses leave when the next group arrives. The signal cracked. I leaned over the desk. Tammy, this is Colt. Can you hear me? Peter grabbed my wrist before I touched the transmit switch. We don't know if her radio can receive, he said. We don't know who else is listening. She called my name. That doesn't make this safe. His injured arm stayed fixed inside the sling, but the fingers wrapped around my wrist were firm. He had spent days afraid and kept moving anyway. I forced my hand away from the switch. Tammy's voice returned. If anyone hears this, buses are using County 12. I saw the sign when they moved us outside. First group left toward Harrow Junction. They said river loading. A burst of interference swallowed the rest. Kessa pointed at the map. County 12 reaches the old freight road here. Harrow Junction is beside the rail cut. Ram came closer. How many routes west from that point? 2 roads and the old track bed. One road crosses the narrow bridge near the highway depot. The other reaches the river loading yard. The depot we're supposed to reach in the morning, Peter said. Kessa nodded. If we get there. I stared at the junction. The fairground wasn't one cage. It was the start of a moving line, and we didn't know where that line ended. The radio hissed again. Tammy spoke faster now. They showed a photograph of Colt. Campus record photo. They asked which dorm, which car, which family address. I told them I barely knew him. If he hears this, don't come here. They expect it. A heavy impact sounded through the receiver. The transmission stopped. My hand closed around the desk edge. Peter kept working the dial, but only static answered. They have my family address, I said. Mom's voice came from the hall. They had our address before the reservoir. She entered carrying an empty water cup. Fatigue had drawn shadows beneath her eyes, but she stood straight. My sister waited behind her, wrapped in a station blanket. Your father heard the radio voice through the wall, Mom said. He tried to sit up. Della had to hold him down. I looked toward the first aid room. How is he? Still here. Still too weak to move. The doctor says the blood pressure is dropping again. The east pulled at me. Dad's room pulled harder. Mom set the cup beside Peter. Tammy told you where the buses are going. That matters more than where she is now. She may be on the next bus. She may already be gone. You won't help her by reaching an empty fairground and getting trapped. My sister stepped into the room. Mud stained the hem of her pants. The blue scarf she had torn apart at the reservoir was tied around one wrist now, the last uncut section. She warned you because she knew you'd try, she said. At least listen to the part she risked herself to say. I turned back to the map. Peter lowered the earphone. We can watch County 12 from the depot mast if the radio works. Maybe farther. The fairground emergency set is stronger than this receiver, but she can't keep transmitting once they move her. Could we answer during her next repeat? I asked. One sentence. Low power. No names beyond hers. Then we shut down. Ivan appeared in the hall with one hand braced against a frame. His injured leg dragged slightly. The guard behind him kept a captured rifle aimed at the floor but ready. Black Patch listens emergency, Ivan said. They make civilian call. Wait for people answer. Tammy wasn't making a trap, I said. Maybe not her trap. He touched 2 fingers to his ear. Officer hears also. Bram looked at Peter. Can they find us from one answer? Not from one short burst unless a patrol is already close. Ivan shook his head. Cars listen. Towers listen. Drakens and correction places. That killed the idea. I wanted to argue until somebody gave me permission to do the reckless thing. Nobody did. A knock sounded from the outer door. Hollis entered with mist on his beard and a hunting rifle across his chest. East Trail Watch found boot prints, he said. Fresh enough that the rain hasn't softened the edges. 4, maybe 5 people coming from the creek bend. Bram's attention left the radio at once. How close? Inside half a mile. They stopped where the utility cart tracks crossed the trail. The captured Talon driver stood under guard in the equipment shed. His crew had found us by those same tracks. Now somebody else had. Bram told Peter to shut the long-range set down. Kessa disconnected the mast cable and pulled the generator switch. The radio room dropped into darkness except for Peter's small lamp. The station changed around us. Adults woke children without letting them cry out. Blankets came off windows. The classroom stove was smothered, and the smell of hot metal and damp ash filled the hall. Hunters moved to the creek roadblock. Utility workers carried tools, boards, and fuel cans into the equipment shed. Nobody asked whether the prints belonged to soldiers. Nobody could afford the gentler answer. I went to Dad before taking my position. The first aid room felt warmer than the rest of the station. The doctor had hung another fluid bag from a wall hook. Dad's skin looked gray beneath the lamp. Della pressed folded cloth near the surgery dressing while the doctor checked his pulse. Is it bleeding again? I asked. The drain output increased, the doctor said. That doesn't prove the repair failed, but his pressure is worse. What do you need? He needs blood. O positive, if we can get it. O negative would help, but I doubt anyone here knows they have it. Mom stood at Dad's head with one hand against his hair. We tested blood types on campus before donation week, I said. Peter might remember his. Peter is a positive, Mom said. You told us after he fainted during the needle. Under any other circumstances, the memory might have brought a smile. It didn't. I'm O positive, I said. Della looked at the bruises across my ribs and the dried blood near my hairline. You have been running and fighting for 2 days. Can you use mine? The doctor met my eyes. It may work. I need you conscious if the station is attacked. We take 1 unit at most, and not until the perimeter is set. Dad's eyelids moved. Colt, he said, barely above air. I leaned close. Stay with them. The effort tightened his mouth. The doctor told him not to speak. I am staying, I said. We found a route toward the fairground captives. We can reach them from the west instead of running into the soldier's front gate. His fingers moved beneath the blanket, searching. I put my hand in his. Think first, he whispered. I will. The promise felt heavier than my shotgun. Outside, Bram assigned positions. Hollis and 2 hunters took the north wall. Kessa and Leo prepared the station's old fuel shed as a false supply point, placing empty cans where anyone approaching would see them. Peter set handheld radios to the lowest useful setting and gave one to each group. Mom moved the children into the stone storage room beneath the classroom. My sister refused to go until she had carried every water container inside. The young Talon driver watched from the equipment shed with his wrists tied. Those prints might be my people, he said. Bram faced him. Would they come quiet? Not if they thought the station was weak. Would they bring Varkans? The driver looked toward the dark window. They might bring them first and follow after. I checked the 3 shells in the shotgun and slung the captured rifle over my shoulder. The rifle magazine felt light. I didn't know whether it held 8 rounds or 12, and opening it beneath the lamp would waste time. I took 1 spare from the equipment blanket, half full by its weight, and pushed it into my jacket. Kessa met me at the west corner. She had soot in the lines of her hands and a fresh strip of cloth around one knuckle. You were going to answer Tammy, she said. Peter stopped me. He was right. I know. She studied my face in the thin light. Knowing after somebody grabbed your arm isn't the same as thinking first. Dad's words came back. I know that too. Kessa touched the side of my jacket where the family photograph rested, then drew her hand away before the movement became comfort. The creek makes noise over the rocks, she said. They'll use it to hide their approach. Stay off the low bank. We moved into the trees. The mist had thickened. Wet bark shone in narrow flashlight beams, then vanished when the lights went off. The creek ran black beside the roadblock. Bram had dragged a fallen pine across the track and piled stone behind it. Anyone coming from the east would have to climb over, crawl beneath, or leave the trail and enter the brush. We waited with cold water working to our clothes. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. A branch snapped beyond the creek bend. A pale light appeared between trunks, covered almost at once. I heard boots in mud. More than 5. A low voice spoke in the Varkan language. Ivan had been right. The station wasn't hidden anymore. Chapter 30. The first Varkan reached the roadblock without seeing us. He wore a rain cover over his helmet and carried his rifle high against his chest. A red patch showed when he turned sideways. 2 more soldiers followed close behind him. The others spread into the trees, boots pressing water from the moss. Their discipline made them quieter than the thieves had been. It didn't make them silent. Bram lay behind the stone pile on the south side of the trail. Hollis watched from a shallow rise across the creek. Kessa and I held the west side where brush thickened around the fuel shed. We had agreed not to fire unless the patrol moved past the false cans toward the classroom. A battle near the outer road might send them away without showing how many people were inside. The first soldier touched the fallen pine and raised his fist. Everyone behind him stopped. He crouched beside the cart tracks and ran a gloved hand through the mud. Another soldier moved to the creek and aimed a flashlight beneath the branches. Its beam slid over rocks, roots, and the place where I had crossed less than an hour earlier. The light stopped on a boot print. The soldier spoke quickly. The patrol divided. 3 stayed at the roadblock. 4 moved into the trees on our side. At least 2 more crossed the creek upstream. 9 soldiers, maybe 10. The count changed with every shadow. Cass's shoulder touched mine. She pointed toward a dark shape moving behind a cedar. We eased backward, keeping the trunk between us and the soldier. A radio murmured near the road. The voice was too faint for words, but the answer came from farther east. Another group waited beyond the bend. This wasn't a scouting walk. They had followed the ambulance route, found the damaged tire marks, and brought enough people to close around the station. I pressed the transmit button once, the signal we had chosen for a larger force. Bram answered with 2 soft clicks. Kessa leaned close to my ear. We pull west. Make them think the station is empty. They already found our tracks. Tracks don't shoot back. The nearest soldier passed the cedar. Water ran from his helmet cover. His face was young and tight with concentration. The rifle muzzle crossed the space between Kessa and me, less than 12 feet away. I kept my finger outside the trigger guard. He stepped over a root and saw the edge of Kessa's boot. His head snapped toward us. Kessa drove the short sledge into his rifle before he could raise it. The metal head struck the receiver and knocked the muzzle aside. I hit him with my shoulder. Pain tore across my bruised ribs, but momentum carried him backward into the cedar. He shouted. I clamped one hand over his mouth and struck the side of his helmet with the shotgun stock. The first impact stunned him. The second dropped his legs. Kessa caught the rifle before it hit the ground. Gunfire broke from the roadblock. Muzzle flashes lit the rain. Bram fired once, then shifted behind stone as rounds snapped through branches above him. Hollis fired from across the creek. A Varkin fell against the pine and rolled into the water. The soldier beneath me reached for a knife. I trapped his wrist against the roots. He twisted with more strength than I expected and drove a knee into my side. My breath left in a hard grunt. He pulled his mouth free. Kessa struck his forearm with the sledge handle. The knife dropped. I hit him again and felt his body slacken. Move, Kessa said. We dragged him behind the cedar and took his magazine pouch. 3 full magazines, a hand radio, 2 wrapped food blocks, and a small packet of medical cloth came free. Kessa stripped the rain cover from his helmet and threw it over the captured rifle to keep water out of the action. A flare rose above the creek bend. Red light spread through the trees. The station walls appeared behind us, pale and exposed. So did the fuel shed with its empty cans. One Varkin pointed toward it. 4 soldiers pushed off the trail and ran west. They had chosen the bait, but they were moving too fast. Bram fired from the stone pile. The front soldiers spun and went down. The others dropped behind trees and answered. Bark burst from the pine above Bram's head. Kessa and I moved parallel to them. Wet leaves slipped beneath my boots. Every step drove a dull ache through my ribs. I could hear the classroom door opening behind the station as Mom moved more people into the lower room. One Varkin reached the fuel shed and kicked the door. The rusted latch broke. He entered with his rifle first. Vio pulled the release cable from inside the equipment shed. A shelf loaded with scrap pipe collapsed across the fuel shed entrance. The soldier vanished beneath it. His partner turned toward the noise, and Kessa fired twice. The first shot struck the wall. The second caught him high in the chest and pushed him backward into the rain. The remaining 2 took cover near the hand pump. They were inside the station perimeter. I switched to the captured rifle. The shotgun's 3 shells mattered too much at close distance to spend across the yard. I rested the rifle against a tree and fired at the pump housing. One soldier ducked as concrete dust sprayed his face. The other moved toward the classroom window. My sister's blue scarf flashed behind the glass. I ran. The soldier saw me crossing the open yard. His rifle came around. I dropped behind a split log as shots cut through the rain. Wood burst against my cheek. I fired from the ground and missed. The rifle kicked hard against my shoulder. Hollis shot from across the creek. The soldier near the window folded against the stone wall. The second soldier left the pump and rushed the classroom door. Mom shoved it closed from inside. He struck it with his shoulder once, then lifted his rifle toward the latch. I fired. The round hit his pack. He stumbled, but stayed upright. Kessa came from the fuel shed and struck him from the side with a burst from her rifle. He fell against the door and slid into the mud. The Eastern Patrol began pulling back. Their fire changed from aim shots to cover. 2 smoke canisters bounced over the roadblock and filled the creek bend with white vapor. Bram called for everyone to hold position. Chasing them into the smoke would put us in front of the second group waiting on the road. A motor started beyond the bend. The engine rose, faded, then stopped again. They hadn't left. They were repositioning. Peter's voice came through my radio. Movement north of the first aid room. 2 people at the wall. I turned toward the rear of the station. Kessa was already moving. We crossed behind the classroom and found one soldier lifting another toward a high window. The lower man saw us. He dropped his partner and fired from the hip. Rounds struck the roof edge. Kessa fell against the wall. I thought she had been hit. Then she rolled, raised her rifle, and fired from one knee. The lower soldier dropped. The other ran for the trees. I followed him around the corner. He was 20 yards ahead, moving uphill between wet trunks. My sight bounced across his back. I fired once. The round struck a branch. He disappeared beyond the ridge. I stopped before the slope pulled me away from the station. A vehicle door slammed beyond the trees. The engine rose again, this time moving east. The patrol had escaped with at least 3 soldiers. One of them had seen the buildings, the vehicles, and the number of defenders firing from the yard. Kessa sat against the rear wall with one hand pressed to her left shoulder. I reached her and found torn cloth, but no blood beneath it. A round had grazed the rifle strap and ripped the jacket. "You fell," I said. "The wall helped." I thought. "I know what you thought." "Check the trees." Her breath came fast despite the steady voice. I touched the side of her neck, feeling the pulse hammer beneath cold skin. "You are still here," I said. "So are you." "Keep it that way for another minute." We cleared the north wall with Hollis. One Varkin had died near the window. The other remained where Kessa had shot him. 2 more bodies lay near the roadblock, and the soldier beneath the fuel shed pipes was alive but trapped. Bram covered him while Leo and 2 utility workers removed enough scrap to pull him free. The station had taken damage, but the walls still stood. One hunter had a bullet crease along his thigh. A utility worker had fragments in her palm. Nobody inside the classroom had been hit. The cost outside was worse. 5 Varkins were dead. 2 were alive, 1 unconscious near the cedar, and 1 gasping beneath the fuel shed roof edge. The survivors had taken their radios when they withdrew, but Kessa still had the set from the first man. Ivan listened to it from the equipment shed. "They report children, ambulance, mini rifles," he said. "They ask road group for mortar." Bram's face tightened. "How soon will they return?" Ivan listened again. "Road group says, no mortar. Calls command. Command says mark place, wait daylight, no more attack." "They'll return with more," Hollis said. "Before daylight or after?" I asked. Ivan spread his hands. "Command lies to radio when enemy listens." The doctor came out of the first aid room with blood on both gloves. "I need the donor now," she said. I followed her inside. Della had opened the surgery dressing enough to check the area. Dad's eyes remained shut. His breathing sounded shallow, each inhale followed by a pause that lasted too long. The doctor placed me on a cot beside him and wrapped rubber tubing around my upper arm. "This is not a proper blood bank," she said. "We have sterile bags and testing cards from the ambulance. We know your type from your word and your mother's memory. That is not ideal." "Do it!" "If you feel faint, you tell me before you fall." The needle went into my arm. Warm blood moved down clear tubing into the collection bag. I watched it fill because looking at Dad hurt more. Mom sat between us. She kept one hand on his blanket and the other against my wrist below the needle. "Tammy gave us a route," I said. "We can intercept the buses from the west." Mom's eyes stayed on Dad. "We cannot go tonight. We are not going tonight. Your father would tell you that saving strangers doesn't require abandoning the people already beside you. Tammy isn't a stranger." "I didn't say she was." The bag grew heavier. Della turned it gently, mixing the blood with the solution inside. Outside, people dragged Varkin bodies away from the hand pump. Metal scraped across the yard as Bram reinforced the roadblock. The captured radio muttered in the next room. The young Tolan driver appeared at the doorway under guard. "I'm O positive too," he said. The doctor looked at him. "How do you know?" "Army physical before they rejected me for my knee." Bram stood behind him. He asked to help. The driver swallowed. "My mother is at the old mill. My brother's girls are there. If this man dies, you may leave before getting them. If he stays alive, maybe you listen." His reason wasn't Quain. Neither was mine. The doctor pointed to the empty cot. "Wash both arms. Della will test your blood." Bram untied one wrist, but left the other secured to the man's belt. The driver didn't argue. My bag reached the line the doctor had marked. She closed the tube and withdrew the needle. The room tilted when I sat up. Mom pushed me back against the cot. "You will stay there for 5 minutes," she said. The perimeter has 20 adults who can stand without seeing spots." I stayed. Della connected my blood to Dad's line. The dark red moved toward him, slow and steady. His eyes opened once. "They found me on the next cot." "You look bad," he whispered. The words were weak enough to frighten me, but they were his. "You look worse," I said. One corner of his mouth moved. It wasn't a smile, only the memory of one. The doctor told both of us to save our breath. Before dawn, the station radio picked up an engine convoy on the eastern road. We couldn't see it through the trees, but the sound came closer in stages, stalked, then divided. One engine remained near the creek bend. 2 others moved north and south. They weren't attacking yet. They were closing the roads before daylight. Chapter 31. We couldn't wait for sunrise. The engines held their positions beyond the trees. One idled near the creek bend. Another moved along the northern track, stopped, and shut down. The third disappeared south, where the fire road curved toward the old Ranger Gate. They were building a loose ring around us and waiting for enough light to see anyone who tried to slip through. Bram spread the station map across the classroom floor. The paper had softened from damp hands and muddy boots. Kessa knelt beside him with a flashlight between her teeth. "There is one route they may not know," she said after removing the light. "The training station used to move cut timber down the west slope. The skid lane hasn't been maintained in years, but it reaches the rail service track." "Can the ambulance make it?" the doctor asked. Kessa looked toward the first aid room. "Not without help. The first drop is steep, and the lane has 2 drainage cuts. Then it isn't a road. It is the only space between their vehicles." The doctor pressed both hands against her face and dragged them down. She hadn't slept since the reservoir clinic. Dried blood darkened the seams of her sleeves. "His pressure has improved with Colt's blood," she said. "The second donor is helping. That does not make him fit for another ride. Every hard jolt could break the repair." "A mortar round through this roof will do worse," Mom said. The doctor looked at her, then at Dad's room. "Pad the litter. Keep 'em flat. The ambulance moves no faster than a walking person until the ground levels. If he crashes, we stop even if soldiers are behind us." Nobody argued. The station emptied with less noise than it had filled. Children wore blankets beneath their coats. Adults carried food, medical bags, water containers, and ammunition. The utility workers removed the repaired radio set from the desk and wrapped it in 2 canvas tarps. Peter labeled the cables with strips of cloth so he could reconnect them at the depot. His left arm remained in the sling, but his good hand never stopped. The captured Tallinn driver lay on a classroom bench while the clinic worker finished taking his blood. His face had gone pale. "You still want the old mill?" I asked him. "I want my family out before the soldiers decide we failed them. Show us the route after we reach the depot." "You have my word." "Your crew's word put rifles on children." He shut his eyes. "Then judge what I do next." It was a better answer than an excuse. Bram cut the driver's ankle ties, but kept his wrists secured in front. He would ride in the red truck under guard. Ivan went beside him with his injured leg braced between packs. The newer Varkan prisoner had regained consciousness, but refused to move when Ivan spoke to him. His shoulder was damaged, and his face had swollen around one eye. Ivan translated his reply. "He says command comes. He stays. If he calls out before we're clear, people die," Bram said. Ivan spoke again. The prisoner spat at his boots. We bound the man inside the stone storage room, left water and a blanket, and closed the heavy door. The other captured soldier had died before the second blood bag was full. Della covered him near the fuel shed. I didn't know whether leaving the prisoner was mercy or convenience. There wasn't time to name it. Kessa took the utility cart down the skid lane first. Lyle rode beside her with an axe and a coil of chain. Hollis followed on foot, checking the trees ahead. Their lights stayed covered. The lane began behind the equipment shed, where a wall of blackberry vines hid a rusted gate. Utility workers cut the vines and pulled the gate inward 1 inch at a time. Metal scraped against stone. Every face turned toward the eastern road, waiting for an engine to rise. The Varkans didn't move. That frightened me more than gunfire. The cart returned after 12 minutes. "First drainage cut is passable if we fill the center," Kessa said. "Second has a washed edge. We need boards under the ambulance tires. Fallen spruce blocks the lower turn. Hollis is cutting branches, but the trunk stays." "Can we pull it?" Bram asked. "With the red truck and station winch, maybe." The evacuation became a chain of jobs. 6 people carried broken concrete and flat stone to the first drainage cut. Others stripped planks from the equipment shed loft. The red truck backed toward the slope, with the winch cable wrapped around its frame. Fuel from the Varkan patrol vehicles would have helped, but those vehicles remained beyond the roadblock, and reaching them meant walking into the ring. Thad came out last. The litter had blankets beneath the frame and rolled coats around his hips. Dello walked beside his head. The doctor held the fluid bag above him. Mom kept one hand on his shoulder. His eyes remained closed. My sister saw the empty blood bag marked with my name and looked at me. "You gave him that?" "Some of it. The driver gave the rest." She touched my arm near the cloth over the needle mark. "You look sick." "I am tired." "That isn't the same thing. I can still walk." She didn't accept it, but she had a child by the hand, and no time to argue. The ambulance entered the skid lane. Wrenches scraped both sides. Bram drove with the headlights off while Hollis walked before the bumper. Every few feet, somebody whispered a direction. The engine stayed barely above idle. The pickup followed with mom's supplies and the repaired radio. The red Talon truck carried most of the children. The utility cart shuttled tools forward and returned for people who couldn't manage the slope. Everyone else walked. I stayed behind with Kessa and 2 hunters until the last group cleared the gate. We scattered pine branches across the churned entrance, then dragged the captured Varkan bodies into the station yard where their patrol would find them. Peter set the generator to run until its fuel ended. From the road, lights and engine noise might suggest people were still inside. They will know within minutes, Kessa said. Minutes are enough if the ambulance reaches the lower turn. A loudspeaker sounded beyond the creek. The Varkan words rolled through the trees. I couldn't understand them. Ivan's translation came over the handheld radio from the red truck. They order surrender. Say, buildings surrounded. Say, medical care for injured. Bram answered from the ambulance. Keep moving. The loudspeaker repeated. Then a rifle fired near the eastern wall. The shot was followed by another, aimed at a window. The Varkans were testing for return fire. We entered the skid lane and closed the gate behind us. The slope dropped hard beneath wet leaves. My legs felt weak from the blood loss, and the rifle strap pulled at my bruised side. Kessa kept a hand near my elbow without touching me. She knew I would resent being supported before I admitted needing it. The first drainage cut had become a trench filled with stone and timber. The ambulance crossed at walking speed. Its rear tire slipped once and crushed the edge. Adults shoved against the body until it climbed free. Gunfire burst behind us. The station windows shattered. The generator continued running. A heavier impact followed. Stone cracked. The Varkans had brought something stronger than rifles, though I couldn't tell whether it was a launcher or a heavy gun. The red truck reached the second cut. Boards bridged the wash edge, but the outer plank bent beneath the front tire. Stop, Kessa called. The truck froze with one wheel hanging over empty space. Children crowded the back, silent because fear had gone beyond crying. Kessa crawled beneath the front corner and shoved a second plank beside the first. Leo and I packed stone under it. Mud filled my sleeves. The truck's weight pressed the wood until it groaned. Straight forward, Kessa told the driver. Do not turn until both rear tires are over. The truck moved. The plank split along one edge but held long enough. The rear tires crossed. The ambulance came next. The doctor walked beside Dad's window and watched his face. Bram kept the tires centered while 6 of us held ropes from the uphill side. My boots slid. The rope burned through wet gloves. For several seconds, the ambulance leaned toward the drop, its weight pulling all of us down. Kessa drove the sledge head beneath the outer plank and used the handle as a brace. Keep it moving, she said through clenched teeth. The rear wheel climbed over. The ambulance settled onto the lane. Kessa fell forward when the weight released. I caught her under the arms. My side flared so badly that my knees almost failed. You gave too much blood, she said. The doctor measured it. Your body did not sign the measurement. We are almost down. That is not a medical fact. She pulled my arm over her shoulder before I could refuse and helped me through the next 50 yards. The fallen spruce blocked the lower turn exactly as she had described. Its trunk rested across the lane with roots ripped from the slope. The station winch cable ran around it. The red truck strained below, tires spinning against mud. Hollis cut the last branches with a handsaw. The tree shifted 6 inches, then stopped against a stump. Behind us, the station generator went silent. A flare rose over the ridge. Daylight had begun as a gray thinning between the branches. The Varkans would see the broken vines at the gate, then the tire marks. Bram came down from the ambulance. We have to get the tree clear now. The young driver climbed from the red truck under guard. His face remained pale from donation. Wrap the chain lower, he said. Pull the root end uphill first. The trunk is hooked behind that stump. Kessa studied it and nodded. He is right. They reset the chain. The driver crawled through mud to guide the hook beneath the roots. Bram put the red truck in reverse. The winch tightened until the cable sang. The root mass lifted. Hollis struck the trapped branch with the axe. It broke. The spruce rolled downhill, tearing smaller trees with it, and crashed into the ravine. The convoy moved. Varkan voices reached the upper lane before the last walkers cleared the turn. I took position behind the stump with Kessa and Hollis. 3 soldiers appeared through the gray trees, moving fast. One saw us and dropped to a knee. Hollis fired first. The soldier fell. The others spread apart and shot toward the lane. Rounds cut leaves above our heads. I fired twice. Kessa fired once, then pulled me down as a bullet struck the stump and sprayed wet wood across my face. Bram called through the radio. Last vehicle was clear. Breakaway. We fired enough to keep the soldiers behind trees, then ran downhill. My legs had turned hollow. Kessa stayed beside me. Hollis covered our rear, stopping every 20 yards to fire one careful shot. The lane leveled beside an abandoned rail service track. The vehicles waited beneath a concrete overpass. People pulled us into the shadow as the first Barkans reached the bottom of the slope. Bram drove the ambulance west. The others followed. No engine came behind us. The washed cuts and fallen spruce had slowed the patrol vehicles, but not for long. The county highway depot stood 6 miles away. We reached it after sunrise with fuel needles near empty, Dad's pressure falling again, and smoke from the training station rising above the eastern trees. The depot gate was chained from the inside. Someone had painted a fresh warning across the metal maintenance doors. Keep out. Tolland property. Chapter 32. The paint was still wet enough to shine. Rain had thinned it into red trails beneath the letters. Tire marks crossed the depot yard behind the chain, fresh and deep. The maintenance bays looked empty, but a narrow strip of smoke rose from a vent near the office roof. The young Tolland driver stared through the ambulance windshield. They were not supposed to hold this place, he said. Bram kept the engine running. Who was inside? The crew used it for fuel and parts. The old mill was safer for families. That sign means someone came after we left the reservoir road. How many? I cannot see through steel. Hollis moved behind the red truck and studied the fence line. 2 firing gaps cut into the office blinds. Fresh brass near the gate post. The ambulance needed to enter. Dad couldn't sit on the road while we argued with thieves. I opened the passenger door. Kessa caught the back of my jacket. You gave blood less than 2 hours ago. I can speak from behind the truck. They know you were with the ambulance. They know him better. I pointed toward the driver. Bram considered it. The driver looked from the gate to the guard holding his wrists. Untie me, he said. If I walk out bound, they think I traded sides. Did you? Bram asked. The driver looked at the ambulance. I gave blood to a man my crew tried to rob. I am standing here instead of running into the woods. Call it whatever helps. Bram cut the rope from his wrists, but kept a rifle trained on him. We moved the red truck across the road as cover. The driver walked to the gate alone with both hands visible. It is me, he called. Open up. We have injured people. A blind shifted in the depot office. Where's the crew? A man shouted. Road fight went bad. The leader is dead. Varkans are coming from the east. Silence followed. The driver stopped 6 feet from the gate. My mother is at the mill. I need fuel and the west key. A rifle muzzle appeared through the office blind. You brought them here, the man said. They have a doctor. They have supplies. The driver's shoulders dropped a fraction. I saw the change before he turned his head. He will shoot, he said. The office rifle flashed. The driver threw himself against the concrete gate post. The round struck chain links behind him. Bram fired from the ambulance hood. His shot broke the office window. A second shooter opened from the maintenance bay. Rounds hit the red truck and punched through the rear panel. Children inside screamed. Mom dragged them onto the floor while my sister pulled blankets over their heads. Kessa ran along the ditch beside the fence. I followed, staying low. Weakness rolled through me every time I rose above a crouch. The depot fence ended at a drainage channel where storm water had cut beneath the bottom mesh. Kessa shoved the sledge under the fence and lifted. Go through. You first. You have the shotgun. I crawled beneath. Wire caught my jacket and scraped the back of my neck. Kessa slid after me with her rifle wrapped against her chest. The maintenance bay shooter fired again. The muzzle flash showed behind a stack of tires. We moved along the outer wall where he couldn't see us without leaving cover. Bram and Hollis kept the office shooter pinned. The ambulance reversed behind the red truck. The doctor climbed out with Della and crouched beside Dad's rear doors, ready to move him if the firing shifted. Kessa reached the bay's side entrance and tried the handle. The lock held. She set the sledge against the latch and struck once. Metal bent. The second strike broke the frame. We entered a dark room that smelled of diesel, rubber, and mouse droppings. A workbench blocked the inner door. Kessa helped me pull it aside. Tools fell onto concrete with a crash. The shooter turned toward the sound. His boots scraped beyond the door. I lowered the shotgun toward the opening. Set the rifle down and step away, I said. He fired through the thin door. Wood broke beside my head. Kessa dropped flat. I fired once, through the opening. The shotgun blast filled the room and left my ears ringing. The man fell behind the tire stack. His rifle clattered across concrete. We found him on his back, gasping through blood that spread beneath his jacket. He reached toward the rifle. Kessa kicked it away. "Stay still," she said. He looked at her, then at me. "You brought the army." "The army was already coming," I said. His hand stopped moving. He died before Della reached the bay. The office shooter surrendered after Hollis put a round through the desk beside his face. He came out with both hands raised, wearing a highway department jacket over body armor. Brand forced him to the ground and took his pistol. "How many are at the mill?" the young driver asked him. The man stared at the wet concrete. Bram pressed the rifle muzzle against the armor between his shoulders. "He asked you a question." "4 guards when I left. Maybe 3 now. Parkins came yesterday and took 2 people for questioning." The driver's face tightened. "Which people?" "I did not see." "You always saw." The man said nothing else. We cut the gate chain and moved the convoy inside. The depot had more space than the train station and less comfort. 3 maintenance bays opened onto a fenced yard. The office block contained 2 bathrooms, a break room, and a radio closet. A salt shed stood near the rear fence. The fuel tanks had been siphoned, but Kessa found several hundred gallons in the underground reserve after checking the mechanical gauge. Tolland had emptied the surface pumps and missed the gravity drain used for generator maintenance. Water came from a concrete cistern beneath the wash bay. It smelled of rust, but showed no oil sheen. Utility workers flushed the line and boiled the first containers. The station's hand pump had been easier, but the depot water sat farther from the flooded reservoir system. Dad went into the break room, where the doctor chose the cleanest table and covered it with blankets. The ride had lowered his pressure again. Della changed the fluid line, while Mom stood near his head. The doctor checked the surgery area and said the repair still seemed intact. "He needs warmth, food when his stomach works again, and time," she said. "Time remains the thing nobody can carry in a truck." The depot generator started after Kessa cleaned the fuel filter. Pale lights came on above the bays. People looked worse under them. Mud covered every leg. Smoke and dried blood marked sleeves and faces. Children slept sitting against tires while adults counted doors and windows. Bram gave the surrendered thief a choice. He could remain tied in the office or help unload beneath guard. The man chose the office. The young driver asked for no choice. He carried water to Dad's room, then helped Peter connect the radio equipment. "My family is 6 miles north," he said to me. "The mill road crosses Harrow Junction." That name pulled Tammy's message back into the room. Kessa opened a locked cabinet with a pry bar. Inside were county maps, vehicle keys, road flares, and a clipboard covered in Toland handwriting. The pages listed fuel taken from the depot, food moved to the mill, and radio calls made to Varcan checkpoints. One entry had been written that morning. 3 buses from Eastern Fairground. Old Harrow Junction clear. Payment at River Yard. Bram looked over my shoulder. "They are helping move prisoners." The driver shook his head. "The leader made that deal. Most of us did not know about buses. You knew enough to shoot at an ambulance." I knew the Varkans kept their hands off the mill while we gave them fuel and names. His voice broke on the last word. He turned away before anyone could watch his face. Peter called from the radio closet. The mast had power, but the main antenna line was damaged near the roof. Kessa and Leo climbed the maintenance ladder to repair it. Ivan sat beside the receiver and listened to enemy traffic through the captured set with its battery reinstalled for short intervals. "Convoy delays," he said. "Fairground buses wait for road clear." Soldiers asked Tolland at Junction. No answer. The dead reflective vest leader couldn't answer. The surviving crew had scattered. For the first time, the Varkans expected local help and were receiving it. "How long before they send their own people?" I asked. Ivan listened. "Black Patch says 1 hour. Maybe less." The young driver touched the mill road on the map. "My family is between them and the junction. If soldiers find the mill without our crew there, they take everyone. Dad needed us. The depot needed defenses. Tammy and busloads of captives were moving toward the river. Every direction held somebody who couldn't wait. Mom entered from the break room and looked at the map. Your father is asleep, she said. The doctor says the blood helped. I let myself breathe once. Then I pointed to the old mill. We can reach this place, bring the families and food back, and use the mill road to approach the junction from the north. Ram traced the distance. 1 trip, 2 jobs. It also puts a small group outside when the Varkans reach this depot. They do not know we are here yet. The station patrol followed our trail west, but we broke onto the rail service track. Hollis looked through the bay door toward the east. They will know by noon? Kessa came down from the roof ladder with black grease across one cheek. The mast works. Peter caught Tammy's frequency again. I moved toward the radio closet. Peter sat beneath a bare bulb, one hand on the tuner. Tammy's voice came through weaker than before. Second bus leaving now. We are on it. Harrow Junction in less than an hour. Men shouted near her. She added one final sentence before the signal ended. They put children in the front seats. Chapter 33. Children in the front seats changed the shape of every plan. The Varkans expected anyone attacking the convoy to fire from ahead. They had put small bodies between themselves and the first bullets, then announced the route through collaborators who were supposed to keep it open. Peter replayed the last recording. Tammy's voice remained faint but clear enough. Less than an hour to Harrow Junction. We cannot stop 3 buses with the people in front, Bram said. Not by shooting at the road. Kessa pointed to the maintenance map. The junction sits in a cut. County 12 drops between 2 rock walls, then turns beneath the rail bridge. The freight lane joins from the north beside the old mill road. Can we block behind the first bus? I asked. If we reach the freight lane before they do. The young driver stood at the edge of the desk. There's a gravel loader at the mill. Old machine, but it ran last week. You can put it across the freight lane. How much fuel? Enough if nobody drained it. Ram looked toward the bay where people were stacking tools and ammunition. I stay here. The depot is open ground without roadblocks, and your father cannot be dragged out again. Hollis goes with you. Take the red truck. Bring every person and every bag of food from the mill. We also need the belt gun mounted, I said. The mechanics will build the cradle while you are gone. We may use it from the depot, not the junction. Firing into buses is not an option. That left rifles, the shotgun, road flares, tools, and whatever machinery the mill still held. Mom met me near the break room door. Your father woke again, she said. He asked where you were. I entered before leaving. Dad lay under 3 blankets. The color in his face had improved slightly, though his lips remained dry and pale. Della sat beside the table with 2 fingers against his wrist. The doctor adjusted the fluid line. His eyes opened when I touched his hand. We reached the depot, I said. It has water, fuel, walls, and a radio mast. Is the family safe? He asked. Everyone is inside. The words cost him less this time, but he still had to rest between them. Girl on radio? The buses are coming past us. We can stop them without going back to the fairground. His fingers tightened once. How many with you? Kessa, Hollis, the driver, and 2 utility workers. Bram stays here. Think about return. We are taking 1 truck and the utility cart. The mill has another machine if the driver told the truth. Dad looked toward the young driver waiting beyond the door. People tell truth in pieces when scared. Find missing piece before trusting road. The driver heard him. The missing piece is my cousin, he said. He runs the mill when the leader is gone. He will not surrender because he thinks the Varkans protect us. Will he shoot you? I asked. He may shoot anybody standing beside me. Dad closed his eyes. There it is. I squeezed his hand and left before another delay turned into a decision made by fear. The red truck left the depot through the north service gate. Hollis rode in the passenger seat. Kessa and I stayed in the back with Leo, the utility cart secured behind us on a short trailer. The young driver sat between the cab and tailgate under the watch of a utility worker with a captured rifle. Cold air moved over the open bed. My strength had returned enough to stand without the ground tilting, but every bump pressed the blood donation weakness deeper into my legs. Kessa watched me whenever she thought I wasn't looking. You should have stayed with your father, she said. You should have stayed to fix the depot. I finished the mast. I finished giving blood. She looked at me without amusement. That sentence proves less than you think. I let the argument end there. The road needed my attention more than my pride. The mill stood in a low valley beside a narrow stream. Its main building had once processed lumber, though the saw line had been stripped years before. Rusted conveyors crossed between sheds. A gravel loader sat beneath a lean-to with its bucket lowered into weeds. 3 pickups stood near the office. Smoke rose from a barrel behind the family quarters. Hollis stopped the red truck beyond the ridge. We walked the final quarter-mile through wet brush. The young driver showed us a drainage culvert beneath the back fence. He went first with his wrists free, but Hollis close behind. The culvert opened near stacked logs. Voices came from the office porch. 4 guards, just as the surrendered thief had said. 2 wore hunting coats. 1 carried a Varkan rifle. The 4th man was older than the young driver and broad through the shoulders. He stood near the office door, with the pistol at his belt. "My cousin?" the driver whispered. Through a dirty window, I saw women and children in the family quarters. 6 people. Perhaps more. They weren't tied, but the outside doors had padlocks. The driver stepped from behind the logs. "I came back," he called. Every weapon on the porch shifted toward him. His cousin walked down 1 step. "Where is the leader?" "Dead on the forest road." "Who killed him?" The driver looked toward the ridge where our truck waited. "People he tried to rob. You brought them here. They have a doctor and a defended depot. The Varkans are coming for the mill because the junction did not answer. We moved the families now." His cousin's face tightened. "The Varkans leave us alone. They took 2 people yesterday. For questions. They did not bring them back." One of the younger guards looked toward the family quarters. Doubt moved across his face. The cousin drew his pistol. Hollis fired from behind the logs. His shot struck the porch rail inches from the cousin's hand. The pistol dropped onto the steps. "Next shot is closer," Hollis said. Kessa and I spread apart. Leo moved toward the family building with cutters. The guards looked between us, trying to count how many rifles hid in the brush. The man with the Varkan rifle raised it. The young driver stepped into his path. "Do not make them fire through me." "You changed sides." "I chose the people inside." "You should try it." The guard's rifle trembled. His eyes moved to the padlocked building. He lowered it. The cousin lunged for the pistol on the steps. Kessa struck the porch post with the sledge. The impact splintered wood beside his head. "Leave it," she said. He froze with his hand 2 inches from the weapon. The other guards surrendered after that. We took their ammunition and locked them in the office while the young driver opened the family quarters. His mother came out first, a small woman with iron-gray hair and a split lip. She struck him across the face before pulling him against her. 2 girls ran from the doorway and wrapped themselves around his legs. The other 3 people followed carrying blankets and 1 dented cooking pot. "Where are the 2 the soldiers took?" the driver asked. His mother looked toward the stream. "They came back last night." Hope changed him for half a second. Then she pointed behind the far shed. 2 shallow graves lay beneath wet sawdust. The driver stood over them without speaking. His mother stayed beside him. No clean words belonged there, so nobody offered any. Kessa and Leo checked the gravel loader. Its battery was weak, but the depot truck carried jumper cables. Fuel filled a quarter of the tank. The engine started with a cloud of black exhaust that rolled beneath the lean-to. The mill stores were better than the depot shelves. Tolland had stacked sacks of rice and dried beans in a locked room, along with canned meat, powdered milk, cooking oil, batteries, blankets, and medical alcohol stolen from clinics. It wasn't enough for a town, but it could keep the depot group fed for several days. We loaded everything that mattered into 2 pickups and the red truck. 1 surrendered guard agreed to drive after the young driver's mother told him he could come or remain for the Varkans. The cousin refused. We left him tied in the office with the other 2 men, water, and a knife placed beyond immediate reach. The young driver said they would free themselves after we cleared the valley. A radio on the office desk crackled while we worked. The cousin had used a Varkan handset with a local call sign. Ivan wasn't there to translate, but 1 phrase repeated in a different voice. "Harrow Junction." Then Peter's voice came to her handheld radio. "Colt, the convoy passed the east marker." Tammy transmitted for 3 seconds. 3 buses, 2 military trucks, 1 command car. They are 20 minutes from the junction. "Any soldiers ahead?" A scout vehicle left the convoy. "It has not reached the junction repeater." I looked at the mill road. The gravel loader could reach the freight lane in 10 minutes if it didn't break. The red truck needed 15 to return to the depot with families and food. Hollis saw the decision forming. "I take the supplies back," he said. "Bram needs them and the extra drivers." You take the loader, Kessa, Leo, and the young man. The driver looked at his mother and the two girls clinging to her coat. Go with them, I said. You have done enough. His mother held his face between both hands. You brought us a way out. Finish opening it. He looked at the graves once more, then climbed onto the loader's side step. Hollis drove the red truck south with the families and food. The two pickups followed. We took the loader north toward Harrow Junction. Its engine shook the entire machine. Rust fell from the cab roof. The bucket bounced above the road, heavy enough to crush a car and slow enough that anyone with sense could walk away from it. The driver knew a freight lane hidden behind the tree line. We turned there and climbed toward the rail bridge. Peter called again. Scout vehicle is 5 minutes out. Convoy less than 15. Bram is bringing the mounted gun and 6 defenders from the depot. Tell him children are in the first bus. No shooting toward glass. He knows. Kessa stood on the loader's left step with one hand around the cab rail. What stops the scout from warning them? I looked at the road flares in my jacket, the shotgun across my chest, and the deep drainage ditch beside the freight lane. We stop it before it sees the loader. Chapter 34. The scout vehicle came around the bend faster than we expected. It was a narrow Varkin utility car with armor plates bolted over the doors and 3 soldiers inside. The driver saw the gravel loader too late. Kessa had parked the machine across the freight lane behind a wall of brush, its bucket raised above the ditch. When she dropped the controls, several tons of steel and gravel crashed onto the road. The scout driver swerved. The front tires left the pavement and sank into the drainage mud. The car struck the loader bucket sideways. Metal folded with a hard, grinding impact. The passenger door burst open and a red-patched soldier rolled into the ditch. I fired the shotgun before he could raise his rifle. The blast struck his armor and threw him against the bank. He stayed down, breath coming in short, wet pulls. The rear soldier kicked his door open and fired through the brush. Leo dropped behind the loader tire. Kessa flattened against the cab. Rounds struck the bucket and screamed away into the rock wall. The young driver crawled along the ditch with the captured Varkan radio. Peter's voice came through our handheld, repeating the phrase Ivan had given him. Say it now, Peter said. Tell convoy the scout has a mechanical problem and the road is open. The driver pressed the enemy transmit switch and spoke the Varkan words by memory. His accent sounded rough even to me. Static answered. Then a black patch voice asked a question. Ivan fed the reply to Peter. Peter gave it to us. Say local equipment struck the car. No enemy seen. Proceed slowly. The driver repeated it. The black patch voice answered with 3 clipped words. Peter translated. They are continuing. 8 minutes. The rear soldier pushed out of the damaged car. Kessa fired from behind the loader wheel. Her first round struck the open door. The second hit his thigh. He fell but kept the rifle. Leo crossed the ditch and struck the rifle aside with a shovel. The soldier grabbed the handle and pulled him close. They fought in mud against the damaged car, boots slipping under them. I reached the edge as the soldier drew a pistol. The young driver hit him from behind with a heavy wheel wrench from the loader toolbox. The pistol fired into the ground. Leo tore the weapon away. Kessa covered the soldier while we secured his hands. The scout driver was unconscious behind the steering wheel. The front passenger died before we could remove his armor. We pulled both surviving soldiers into the culvert beneath the freight lane, bound them, and left the young driver to guard them until Bram arrived. We had 6 minutes. Kessa raised the loader bucket and dragged the scout car onto the shoulder, leaving it tilted as though the crash had just happened. Leo spread gravel across the worst tire marks. I placed a red road flare beside the rear wheel. From the approaching convoy, it would look like local equipment had clipped the scout and moved aside. Harrow Junction sat beneath a concrete rail bridge. Rock walls rose on both sides of County 12, close enough that the buses couldn't turn around. The old freight lane joined from the north just beyond the bridge. A maintenance ramp climbed south toward the highway depot. Bram arrived with a county dump truck, the pickup, and 6 defenders. The mechanics had mounted the captured belt-fed gun on a steel cradle welded behind the dump truck cab. The mount looked crude, but it held when Bram tested the traverse. Hollis took the gun position. The remaining ammunition belt hung in its box beneath him. No fire across bus windows, Bram said. The rear truck is your target only after everyone between us is down. Hollis checked the feed tray. I can see the truck lane from the ramp. The dump truck backed into trees above the southern approach. The pickup waited behind it with Della's spare medical bags and blankets. Bram positioned 2 hunters near the rear turn. Kessa moved the gravel loader into the freight lane, hidden by the bridge wall, ready to close the northern exit after the buses entered. I took Leo and the young driver beneath the bridge. Water dripped from the concrete seams. The road smelled of wet stone, diesel, and the burning flare beside the scout car. Peter called through the radio. Tammy transmitted. She heard the convoy slow. She says 1 guard on each bus, more soldiers in the front and rear trucks. Drivers or civilians. Can she tell people to get down? Her set may be gone. Last signal ended while someone searched near her. The convoy engine noise reached us before the vehicles appeared. A dark command car rounded the eastern bend. Behind it came a troop truck, with soldiers beneath a canvas roof. The first bus followed close, its windshield crowded with children's faces. 2 more buses came behind it. A second troop truck held the rear. The command car slowed at the flare, its passenger window lowered. The gray-haired black patch officer looked out. His left arm rested in a sling beneath his coat. White cloth showed near the shoulder where my shotgun had struck him at the reservoir. He studied the damaged scout car, then the loader tracks, then the dark bridge. His gaze stopped on me. I stood partly hidden behind the bridge support, with a Varkin jacket over my own. Distance and shadow should have covered my face. They didn't. He spoke my name. There you are, Colt. The command car driver reached for his radio. I fired through the open passenger window. The shotgun blast shattered glass and struck the officer's door frame. He threw himself across the center console. The driver accelerated. The command car hit the tilted scout vehicle and shoved it into the ditch, clearing the front exit. Everything moved at once. Kessa drove the gravel loader from the freight lane and dropped its bucket behind the troop truck, cutting it off from the buses. Bram brought the dump truck down the southern ramp and blocked the rear exit. Hollis fired the belt gun into the rear troop truck's engine. The weapon hammered beneath the rail bridge. The truck's hood tore open. Steam and black smoke covered the rear bus. Soldiers jumped from the front truck. They fired toward the bridge supports and the loader cab. Leo and I answered from opposite sides. The young driver pulled the 2 prisoners deeper into the culvert and stayed on top of them. The first bus stopped hard behind the troop truck. Children slammed against seatbacks. The civilian driver ducked beneath the steering wheel. A Varkin guard stood in the aisle and aimed through the windshield at me. I moved before he fired. The round struck the bridge column. Concrete fragments cut my cheek. I reached the bus door and fired the shotgun into the opening when the guard came down the steps. The blast struck his chest armor and drove him backward into the fare box. My shotgun was empty. I dropped it on the steps and took the captured rifle from my shoulder. The guard tried to rise. A woman in the front seat grabbed his helmet from behind and pulled. 2 older children kicked at his knees. I struck his rifle away and hit him across the face with my stock until he stopped fighting. Everyone on the floor, I shouted. Keep below the windows and move toward the back only when the rear door opens. The driver stared at me from beneath the wheel. Blood ran from a cut above his eye. Can you move the bus? I asked. The truck blocks us. Keep the engine on. When it clears, turn into the freight lane. Gunfire struck the bus side. Children screamed. Adults pulled them down between seats. I moved through the aisle, stepping over legs and bags. The air smelled of sweat, urine, diesel, and fear. Some captives had cloth tied over their faces from the fairground. Others wore hospital bracelets or paper shelter tags. At the rear door, Leo fought the outside latch. It had been wired shut. Kessa drove the loader bucket into the front troop truck and lifted. The truck's rear wheels came off the road. Soldiers spilled from the canvas back, firing in every direction. Bram and 2 hunters pinned them behind the rock wall. The gray-haired officer climbed from the command car beyond the scout wreck. He held a pistol in his right hand and shouted into his radio. His driver fired toward the bus while trying to pull him behind the vehicle. Peter's voice broke through my handheld. Ivan says the officer ordered the bus guards to ignite the vehicles if extraction fails. A sharp chemical smell reached me. The Varkin guard on the first bus had a fuel bottle beneath his coat. It had broken when I hit him. Liquid spread across the steps near the burning road flare outside. I dragged the guard farther up the aisle and kicked the flare into the ditch. Get the back open, I shouted. Leo cut the first wire. A shot struck the metal door beside his head. He flinched, then kept cutting. The second bus guard appeared through the glass behind him and fired from inside his bus. Leah's body jerked. He dropped the cutters but stayed on his feet long enough to tear the final wire loose. The rear door opened. Adults pushed it outward and began passing children into the ditch. I reached Leo as he sank against the bumper. Blood spread across his lower chest. "The door is open," he said. "Stay down. Della is close. Get them out." His eyes remained on the children climbing past him. I pressed cloth against his injury, but he pushed my hand away with what strength he had left. "Use both hands," he said. I did. The first bus emptied into the drainage channel. Ram's people guided civilians beneath the bridge toward the pickup. The driver moved the bus into the freight lane as soon as Kessa shoved the troop truck far enough aside. The second bus surged forward. Its guard had forced the civilian driver off the seat. The bus struck the rear of the first and turned toward the rock wall. Kessa lowered the loader bucket against its front corner, slowing it without reaching the windshield. Tires screamed. The bus stopped inches from the concrete support. I ran to its folding door. The guard fired through the glass. The round passed over my shoulder. Kessa shot from the loader step and hit him in the side. He fell across the steering wheel, sounding the horn in one long blast. A passenger forced the door open from inside. Tammy stood behind him. Her hair had been cut unevenly near one ear. A bruise covered half her jaw. She stared at me as though the sight caused pain instead of relief. "You came anyway," she said. "I came to the road, not the fairground. That difference is not as large as you think." A child cried behind her. Tammy turned away from me at once, lifted him from between the seats, and carried him down the steps. The third bus guard tried to ignite his fuel bottle. A captive struck him with a metal water container before he opened it. Hollis and Bram reached the door and pulled him outside. The rear troop truck fired blindly through its own smoke. The belt gun answered in 2 short bursts. Its remaining ammunition belt shrank across the feed tray. The truck engine died, and the soldiers behind it broke toward the trees. We didn't chase them. A gray-haired officer and his driver escaped in a command car. The scout wreck had been shoved far enough aside for them to squeeze through. The officer fired twice from the passenger window as the car climbed the eastern road. One round struck the loader cab. The other hit the first bus after it had emptied. He looked back at me until the bend took him from sight. The junction went quiet by degrees. Engines idled. Injured people cried beneath the bridge. Steam rose from the disabled trucks. The belt gun's metal clicked as it cooled. Della reached Leo and knelt beside him. She checked his neck, then sat back on her heels. Kessa stood several feet away with blood on her hands from moving children. She saw Della's face and turned toward the loader so nobody would watch hers. We had rescued 56 civilians from the buses. 4 had bullet injuries. 7 had cuts or broken bones from the sudden stops. 1 civilian driver had died in the second bus before we reached him. Tammy helped line children against the rock wall for medical checks. She did not come to me again until every child from her bus had been counted. When she finally stopped in front of me, she touched the cut on my cheek with 2 fingers. "They showed us your photograph," she said. "The officer in that car said you damaged the river crossing and stole people from him. He said anyone who helped you would lose their family place." "Did he say where the buses were going?" "The river freight yard. After that, trains or barges." Nobody knew. Kessa approached carrying the short sledge and Leo's utility bag. Tammy's hand dropped from my face. I introduced them with no room for explanation. Kessa looked at Tammy's bruised jaw. "Can you walk?" "I can help other people walk." "Then take the first group toward the pickup. Stay below the south wall." Tammy nodded and moved. Peter called over the radio before we finished loading the injured. "Enemy traffic changed," he said. The escaped officer reported the junction lost. "I even heard armored vehicles ordered from the river yard." "How much time?" Bram asked. "Less than an hour to the depot if they use the bridge road. We had more than 100 people now, several damaged vehicles, almost no ammunition for the belt gun, and a father who might not survive another move. The convoy rescue had opened the buses. It had also told the Varkans exactly where to look next." Chapter 35. We left Harrow Junction in the vehicles meant to carry prisoners away. The first bus held children, parents, and people who could sit without medical help. The second carried the injured, with Della moving between seats and tying cloth around anything that still bled. The third bus took everyone else. Bram drove the dump truck behind them. Kessa brought the gravel loader until its engine overheated near the mill turn, then abandoned it across the road as another obstacle for the Varkans. The 2 surviving scout soldiers rode restrained in the third bus under armed guard. I recovered my empty shotgun from the first bus steps and kept the captured rifle ready. We stripped the disabled troop trucks before leaving. Captured rifles, magazines, medical packets, 2 water cans, 3 enemy radios, and a box of hard ration blocks went into the pickup. The belt gun had fewer than 30 rounds left. Hollis removed the remaining belt and covered the weapon beneath canvas. Leo rode in the pickup bed beneath a gray blanket. His utility bag rested beside him. Kessa placed the short sledge across the blanket and sat with one hand on the handle during the ride. Tammy stayed in the first bus with the children. I saw her through the rear glass whenever the road curved. She kept turning to count faces, as though the number could change if she looked away. The depot gate opened before the buses reached it. People ran into the yard, then stopped when they saw how many passengers were inside. Relief became work almost immediately. Mom directed families into the salt shed and maintenance bays. My sister carried water to the bus steps. The doctor chose one bay as a second treatment area and ordered every uninjured person outside it. 56 captives joined the 49 people already at the depot after the mill rescue. More than 100 bodies filled a site built for road machines, not families. Voices bounced from concrete walls. Children cried for parents who had been placed on different buses. Adults asked whether the depot had food, whether the Varkins knew where we were, and whether another bus would come. Nobody had enough answers. Tammy stepped from the first bus, carrying the same child she had lifted at the junction. My sister took him and pointed her toward the water line. Tammy drank half a cup, washed blood from her hands with the rest, and looked across the yard until she found me. She came close, but didn't touch me this time. "Your family?" she asked. "They are here. Dad was shot at the reservoir. He had surgery last night. Is he going to make it? The doctor will not promise." Tammy shut her eyes for a moment. My sister reached a medical building after the first blast. I got one message from her before the networks failed. The fairground list showed her transferred west, but the soldiers took the records. I do not know where she is now. We will look when we have a route. She opened her eyes. Exhaustion had changed them more than the bruise along her jaw. "Do not promise me another rescue while armored vehicles are coming here." I said we will look. I did not say when. That is closer to honest. Kessa passed behind us carrying Leo's bag toward the maintenance office. Her gaze touched Tammy, then me, and moved on. Tammy followed it. "She is the utility worker from the radio?" Kessa helped get my family out. "She kept the reservoir from opening. She watches you like she expects you to run toward gunfire. She has evidence." Tammy looked as though she might say something from the old days, something sharp enough to hide how frightened she was. She let it go. "Tell me where I can help," she said. I took her to Mom. The depot became a defended camp through dozens of small decisions made at the same time. Bram moved the concrete barriers from the maintenance yard to the East Bridge approach. A county snowplow sat in the far bay with a dead battery. Mechanics connected it to the red truck and brought the engine back. They parked the plow sideways behind the bridge, blade lowered and rear wheels chained to 2 barrier blocks. Hollis placed hunters in the upper office windows and on the salt shed roof. Utility workers filled barrels with gravel and rolled them behind the western rail crossing. Bus drivers turned 2 buses across the open yard to shelter the treatment bay from direct fire. Nobody used the buses as barricades while children remained inside. Peter and Ivan carried the radio equipment into the closet beneath the mast. Kessa repaired a cut antenna line on the roof, while the young Tollin driver ran fuel from the underground reserve to the generator. His mother and the 2 girls worked beside Mom, opening rice sacks and dividing ration blocks. The surrendered depot thief remained tied in the office. When he heard the buses arrive, he asked to join the road crew. Bram studied him for several seconds. "You fired at those children less than 2 hours ago. The other man fired first. You kept firing." The thief looked toward the salt shed, where families crowded beneath the roof. "I can drive the plow. I maintained it before Tollin took the depot." Bram kept him tied, but brought him to the machine. The man explained the damaged steering pump and showed a mechanic how to lock the blade angle. Help did not erase what he had done. It kept the plow useful. I went to the break room after the eastern road block was set. Dad remained on the table beneath blankets. His breathing had steadied. The bloodline was empty now, replaced by clear fluid. Della sat nearby cleaning instruments in boiled water. The doctor listened to his chest and checked the surgery dressing. "He survived the move in the first hours after it," she said. "That is more than I expected when you carried him into the clinic." "Does that mean he is stable?" "It means he is less unstable. Do not turn that into permission to move him again." Mom had left a cup of rice water beside the table. Dad had swallowed a few spoonfuls. His eyes opened when I spoke his name. What about the buses? He asked. We stopped them. 56 people. Tammy was there. He looked toward the yard noise. Too many for this place. Too many to leave on the road. I did not say leave them. His voice remained weak, but the impatience sounded familiar. I sat beside him. Armored vehicles are coming from the river. We have one bridge approach and the rail crossing. Bram is setting barriers. Who knows ground? Kessa, highway workers, the Talon driver. Hollis has the roof positions. Peter has radio. Then why are you telling me? Because you asked. His eyes stayed on me. You were checking if plan sounds real when spoken. He was right. The bridge is narrow, I said. We can stop trucks there, but armored carriers may push the plow aside. We have captured rifles, almost no heavy ammunition, and more than 100 people behind us. Dad breathed slowly through the pain. Bridge deck inspection hatch. County roads put access under old spans. I remembered the maintenance drawings in the office cabinet. There may be a service crawl space beneath it. Do not drop bridge with people near it. Damage approach. Make vehicle climb where it cannot. The doctor gave him a warning look. He closed his eyes again. Now let me sleep. I found Kessa in the maintenance office with the bridge drawings spread across a desk. She had already marked the inspection hatch. Your father remembered it, she said. So did you. I looked at the drawing. He remembered while half conscious. We studied the eastern approach. The bridge crossed a rail cut rather than water. Beneath the pavement, steel beams rested on concrete seats. A drainage chamber sat under the near approach, reachable from the slope. We cannot collapse the bridge without charges, Kessa said. We can remove the drain cover, dig beneath the approach fill, and wash it out with the depot tanker. The surface may hold a light car and fail under a carrier. How much time will it take? An hour with 10 people. Less if the soil is already loose. Peter called from the radio closet before I answered. The depot mast had range the training station never had. Static covered most frequencies, but voices appeared between it. Peter had transmitted a short message without names or exact coordinates. A county road group had medical help, shelter, and information about Varkan movement. Anyone receiving should answer only with the nearest map square and number of people. 3 replies came in 10 minutes. A group at an orchard north of the river reported 19 people and 2 hunting rifles. A church basement west of the rail line held 31 people, including a nurse. A freight crew near the quarry had 7 workers, a rail engine, and no safe route out. They had been isolated pockets before the broadcast. Now their voices shared one room. Bram leaned over the radio desk. Do not invite them here yet. The armored group may overrun us. Peter nodded. I can ask what roads they see. The orchard group reported a Varkan truck moving south toward Harrow Junction. The church basement had heard tracked engines east of the bridge. The freight crew could see smoke from the reservoir and a command car moving west along the river road. Ivan listened beside Peter and translated the enemy channel in short phrases. Black patch officer says bridge depot shelters target. 2 carriers, 1 troop truck, command car. Orders capture Colt if possible. Kill if resistance. Peter looked at me. They are using your name on open traffic now. Then every survivor listening knows who brought them here, Bram said. They also know why the Varkans are coming, Mom said from the doorway. She carried a clipboard made from the back of a road sign. Tammy stood beside her with pages from the fairground lists. They had begun recording every rescued person's family name, medical need, and missing relative. It was the kind of list the Varkans used to control people. Mom was using it to put families back together. People are asking who makes decisions, Tammy said. I told them nobody has time for an election and nobody owns them. They need to know where to take children when the firing starts. Bram pointed to the salt shed. Lower storage trench. 2 entrances. Mom controls the count. Where is medical? Break room and second bay until the bridge fails. If soldiers cross, Della moves everyone behind the salt wall. Tammy wrote it down. I looked around the radio closet. Bram knew defenses. Kesson knew the bridge. Peter knew communications. Mom knew people. The doctor and Della knew which injured person could move and which one would die if moved badly. None of them needed me to become something larger than I was. They needed me to keep the pieces pointed at the same danger. Tell the orchard group to block the North Farm Road after the armored vehicles pass, I said. Trees, tractors, anything heavy. Do not attack. The freight crew should move their rail engine west and stop it across the crossing if they can do it without exposing themselves. The church group stays hidden and listens. Peter transmitted. The replies came one at a time. The orchard group agreed. The freight workers said their engine had enough fuel for 8 miles, and they would try. The church basement nurse asked how many injured we had. Della answered through Peter with a number and a list of supplies, then stopped herself before saying the depot name. The replies changed the mood in the closet. Until then, every voice outside our fence had sounded like another problem we could not reach. Now the orchard group offered 2 tractors and people who knew the farm lanes. The freight workers had cutting torches, chains, and a mechanic who understood diesel engines. The church group had clean cloth, antibiotics, and a nurse willing to walk through the rail tunnel after dark if our doctor needed her. None of them offered more than they could spare. None asked us to promise safety we did not control. Peter marked their map squares with pencil instead of names. Tammy copied the contact times onto the back of a fairground form. Ivan listened for Varkan direction-finding teams between every civilian transmission. We kept each exchange under 20 seconds, then changed frequency according to a pattern Peter built from the last digits of county route numbers. It was fragile and improvised, but it was the first system we had that reached beyond the people inside our fence. Kessa took 12 people to the bridge approach. I went in with them. We opened the inspection hatch and crawled beneath the pavement. The drainage chamber smelled of wet soil and old salt. Utility workers cut away compacted fill while the depot tanker fed water through a hose. Mud began running down the rail slope. My ribs hurt each time I lifted a shovel. Weakness returned in waves. Kessa took the tool from me after the third one. "You can watch the road without digging," she said. "Everyone else is working. Everyone else kept all their blood this morning." I stepped aside. For several minutes, we stood beneath the bridge while brown water carried soil from under the eastern approach. Noise from the depot reached us through the beams, engines, children, tools, Peter's radio bell. "Leo should have been here," Kessa said. "He opened the bus." I sent him to the rear latch because I needed the loader. He knew why he was there. She looked toward the muddy stream instead of me. That does not make the empty space smaller. I touched her hand. She held mine for 2 breaths, then picked up the shovel again. A lookout called from the road above. Engines were approaching from the east. We climbed out of the drainage chamber. People moved into position across the depot. Children disappeared into the salt shed trench. The snowplow waited behind the bridge with its blade down. Hollis lay behind the belt gun on the maintenance bay roof, saving the final rounds for whatever crossed. Beyond the eastern curve, an armored carrier appeared beneath the gray sky. A second followed it. The command car came behind them with the gray-haired officer visible through the windshield. Peter's voice sounded from every handheld radio. "All survivor stations are listening." The first carrier rolled toward the weakened bridge approach. More than 100 people held their breath behind me. Chapter 36. The carrier reached the soft section of pavement and kept coming. Its tracks ground against the bridge deck with a slow iron clatter. Mud squeezed from cracks along the eastern approach. The front of the machine dipped by inches, recovered, then dipped again as the soil beneath it shifted. A soldier stood behind the roof shield with both hands on the mounted gun, turning the barrel toward the maintenance bays. Nobody behind me moved. The distance between us had narrowed to less than 100 yards. I could see rain beading on the carrier's sloped armor. I could see the dark opening beneath the gun shield and the soldier's chin above it. The engine noise filled my teeth. Kessa lay beside the concrete barrier with a captured rifle braced against her shoulder. Graham crouched near the snowplow, one hand raised toward the driver. Hollis remained on the maintenance roof behind the belt gun. The canvas had been pulled aside, exposing the black receiver and the short length of ammunition hanging from it. The carrier's front track crossed the seam we had cut beneath. The pavement dropped. Concrete split with a sound deeper than a gunshot. The eastern approach folded under the machine's weight, and the carrier pitched forward so hard the soldier behind the roof gun vanished against the shield. One track tore through broken asphalt. The front end crashed into the drainage hollow while the rear rose high enough to expose its underside. The second carrier stopped before reaching the broken section. The first machine kept trying. Its engine climbed into a harsh scream. The track on the bridge side spun against empty air. The other track threw mud, chunks of pavement, and strips of wet grass down the rail slope. Brand dropped his hand. The snowplow driver hit the throttle. The old county machine lunged from behind the barriers with its blade low. Chains snapped tight behind it, dragging 2 concrete blocks several feet before their weight caught. The plow struck the trapped carrier near the rear track. Metal shrieked against metal. The carrier shifted sideways and settled deeper into the broken approach. The soldier behind its roof shield rose with blood across his forehead. Hollis fired. The belt gun hammered 3 times. The soldier fell back into the opening. Hollis stopped immediately, saving what remained. The gray-haired officer's command car reversed toward the curve. Doors opened on the troop truck behind it. Barking soldiers spilled onto both sides of the road, some dropping into the ditch, others running toward the rail slope. The second carrier turned its roof gun toward the depot. "Get down!" Bram shouted. The first burst crossed the yard at head height. Bullets struck the maintenance bay wall and broke concrete into pale dust. A window burst inward. Somebody screamed inside the salt shed. I pressed myself behind the barrier as fragments struck my jacket and skipped across the pavement. The gun swung toward Hollis. He dragged the belt weapon backward as rounds tore through the roof edge. Gravel and tar paper sprayed around him. One of the hunters pulled him behind the raised vent box before the next burst crossed the spot where his head had been. The Varkan foot soldiers reached the rail slope. They used the cut as cover, moving beneath the bridge toward our side. I saw helmets between steel beams and fired twice. The captured rifle shoved into my bruised shoulder. One soldier lost his footing and slid down the wet stone. The other disappeared behind a concrete seat. Kessa fired from my right. Bram and the hunters answered from the maintenance windows. The depot yard filled with separate cracks, each one sharp enough to make the children cry harder beneath the salt floor. The second carrier's roof gun struck the snowplow. Its windshield turned white, then vanished. The driver dropped below the dash. The machine remained wedged against the trapped carrier, engine racing, blade pressed against armor. Steam pushed from its damaged radiator. "Driver is hit," Kessa said. Bram moved before I could stop him. He ran bent low along the barrier line and reached the plow's rear step. Gunfire struck the pavement around his boots. He pulled the door open and dragged the driver across the seat. The man who had fired at children less than a day earlier came out with blood soaking his shirt. His tied hands had been freed so he could steer. One arm hung wrong. Bram hauled him behind the nearest barrier. "I held it there," the man said through clenched teeth. "You held it," Bram answered. The second carrier moved forward until its nose almost touched the broken pavement. Its driver couldn't cross, but the roof gun could still tear the depot apart. The barrel settled toward the salt shed. I reached for the radio clipped to my jacket. "Peter, tell the freight crew we need that engine now. Any speed they can manage." Static snapped against my ear. "They are moving," Peter said. 2 minutes, maybe less. "Orchard Group says the road behind the Varkans is blocked." The gray-haired officer's voice broke across an enemy loudspeaker. The words came in clipped English, flattened by rain and distance. "Colt, send civilians west. Put weapons on ground. Medical patients remain unharmed if resistance stops." A child cried beneath the salt shed. Somewhere near the treatment bay, Della ordered people away from the windows. Ivan's voice came over our radio. "He lies. River order says skilled workers only. Others held until transport space." The officer repeated the demand. I didn't answer him. The carrier gun opened again. This burst struck the salt shed's outer wall. Thick concrete held, but every impact shook dust from the roof. Mom's voice rose from inside, counting children and telling them to keep their faces covered. Kessa changed magazines. "The gunner is behind full shield," she said. "We cannot reach him from here." "The track cut reaches the far side," I said. "If I get beneath the bridge, I can come up behind the carrier." She turned her face toward me. Rain ran from her hair to the corner of her mouth. "The foot soldiers are under there. They are already coming this way." Bram slid behind the barrier with the injured plow driver. "Take 2 people. Do not crawl into a place you cannot leave." I chose 1 utility worker and the young Talon driver. The driver had a captured rifle and no restraints now. His mother and the 2 girls were in the salt trench. Whatever else he had done before we met him, he had a reason to keep the carrier gun away from that wall. We crossed to the drainage hatch while Kessa and Bram fired over us. The hole beneath the approach smelled of churned earth, diesel, and hot metal. Water ran ankle-deep through the chamber. We slid down the muddy slope under the bridge, keeping beneath the steel beams. A Varkan soldier appeared less than 20 feet ahead. He had been moving toward us at the same time, crouched between the concrete seats. His rifle came up. The utility worker struck the barrel aside with a shovel before the soldier fired. The shot hit a beam and filled the space with a brutal metallic crack. I drove my shoulder into the soldier's chest. We went down in mud and drainage water. His helmet struck concrete. He grabbed the front of my jacket and pulled me close enough that I smelled sweat, wet cloth, and the sour breath behind his teeth. My rifle was trapped beneath us. He reached toward the knife on his vest. The Talon driver hit him with the stock of his rifle. The first strike turned the soldier's face. The second made his grip release. The utility worker kicked the knife away and pinned the soldier's arms while I dragged myself up. "Tie him," I said. "Keep him quiet." The driver used a strip cut from the soldier's sling. We left the utility worker guarding him and moved farther beneath the bridge. The second carrier idled above us. Its weight trembled through the deck. Mud and grit fell from seams between the beams. The vehicle sat several yards east of the broken approach, too far for us to reach from below without exposing ourselves on the slope. Then I heard a horn from the rail line. It started far west and grew until the steel beneath my hands vibrated. The freight engine appeared through the rain with one flat car coupled ahead of it. The engine moved backward, cab first, while the empty flat car rolled toward the bridge cut. 2 freight workers lay behind the flat car's low steel edge. Another stood on the engine step, one hand gripping the rail and the other holding a rifle. The Varkin soldiers on the slope turned toward it. The freight workers fired first. The flat car entered the cut. Soldiers scrambled away from the track. One climbed toward the road, slipped in the mud, and fell beneath the bridge seat. Another fired at the engine cabin till a hunter on our roof hit him from above. The engine brakes screamed. The flat car stopped beneath the bridge, its steel deck blocking the easiest path through the cut. Freight workers jumped down with chains and cutting tools. They hooked one chain around the trapped carrier's raised rear track and another around the bridge beam. I climbed the western side of the slope and came up behind a snowplow. The second carrier's gun remained fixed on the salt shed. The gunner couldn't see the narrow strip of ground beside his own machine. The Talon driver followed me, breathing hard through his nose. We moved along the ditch until the carrier's rear filled my view. Its back doors were closed. Exhaust rolled from a grated panel, hot enough to distort the rain. A small fuel can and 2 smoke grenades hung from a rack near the corner. The driver pointed toward the rear hatch hinges. "Grenade inside exhaust? It may kill everyone in the troop space. They shoot children. We disable it first." I pulled one smoke grenade from the rack, yanked the ring, and shoved it into the grated exhaust opening. Thick white smoke blasted back into my face. The driver jammed the second grenade beside it. The carrier engine coughed. The roof gun stopped. A rear door opened, and a soldier jumped into the ditch. The Talon driver fired from less than 10 feet. The soldier folded against the bank. Another tried to climb out behind him. I struck the door with my shoulder and trapped his arm between the panels. Smoke poured from the carrier. Men shouted inside. The driver and I backed away as both rear doors burst open. 3 soldiers came out choking, rifles held low. Kessa fired from the barrier line. Bram fired from beside the plow. 2 soldiers dropped. The third threw himself behind the carrier and disappeared toward the eastern curve. The gray-haired officer's command car was already leaving. Its rear tires spun on wet pavement. The troop truck tried to follow, but the orchard group's barrier had closed the farm road behind it. A tractor sat sideways across the curve with a fallen tree chained to its rear. The truck driver reversed, struck the ditch, and trapped one wheel in soft ground. The officer abandoned the command car near the bend. He and 4 soldiers entered the trees on foot. "He is getting away," I said. Kessa reached me beside the smoking carrier. "Let him run. The people behind us need us more than his body does." The trapped first carrier lurched. The freight engine pulled against the chain. Steel links snapped tight. The carrier shifted sideways, its raised track scraping the bridge edge. The weakened pavement broke again. Half the approach fell into the rail cut, taking the front of the machine with it. The carrier rolled onto its side and struck the flat car hard enough to bend the deck. The engine crew released the chain and backed away. The battle ended in pieces, rather than all at once. A soldier in the ditch fired until a hunter reached an angle above him. 2 others surrendered near the troop truck after Bram promised they would not be shot with their hands visible. The carrier crew crawled through a roof opening into the mud and dropped their weapons. One Varkan kept running east until the orchard group fired over his head and turned him back toward us. Hollis climbed down from the roof with blood on one sleeve and the empty ammunition belt wrapped around his arm. "I saved 3 rounds," he said. Then the feed tray cracked. Della ran toward the injured snowplow driver. The man was still conscious behind the barrier. but his breathing had turned fast and shallow. Bram knelt beside him until Della pushed both of us away. Peter's voice came from my radio. Enemy traffic changed. The officer is calling for support from the river. He says the depot remains contested. I looked across the ruined bridge approach, the smoking carriers, the freight flat car, and the people emerging from cover. How much support? Ivan answered instead. Mortar team. More trucks. He orders them here before dark. The survivors around me had started breathing again. We had stopped the armored group. The next group was already moving. Chapter 37. The depot yard smelled of burned oil, wet concrete, and blood. We had no room for triumph. The people who had been hiding beneath the salt shed came out carrying blankets and buckets. The doctor turned the second maintenance bay into a crowded treatment line. Della moved from the snowplow driver to Hollis, then to a child cut by broken glass. Every clean cloth disappeared within minutes. 4 of our people had died during the attack. 2 were hunters from the roof. 1 was a bus driver who had been moving children deeper into the salt trench when a bullet crossed the doorway. The 4th was the mechanic who had helped lock the snowplow blade. He had been struck beside the machine before Bram reached the driver. The driver remained on the concrete with Della's hands pressing against his chest. He had lost too much blood. He stared at the open sky while she worked. His eyes found Bram. My road is paid, he said. Bram leaned closer. Your family is inside. They are safe. The man tried to turn his head toward the salt shed. He couldn't manage it. His breath stopped before Della could answer him. Nobody said his earlier crimes vanished with him. Nobody spoke about punishment either. His mother came from the trench and sat beside the body without making a sound. The 2 girls stood against her shoulders, both watching the blood spread beneath the blanket. The young Tolan driver stopped several steps away. His face emptied. He set his rifle on the pavement and went to his knees beside his mother. I left them together. The captured Warkins were searched, tied, and placed inside the equipment cage. Ivan separated the men with black shoulder patches from the regular soldiers. There were 2 of them among the prisoners. Their expressions changed when they saw him. One called him a traitor in their language. Ivan answered quietly. The man spat through the wire. What did you say? I asked. I said I stopped helping men who shoot families. The second black patch soldier watched the radio closet rather than Ivan. He knew what mattered here. The regular conscripts reacted differently from the black patch men. 2 kept asking whether the injured carrier crew would receive water. One stared at the bodies near the snowplow and shook so badly the cage wire rattled against his shoulder. Ivan spoke to them in a low voice, asking where they had entered the country and how long they had been attached to River Spine Command. Their answers came in fragments. Some had crossed through a coastal port after the bombs. Others had been flown to an airfield already seized by advance teams. They had been told local government had collapsed and civilians would accept food in exchange for work. The Black Patch unit had handled anyone who refused. They thought occupation would be clean, Ivan said after stepping away. Roads open. Stores marked. People frightened. Officer did not expect groups to share information. Bram looked through the cage at the conscripts. Can any of them be trusted outside it? Not today. That was enough. We gave them water, treated what we could, and kept the gate locked. Mercy did not require pretending the rifles had never been pointed at us. Peter came from the closet holding a grease-stained folder recovered from the command car. His injured arm remained tight against his body, but he had started using the hand again for light work. You need to see this, he said. We gathered in the maintenance office. Kessa closed the blinds. Bram spread the command car papers across the same desk where we had studied the bridge drawings. Most of the pages were printed in Varkan, but maps needed less translation. Red marks followed the river, the main rail corridor, the reservoir road, and the county grain routes. Circles surrounded the fairground, the highway depot, the old mill, and 3 smaller settlements we had not contacted. Each circle carried a number. Ivan stood beside Peter and translated headings one at a time. Collection point. Fuel reserve. Skilled worker count. Food estimate. Resistance risk. A photograph had been clipped to the top page. It showed me leaving the campus parking garage on the first afternoon, shirt pulled over my face, backpack on one shoulder. Another showed my parents' house from across the road. A third showed the station after we had left it, with bodies near the creek barrier. Tammy came into the office with Mom. She looked at the photographs without touching them. They had people watching campus before the bombs, she said. Ivan studied the page attached to my picture. No, the first image came from a city camera. They took records after they controlled the network. Family address came from a university file. Other pictures came from scouts. They still built all this fast, Peter said. They planned targets before attack, Ivan answered. Not each person. Roads, water, rail, food. Colt became target after reservoir and buses. Bram tapped a thick red line running west along the river. Where does this end? Ivan translated the place name. South Ferry Terminal. They call River Spine Command. The terminal sat at an industrial bend where fuel tanks, grain warehouses, and 2 rail spurs met the water. A handwritten note listed transport scheduled over the next 4 days. Fuel went east. Grain went east. Captives marked as medical, electrical, mechanical, and communications went east. The remaining civilian groups were assigned to holding zones until the roads were secure. They are stripping the county, Kessa said. Then what? Tammy asked. Ivan pointed to a final line. His finger stayed there longer than the others. Area denial after collection complete. What does that mean? Mom asked. He looked at the photographs of our shelters. Burn stores? Break pumps. Destroy bridges they do not use. People outside control cannot stay. The room became very quiet. Dad's weak voice came from the doorway. The doctor stood behind the rolling table while Della guided it into the office. They had moved him only the length of the hall, but sweat covered his face. Mom went to him at once. You should be resting, I said. I was resting while armored machines crossed the road, he said. It did not stop them. The doctor locked the table wheels. 5 minutes. Then he returns to the treatment room. Dad studied the map from where he lay. His eyes moved slowly, but they missed little. Depot is marked now, he said. Every group that comes here adds another reason for them to hit it. We cannot scatter families onto roads, Mom said. Do not scatter. Use more than one shelter. Keep radio here only until another mast works. Put food in 3 places. Medical in 2 if doctor agrees. The doctor folded her arms. Splitting supplies means losing some care. Keeping every patient in one target may lose all of it. Peter marked the quarry freight yard, church basement, and training station on the map. The station has water and hidden storage, but the Varkins found it once, he said. The freight yard has the rail tunnel. The church basement has stone walls and 2 exits. Kessa touched the quarry road. There is also the limestone maintenance tunnel north of the freight yard. County crews used it for salt storage years ago. The entrance was sealed with timber, not concrete. Bram looked at me. We need a decision before the mortar team arrives. I looked toward Dad. He closed his eyes. Do not ask a man on a table to choose where 100 people sleep. The words stung because I had been about to do exactly that. Children and people who can walk go through the rail tunnel toward the church basement, I said. The injured stay until we prepare a safe vehicle route. Food is divided between the depot, freight yard, and church. Fuel remains underground here except what the engine and buses need. Peter moves the long-range set when the freight crew repairs their mast. Bram nodded. Kessa was already tracing routes. A shout came from the western storage bay. Then a gunshot struck the metal roof. We ran from the office. 3 people had entered through the damaged rail fence while everyone watched the eastern road. They wore road worker jackets over ordinary clothes. One pushed a hand cart stacked with ration sacks. Another carried the doctor's medicine case. The third held a pistol against the throat of a depot volunteer. Tall and thieves. The one with the pistol dragged the volunteer toward the rail cut. Stay back, he said. We take food and go. Mom stopped in the bay doorway. Her hands were empty. You took medicine from people who cannot travel, she said. We have sick people too. Then take half the food and leave the medicine. The thief looked past her toward the armed people filling the yard. He knew his plan had already failed. Fear made his pistol hand worse. The volunteer's knees shook. I lowered my rifle without setting it down. Put the case on the floor. Walk out with 1 sack each. Nobody follows for 10 minutes. You think I trust you? I think you came through a broken fence during a battle because whoever sent you does not care whether you return. His eyes moved. That was enough to tell me there was somebody else. The young Talon driver appeared beside the salt shed. He had left his mother's side and picked up his rifle again. Who gave the order? He asked. The pistol man tightened his arm around the volunteer. Your brother is dead because of these people. My brother died driving their plow. Who sent you? The 2 people with the cart abandoned it and ran for the fence. Kessa and Bram moved to block them. One thief dropped his sack. The other kept the medicine case and reached the broken rail. The pistol man fired toward the roof. The volunteer ducked. I crossed the distance before the thief recovered his balance and struck his wrist against the bay door frame. The pistol fell. He grabbed my jacket and drove his knee into my bruised ribs. Pain folded me, but I kept hold of his arm. We hit the concrete together. He clawed for the dropped pistol. The young driver kicked it beneath a truck. Bram pinned the thief face down. Kessa caught one runner near the fence. The other escaped into the rail cut with the medicine case. Della reached the bay and saw the empty shelf. What was inside? I asked. The new antibiotics, pain medicine, suture packets, and the last sealed dressings. The doctor came behind her. Her face changed when she saw the open cabinet. Your father's next doses were in that case, she said. The captured thief laughed once against the floor, more from panic than amusement. You will not find him, he said. Tolan has every back road between here and the quarry. The young driver pressed the rifle barrel near his cheek. Where is the handoff? The thief closed his mouth. Peter's radio sounded from the office. The orchard group reported Varkan trucks moving toward their farm lanes. The church basement reported strangers asking about their food stores. The freight crew saw smoke near the quarry road. The theft had not been separate from the next attack. It was part of it. Chapter 38. We did not have enough people to chase thieves, defend the depot, and warn every shelter at once. Bram made the division before fear turned it into argument. He stayed with the depot and the injured. Peter kept the radio network moving. Hollis took the western fence despite the strip of cloth tied around his upper arm. Mom continued the evacuation into the rail tunnel. Kessa, the young Tolan driver, and I went after the medicine. Tammy blocked the pickup door when I reached it. The fairground lists showed medical transfers to the quarry road, she said. My sister may have passed through there. This is a supply chase, not a search of every building. I know. I also know the fairground paperwork better than anybody here. Kessa put the captured command car map on the dashboard. She comes. We need someone who can compare prisoner marks if we find records. Tammy climbed into the rear seat before I answered. The young driver took us from the depot by a gravel service route that ran beside the rail line. He sat forward in the passenger seat, directing me with short motions whenever brush hid the next turn. Rain had weakened to mist, but the roads stayed slick. Smoke from the bridge fight clung low over the depot behind us. Who controls Tolan now? I asked. The man who ran the auto yard before the attacks, he said. People call him Vane. The name meant nothing to me. Was he with the men who stopped our ambulance? He ordered it. My brother thought Vane would protect our family. We helped. Then Vane started trading names and routes to the Varkans. What did Vane receive? Fuel, ammunition, and permission to take whatever was left after soldiers searched the place. Tammy leaned between the seats. The fairground guards talked about local guides. They blamed them whenever a bus route went wrong. Vane knows culverts, farm tracks, old mines, the driver said. He knows which houses stored food before winter. Kessa looked through the side window. Then he knows the limestone tunnel. The driver did not answer fast enough. Does he? She asked. He used it for stolen cars years ago. The shelter we had just chosen was already compromised. Peter's voice came through the handheld radio. Orchard Group has 2 trucks at the south lane. They cannot tell if the men are soldiers or locals. Church says strangers left when they barred the side door. Freight crew lost sight of the runner near the feed plant. Tell the Orchard Group to stay inside hard cover, I said. Do not approach the trucks. Tell freight crew we are 10 minutes out. The rail route entered the quarry district between walls of broken limestone. Rusted equipment sat in weeds taller than the pickup hood. The feed plant rose beyond the tracks, a block of stained concrete with grain bins on one side and a loading dock on the other. Its upper windows had been covered with plywood. A freight worker waved us down from behind a switch box. Runner went inside, he said. 3 more vehicles are behind the bins. We heard people in the lower storage room. How many armed? At least 6. Maybe more. The medicine case could be gone before we surrounded the building. We left the pickup behind the switch box and moved along the track bed. The young driver knew a drainage tunnel beneath the loading dock. Its entrance was hidden behind thorn brush and a sheet of corrugated metal. Vane used this when police watched the front gate, he said. Were you there? Tammy asked. I was 14. He made us crawl through because adults did not fit. His voice stayed flat. Shame had settled too deep for explanation. Kessa examined the tunnel. Colt and I go through. You two watch this opening. If anyone exits, stop them. Do not fire toward the storage room. Tammy took the driver's spare pistol. She checked the safety twice. The tunnel forced Kessa and me onto our hands and knees. Cold water soaked through my pants. Rats moved somewhere ahead, claws scratching over concrete. The air smelled of mold, old grain, and gasoline. We reached a rusted grate beneath the plant floor. Voices came through it. Bain said 1 case, a man said. You brought half a cart and 3 people behind you. Depot is full. More food than Tallinn has seen in months. Warkins will take it after dark. We get first choice if the radio stays working. A second voice, deeper and calmer, answered from farther back. No more raids until the officer confirms Colt is there. Medicine goes to the river truck. Food stays here. Kessa looked at me. Vane was inside. Metal scraped above us. Through the grate, I saw boots and the bottom of the stolen medicine case. Somebody had set it on a table less than 6 feet away. A woman cried in the storage room. Vane's voice came again. Put the quarry workers on the next truck. The old ones can stay. Tammy had been right. The plant was not only a thief camp. It was another collection point. Kessa pointed to the great hinges. Rust had eaten most of the screws. We pressed upward together. The frame lifted a fraction, then caught against a barrel. Footsteps stopped above us. Did you hear that? Someone asked. Kessa froze. The barrel moved away. A face appeared over the grate. I drove both hands upward. The rusted frame struck the man's chin and threw him back. Kessa climbed through first, grabbed his jacket, and pulled him down before he could shout. I followed and caught the rifle sliding from the table. The room held sacks of grain, fuel cans, and boxes taken from county vehicles. The medicine case sat open beside a battery-powered radio. 2 thieves reached for weapons near the far door. I fired into the ceiling above them. Dust and old grain husks fell over their heads. Hands where I can see them, I said. One obeyed. The other drew a pistol from his waistband. Kessa struck his forearm with the barrel of a rifle. The pistol fired into a sack and sent dry corn across the floor. She hit him again, lower, and he collapsed against the wall. The far door opened. A broad man in a dark work coat stood behind 2 captives. One was a freight worker. The other was a woman with dried blood along one side of her face. The man's gray beard had been trimmed close despite the collapse around him. He held a short rifle across the captives' backs. You came faster than the officer expected, he said. The broad man had to be Vane. Put the rifle down. You have 1 building and a crowd you cannot feed. I have roads. The Varkins have the county. You are borrowing time from both of us. He pushed the captives toward the loading room. I kept my rifle centered on his chest. The bridge group failed. His eyes shifted for less than a second. He had not known. Kessa moved toward the side wall, widening the angle. Vane pressed his barrel harder against the woman's back. The officer has mortar crews and enough men to bury your depot. He only wants you first. Walk outside with me and the medicine stays. The medicine is already behind us. His gaze flicked toward the table. The captured freight worker dropped without warning. The woman followed him. Vane fired over their shoulders. The shot struck a grain bin beside me. I returned fire as Kessa pulled the captives behind stacked sacks. Vane disappeared through the loading room door. We followed into a long chamber lined with conveyors. 3 thieves fired from behind an old forklift. Bullets struck steel housings and sent sparks across the floor. Kessa and I separated, using concrete pillars for cover. The freight crew attacked from outside at the same time. Their cutting torch burned through the side chain on the loading door. The door rose a foot, then 2. Tammy fired from beneath it when a thief tried to close the gap. Her shot hit his thigh. He dropped the chain and crawled away. The young driver entered beside her. Vane, my brother is dead, he shouted. Vane answered from the upper walkway. Your brother chose strangers. Do not repeat him. The driver's rifle shook. He chose our mother. Vane fired down. The bullet struck the railing beside the driver's head. He flinched, but held his position. Tammy dragged him behind the forklift before another shot came. Kessa reached the conveyor controls. Most were dead, but the emergency grain gate still used a manual counterweight. She cut the retaining rope with the edge of a utility knife. A steel chute dropped across the upper walkway. Vane jumped backward. His next step found loose grain spilled from a split hopper. His boot slid. He caught the railing with one hand and lost the rifle over the side. I climbed the stairs. He pulled a knife from his coat. I struck his wrist with my rifle stock. The knife spun away. He hit me in the mouth, then drove me against the railing. My ribs flared with pain. He was older but heavier, and he had spent years hurting people who expected rules. He tried to throw me over the edge. I hooked one foot behind the support post and drove my forehead into his nose. He released one hand. Kessa reached the walkway and struck the back of his knee. We took him down together. The young driver came up the stairs with his rifle pointed at Vane's face. Vane wiped blood from his mouth. "You think they will keep feeding your family when winter starts?" The driver breathed through his teeth. I put my hand on the rifle barrel and lowered it. "He goes back tied," I said. "He tells us every route he's sold." The driver looked at me, then at Kessa. After several seconds, he stepped away. The lower storage room held 11 captives. 7 were quarry and rail workers. 2 were women taken from a farm east of Harrow Junction. 1 was an injured Varkan conscript who had removed his uniform. The last was a boy no older than 16 who had been caught stealing food from Tolland. We freed all of them and gave the conscript to Ivan's custody when we returned. Tammy searched the plant office while the freight crew loaded supplies. She found fairground transfer sheets beneath a toolbox. Her fingers moved down the columns until they stopped. "My sister's name is here," she said. I went beside her. The line showed her sister had been moved from the downtown medical building to the fairground, then assigned to a medical labor group at the South Ferry terminal. The transfer date was the previous morning. Tammy pressed the paper flat with both hands. "She may still be there. The terminal is their command point," Kessa said gently. "I know where it is. I am not asking to go now." She folded the sheet and placed it inside her jacket. Vane's radio contained more than enemy traffic. Peter's frequency marks had been copied onto a grease card. The Orchard Map Square and church contact time were written beside them. Vane had listened to our network and sold what he heard. We recovered the antibiotics, but the theft had already reached every place we hoped to protect. Chapter 39. The orchard burned before we reached it. Smoke rose above the bare fields in a thick black column. The family who answered Peter's first call had used 2 tractors to block the North Farm Road after the armored group passed. That barrier had delayed the Varkan truck, but it also told the soldiers exactly which farm had helped us. We left Vane tied under freight crew guard and drove the pickup through a drainage lane beside the tracks. Tammy stayed at the feed plant to sort prisoner records. The young Tolland driver remained with Vane, not because he trusted himself near the man, but because he knew which lies to expect. Kessa rode beside me with the medicine case between her boots. "Peter says the church strangers left," she said. "Bram is moving the first steeple families into the rail tunnel. Dad received 1 antibiotic dose from Della's reserve, but he needs the case before night. We deliver it after the orchard. The depot can send a rail cart to meet us at the west switch." We crossed a field where rain had turned tilled soil into black paste. The pickup slid sideways twice. Apple trees appeared through the smoke, their spring leaves wet and bright against the burning packing shed. A Varkan truck sat near the south lane with one front tire destroyed. Soldiers fired from the ditch toward the farmhouse. Orchard workers answered from behind a stone wall. Their 2 hunting rifles sounded thin against military weapons. One tractor had been set on fire. The other remained across the lane, engine running, its rear wheels chained to the fallen tree. An older man lay behind the wheel, head below the glass while bullets struck the hood. I stopped behind an equipment barn. Kessa opened the medicine case, removed 2 sealed dressings, and put the rest beneath the seat. "We go around the irrigation trench," she said. "It reaches the stone wall." The trench was half full of cold runoff. We moved bent low through water and dead weeds. Smoke scratched my throat. Burning roofing tar drifted down in black flakes. 3 soldiers held the ditch near the disabled truck. Another group had entered the packing shed. I heard crates breaking and people shouting inside. Kessa touched my sleeve and pointed. A narrow culvert crossed beneath the lane behind the soldiers. Its opening was small, but the ditch bank hid it from the road. We crawled through on our elbows. Mud covered my hands and chest. The culvert ended behind a disabled truck, close enough that I could hear a soldier breathing through his nose. Kessa threw a stone into the orchard. 2 soldiers turned toward the sound. We rose behind the truck bed and fired. The 3rd soldier dropped into the ditch before I could reach him. He shot through the truck's rear wheel, forcing us back. The older man in the tractor lifted his head. He rammed the machine into reverse. The fallen tree dragged across the lane and swept the soldier from the ditch. The tractor engine roared. The old man kept backing until the tree struck the Varkin truck and rolled it onto its side. Orchard workers came over the stone wall. The remaining soldiers withdrew toward the packing shed. One threw a burning can into a row of fuel drums before running. Kessa hit the nearest drum valve with a shot, draining fuel into the mud before the flame reached it. The remaining Varkins did not leave the orchard cleanly. One soldier entered the irrigation pump house and started the diesel motor. Water lines shuddered beneath the field. At first, I thought he meant to flood the lane, but the old farmer shouted from the tractor that the main valve fed the pesticide tank used before harvest. The tank had been empty for months, yet the soldier could not know that. He was trying to turn whatever remained into a weapon against the farmhouse seller. Kessa and I crossed between tree rows while orchard workers kept the packing shed doorway under fire. Apples from last year's fallen crop had rotted beneath the grass. Each step crushed them into sweet brown paste. Smoke drifted low enough to hide the pump house, then lifted and exposed its tin wall. The soldier fired through the open door. His first shot cut bark from the tree beside me. His second broke a water line, sending a hard stream across the row. I dropped behind the concrete valve box. Kessa reached the opposite side and fired twice through the lower wall. The pump engine kept running. I crawled along the water line until I reached the rear vent. Heat and fuel fumes pushed through it. The soldier moved inside, boots striking the metal floor. He fired toward Kessa again. I pulled the vent cover loose and threw it against the far wall. He turned toward the noise. Kessa entered from the door and struck his rifle aside. They crashed into the pump controls. I came through behind her and drove the soldier against the spinning belt guard. He fought for the pistol at his hip. Kessa trapped his hand while I shut the engine down. The sudden silence made every gunshot outside seem closer. The soldier stopped struggling when orchard workers surrounded the door. We tied him with irrigation cord and placed him beside the disabled truck. He stared at the burning farm as though he had expected people with hunting rifles to scatter. The old farmer checked the pesticide tank. Its drain had been left open after cleaning, and only rainwater came from the hose. He closed the valve anyway. They did not know what was inside, he said. They only knew it might hurt us. That sentence stayed with me while we ran toward the packing shed. The packing shed roof sagged. People were still inside. I entered through a side door with two orchard workers. Heat pressed against my face. Apple crates burned along the north wall. Smoke turned the high ceiling into darkness. A woman called from behind a fallen conveyor. We found 4 people trapped in the grading room. One had a broken ankle. Another had been struck in the shoulder. The Varkins had locked the outer door and set fire near the exits. We broke the lower wall panels with an iron digging bar from the tool rack. The opening was wide enough to pull people through one at a time. Kessa stayed outside, dragging each person clear and wrapping burned hands with the dressings she had taken. The roof failed as I reached the last worker. A timber fell across the grading room and threw sparks into my jacket. I beat them out with one hand, then lifted the worker under his arms. Smoke had taken his strength. We reached the opening while flames crossed the doorway behind us. Kessa grabbed his belt. Together we pulled him through. I came out after him and rolled onto wet grass. For several seconds, all I could do was cough. My ribs felt as if someone had tightened wire around them. Kessa knelt beside me and wiped soot from my mouth with her sleeve. "You keep finding buildings that are falling apart," she said. Her voice held no humor. It held fear she had not released while other people needed her. "People keep staying inside them," I said. She looked at the burning shed, then back at me. "I saw the roof move. I thought you had waited too long." "I almost did. The plane admission changed something between us." She touched the side of my face. Her thumb rested near the cut on my lip. We were both filthy, shaking, and surrounded by people carrying water toward a fire they could not save. I kissed her. It lasted only a few seconds. Her hand tightened against my neck, and my damaged ribs hurt when she came closer. Neither of us turned it into a promise. When we separated, she stayed near enough that our foreheads touched. "Do not make me regret the timing," she said. "I will try to keep the next roof up." That was as close to a joke as either of us could manage. It faded as quickly as it came. We helped the orchard group gather what survived. 19 people became 23 after 4 neighbors came from a drainage cellar. They had sacks of dried apples, seed grain, canned vegetables, 2 tractors, 1 flatbed wagon, and a water tank. They also had no safe farmhouse left. The fire had spread to the roof, and the Varkin truck radio repeated orders for another squad to approach from the south. Peter coordinated the move from the depot. The orchard people loaded children and injured adults onto the flatbed. One tractor pulled them north toward the rail line. The second dragged the disabled Varkin truck into the lane as a fresh barrier. Freight workers brought their engine to the farm switch with 2 repaired flat cars. The sight of that engine changed the evacuation. People who had been carrying 1 bag at a time began moving entire food pallets. The flat cars took the water tank, sacks, tools, and families. The rail crew covered everything with orchard tarps and reversed toward the freight tunnel. I gave the medicine case to a rail worker with strict instructions to place it in Della's hands. He tied it to the engine cap rather than risk dropping it. The orchard's oldest farmer stood beside the burning packing shed until the last flat car moved. "My grandfather planted the first row," he said. "I did not tell him they could rebuild." The trees were burning behind him, soldiers were approaching, and none of us knew what winter would leave. "We have the seed grain," Kessa said. He looked at the covered sacks on the flat car. After a while, he climbed aboard. Peter called again as the train entered the cut. "Church group is hearing engines at the West Road." The strangers came back with soldiers. They are using a white medical flag. Ivan spoke in the background, translating enemy radio. "The gray-haired officer is there," Peter said. "He is telling them the depot was destroyed and you were killed. He wants the basement opened for inspection." The church group had 31 people, 1 nurse, and the supplies Dad needed after the antibiotics. Their stone walls would hold only until somebody opened the door. Chapter 40. The rail tunnel reached the church basement from beneath the hill. Kessa remembered the old maintenance entrance from county maps. The freight crew confirmed it with a hand signal from the engine cab. We left the orchard train inside the quarry cut and took 6 people through the tunnel on foot. Bram could not leave the depot. Hollis could barely raise his injured arm. The people with us were 2 freight workers, 2 orchard hunters, Kessa and me. Our boots scraped over old ties and loose stone. Water dripped from the tunnel roof. The air grew colder the farther we went. Peter kept his transmissions short. Officer is outside the church. 3 vehicles. One has a medical symbol painted on canvas. Ivan says it is false. "Can the church hear you?" I asked. "Their set receives, but their battery is almost dead." I sent 1 message. No reply. "What was your message?" "Colt is not dead. Keep every door closed." Static filled the pause. "Did they receive it?" "I cannot tell." The tunnel ended at an iron service door beneath the church kitchen. Rust sealed the lower hinge. 1 freight worker used the hydraulic jack against the frame. Metal groaned. Then the door opened inward far enough for us to pass. The basement smelled of damp stone, candle wax, and too many people breathing in a closed room. A man with a hunting rifle waited behind stacked tables. He nearly fired at us before Kessa whispered the depot call sign Peter had given the church. The nurse came from the far room. She had gray hair pulled back with cloth and dark stains across her apron. "They say the depot fell," she said. "It did not," I answered. "The bridge approach is gone. We stopped the carriers." Relief moved across the basement without becoming noise. Parents tightened their arms around children. A man near the stairs covered his face with both hands. The basement group had already prepared for the door to fail. Mattresses covered the lowest windows. Water buckets stood beside the stairs. Adults had torn bench cushions into strips for bandages. They had done all of it without knowing whether anyone outside knew they were there. A father near the tunnel entrance refused to send his 2 daughters ahead of him. He kept one hand on each of their shoulders and watched the ceiling shake beneath the officer's loudspeaker. "They spoke about mercury, salt. They spoke about mercury," the nurse answered without raising her voice. "The first curve is 30 steps from this room. You can see their lamp until they reach it. If soldiers enter from above, this basement becomes the worst place in the building." He looked at the tunnel, then at the girls. Fear made his hands tighten. The older child pulled his sleeve and told him she could carry the smaller one's coat. That settled what the adults could not. He let them join the line and followed after the last medicine box. Other families moved because they saw him move. The basement did not empty in panic. It emptied through small permissions people gave one another, a stranger lifting a child over the broken door sill, a churchman surrendering his flashlight to an elderly woman, the nurse placing her own food bag on the floor so both hands were free for patients. Kessa counted each person who entered the tunnel. I counted those who remained. The numbers gave us something firm while the officer shortened his deadline outside. The nurse pointed toward the ceiling. They have 2 soldiers at the front door and others around the graveyard. They brought one of our people from the road. He is tied beside the medical truck. The gray-haired officer's voice came through a loudspeaker outside. You have 5 minutes. Refusal places every person inside under combat status. Open the front entrance and place firearms on church steps. The English was smooth this time. He had practiced the words. I looked at the basement exits. The service tunnel could move people out, but 31 civilians could not cross it before soldiers noticed. The stairway reached the kitchen. A second narrow stair opened into the graveyard storage room. The church windows were high and narrow, built for colored glass rather than escape. What supplies must come? I asked the nurse. Antibiotics, clean cloth, 2 oxygen cylinders, and the hand tools. The rest can stay. Pack them near the tunnel door. Children and anyone who cannot fight enter the tunnel now. They move without lamps until the first curve. Freight workers guide them. The churchman looked at his rifle. What about us? We make the soldiers watch the front while people leave below. Kessa studied the basement ceiling. The kitchen uses bottled gas. The nurse nodded. 2 cylinders behind the stove. Can you disconnect one? I can close the valve. I will not fill a church with gas. We need the empty cart and the canvas cover, not the gas. Her eyes narrowed while she understood. The medical truck outside carried a false flag. We built our own false patient. We placed blankets over the kitchen supply cart and strapped an oxygen cylinder beneath them. The nurse gave Kessa her stained apron. I wrapped my ribs with white cloth and pulled a church coat over my captured vest. One orchard hunter took the role of a frightened relative. He did not have to pretend much. The gray-haired officer announced 2 minutes. The front door opened. Kessa pushed the cart onto the steps with her head lowered. I walked beside it, one hand pressed to my side. The hunter followed, carrying a white sheet tied to a broom handle. Rain had stopped, but water still fell from the church gutters. The medical truck waited beside the road with its rear doors open. A churchman knelt near the bumper, wrists tied. 2 soldiers stood on the steps. More watch from behind gravestones and trees. The officer remained near his command car. Mud stained the lower edge of his coat from the bridge escape. One side of his face carried a fresh cut. He looked directly at me. For a second, neither of us moved. Then Kessa shoved the cart down the steps. The oxygen cylinder rolled beneath the medical truck. The orchard hunter dropped the white sheet and fired at the soldier nearest the churchman. I struck the second soldier with my shoulder, caught his rifle, and drove him against the stone rail. Kessa shot the truck's front tire. The cylinder beneath it ruptured from a second shot. It did not explode into fire. Compressed gas tore through the cart and lifted the truck high enough to throw both rear doors open. Dust, cloth, and broken boards filled the road. The church defenders fired from the upper windows. Soldiers in the graveyard dropped behind stones. One shot broke colored glass above the front doors. Red and blue fragments fell over the steps. I pulled the tied churchman behind the stone rail and cut his wrists with the edge of the captured soldier's utility blade. The gray-haired officer moved toward his command car. Kessa fired at the rear tire. The shot struck the wheel rim and forced him behind the engine block. Colt, your shelters are already marked, he called. Each person who follows you loses a home. I fired at the pavement near his boot and made him pull back. The people here had homes before you burned them, I said. It was all I gave him. A Varkin squad entered the church through the graveyard storage door. Peter warned us over the radio, but his voice reached me at the same instant. Gunfire sounded inside. I turned from the road and ran through the front entrance. The sanctuary was dim except for gray light through broken windows. Wooden benches had been pushed into rows of barricades. 2 soldiers crossed the rear aisle toward the basement stair. The nurse stood at the kitchen doorway with a revolver held in both hands. She fired once. The first soldier fell against a bench. The second raised his rifle toward her. I shot him before he could fire. A third soldier came from the side room and struck my rifle aside. We hit the floor between benches. He drove an elbow into my ribs, and the pain took the strength from my left arm. His fingers closed around my throat. I grabbed a fallen hymn board and struck the side of his head. Numbers scattered across the floor. He released me long enough for Kessa to reach the aisle. She pulled him backward by his vest and pinned him against a bench until the nurse took his rifle. The basement evacuation kept moving beneath us. Children disappeared into the service tunnel while freight workers carried the oxygen cylinder and medicine boxes. The church defenders fired from windows, then withdrew one pair at a time. Smoke entered from the graveyard door after soldiers threw a burning can into the storage room. The gray-haired officer ordered his people back. His voice came from the road, sharper now. He had expected fear and received resistance from every side. The medical truck still ran despite the damaged tire. Soldiers loaded their injured into it. The command car reversed along the church wall using stone between us. Before it vanished, the officer leaned from the rear door and looked back at the front steps. He did not shout another demand. He memorized us. The last Varkin truck left 2 men behind in the graveyard. One was dead. The other had been struck in the leg and could not stand. We took his weapon, stopped the bleeding, and sent him through the tunnel under guard. The church storage room burned hotter. We could not save the building and evacuate the basement at the same time. The nurse closed the front doors before leaving. She touched the stone wall once, then went below without looking back. The tunnel filled with smoke behind us. We reached the quarry cut after dark. Freight workers had covered the flat cars with tarps and placed children between food pallets. Orchard families made room for the church group. People who had never met shared blankets without discussion. Peter called while the train moved toward the depot. Dad got the medicine. Della says his fever may be starting, but the first dose is in. I closed my eyes for one breath. What about the mortar team? They stopped east of the reservoir. Ivan thinks the officer is changing the target. To where? We do not know yet. Vane knew. He sat tied inside the freight engine cab when we returned to the depot, guarded by the young driver. The bridge wreckage burned behind the eastern barrier. Families moved through the west rail gate toward the tunnel shelters. Dad's treatment table remained in the break room, surrounded by bags and instruments. I went to Vane first. His face had swollen where Kessa and I struck him. He watched the arriving church people through the cab window. The officer changed his plan after the feed plant, I said. Where will he hit? Vane shrugged as far as the rope allowed. He did not share everything. The young driver held up the grease card from Vane's radio. You marked the church and orchard before the soldiers moved. I sold routes. The officer picked targets. Kessa placed the command car map on his knees. Which route reaches the depot without the broken bridge? He studied the paper, but said nothing. The young driver spoke softly. Your people are still at Tolland. If the Varkins burn the county, they burn them too. Vane's jaw shifted. There's a flood service road under the west rail embankment, he said. It reaches the depot drainage field. Trucks cannot use it. Foot soldiers can. The salt shed stood above that drainage field. Mom was moving children out of it as quickly as the tunnel could take them. How many soldiers know? I asked. The officer sent a map with the mortar team. He said the depot had to open from inside. Peter called from the radio closet. Enemy transmissions had gone quiet. That silence was worse than hearing them move. Chapter 41. We emptied the salt trench before midnight. Children and injured adults went west through the rail tunnel. The orchard tractor hauled 2 flat wagons along the service road beyond the cut. The church nurse joined Della in the break room and refused to leave Dad until he could travel. Food was divided into smaller loads and sent toward the limestone storage tunnel under freight crew guard. The depot still held nearly 60 people when the evacuation slowed. Some were defenders. Others were too injured to move through wet darkness. The doctor needed a full hour to prepare Dad, and even then she could not promise the motion would not start another internal bleed. Ram placed guards at every drain opening. Kessa and county workers poured gravel into the largest culvert, then chained a road grate across it. We set empty cans on wire inside the drainage field, so any movement would pull them across concrete. Vane gave us 3 more routes after the young driver described his brother's final minutes. He did not become helpful. He became afraid the Varkins would erase the people who still considered him useful. One route mattered more than the others. A maintenance canal ran from the flood road to the South Ferry Terminal. Beside it stood an old water treatment building the Varkins had converted into a radio relay. Every shelter report from the eastern county passed through that site before reaching River Spine Command. If we take the relay, they lose direction reports, Peter said. We may also hear the terminal without waiting for Ivan to catch open traffic. How long before they repair it? Brahm asked. Hours if we destroy the transmitter. Longer if we take the frequency sheets and power controls. Tammy stood beside the desk with her sister's transfer page folded in her pocket. The terminal medical group is beside the treatment plant, she said. The fairground route sheet uses the same canal gate. Bram looked at me. The depot cannot defend an attack with the same people. We do not need many, I said. Kessa, Ivan, Tammy, and me. Peter stays here. You keep the drainage field closed. You are short on blood, and smoke has been in your lungs all day. I can still move. That stops being useful when you fall where nobody can carry you. Dad spoke from the break room doorway. 2 volunteers held his table while the doctor adjusted the fluid bag. He looked worse in the harsh yard light, but his eyes were open. Send him, Dad said. Mom stared at him. You spent 3 days telling him to think first. He did. Relay matters more than another rifle here. He looked at me. Come back before they move me. I will. The words were not a guarantee. We both knew that. We took the captured command car because its engine still ran, and Varkon markings might carry us through the first checkpoint. Ivan wore a black patch jacket over his clothes. Kessa drove. Tammy and I stayed low in the rear seat with rifles beneath a gray blanket. The flood service road passed under the rail embankment exactly where Vane said. Tire marks showed the mortar truck had used the upper road, but boot prints followed the drainage ditch toward the depot. Ram's cans would soon tell us whether those soldiers reached the grate. The command car entered the canal district from the west. Burned houses gave way to warehouses and fuel tanks. The air smelled of river mud, chemical smoke, and spoiled grain. Searchlights moved above the ferry terminal several miles east. The treatment plant stood behind a chain fence. 2 guards watched the gate. A radio mast rose from the roof with cables dropping into an upper window. Ivan lowered his window and spoke in Varkan. The first guard answered with a question. Ivan's voice hardened. He pointed toward the east and struck the command car door with his palm. The guards looked at each other. One lifted the gate while the other reached for his radio. Kessa drove through before he finished. What did you tell them? Tammy whispered. Officer wants channel report. I said they delayed him? Did they believe you? For 1 minute, we stopped beside the chemical shed. Kessa opened the hood and acted as though the engine had failed. Ivan entered the main building alone. 30 seconds passed. Then the gate guard started toward us. He called to Ivan through his radio and received no reply. His hand moved toward his rifle. Tammy opened the rear door into him. The edge struck his knees. I pulled him inside and covered his mouth while Kessa took his weapon. The second guard ran from the gate booth. Tammy fired into the gravel near his feet. He changed direction and reached for the alarm box. Kessa caught him before he touched it. She struck his elbow against the fence post and forced him down. A short burst of gunfire sounded inside the plant. Ivan came through the door with blood on his cheek and a folder under one arm. 4 inside, he said. 2 more upstairs. Alarm not sent yet. We entered through the pump room. The treatment plant had stopped processing water years before the bombs. Empty tanks and rusted pipes filled the lower level. The Varkans had run new cable through old chemical lines. Generators shook the floor. Voices came from the control room above. Tammy found the prisoner board first. Names had been written on white plastic sheets beside work groups. Electricians, nurses, mechanics, radio operators, drivers, and heavy equipment crews were assigned to terminal zones. Her sister's name appeared under Medical Group 2. A red mark beside it showed she had been moved that morning. The board also showed how the terminal controlled movement. Color clips marked who could leave a fenced zone, who needed an escort, and whose family members were held elsewhere. The system punished any attempt to run by moving a parent, child, or sibling to a different yard. Tammy traced 3 lines connecting the medical clinic to the grain sheds. They separated my sister from the people she arrived with, she said. She will not know whether anyone from downtown is still there. She may have found other medical workers, I said. She always finds somebody to help. That is why they put her on this sheet. There was pride in her voice, followed immediately by fear. She copied the clinic shift time onto her sleeve because paper could be lost in the canal. Kessa found a maintenance diagram beneath the prisoner board. A narrow pipe gallery ran from the treatment plant under the fuel pier road. It did not enter the clinic, but it reached a valve house inside the same fence. She folded the diagram into the frequency bag. We did not have time to use it that night. We made sure the route would not disappear with the relay. Where did they move her? Tammy asked. Ivan translated the code. Fuel pier clinic, east side of terminal. Tammy's hand covered her mouth. She is close, I said. Close is still behind their fence. Her voice shook, but she folded the sheet and kept moving. The upper control room held the relay console, direction equipment, and 2 operators. One surrendered when we entered. The other reached for a pistol beneath the desk. Ivan struck his wrist and pinned him against the wall. Peter's voice came through the depot radio on the emergency band. Colt, drainage alarms. Westfield, Bram is contact. Gunfire crackled behind his words. The foot squad had reached the depot. How many? At least 12. They cannot cross the main grade, but they are cutting the north culvert. Dad is not ready to move. We had minutes, not hours. Kessa opened the relay power cabinet. We can burn the transmitter or use it once. Not both if they reach the backup switch. Peter heard her. Use it. I can push one county-wide message through their mast, then destroy the power bus. Ivan spread the stolen folder across the console. The frequency sheets showed every Varkan patrol, holding yard, and supply convoy in the county. A movement board listed the main assault force at the south terminal, 4 carriers, 9 trucks, 2 mortar teams, and a fuel convoy. Departure time was dawn the next day. The target line contained a single English word, depot. They planned to crush the center of our network before stripping the remaining shelters. Peter tuned the relay from his end. The console lights changed. You have the county, he said. Anyone with a working receiver may hear you. I looked at the microphone. I had no speech prepared. The people listening did not need one. I pressed the switch. This is Colt. The highway depot still stands. The Varkans are moving from the South Ferry terminal at dawn with armored vehicles, trucks, and mortars. They are taking food, fuel, and skilled workers. After that, they plan to destroy pumps, bridges, and stores they cannot carry. Static moved beneath my words. Do not travel toward the depot unless you have a safe route. Block roads after their columns pass. Hide water and food in more than one place. If you can reach the quarry rail line, answer Peter's rotating channel with your nearest map square. Keep every transmission short. I looked through the control room glass toward the terminal searchlights. Nobody here can promise safety. We can share what we know, move people before attacks, and hit the same target from more than one direction. That is what we have. Use it. I released the switch. For several seconds, only static answered. Then a voice came from the northern hills. 9 people. 2 farm trucks. We hear you. Another voice followed from west to the county line. School shelter. 26 people. We can block Route 4. A third came from a volunteer fire station near the river. 11 adults. Fuel tender. Medical gear. Send map square. More voices appeared until Peter had to separate them. They were not an army. They were frightened people in basements, barns, machine sheds, and drainage tunnels. Some had rifles. Some had trucks. Some had only a radio and knowledge of one road. Together, they could make the county harder to own. Peter answered each station with the same discipline he had used when campus panic first filled every channel. He did not ask for names that could be taken from a captured radio. He asked for map squares, road conditions, water, medical skill, and whether children could travel. When a frightened man began describing dead neighbors, Peter let him finish, then brought him back to the one bridge his group could block. I listened from the relay room and remembered him joking about a night of games only days earlier. His voice had changed since then. It was still Peter's voice, careful and slightly too fast when pressure climbed, but people now trusted it enough to move families through darkness. Tammy stood beside the prisoner board with tears drying on her face. Kessa kept one hand inside the open power cabinet. Ivan watched the captured operators. None of us celebrated the voices. Every answer meant another group the Varkans could hurt. It also meant another road, machine, basement, field, or pair of eyes that no officer could control from one command car. The relay alarm sounded. A command car and troop truck entered the plant yard. The gray-haired officer stepped from the car before it stopped. He had followed his own network back to us. Kessa pulled cables from the power bus. 30 seconds, she said. Tammy gathered the prisoner sheets. Ivan shoved frequency folders into a canvas bag. I fired through the control room glass as soldiers crossed the yard. The first shots forced them behind the chemical tanks. The officer used the truck loudspeaker. Colt, the terminal holds 300 civilians. Damage the fuel pier, and they burn with it. Tammy went still. Ivan looked at the movement board. He moved prisoners beside fuel for shield. The officer continued. Leave the relay. Your family at the depot receives medical passage. Dad was under attack while the officer offered to save him. I knew what the passage meant. A table at the terminal, a number on a sheet, and a family held until they stopped resisting. "Power bus is open," Kessa said. I shot the main insulator. The relay room flashed white. Copper and ceramic fragments crossed the ceiling. The transmitter died. Every console went dark. We left through the chemical line hatch as soldiers entered the pump room. The hatch opened into a drainage channel behind the plant. We crawled through black water while gunfire struck the metal cover above us. Tammy kept the prisoner sheets inside her shirt. Ivan held the frequency bag over his head. The channel reached the canal beyond the fence. We crossed beneath a concrete lip and came up among reeds. Our command car remained in the yard. A fuel maintenance truck sat beside the canal gate with keys inside. Kessa drove it through a wooden barrier while bullets struck the tank behind the cab. The tank was empty except for fumes, but I did not trust it to stay that way. We reached the flood road as flames rose from the relay roof. Peter's voice returned through the handheld. Bram stopped the culvert team. 3 got inside the drainage field. 1 is still missing. Is Dad safe? Still at the depot. Doctor says they can move him now if the road cart stays smooth. We are coming back. Behind us, the terminal searchlights turned west. The Varkan assault would not wait for dawn anymore. Chapter 42. The missing soldier was inside the salt shed. We reached the depot as Bram and 2 hunters searched the empty trench. The drainage field fight had left 5 Varkans dead and 4 captured. 1 of ours had been killed near the north culvert. Another had a bullet through the calf. The final enemy soldier had vanished after crossing the gravel yard. Mom found his muddy print beside the salt shed stairs. Dad's table stood in the maintenance bay, ready for movement. The doctor had packed fluid bags into a crate and tied the drainage tube beneath the blanket. Della and the church nurse waited on either side. My sister held Dad's hand while Mom counted the remaining injured. Nobody could move through the shed until we knew where the soldier was. Bram entered first, with a flashlight below his rifle. I followed. Kessa took the rear door. The shed smelled of road salt, damp concrete, and the sweat of families who had hidden there during the bridge fight. The lower trench was empty. A scrape came from the overhead loading bins. Bram raised the light. The soldier dropped from the catwalk behind us. He struck Bram across the shoulders with his rifle. Bram hit the floor. I turned as the soldier fired toward the maintenance bay. The bullet broke the door glass above Dad's table. Kessa shot the soldier in the side. He stayed upright and reached for a grenade on his vest. I crossed the shed before he pulled the ring. We hit the wall together. His hand closed around the grenade, but Kessa trapped his wrist against the concrete. Bram rose behind him and struck the back of his arm until his fingers opened. The grenade fell without being armed. The soldier fought until all 3 of us pinned him face down in salt dust. Ivan arrived and shouted an order in Varkan. The man stopped only after hearing his own language. He says officer told him marked medical truck, Ivan said. Radio beacon. Mortars follow it. A small transmitter had been taped beneath his jacket. The gray-haired officer did not need to know where Dad went. He only needed the beacon to move with him. Peter took the device into the radio closet and examined it. It sends a pulse every 15 seconds, he said. We can shut it off, or we can put it somewhere else. Bram looked toward the ruined bridge. Put it in the trapped carrier. The freight crew carried the beacon through the eastern barriers and fixed it inside the carrier, lying on its side, in the rail cut. We moved everyone away from the bridge. 10 minutes later, the first mortar shell came from the south. It struck the road beside the wreck. The second hit the trapped carrier. Armor lifted and settled in flame. The third shell broke the remaining bridge deck and dropped steel beams across the track. The officer destroyed his own crossing while trying to reach Dad. That gave us time. Dad left the depot on a rail maintenance cart padded with orchard blankets. The doctor walked beside him, one hand holding the fluid bag above her shoulder. Della and the church nurse kept the table from shifting. My sister rode at Dad's feet. Mom walked until Kessa made her climb onto the rear step. I stayed beside the cart through the west gate. Dad opened his eyes as the wheels entered the rail cut. You came back, he said. The relay is down. We have their frequencies and tomorrow's movement plan. How many people answered? More than Peter could count in the first minute. His mouth moved as though he wanted to smile, but pain stopped it. Then keep counting. The cart carried him into the tunnel. I watched until the lamp disappeared around the first curve. The depot became a fighting position instead of a shelter. The limestone tunnel changed as each group arrived. Freight workers cleared old salt pallets from the side chambers and laid boards across standing water. Orchard families hung tarps between stone columns to create places where children could sleep without staring at medical tables. Church volunteers marked the 2 exits with strips of pale cloth that could be felt in darkness. Nobody used paint or bright lamps that might show through cracks outside. The doctor chose the driest chamber for Dad and the other critical patients. The ceiling there was low, but the stone remained steady when trucks crossed the mine road above. Della arranged medicine on an overturned door. The church nurse boiled instruments over a small alcohol burner and kept the flame hidden inside a metal cabinet. Mom placed the family lists in a sealed road map, too. Tammy copied each page before the originals went underground. If one shelter burned, the names and missing person notes would still exist somewhere else. It was a quiet form of resistance, preserving who belonged to whom when the Varkans treated people as numbered labor. My sister refused to rest until she had walked the tunnel from end to end. She returned with mud to her knees and reported a narrow crack near the northern chamber where outside air entered. Casa sent 2 county workers to inspect it. They found an old ventilation shaft hidden beneath brush, wide enough for 1 person and too narrow for a stretcher. It became an emergency exit for children. Before leaving the tunnel, I checked each chamber once more. The youngest children slept despite the distant blasts, their shoes lined beside blankets so nobody tripped in darkness. Adults sat against the walls with rifles, shovels, kitchen knives, and empty hands. Some met my eyes. Others stared at the stone floor. I did not tell them the defenses would hold. I told them which exit to use if the lamps flashed twice and where Tammy's runners would wait. They needed directions that could survive fear, not confidence I could not prove. Dad slept through most of the work. Once when I checked him, his skin felt warmer than before. The doctor said the antibiotic needed time and his pressure remained low. She did not soften the uncertainty. He survived the surgery, the roadblock, and the bridge attack, I said. His body does not count past victories, she answered. It only handles what is happening now. I helped Ella move another injured man into the chamber, then went back outside. The tunnel was safer than the depot, but safety here came from people carrying stone, water, blankets, and information while they were exhausted. It could disappear if we stopped doing the work. We left only defenders, empty vehicles, false supply stacks, and radios. The freight engine moved orchard food and church supplies to the limestone tunnel. Families spread between the church service tunnel, quarry storage rooms, and training station. No single place held enough people or medicine to end the network with one attack. Peter set a smaller radio in the freight engine cab. The long-range transmitter remained at the depot mess because moving it would take hours we did not have. He connected a remote key line so he could send from the rail cut if the building caught fire. The replies to my county broadcast continued. A dairy farm offered a fuel tank and 6 people with hunting rifles. A road crew north of the river had explosives meant for clearing rock. The volunteer fire station began moving its tender toward the quarry. A group of college students sheltered in a library basement near campus and reported soldiers guarding the interstate interchange. None of them knew whether their roads connected to ours. Peter marked them on the wall map with pencil dots. We cannot defend every dot, he said. We do not have to bring every dot here, I answered. They can block roads, watch movements, hide supplies, and move before soldiers reach them. Some will attack because they heard your name. Tell them not to. Tell them information matters more than one truck. He looked at the crowded map. They may listen once, then say it once without making it sound brave. Tammy and Mom worked through the prisoner sheets at the quarry tunnel. Medical Group 2 remained at the fuel pier clinic. Tammy drew the terminal layout from memory and compared it with the Varkan movement board. 300 civilians were divided between grain sheds, bus lots, and a fenced maintenance yard. Her sister's group was closest to the water. We cannot attack the terminal with civilians beside fuel tanks, Tammy said. We need to move them before the main force leaves, I said. Kessa pointed to the canal. The water gates can drain the maintenance yard toward the old barge channel. There may be a service path under the pier. Ivan examined the guard schedule. Black Patch changes shifts before first light. Regular soldiers move prisoners. Officer keeps Black Patch at radio and fuel. The terminal would have to wait until we survived the depot attack. For now, we prepared the ground we had. The road crew arrived after midnight in 2 utility trucks. They carried rock clearing charges, cable, and blasting caps inside padded boxes. The dairy group brought fuel in a dented tank trailer. The volunteer fire tender reached the quarry from the north with no lights, guided by orchard workers on foot. We used the new equipment without gathering everyone in one yard. Road crews placed charges on the eastern farm lane in the south highway curve. The fire tender filled portable tanks behind the freight tunnel. Orchard tractors dragged disabled vehicles across side roads, then hid beneath tree cover. Hunters occupied limestone shelves above the rail cut. County workers prepared a second drainage trap where the flood road entered the depot field. Brand took command of the eastern barriers. Kessa controlled the road crews and water tanks. Peter and Ivan handled radio traffic from the quarry switch house. Tammy organized runners between shelters. Mom stayed with the medical group and family lists. Nobody needed a title. Every person knew whose voice mattered for the work in front of them. I moved between them until my legs started shaking. Kessa found me beside the switch house, trying to reload magazines with fingers that would not close properly. She took the ammunition from me and finished the work. "You are done for 10 minutes, she said. "The terminal column may move before dawn. It will still move if you sit." We rested inside an empty tool shed, with our backs against the same wall. The roof clicked as it cooled. Far away, engines crossed the river road. People whispered outside while they carried boxes through darkness. Kessa placed her hand over mine. "The kiss at the orchard was not smoke confusion," she said. "I did not think it was. I need to hear that without waiting for another fire." I turned my hand beneath hers and held it. It was not confusion. She rested her head against my shoulder, careful of my ribs. We stayed that way until Peter called over the radio. The Varking column had left the South Ferry Terminal. It was moving west early with 2 carriers, 6 trucks, 1 mortar vehicle, and the gray-haired officer's command car. Other vehicles remained at the terminal with the prisoners. "How long?" I asked. 40 minutes to the South Highway curve if they use the main road, Peter said. Les of Vane gave them the canal route. Vane sat tied in the quarry storage room. He heard his name through the open door. "The canal route is flooded after heavy rain," he called. "Carriers will not take it. Foot troops can." "Any other way?" Bram asked. Vane looked at the map on the wall. "Old Mine Road east of the quarry. It reaches the rail line behind the depot. Nobody uses it because the upper cut collapsed." Kessa stood. "A carrier may not need the full road." We sent 2 orchard scouts to check it. The first road charge sounded 20 minutes later. A dull blast rolled across the hills. Peter reported the front Varking truck had stopped at the south curve. The column divided. One carrier continued toward the depot. The other turned north, searching for the mine road. Our scattered groups began working together. The dairy truck blocked the north farm lane after the carrier passed. The road crew dropped a rock shelf onto the highway behind the mortar vehicle. Freight workers moved their engine across the western junction. The volunteer fire tenders sprayed the depot approach with water until mud covered the road. No single act stopped the column. Each one slowed it, separated it, and forced soldiers into ground somebody else understood. The depot defenders saw the first carrier at the eastern curve just before dawn. Bram's voice came through the radio. 1 carrier, 2 trucks, command car. Mortar vehicle is still south of the rockfall. Hold until it reaches the false fuel stacks, I said. Kessa and I climbed the limestone shelf above the rail cut. From there, I could see the depot roofs, the ruined bridge, and the road winding through wet fields. Gray morning light spread across the county. The carrier advanced slowly. Soldiers walked beside it, checking ditches for charges. The command car stayed behind the trucks. Then Peter heard another engine. It came from the west. The freight engine had stopped across that junction. No friendly vehicle should have been behind it. One orchard scout called from the mine road, breathing hard. "The upper collapse is open. Somebody cleared it before the rain. Second carrier is through. More soldiers behind it." The gray-haired officer had split his force around both sides of us. Bram faced the first carrier at the depot. The second entered the quarry cut behind the family shelters. Peter's next words broke through gunfire. "Movement inside the limestone tunnel? Not ours. The west timber door is opening. Children and medical patients were on the other side of that door." Kessa and I ran down the limestone slope as the first boards cracked inward. Chapter 43. The first timber board split before we reached the bottom of the slope. The crack carried through the limestone chamber and came back from every dark corner. Children began crying behind the hanging tarps. Somebody knocked over a metal basin near Dad's table. It struck the stone floor and rolled in a slow circle while Mom ordered everyone toward the north chamber. Kessa reached the tunnel mouth ahead of me. She dropped behind a stack of salt pallets and brought her rifle against the broken edge. I slid beside her, ribs tightening hard enough to blur my sight for a second. The west door had been built from railroad ties laid across a narrow opening. 2 boards hung inward. A gloved hand pushed through the gap and pulled at the next brace. Kessa fired once. The hand vanished. A man shouted beyond the door. Bullets came through the opening and struck the stone column above us. Chips cut my cheek. The sound trapped itself beneath the low ceiling until it seemed as if rifles were firing from every chamber at once. "Get the lamps down," I shouted. Mom pulled the nearest battery lamp from its hook and shoved it beneath a blanket. The church nurse did the same near the treatment tables. Darkness swallowed most of the chamber, leaving only the alcohol burner inside the metal cabinet and the gray strip of dawn entering through the ventilation crack. My sister stood beside that crack with 3 frightened children pressed against her legs. "Take them through the shaft," I said. "Shoes first. Keep each child touching the person ahead." She stared toward Dad. "Mom stays with them," I said. "You know the shaft better than anyone here." Her mouth tightened. She pulled the blue scarf from her neck and tied one end around the wrist of the youngest child. The others gripped the cloth behind him. "Nobody lets go," she told them. "You crawl until you see brush. Then you stay flat." It sounded like Dad, stripped of his heavier voice. The next board bent inward. Della and the doctor rolled Dad's table behind a limestone support. His eyes remained closed. Sweat darkened the hair near his temples, and the fluid bag trembled above him as the church nurse carried it. Peter's voice broke through my radio. "Colt, Bram has contact at the depot." First carrier reached the false fuel stacks. Command car stayed behind the trucks. A burst of gunfire came through his transmission. "We have contact here," I said. "West door. Medical chamber. Tell Bram he is on his own until we seal it. He already knows. Ivan hears black patch traffic inside the quarry. They want the doctor and the family records." The words settled colder than the stone beneath my knees. The soldiers had not entered the tunnel by accident. They knew exactly what waited on the other side. Mom heard the radio. She pulled the sealed map tube from beneath her coat and shoved it into my sister's pack. "Take this with the children," she said. "What about you?" "I am staying with your father. Move now." My sister did not argue again. She crawled into the narrow shaft behind the first 3 children. A county worker followed with another line. Their shoes scraped stone, then faded toward the brush outside. The timber brace burst. A Varkan soldier pushed into the gap with a short rifle held against his shoulder. Kessa struck the stone near his face. He jerked back, and I fired into the darkness behind him. Somebody fell against the boards. The opening filled with pale dust and the sharp smell of burned powder. They threw something through. The small metal cylinder hit a pallet and spun toward Dad's chamber. "Smoke," Kessa said. She caught it with a shovel and knocked it into an empty side room. Thick white smoke rolled from the doorway. It carried a bitter chemical odor that burned my nose and made my eyes flood. "Cloth over your faces," Della told the patients. "Stay near the floor." The soldiers rammed the damaged door again. More boards broke. This time 2 men entered together, one low and one standing behind him. Kessa hit the first. I fired at the second and missed when he twisted against the frame. His shot passed close enough to slap heat across my ear. He came through the gap before I could settle the rifle again. We struck each other near the salt pallets. His shoulder drove me backward. My bruised ribs folded under the impact. The rifle slipped from my hands and skidded beneath Dad's table. The soldier grabbed my jacket, dragged me upright, and reached for the knife on his chest. I caught his wrist with both hands. He was heavier and rested. I had not slept properly in days, and the blood donation had left weakness beneath every movement. My boots slid through salt dust. His knife came free by inches. Kessa could not shoot without hitting me. Mom stepped from behind the limestone support and struck the soldier across the side of his head with the metal map case she had used before giving the papers away. The blow did not drop him, but his grip loosened. I drove him against the column. His wrist hit stone. The knife fell. Kessa kicked it into the smoke-filled room and struck him with her rifle stock. He sank to one knee. Mom hit him again. This time, he stayed down. "You were supposed to stay with Dad," I said, struggling to breathe. "I can stand 6 feet away and still stay with him." There was no room in her voice for a discussion. A second soldier crawled through the broken frame. The young Tallinn driver fired from the north chamber and struck the timber beside him. The soldier flattened against the floor and returned fire. The driver pulled back as stone fragments crossed his face. I recovered my rifle from beneath Dad's table. The doctor lay over Dad's chest, shielding him. Della held the fluid bag close to the floor. Dad opened his eyes. He looked at the cracked timber, the smoke, and me. "West powder room," he whispered. I leaned closer. "What about it?" "Old mine map. Storage pocket beside the door. Narrow wall between them." The words cost him. His eyes shut, but one hand kept gripping the blanket. I remember the county map Peter had spread across the switch house table. The west tunnel had once served a blasting crew. The powder room had been emptied years earlier, but its stone pocket remained beside the main entrance. Kessa understood before I explained. "If we open the inner wall, we can come beside them," she said. "Or drop the ceiling on everyone. The support line runs north. The pocket is outside it." Another burst crossed the chamber. A patient cried out near the rear tarp. We could not hold the broken frame much longer. I pointed to the young driver and 2 freight workers. "Keep them behind the doorway. Do not chase anyone outside." Kessa and I moved through the smoke room with cloth pressed over our mouths. The chemical cloud made the small space feel hotter. Shelves had been removed, leaving rust marks on the walls. At the far side, a patch of limestone blocks showed a narrow seam. Kessa found a short sledge in Leo's utility bag. She held it for a second before raising it. Leo had carried that tool through every station job before dying at the bus convoy. Her fingers closed around the worn handle. "Top block first," she said. We struck the seam in turns. Each impact traveled into my ribs and shoulders. Motor crumbled. A block shifted inward, opening a black slit no wider than my hand. Voices came through it. Ivan listened over the radio from the switch house. "4 soldiers at door," he translated. "More behind carrier. They wait for smoke. Officer says take papers, doctor, Colt's family. Kill others if delay." Kessa drove the sledge into the seam again. The upper block broke loose. Cold air entered. Through the opening, I saw the side of a soldier's pack less than 3 feet away. He stood outside the main door, facing the breach. I pushed my rifle through the gap and fired. The soldier dropped out of view. Men shouted. Kessa widened the opening while I fired twice more toward boots crossing the outer ground. Bullets struck the stone around the slit, but the wall protected most of us. The pressure at the main door stopped. "They are pulling back," Peter said. Ivan hears them calling the carrier closer. The chamber shook as the armored machine entered the quarry cut above the western entrance. Its engine pressed through the stone like distant thunder. We had gained less than a minute. Kessa looked at the cracked pocket wall, then at the timber door. "Road crew charges are in the quarry shed," she said. "If someone reaches the upper shelf, they can drop the mine road behind the carrier. The main path is full of soldiers." She pointed toward the ventilation shaft where the children had disappeared. The opening was too small for Dad's table, but it was wide enough for us. Mom had already moved the last walking patients toward it. My sister's voice came faintly from outside, counting people as they emerged beneath the brush. Della checked Dad's pulse. "He cannot crawl," she said. "He stays behind the north support until we stop the carrier," I answered. "Then stop it fast. His pressure is dropping again." Kessa slung Leo's sledge across her back. I handed Mom my spare magazine and showed her how to fit it into the captured rifle. She looked at the weapon, then at me. "I remember what your father taught us." There was blood on her sleeve from the soldier she had struck. None of it appeared to be hers. "Keep the column between you and the door," I said. "Get outside before they break the rest of it." Kessa entered the ventilation shaft first. I followed on my stomach, pushing the rifle ahead of me. Limestone scraped my elbows. Damp soil filled my mouth. Behind us, the west door groaned beneath another impact. The shaft narrowed near the surface. Kessa kicked through a mat of roots and dead leaves. Dawn air entered around her boots. We crawled into wet brush 30 yards north of the tunnel entrance. My sister had moved the children into a shallow drainage hollow. 2 county workers covered them with dark tarps. She met my eyes and pointed downhill. The second carrier sat across the quarry cut with its rear toward us. Soldiers gathered near the west door while others climbed the shelf toward the ventilation opening. Beyond them, the gray-haired officer stepped from his command car. He looked toward the brush where the children hid. Then he raised his hand and sent 3 soldiers up the slope. Chapter 44. Kessa pulled me behind a fallen cedar before the soldiers saw us. The slope between the ventilation shaft and the quarry shed had no solid cover. Rain had stripped leaves from the low brush, and dawn showed every pale stone. The 3 Varkans climbed in a spread line, rifles moving across the hillside. Below them, the gray-haired officer stood beside his command car with one hand pressed to a radio. A black patch marked his shoulder. His coat was cleaner than the uniforms around him, but mud covered his boots from the churchyard and the water treatment plant. He had followed us across half the county and arrived at the one place where Dad could not be moved quickly. Peter whispered through my radio. Bram says the eastern group is at the depot barriers. First truck burned. Carrier stopped near the salt shed. They can hold a little longer. We need the road crew charges on the upper quarry shelf. They are stored in the tool shed near the crane. 4 boxes. Cable is already cut. The shed stood 60 yards across open rock. Kessa studied the slope. We do not need all 4. 1 box against the cracked shelf may close the mine road. The soldiers between us and it may object. They are already objecting. Her voice held no humor. She checked her magazine and pressed the side of her face against the wet cedar bark. The nearest soldier reached the brush below the children. My sister had flattened herself beside the drainage hollow with one arm across the smallest child. He could not have been more than 15 feet from them. I fired once. The soldier fell against the slope. Kessa struck the man to his left before he turned. The third dropped to one knee and fired into the cedar. Wood broke above my head. I rolled downhill, found the edge of his boot through the brush, and fired twice. Silence lasted less than a second. The soldiers at the tunnel entrance turned their rifles uphill. Kessa and I ran in opposite directions, forcing them to choose. Shots struck between us. One passed through the loose edge of my jacket without touching skin. I reached a stone drainage channel and dropped into it. Kessa slid behind an abandoned compressor. The children stayed beneath the tarps. My sister did not move until the firing shifted toward the shed. "Take them farther north," I called. She raised 2 fingers to show she heard, then began moving the line 1 child at a time. The carrier roof gun rotated toward my channel. The machine sat lower than the depot carriers, its tracks nearly level with the shelf. The gunner saw only the top of my head when I looked up. He fired. Stone burst along the channel. I crawled through cold runoff while fragments struck my pack. Kessa fired at the gun shield to hold him down. She could not reach the man behind it, but every strike made him pull away from the sight. A freight horn sounded from the eastern cut. Peter's voice rose through static. "Engine is coming back. They have the maintenance flat car and fire tender behind it." The freight engine entered the quarry from the depot side, moving slowly because families had crossed the rails minutes earlier. Its flat car carried road workers behind stacked ties. The volunteer fire tender followed on the service lane, engine laboring against the grade. The gray-haired officer sent half his soldiers toward them. That opened the shelf. Kessa left the compressor and ran for the tool shed. I climbed from the drainage channel behind her. The carrier gun followed us. Its first burst struck the compressor. The next tore a line through the mud beside my feet. We reached the shed as a road worker inside shoved the door open. "Charges are ready," he said. We could not cross the cut. Kessa grabbed 1 padded box. I took cable and a blasting machine. The road worker carried 2 steel wedges and Leo's short sledge after Kessa passed it to him. The cracked shelf lay above the mine road, where years of water had opened a seam behind a slab of limestone. Orchard scouts had marked it with white cloth during the night. If the slab fell, it would block the carrier's exit and bury the road behind the troop column. We climbed through a shallow trench while freight workers fired from the flat car. The fire tender stopped near the cut and opened its roof nozzle. Water struck the carrier's front vision blocks. The gunner turned toward the truck. A second stream hit the soldiers near the west door, knocking 1 man off his feet and forcing the others behind the command car. "Pressure will not last," Kessa said. The tender had carried water for the depot traps, not a long fight. We reached the marked seam. The road worker drove the first wedge into it. Kessa set the charge packet beneath the stone lip. I unrolled cable toward the drainage trench. A soldier appeared above us. He fired at the road worker. The shot struck the man's upper back and drove him against the shelf. Kessa caught his jacket before he slid down the rock. I fired upward until the soldier disappeared. The worker tried to push the sledge toward her. "Finish the wedge," he said. Blood spread beneath his coat. His legs would not hold. Kessa pulled him behind the stone lip and pressed a folded cloth against his back. "Keep pressure there. The shelf first." She looked at him for 1 hard second, then took the sledge. I set the second charge while she drove the wedge deeper. The stone seam widened enough to spill pale grit. Below us, the carrier moved forward, trying to climb from the cut toward the ventilation slope. Its track crushed the body of the soldier I had shot near the children. The gray-haired officer saw the cable. He pointed toward us and shouted. 3 black-patched soldiers broke from the command car. Move, I said. Kessa hit the wedge once more. We dragged the road worker into the trench and pulled the cable after us. The first soldier reached the lower shelf as I connected the wire to the blasting machine. Nothing happened when I pressed the handle. The cable had snagged beneath a sharp stone. One copper strand showed through the torn insulation. Kessa took the machine, joined the ends. Bullets struck the trench wall. Mud and stone covered the injured road worker's face. He kept one hand pressed against the cloth on his back and used the other to push a spare connector toward me. My fingers shook. I stripped the damaged section with my knife, twisted the copper, and locked it beneath the connector screw. A Varkin helmet rose above the trench. The young Tolan driver fired from the ventilation hollow. The soldier fell sideways before he could aim down at us. My sister had moved the children, and the driver had taken their former position with a captured rifle. Try it, I said. Kessa pressed the handle. The charge struck the shelf with a flat, crushing force. The ground lifted under my chest. Limestone cracked along the old water seam. For a moment, the slab did not move. Then its lower edge broke free. Hundreds of tons of rock slid into the mine road. The carrier driver tried to reverse. The rear track climbed over broken stone, turned sideways, and dropped into the ditch. The falling slab struck behind it, trapping the machine between the quarry wall and a rising pile of limestone. Dust covered the cut. The gray-haired officer vanished inside it. The fire tenders sprayed into the cloud. Water turned the dust into heavy gray mud that ran across the road and around the soldiers' boots. Freight workers jumped from the flat car and moved toward the west entrance behind the streams. Peter called over the radio. Bram stopped the east carrier. Command cars pulling away from the depot. The officer there may be a decoy. I looked into the quarry dust. The gray-haired officer's car remained beside the trapped carrier, but its rear door stood open. A man in a black patch coat lay half beneath it. Gray hair showed at his temple. Kessa raised the binoculars from her pack and stared through the settling cloud. That is not him, she said. Face is too narrow. The officer had dressed another man in his coat. Ivan's voice came from Peter's radio station. Enemy command traffic moved to west frequency 5 minutes ago. Officer may be near freight tunnel. The west timber door broke inward below us. Varkin soldiers entered the medical chamber while most of our defenders faced the trapped carrier. Mom fired from behind the limestone column. The rifle crack came through the tunnel opening, followed by Della shouting for help. Kessa and I left the injured road worker with the young driver and ran downhill. The freight crew reached the entrance at the same time. 2 soldiers came out carrying a medical crate. Another dragged the church nurse by her coat. She kicked at his knees and caught the door frame with both hands. Kessa struck the soldier holding her. I fired at the man with the crate. The third Varkon turned from inside the chamber and shot through the broken timber. A freight worker fell beside me. I crossed the last few feet before the soldier could fire again. My rifle barrel hit his chest. We crashed against the doorway. He grabbed the sling and pulled me into the frame. Splintered wood cut my neck. His other hand reached beneath my arm toward the trigger. I drove my forehead into his face. He stumbled. Kessa seized the back of his vest and dragged him into the open. The church nurse struck him with the metal fluid stand until he stopped fighting. Inside, smoke and stone dust covered everything. Mom knelt behind Dad's table with the captured rifle. One Varkin lay near the column. Della had both hands pressed against Dad's side. The doctor held the fluid bag high while blood ran from a cut across her forehead. They tried to move him, Mom said. The table tipped. Dad's blanket had fallen away. Fresh red spread through the dressing near his ribs. The doctor looked at me once. I need light, clean cloth, and everyone who cannot help out of this chamber. The battle outside had not ended. The trapped carrier still fired short bursts into the freight cut. Bram's voice came over the radio from the depot, reporting trucks breaking north. Peter said enemy soldiers had entered the quarry switchyard. None of it mattered inside the space around Dad's table. Della cut the soaked dressing away. Dad's eyes opened and fixed on mine. Did the children get out? He asked. They are in the north hollow. He tried to nod. Pain stopped the movement. The doctor packed the fresh bleeding and looked toward Della. We cannot keep doing this here. Where can you? I asked. Anywhere without bullets and falling rock. Kessa stood in the broken doorway, face streaked with quarry mud. The church service tunnel connects to the north rail culvert, she said. We can move him on the maintenance cart once the track is clear. Peter answered over the radio before I could. Track is not clear. Enemy command took the switch house. Ivan and Tammy are trapped below it. The gray-haired officer had not come for the carrier battle. He had gone for our radios, our maps, and the route to every shelter that had answered us. Chapter 45. We moved Dad before the doctor wanted us to. There was no choice hidden inside the argument. The west entrance could not be secured. The switch house held every frequency sheet Peter had copied, and more Varkan soldiers were entering the quarry from the mine road. Staying in the limestone chamber meant waiting for another group to reach the patients. Freight workers brought the rail maintenance cart through the eastern opening. Its steel wheels squealed around the curve. Orchard blankets covered the deck, but every joint in the old rail line still sent a hard tremor through the frame. Della and the church nurse lifted Dad's table onto it. The doctor tied the fluid bag to a short pipe above his shoulder. Mom climbed beside him. My sister returned from the drainage hollow after the last child reached the church culvert. She saw the fresh dressing and stopped. He is still here, Mom told her. My sister placed one hand against Dad's forearm. I know. Her voice shook, but she did not ask the doctor for a promise. Kessa sent the young Talon driver with the cart. His face was cut from stone fragments, and the death of his brother had left a stillness in him that made every movement seem deliberate. North rail culvert, then church tunnel, she said. Do not stop near the switch house. I can protect the cart. Protect it by reaching the next walls. He accepted that and climbed onto the rear step. The cart rolled into the eastern passage with 20 patients and children walking behind it. Mom looked back once before the bend hid them. Peter transmitted from somewhere beneath the switch house. They have the upper room. Ivan and Tammy are in the cable cellar with me. We destroyed the wall map, but they may have the relay notebook. How many above you? 5 entered. More outside. They are trying the cellar hatch. Other exit. Old signal conduit reaches the freight tip. It is too narrow for the radio cases. Tammy's voice cut in. Forget the cases. The terminal sheets are in my jacket. I looked toward the switchyard. The quarry crane, freight engine, and trapped carrier divided the ground into narrow lanes. Varkan soldiers held the wooden switch house on the far side of the rails. One fired from an upstairs window at anyone crossing the yard. Bram reached us from the depot with Hollis and 6 defenders. Mud and soot covered his face. His left sleeve had been torn near the shoulder. East carrier is disabled, he said. 2 trucks escaped north. We lost 7 people. Depot radio mast is down. The officer is in the switch house. Bram looked toward the upper windows. Then he trapped himself. Peter, Tammy, and Ivan are under him. That changed the shape of the problem. Kessa pointed to the freight engine. Cab blocks the lower windows. We can move the engine forward and use the flat car as cover. A freight worker shook his head. Switch is set toward the house siding. Engine will pass within 10 feet of the porch. That is close enough. Hollis rested his injured arm against his chest. Belt gun has no useful feed. I have 3 loose rounds that fit nothing we can carry. Take the roofline with a rifle, Bram said. Do not raise that arm past where it holds. Nobody commented on the order. Hollis climbed the crane ladder using one hand and his knees. The freight crew moved into the engine cam. Kessa and I crouched behind the flat car's stacked ties with Bram and 2 road workers. The engine began pushing us along the siding. Bullets struck the front tie stack before we had moved 20 feet. Wood jumped beneath my hands. A round passed through 2 ties and stopped inside the 3rd. Stay low, Bram said. The engine horn sounded once. The noise filled the quarry and drew fire from the carrier crew near the mine road slide. Orchard hunters answered from the upper shelves. The flat car approached the switch house porch. I saw a movement in the upstairs window and fired through the lower half. Kessa fired beside me. The Varkan pulled back. Bram threw a smoke canister onto the porch. Gray smoke climbed across the front wall. The engine brakes caught. We jumped from the flat car into the smoke. A soldier came through the side door with his rifle low. Ram struck in from the left. The man fired into the ground. Kessa kicked the weapon away while I crossed the porch and hit the main door with my shoulder. It opened against a desk dragged across the frame. We pushed together. The desk scraped several inches. A Varkan fired through the gap. The bullet crossed Bram's coat and struck the porch post. A heavy impact came from beneath the floor. Peter, Tammy, and Ivan were striking the cellar hatch from below. Kessa pulled Leo's sledge from her pack and drove it through the door gap. The desktop split. Bram and I shoved again. The barrier tipped, throwing a radio and 2 metal cups across the room. We entered low. The first soldier lay behind the desk with blood at his shoulder. The second fired from the stairs. Kessa dropped beside the wall as his round crossed above her. Bram shot upward. The soldier fell against the railing and slid halfway down. The gray-haired officer stood at the top landing. For the first time, he had no loudspeaker, vehicle armor, or line of troops between us. His face looked older at close range. A narrow scar crossed his jaw. One side of his coat was dark with blood from an earlier injury. He held Peter's relay notebook in one hand and a pistol in the other. "Listen, Colt," he said. He spoke my name as if he had been expecting a scheduled meeting. I raised my rifle. A soldier emerged behind him and fired into the room. Bram pulled Kessa behind the desk. I dropped beside the cellar hatch. The gray-haired officer moved through the rear upstairs door before I could return fire. "He is going to the signal bridge," Ivan shouted from below. The cellar hatch had been chained. I shot the lock and pulled it open. Peter climbed out first, injured arm strapped close to his body. Tammy followed with the terminal sheets inside her jacket. Ivan came last, carrying a captured radio and blood across one cheek. "Rear stair reaches the cable bridge," Peter said. "It crosses above the freight pit to the old office roof." Kessa and I took the stairs. The upstairs room smelled of hot wires and burned paper. The officer had fed part of the relay notebook into a small stove. Flames curled around the page edges. I pulled the remaining sheets free and crushed the fire beneath my boot. The rear door stood open. A narrow metal bridge crossed 30 feet above the freight pit. Rain made its grated floor shine. The gray-haired officer had reached the middle with one black-patched soldier behind him. A utility truck waited below on the western road. Kessa stepped into the doorway and fired. The black-patched soldier turned and took the strike beneath his arm. He fell against the railing, caught it with one hand, then dropped into the pit. The officer fired back. Kessa twisted against the frame. Her rifle fell from her hands. I pulled her inside. Blood marked the outside of her coat near the ribs. I tore the cloth open with my fingers. The bullet had cut across her side rather than entering. The groove was deep enough to fill my palm, but she could breathe. "Go," she said through clenched teeth. "You are bleeding." "He has the route sheet." The officer had torn one page from the notebook before burning the rest. Every shelter call sign could fit on it. I pressed a folded bandage against Kessa's side and tied it beneath her coat. Bram reached the upper room and took my place beside her. "I have her," he said. I crossed the bridge. The officer fired twice. One shot struck the railing. The other hit the grate near my right hand. I crawled behind a cable box while he continued toward the far roof. Hollis fired from the crane. His first shot struck the roof wall beside the officer. His injured arm dropped after the recoil. He could not settle the rifle again before the officer reached the far side. I followed. The bridge moved under my weight. Wind crossed the quarry cut, carrying smoke from the depot and dust from the mine road slide. Below, the utility truck engine started. The gray-haired officer reached the old office roof and kicked open the access hatch. I entered after him. The stairwell twisted down through 2 floors of abandoned offices. Paper records covered the steps. He fired upward around each landing, forcing me against the wall. I heard a door break below and the truck engine rise. By the time I reached the ground floor, the officer had crossed the loading bay. He climbed into the utility truck while 2 soldiers fired from the bed. I dropped behind a concrete scale block. Their shots broke the windows above me. The truck accelerated toward the west service road. Kessa's rifle lay on the office roof. My magazine held 4 rounds. I fired at the rear tires and struck the tailgate instead. The truck crossed the rail line and disappeared behind the limestone hill. Peter came through the loading bay with Ivan. "He is calling the terminal," Ivan said. "Order says move prisoners at sunset. Fuel barges leave before dark. Destroy pumps after departure." Tammy arrived behind them, face drained of color. "Medical Group 2 moves first," she said. "My sister will be on the fuel pier." The officer had failed to take our full network list, but he had escaped with enough call signs to hurt scattered groups if we gave him time. Bram helped Kessa down from the switch house. The doctor had already left with Dad, so Della cleaned the cut and closed it with strips from the church supplies. "It is long, not deep," Della said. "You keep pressure on it and stay out of another stairwell." Kessa looked at me. "That second instruction may fail." Della tightened the bandage until Kessa's face changed. Then fail it later. A runner reached us from the church tunnel. Dad had made the trip, but his fever had climbed. The doctor needed the recovered antibiotic to keep working, clean fluid, and time none of us could give her. The quarry yard held a trapped carrier, burned vehicles, broken rails, dead defenders, and people carrying children between shelters. The depot east of us still smoked. The Varkan officer was driving toward the river with the terminal evacuation order. We had stopped his attack. He had forced the next fight to begin before we had buried anyone. Chapter 46. The church service tunnel smelled of wet brick, lamp oil, and fever. Dad rested on a table beneath the old stair landing. The doctor had opened part of his dressing again and placed fresh packing beneath the edge. His skin had gone pale around his mouth. Mom sat beside him with one hand against his wrist, counting each pulse without looking at a clock. My sister slept against the wall with the blue scarf folded beneath her head. The sealed family records remained inside her pack. She had carried them through the ventilation shaft, across the quarry hollow, and into the church tunnel without losing a page. I stood near Dad until his eyes opened. "You look worse," he said. His voice barely carried past the blanket. Kessa says the same thing with more force. It was not a joke, and he did not smile. His gaze moved toward the fresh bandage at my neck, then toward Kessa, where Della checked her side near the tunnel door. "The river?" he asked. "The officer is moving prisoners at sunset. Tammy's sister is in the first medical group." Dad closed his eyes for several seconds. "How many people here can fight?" "Enough to get hurt. Not enough to attack a terminal the way an army would." "Then do not attack it that way." The words were simple, but the effort behind them showed in the tight muscles near his jaw. I crouched beside the table. "The doctor says you need me close if they have to move you again." The doctor did not say that. He knew me too well, even half-conscious. Mom kept her fingers against his pulse. She said he needs quiet and fewer people dragging smoke into this tunnel. She did not assign you to stand here. You both planned that answer. We have had a long time to practice while you ran between gunfire. Dad's hand shifted across the blanket until it touched mine. "Your family is here," he said. "That part is done. The people at the rivers are somebody's family too." The sentence did not make leaving easier. It made staying feel smaller. The tunnel around us remained busy while we spoke. Volunteers carried buckets past the table. A child cried behind the brick partition until my sister woke and went to him. Dad listened to those sounds with his eyes closed. He had spent years teaching me how to survive alone for a night in the woods. But none of those lessons had been meant to end with one person standing apart from everyone else. I remained until the doctor returned. She listened to Dad's chest, checked the drainage tube, and adjusted the fluid. When I asked whether he would last through the day, she looked at me with the same hard honesty she had used since the clinic rescue. "I do not know. The medicine may turn the fever. The bleeding has slowed. His body is exhausted. Those are the facts. Can I do anything here? Stop making us move him. Bring clean water if you return." I stood. Dad's fingers closed once around mine, then relaxed. Outside the tunnel, the survivor network gathered without bringing everyone to one place. Peter set the smaller radio on an overturned church pew near the service entrance. His injured arm rested in a sling while his good hand turned the tuning dial. Ivan sat beside him with the enemy frequency sheets. Tammy spread the terminal map across the pew seat. Ram marked roads on a county maintenance chart. Kessa stood with one hand pressed beneath her coat where Della had closed the cut. Vane remained tied in a storage room at the quarry. We brought him to the church entrance under guard because the canal route on Tammy's map ended at a section he had used for stolen fuel. He looked at the people around the pew and understood why we had moved him. "The old barge channel is dry," he said. "It ends under the terminal wall, but the gate is locked from the inside." "How did your trucks enter?" Kessa asked. "North Pump Road. We paid the guard before the Varkans arrived." "That road is on their patrol sheet," Tammy said. "They watch it every 20 minutes. Vane leaned over the map as far as his restraints allowed. "There is another gate beneath the grain conveyor. Waterboard used it when the canal flooded. You reach it through a drainage pipe west of the feed yard." "How wide?" "Wide enough for workers. Not a truck." Ivan studied the pipe gallery diagram recovered from the treatment plant. "This line reaches fuel pier valve room." Tammy traced it with one finger. "The clinic yard is above that room." Vane watched her. "Your sister there?" Tammy did not answer. He looked back at me. "I give you the route. What happens to me? You remain tied until the families you sold are safe. After that, the people you harmed decide. His face tightened. Some of them will kill me. You knew their names when you sold the lists. He lowered his eyes to the map. We built the plan around work people already knew. The freight crew would move the engine toward the terminal grain spur with 2 empty flat cars and 1 water tank. The orchard tractors would block the north pump road after the Varkan patrol entered. Road workers would place charges at the highway approach, not to kill civilians, but to cut off the terminal trucks once prisoners began moving. The volunteer fire tender and dairy tanker would approach from the east service lane under captured medical markings. Hunters would watch the bus lots from the old river levee. Peter would use the enemy frequencies to send a false delay order. Ivan could copy the clipped phrasing of a black patch dispatcher, but the lie would not last once the gray-haired officer reached the terminal. Our small entry group would use the drainage pipe. Kessa, Tammy, Ivan, and I would enter. Ram would control the outer road groups. The young Talon driver would carry messages between the freight spur and the levee if radios failed. Hollis would remain with the quarry defenders because his arm could not handle the pipe crawl or another close fight. I am going, Kessa said, before anyone argued about her side. Della stood behind her. She can move. The cut will open if she twists too hard, lifts a person, falls, gets struck, or behaves as she usually does. Kessa adjusted the bandage. That is a wide category. It is meant to be. Tammy looked at the map rather than either of them. Medical Group 2 boards at sunset. We need the clinic yard open before the buses enter the fuel lane. Peter checked the time. 6 hours. 6 hours to move scattered groups, cross damaged roads, enter a guarded terminal, free 300 civilians, and prevent fuel tanks from becoming a fire around them. Bram divided the radio contacts into short instructions. The dairy farm would supply fuel but keep families hidden. The road crew would bring only 4 people and 2 charge boxes. The library students in your campus would watch the interstate and report reinforcements without trying to cross the city. The volunteer fire station would keep 1 engine back for its own district. Nobody emptied a shelter to join us. That mattered more than any speech I could have given. The first county broadcast had made people answer. The attacks had taught us not to pull every answer into one target. Peter sent the instructions once, then changed frequency. Replies came in fragments. The freight crew was ready. Orchard tractors had enough fuel for 1 trip. Fire tender pressure remained good. A fishing group near the river had 2 small workboats hidden under a highway span. A green mechanic inside the terminal had heard our earlier broadcast and could open the conveyor gate if he knew when. Tammy took the microphone. Grain mechanic, this is County Relay. At the 2nd freight horn, clear people from the conveyor lane. At the 3rd horn, open the west maintenance gate. Do not answer again. Static followed. Then 2 clicks came through, exactly as Peter had requested. Ivan prepared the false Varkan order. He spoke in his language, listened to the playback, then changed 3 words. Black patch says numbers before place, he explained. Regular dispatcher says place first. Officer will hear difference. How long will it fool them? I asked. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe none. Send it when the freight engine reaches the south cut. Kessa and I packed ammunition near the church stairs. She moved carefully, but blood had begun to mark the edge of her inner bandage. Della will stop you at the door if she sees that, I said. Then block her view. That is not care. Care is getting the prisoners out before fuel trucks surround them. Care can also include a clean bandage. Both things can exist. I tightened the cloth around her side. She stood close enough that her forehead rested against mine for a moment. At the quarry bridge, she said, I thought I had watched you fall into the freight pit. I thought you had taken a bullet through the ribs. We keep making the same hour worse for each other. We could stop. She looked at me. I shook my head. I am not asking to stop. Her hand settled at the back of my neck. She kissed me once, careful and tired. There was no fire around us this time, only people carrying water through the church tunnel and Peter whispering radio codes 10 feet away. When we stepped apart, she checked the magazine in my rifle. You have 12 rounds in this one, she said. Do not fire them at a locked gate. You have 11. I counted mine before criticizing you. The freight horn sounded from the quarry. We left the church service tunnel through the north culvert. Mom stood near the entrance with my sister beside her. She did not tell me to bring everyone back. She handed me a cloth bag containing 2 jars of boiled water and the last clean shirts from our family packs. "For the clinic," she said. "My sister gave me the blue scarf." "Tie it where Tammy's sister can see it," she said. "People look for a color when faces are hard to find." I wrapped the scarf around my upper arm. Dad remained beneath the stair landing, breathing in shallow pulls while the doctor watched the fever. I carried his training, Mom's water, my sister's marker, Kessa's blood on the bandage beneath her coat, and every name the terminal had reduced to a transport number. The freight engine waited beyond the culvert. We climbed aboard and started toward the river. Chapter 47. The rail line entered the damaged edge of the city 3 miles from the terminal. Buildings stood with their windows sealed by boards, plastic, or office furniture pushed against the glass. Ash still clung to gutters from the dirty bomb downtown. Rain had turned it into dark streaks that ran down brick walls and collected in pale drains. Radiation warning signs had been tied across streets with extension cords and strips of bedsheet. Nobody knew whether every warning remained accurate. We stayed inside the freight cab when the line crossed open ground. The engine's steel body offered more protection than the flat cars, though none of us pretended it could stop contaminated dust entering through every seam. We covered our mouths when the wind shifted from downtown and kept the side windows closed. Abandoned vehicles filled the roads beside the tracks. Some had been left in neat lines during the first evacuation. Others rested across sidewalks with doors open and luggage scattered behind them. A city bus had struck a pharmacy wall. Rainwater ran through its broken front window and carried prescription labels into the gutter. At the west rail crossing, 6 people stepped onto the track with hunting rifles. The freight crew slowed. I moved to the cab door and saw plastic fuel cans stacked behind an overturned delivery van. 2 families waited beside the road while armed men searched their packs. Thieves had found the crossing before us. One man raised his rifle toward the engine. "Stop there. Fuel toll." The freight worker beside me kept one hand on the brake. "Track belongs to the county. County is gone." The man said it without anger. He sounded tired and certain, as if that made stealing from families a natural law. Kessa opened the opposite cab door. Tammy stayed below the windows with the terminal papers. Ivan pulled his Varkan coat over the captured uniform and kept out of sight. "Move the van," I called. "We are taking people away from the river terminal." The man's eyes settled on the blue scarf around my arm, then on the rifles visible behind me. "We heard about you," he said. "College kid on the radio. Then you heard the river forces are moving prisoners tonight. That is not our concern." A woman beside the road clutched a small fruit bag to her chest. One thief held her husband against the van while another searched the back seat where 2 children crouched. The crossing could have become another fight. We had 6 hours when we left the church and less than 4 now. Every shot would use ammunition meant for the terminal. Every injury would slow the train. The people beside the road also had nowhere to go if we passed them. I pointed toward the northern service lane. The orchard group is using a stone tunnel beyond the quarry. These families can follow the rail signs west. You can come with them and keep your weapons, or stay here after moving the van. You cannot keep their fuel. The thief laughed once without any warmth. "You brought 1 engine. We have the crossing." A horn answered from behind us. The orchard tractor convoy entered the road through the rain. The volunteer fire tender followed, then the dairy fuel trailer and 2 county utility trucks. Hunters rode on the wagons. Road workers sat beside padded charge boxes. The convoy had stretched far enough that the thieves had not seen it around the curve. The man at the track looked from the engine to the vehicles. He lowered his rifle by a few inches. "This is what you call the county now?" he asked. It is what answered. Kessa watched the others near the families. "Put the fuel cans back in their vehicles," one thief argued. Another told him to stop. They had expected isolated travelers, not orchard workers, fire crews, freight mechanics, hunters, students, church volunteers, and former thieves moving in the same direction. They returned the fuel. 2 of the armed men joined the families, heading west. The others rolled the delivery van from the trek and disappeared in the side streets. We did not take their rifles or promise what would happen if they blocked another road. The freight engine moved again. Tammy watched the families until the curve hid them. 3 days ago, those men might have been students or delivery drivers. 3 days ago, Vane might have run an honest repair yard, Kessa said. "Do you believe that?" "I do not. I believe people reveal what they can excuse when nobody stops them." The south rail cut brought us within a mile of river spine. We left the engine beneath an abandoned highway span. Bram took command of the outer groups from the freight cab. Peter's false order had gone out minutes earlier, telling terminal guards that the prisoner movement would be delayed for equipment inspection. Ivan listened to the reply. They accepted code, he said. Black Patch asks who authorized. I used officer number from relay sheet. How long? They wait for confirmation. The fishing group met us beneath the span with 2 flat-bottom workboats. Their motors had been wrapped in blankets to quiet the sound. We used one to cross the old barge channel while the outer teams continued by road and rail. The water smelled of diesel, mud, and something spoiled beneath the surface. Debris gathered against the concrete walls. A child's red backpack floated near a drainage grate, swollen with river water. We passed beneath the grain conveyor and reached the dry channel Vane had described. The workboat scraped bottom 20 yards from the drainage pipe. We continued on foot through black mud. The terminal wall rose above us. Beyond it, engines idled in separate yards. Loudspeakers repeated prisoner numbers and work groups. Metal gates opened and closed. A pump beat at steady intervals beneath the fuel pier. Tammy climbed the channel bank and looked through a crack between concrete panels. I moved beside her. The maintenance yard contained more people than any shelter we had seen. Civilians stood in rows between chain fences. Some wore hospital blankets. Others carried small bags or nothing at all. Guards moved along the lanes with red patches on their sleeves. Black Patch soldiers watched from raised platforms near the fuel tanks. 3 buses waited beside the clinic yard. Tammy searched every group. There, she whispered. A woman in a gray coat pushed a wheelchair toward the first bus. Her hair had been cut short on one side, probably for treatment after the bomb. A white bandage covered the back of her neck. Tammy pressed both hands against the concrete crack. That is her. Her sister turned as if she had heard the words through the wall. A guard ordered the clinic line forward. The buses were moving early. Ivan listened to the enemy radio. His face changed. Gray-haired officer arrived. He canceled delay. Says prisoners leave now. We had reached the terminal with less time than the plan required. Kessa examined the drainage pipe. A rusted grate covered its mouth. The bolts had been painted over many times. No gunfire, she said. I used a wrench from Leo's utility bag while she held the grate. The first bolt turned. The second broke. The third stripped beneath the tool. Tammy kept watching the clinic line. They are loading the first bus. Kessa placed the short sledge against the grate joint and struck once. Rust cracked. The sound seemed enormous inside the channel, but the terminal pumps covered it. The grate opened enough for Ivan to squeeze through. He entered first in the captured uniform. Kessa followed, then Tammy. I tied my rifle along my pack and crawled after them. The pipe carried shallow runoff toward the barge channel. Its ceiling forced us onto our elbows. Cold water soaked through my clothes. The smell changed from river mud to oil and chemical cleaner. After 40 yards, the pipe divided. Ivan checked the gallery diagram by a small covered lamp. Left reaches clinic drains. Right reaches fuel valves. Tammy started left. Kessa caught her sleeve. We need the gate open or you reach your sister with nowhere to take her. Tammy stared into the left pipe. Footsteps crossed a grate above us. A woman coughed. A guard told the clinic group to move faster. 2 minutes for the valve room, I said. Then we opened the yard. She forced herself to turn right. The pipe ended beneath an iron hatch. Voices came through it. Ivan listened. 2 workers. 1 guard. Workers argue pump pressure. He climbed first. The hatch rose beneath a grated floor inside the valve room. Ivan called out in Varkan before anyone saw his face clearly. 1 worker pointed toward a gauge. The guard leaned over the opening. Ivan seized his wrist and pulled. The guard struck the grate hard. Kessa pushed the hatch open, and I dragged him into the pipe. Tammy covered his mouth while Ivan removed his pistol. The 2 workers stood frozen beside a bank of valves. 1 wore a grain company jacket beneath his dirty coat. County relay? I asked. He looked toward the blue scarf on my arm. Second horn has not sounded. The buses moved early. His eyes crossed the room toward the fuel yard cameras. Black Patch arrived 10 minutes ago. They're rigging the pump controls. Kessa followed his gaze. Wires had been attached beneath 3 pressure switches. A small radio receiver blinked beside the main fuel manifold. Remote ignition, she said. The gray-haired officer had prepared to burn the terminal, whether he removed all the fuel or not. The second worker pointed toward a red valve wheel. Emergency foam line can flood the loading arms. Control is in pier office. Can you open the maintenance yard from here? Tammy asked. The grain mechanic nodded. West gate and clinic drain gate. Main fence remains locked from the tower. Open both on the third freight horn. He looked at the cameras. They will see me. Then enter the pipe after you turn them. The first bus engine rose outside. Tammy moved toward the clinic drain hatch. Ivan took the guard's radio. Officer orders all black patch to fuel pier. He knows outer road groups are coming. A freight horn sounded beyond the terminal wall. One long note. Bram had reached the grain spur. The grain mechanic placed his hand on the gate controls. We waited for the second horn. Instead, an explosion struck the north pump road. The terminal lights went out. Chapter 48. Emergency lamps came on and red rose across the valve room. The explosion had not been part of our timing. Bram's road crews were supposed to block the north approach, only after civilians cleared the bus lane. Either somebody had fired at them, or the gray-haired officer had found the charge. Enemy radios filled with overlapping voices. Ivan listened for several seconds. Barkin truck hit cable. Charge fired early. North gate blocked. Officer orders buses to fuel Pier Road instead. Tammy pulled the clinic hatch open. That road passes the loading tanks. He is using the civilians as cover, Kessa said. The first bus began moving above us. Its tires crossed a drainage grate and shook rust into the pipe. I took the guard's radio from Ivan. Can you tell them the fuel road is closed? Officer is on sane channel. He will answer. And tell the regular guards there is a fuel leak. Ivan transmitted in Varkin. He spoke fast, naming a pump number from the wall. A guard replied. Another voice cut him off. The gray-haired officer answered in English. Colt, you arrived sooner than I expected. His voice came through every guard radio in the room. I did not respond. The terminal contains enough fuel to burn the river for a day, he continued. Your people have placed charges near tanks they do not understand. Order them back. Kessa unplugged a small receiver beneath the pressure switches. A second receiver began blinking near the ceiling. More than one trigger, she said. The officer had rigged separate systems. Tammy entered the clinic drain with Ivan. I followed, leaving Kessa and the two workers to disable what they could. The pipe rose beneath a washroom behind the clinic. Ivan pushed the grate aside. We emerged among overturned buckets and stacked medical waste. Voices moved through the hall outside. The clinic had once served ferry workers. Now every room held patients on cots, blankets, or bare floors. Two civilian medical workers tried to fit supplies into rolling bins while Varkin guards ordered them toward the yard. Tammy saw her sister through the open rear door. The first bus had stopped 20 feet away. Her sister stood beside the wheelchair at its steps while a guard argued with the driver. Tammy crossed the clinic before I could stop her. She went through the rear doorway and called her sister's name. The woman turned. For a second, neither moved. The yard noise seemed to fall away from them. Then her sister left the wheelchair handles and ran. The guard raised his rifle. I fired from the doorway. He fell beside the bus. The driver ducked behind the steering wheel. Civilians in the clinic line dropped to the pavement or scattered against the fence. Tammy reached her sister near the wheelchair. They struck each other hard enough to stagger. Tammy held the back of her sister's coat and pressed her face against the bandage near her neck. We have to move, I said. Her sister looked at me over Tammy's shoulder. Fear, exhaustion, and confusion crossed her face without settling into one expression. Who is he? She asked. His name is Colt. He came back. Tammy said it as if those words answered more than the question. Ivan stepped into the yard in the captured uniform and shouted at the regular guards. He pointed toward the dark pump towers and repeated the false fuel leak warning. Two guards hesitated. A black patch soldier on the platform ordered them to fire. One regular guard lowered his weapon instead. A black patch soldier shot him. The yard changed. Civilians who had been crouching near the buses rushed the fallen guards. The mechanic struck one with a tire iron before the man could turn. Medical workers pulled patients back inside the clinic. The bus driver opened both doors and shouted for people to use the aisle as cover. The second freight horn sounded. The grain mechanic opened the west maintenance gate from the valve room. Metal rolled somewhere beyond the clinic fence. Orchard tractors entered the conveyor lane with wagons behind them. Hunters fired from the levee at the black patch platforms. The volunteer fire tender broke through the east service barrier and drove toward the fuel yard. Bram's voice came over our radio. West gate is open. Grain sheds are moving. We need the clinic fence down. The main clinic gate remained locked from the tower. I pointed toward the first bus. Wagon through the fence. The driver stared at the chain link barrier. There are people behind it. Move them to the walls first. Tammy and her sister began clearing the lane. The woman in the wheelchair gripped both wheels and pushed herself beside the clinic steps. Other civilians dragged cots against the building. The bus driver reversed. Its rear bumper struck the fence. Steel posts bent but held. He pulled forward and hit it again. The third impact tore one post from the pavement. Civilians grabbed the chain mesh and pulled it down. The clinic yard opened into the grain lane. Orchard wagons reached us. People climbed aboard, helping patients first. The fire tenders sprayed foam toward the nearest loading arm. White clouds covered the pipes and blocked the platform view. Kessa called from the valve room. 3 trigger lines cut. One runs under the pier office. I cannot reach it from here. Come to the clinic lane. If the officer holds the last trigger, he can ignite the eastern tanks. The civilians are moving. Not all of them. She was right. Grain sheds opened in separate sections. The maintenance yard still held more than 100 people. The Fuel Pier Clinic group had begun crossing the west gate, but the bus lots remained closed. Peter transmitted from the freight cab. Enemy reinforcements on River Road. 2 troop trucks. Maybe 15 minutes. Road crews. First charge fired wrong. They have 1 box left. Save it for the trucks. Gunfire struck the clinic wall. Black patch soldiers moved along the fuel pipes using steel supports as cover. The gray-haired officer had pulled his trusted unit toward the pier office while regular troops scattered between yards. Ivan spoke into their channel. He ordered the regular soldiers to withdraw through the south gate. Some obeyed. Others stayed because black patch men stood behind them. The division gave civilians room to cross the lanes. Tammy's sister held the blue scarf on my arm. People in the bus lot saw that color when you entered, she said. They think it marks the safe route. I untied it and gave it to her. Put it on the west gate. She climbed onto the broken fence post and tied the scarf high where the yards could see it. The effect spread without anyone shouting a speech. Civilians pointed. Parents lifted children toward the color. Workers near the bus lot struck their gate with tools. The grain mechanic opened a side latch from the valve controls. People began moving toward the scarf in groups. The bus lot gate did not open cleanly. Its electric motor had stopped when the terminal power failed. Civilians pushed from the inside while 2 grain workers pulled the emergency chain from our side. The chain moved several inches, caught, and locked beneath the housing. A black patch guard fired from the tower above them. The first shot struck the pavement. The second hit a grain worker in the thigh. He fell with both hands still wrapped around the chain. People near the fence scattered, but there was nowhere to run without crossing the open loading lane. Bram fired from behind an orchard wagon. The tower guard dropped out of sight. A second man appeared at the stairs and dragged the body away. I crossed to the gate with Ivan covering the upper platform. The injured grain worker tried to stand. Blood ran through his pants and filled his boot. Tammy's sister knelt beside him, pulled a belt from beneath her gray coat, and tightened it high around his leg. Her hand shook only after the buckle held. The clinic made us practice this before they took the real supplies, she said. Tammy crouched beside her. How bad is your neck? Dustburn and glass. It looks worse than it feels. You stopped answering me. They took the phones. I kept thinking yours would ring in a bag somewhere. The gate chain snapped tight again. Civilians inside pushed until the metal frame bent toward us. A man on the far side held a child above the crowd so she would not be crushed against the fence. There would be time for the sisters to speak only if we opened the lane. I climbed the motor housing. The emergency chain had slipped behind a toothed gear. Kessel called instructions from the valve room doorway while she continued cutting trigger wires. Lock the brake arm first, she said. The gate drops if the chain releases under weight. I found the brake lever beneath a metal cover and forced it down with the butt of my pistol. The mechanism bit into place. Ram and 2 freight workers pulled the chain free. The gate rolled open by inches. People tried to rush through. Mom would have stopped them by counting. Tammy did it by climbing onto the bent frame and pointing at the lane. Patients and children against the left fence, she shouted. Everyone else keeps the center open. Nobody runs past the tractors. Fear did not disappear. It found a direction. 2 regular Varkan soldiers stood inside the bus lot with their rifles lowered. One had blood across his face from the crowd near the first gate. The other looked younger than Peter. Black patch orders shouted from the radios, demanding that they close the lane and fire into the civilians. Ivan spoke to them in Barkan. The older soldier answered without lifting his weapon. He pointed toward the river barge and then toward the Black Patch Tower. What is he saying? Ram asked. They were told families would be moved from contamination, Ivan said. Now officer orders them used near fuel tanks. He asks what happens if they surrender. They put rifles on the ground and move with the prisoners, I said. Hands visible. Nobody harms them unless they reach for a weapon. Ivan translated. The younger soldier stared at me for several seconds, then placed his rifle on the pavement. The older man did the same. 3 more regular troops near the bus doors followed. A Black Patch soldier at the far tower shot one of them in the back before hunters on the levee silenced the platform. The other 4 helped carry the fallen man through the gate. Civilians pulled away from their uniforms, but nobody attacked them. There was too much work and too little time for revenge to become the center of the lane. The first orchard wagon filled with children and patients. Its tractor started west. A second wagon moved into place before the first cleared the conveyor. Freight workers laid planks between the wagon bed and the flat car so wheelchairs could cross without being lifted. The woman from the clinic rolled herself over the boards while 2 strangers steadied the wheels. The grain worker with the injured leg grabbed my sleeve as they placed him on the next wagon. Pier crews are locked in the hose shed, he said. 20 people. They know the foam lines. The shed stood beyond the maintenance yard, closer to the tanks in the clinic. Black Patch soldiers had parked a troop truck across its door. I called Kessa. Can the valve room open that shed? It cannot. The lock is mechanical. Pier office may have the key. We need those workers before the fire starts. She looked through the red emergency light toward the tank field. The loading arm controls can move the truck if its brake is released. Hydraulic tug line runs beside the shed. A terminal mechanic heard her and pointed toward a yellow control box on the wall. He had hidden in the valve room since the blackout. His hands were black with grease. That box pulls disabled tankers, he said. Cable reaches the truck frame if somebody crosses the lane. The lane remained under fire from the pier office. The young Tallinn driver arrived in the red truck at the west gate. He had carried messages around the blocked roads and reached us with 1 headlamp missing. He saw the hose shed and understood the space without needing a long explanation. I can hook the cable, he said. You have already crossed enough open roads, I answered. My brother died holding a machine against a carrier. I am not asking to die beside a parked truck. I am asking to move it. He took the steel hook from the mechanic. Bram drove the orchard tractor across the lane as cover. The young driver ran behind its rear wheel, reached the troop truck, and fastened the cable beneath the axle. Bullets struck the tractor hood. Steam escaped near the radiator, but it kept moving. The terminal mechanic activated the tug line. The cable pulled tight. The troop truck slid sideways across the wet pavement, tires lock. Its rear struck a loading post. The hose shed door appeared behind it. Pier workers kicked the door until the damaged latch opened. They came out carrying foam masks, pipe tools, and 2 injured people. None waited for instructions once they saw fire tender streams crossing the tank lane. They divided between the pumps and loading arms, shutting valves in an order only they understood. The terminal stopped being enemy equipment around us. It became a place worked by people who knew every noise it made. Tammy's sister tied the blue scarf higher above the west gate. Wind pulled it straight toward the river. She talked about you during the bus ride. She told me when I passed. Tammy heard and looked away. She was angry, her sister added. Mostly because she thought you would try something impossible after hearing her message. She judged that correctly. She also said you would come if you could. Tammy met my eyes. Exhaustion had hollowed the skin beneath hers. There was no old flirtation left in the look, and no need to pretend the campus had been simpler than it was. Get to the pier, she said. We will keep this lane moving. The gray-haired officer came over the radio again. Your father is ill, Colt. Your mother hides beneath a church. Your sister carried the records through the quarry shaft. I know where each group went. He had taken more than a call sign page from the switch house. Someone had reported movements after the tunnel breach. Bain was still under guard, but the Varkans had other local eyes. He is trying to turn you back, Ivan said. He is also telling us he cannot reach them yet. The officer heard me this time. I can reach anyone after the river opens. A deep horn sounded beyond the fuel pier, not the freight engine. The sound came from the water. Ivan's face tightened. River convoy. Through the foam and smoke, I saw the upper deck of a military barge passing beyond the terminal wall. A mounted gun sat behind a steel shield. Troops crowded beneath canvas along its center. A tug pushed another craft behind it. The reinforcements were not coming only by road. Kessa left the valve room and reached the clinic lane with one hand against her side. Fresh blood had crossed her coat. "The last trigger enters the pier office," she said. "We cut it there or move everyone beyond the blast area." "How far?" She looked across the tank yard. "Farther than the west gate. Those storage tanks can throw fire across half the terminal." Bram joined us near the broken fence. "Freight engine can pull 2 flat cars of people. Tractors take the rest west. We cannot clear 300 before the barge docks." "Then the barge cannot dock," I said. The fishing group still had its second workboat beneath the highway span. The terminal had maintenance launches near the pier. Road crews had 1 charge box. The fire tender carried foam. Grain workers understood the conveyor and mooring equipment. Pieces of the plan changed around what people could do. Bram would keep the west gate open and move civilians. Tammy would take her sister and clinic patients to the orchard wagons. Peter would guide the freight engine through the terminal spur. Hunters would hold the platforms. Road crews would cut the south approach when the troop trucks arrived. Kessa, Ivan, and I would cross the valve gallery to the pier office and stop the final trigger. Tammy seized my sleeve. "My sister is safe because you came through that pipe. Do not make me explain to your mother why you stayed beside a fuel tank. Keep the blue scarf moving west." She looked as if she wanted to hit me. Instead, she pressed the 2 jars of boiled water from Mom's bag into her sister's hands and went to the next patient. Kessa climbed into the valve room hatch before Della's bandage could stop her. Ivan followed. I went last. Behind us, the 3rd freight horn sounded. The terminal gates were open. Ahead, the last trigger blinked beneath the pier office while the Varkin barge turned toward the dock. Chapter 49. The valve gallery ran beneath the fuel lanes in a concrete trench barely high enough to stand. Pipes crossed overhead at shoulder height. Each carried a painted number that matched the terminal diagram, though soot and age had hidden half the markings. Pumps hammered through the walls. The sound covered our footsteps and made it difficult to tell where soldiers moved above us. Kessa kept one hand against her side. Blood had reached the bottom edge of her coat. "You are slowing," I said. "I am still in front of you." "I can see that. Your bandage is failing again." She stopped beneath a ladder and faced me. "The concern can wait until the trigger is disconnected." Ivan listened at the hatch above us. 2 soldiers in pump A. Officer at pier office. He orders barge gun toward west gate. The civilians were still crossing that gate. I raised the hatch by an inch. The pump bay held 3 large motors and a wall of gauges. 2 black-patched soldiers stood near the outer door. One watched the yard through a narrow window. The other spoke into a radio. Kessa pointed toward a steam relief wheel beside us. I understood. She turned it slowly. Pressure climbed on the gauge. When the needle reached the red section, she pulled the emergency release. Steam burst from a floor pipe inside the pump bay. Both soldiers turned. Ivan opened the hatch and fired at the man near the radio. I climbed behind him and struck the second soldier as he reached the outer door. Kessa entered last, closed the steam wheel, and leaned against the motor housing while her face went pale. I checked the first soldier's radio. The barge commander was asking for docking clearance. The gray-haired officer ordered him to hold beyond the loading arms until the west gate was closed. "He cannot use the barge gun while fuel crews remain on the pier," Ivan said. "Too much risk to pipes. Then we keep the crews there." The pump bay workers had hidden inside a tool cage. Kessa opened it and gave them the emergency foam instructions. 4 men and 1 woman came out carrying valve hooks. They had spent the invasion keeping pumps running under guard. They knew which lines could be flooded and which would break. "Open foam across the east arms," Kessa told them. "Keep everyone off the upper catwalk." The woman looked at the blood on Kessa's coat. "You need pressure on that." "I have pressure. I need the pier office door open." The worker took a ring of keys from beneath a motor panel. We crossed the loading lane behind a rising wall of foam. The military barge waited 50 yards from the dock. Its mounted gun tracked the terminal wall, searching for the west gate through smoke. Another barge appeared behind it, lower in the water and crowded with vehicles. The tug between them pushed against the current. The pier office stood above the loading arms on steel supports. A glass control room filled its upper level. The gray-haired officer moved behind the windows with 3 black-patched soldiers. A cable ran from the office floor toward the eastern tank field. He saw us through the foam. Gunfire struck the steel stair. We dropped behind a loading pedestal. Ivan returned fire. One office window broke. The officer pulled back but did not leave the controls. Peter called over the radio. Troop trucks reached South Road. Road crew is setting the last box. Freight engine has 2 flat cars loaded. More people still in bus yard. Keep pulling west. Barge gun is turning. We see it. Hunters cannot reach the gunner. The terminal grain conveyor crossed above the pier road. Its belt had stopped, but hundreds of pounds of grain remained inside the upper bins. I looked toward the mechanic near the west gate. He stood on a wagon, directing civilians beneath the conveyor. Peter, third horn again. Tell the grain mechanic to dump the pier bin. People are beneath it, not the west lane. The east pier bin. Peter understood and sent 2 short horn blasts instead. The grain mechanic turned toward the conveyor tower. He pulled a manual cable near the lower frame. A gate opened high above the loading lane. Grain poured onto the pier approach in a thick brown sheet. It struck the mounted gun's view, covered the forward deck, and forced soldiers beneath the canvas. The barge driver reversed away from the dock before grain entered its air vents. We crossed the stair. Kessa climbed first, despite her side. I stayed beneath her, close enough to catch her if her legs failed. Ivan covered from the loading pedestal. A black patch soldier appeared at the upper landing. Kessa fired. He dropped behind the railing. Another shot came through the broken control room glass and struck the step beside her hand. I pushed past her and reached the landing. The first soldier was still moving. He grabbed my ankle. I kicked free, lost my balance, and struck the railing hard enough to empty my lungs. Kessa hit him with Leo's short sledge. The tool fell from her hand after the impact. She bent against the wall, pressing both arms to her side. Stay here, I said. Ivan is below. You need someone behind you. I need you standing. She met my eyes, angry because the truth gave her no room. She sat against the stair wall and aimed through the railing toward the dock. I entered the control room. The gray-haired officer stood behind a metal console. 2 soldiers held the side doors. The last trigger receiver blinked beside his hand. A small switch box had been wired to the fuel manifold, and a second cable disappeared beneath the riverside wall. Put the rifle down, he said. The prisoners are outside the gate. Many are still inside the terminal. Through the glass, I saw civilians crossing between tractors and flat cars. The clinic bus had broken part of the fence. Tammy's sister stood beneath the blue scarf, guiding patients toward the freight line. Graham held the grain lane with workers and hunters. The county had not vanished. It had arrived in separate vehicles and dirty coats carrying tools that belonged to farms, roads, trains, pumps, kitchens, and fire stations. The officer followed my gaze. They came because you called, he said. They will die because you keep calling. Your soldiers opened the gates with bombs. Your government left those gates weak. He spoke about mercury, salt, dragons, engineering correction, rather than thousands of people choking beneath radioactive dust. The soldier at the left door shifted his rifle. I fired first. The control room became glass, noise, and hard movement. My shot struck the soldier's chest. The other fired across the console. Gauges broke. The officer dropped behind the switch box. I moved along the wall and fired twice through the console frame. The second soldier fell near the river door. My magazine locked empty. The gray-haired officer rose with his pistol. We fired at the same time. His shot cut across my upper arm. Mine struck the metal switch box and threw sparks into his face. He staggered against the console, one hand covering his eye. I crossed the room before he recovered. He hit me with the pistol. Light broke across my sight. I struck the console and nearly fell. He seized the front of my coat and drove me toward the river door. Up close, he smelled of wet wool, blood, and fuel smoke. He had strength left despite his injuries. I caught his pistol wrist and pushed it away while he pressed his forearm against my throat. Your father taught you to hide in forests, he said through his teeth. I was trained to empty nations. The words held no pride. They sounded like the only shape he understood for himself. I drove my cut arm against the edge of the console. Pain cleared my sight. I twisted beneath his forearm and struck his injured side. He released me long enough for me to push him into the broken gauges. The trigger receiver fell to the floor. He kicked it toward the river door. I reached for it. He caught the back of my coat and dragged me away. Kessa fired from the stair. Her bullet struck the officer's shoulder. He spun against the wall. I seized the receiver and tore the wire from its case. A second light continued blinking beneath the console. "There is another one," Kessa said. The gray-haired officer laughed once, then coughed blood onto his coat. "The pier charges are not the only charges." Ivan entered the control room and searched the console. He found a cable running beneath the river door. "Mooring line," he said. "Trigger goes to command tug." The officer had linked the fuel tanks to the river convoy. A horn sounded outside. The command tug moved toward the pier through the grain cloud. Its front deck held a radio mast and a protected control box. Soldiers on the first barge fired toward the west gate while the mounted gun searched for a clear angle. The gray-haired officer used the distraction. He threw himself through the river door and dropped onto the lower catwalk. Kessa fired but struck railing. He reached a ladder descending to a terminal launch tied beneath the office. I followed. My cut arm had begun to soak my sleeve. Each rung pulled at it. The officer landed in the launch and cut the rope with his knife. 2 black-patched soldiers waited aboard. One started the motor. I jumped from the last rung. My boot struck the launch roof. The impact drove me to my knees. The officer fired upward through the metal skin. A bullet passed beside my hand. Kessa reached the lower catwalk above me. Ivan stayed in the control room, tracing the remaining trigger cable. The launch pulled away from the pier. I dropped onto its rear deck and struck the nearest soldier before he could turn. We hit the rail together. He lost his rifle into the river, but kept his grip on my injured arm. Pain broke through my shoulder. I hit him until his fingers released. The second soldier fired from the cabin doorway. Kessa jumped from the catwalk onto the launch. She landed badly and collapsed beside the engine housing. Her bandage opened. The soldier turned toward her. I grabbed his coat and pulled him backward. His shot entered the river. Kessa struck his knee with a short sledge she had recovered from the stair. He fell against the deck, and I drove him into the cabin wall. The gray-haired officer stood at the controls. He pushed the throttle forward. The launch accelerated toward the command tug. The distance between us and the pier widened. Kessa tried to stand and could not. Ivan appeared on the lower catwalk with the severed cable in his hand. "Pier trigger is cut," he shouted. Tug still controls charges on river tanks. The terminal launch passed beyond the loading arms. Behind us, civilians continued moving west under the blue scarf. The fire tender covered the tanks in foam. The freight engine pulled 2 crowded flat cars from the grain spur. Tammy stood on the rear platform with one arm around her sister. Ahead, the command tug opened a side gate for the gray-haired officer's launch. A fishing workboat came from beneath the highway span. Ivan stood at its front with 2 river workers. He had climbed down the pier ladder after cutting the cable. Their small motor could not match the launch, but they turned across our path and forced the officer to steer wide. I reached the cabin. The gray-haired officer fired through the doorway. The shot struck the engine housing near Kessa. I fired the pistol taken from the fallen soldier. The officer ducked behind a wheel. The launch struck the workboat's side. Both boats twisted in the current. Ivan jumped across the gap and caught the launch rail. One river worker fell into the water, but held the workboat rope. The other cut their motor before the propeller reached him. Ivan climbed aboard. The gray-haired officer abandoned the controls. He crossed the front deck and jumped onto the command tug as its side gate passed within several feet. I tried to follow. The launch drifted away before I reached the front rail. The officer landed on the tug deck and rolled behind 2 soldiers. They pulled him toward the protected control box. The tug turned downstream. Its cable to the riverside fuel tanks tightened across the water. Kessa crawled toward the launch controls and pulled the throttle back. Ivan helped the river worker aboard while I cut the cable trailing from our stern. The first terminal tank exploded behind us. Fire climbed above the pier in a single orange column. The blast struck the river hard enough to flatten the surface. Heat crossed the water and burned the back of my neck. The tank had been outside the main yard, but burning fuel ran along the river wall toward the loading arms. The fire tender turned its streams against it. The command tug continued downstream with the gray-haired officer, the protected trigger box, and a small group of black-patched soldiers. The 2 military barges followed. The first carried troops. The second carried armored vehicles and fuel drums. Peter's voice came weakly through my radio. Road trucks stopped. Most civilians are outside West Gate. River convoy is turning south. I looked toward the bend. More shapes moved through the rain beyond it. 3 low landing craft entered the channel in line. Their decks were crowded with soldiers. A mounted gun turned on the first craft, settling toward our damaged launch. Kessa sat against the engine housing with blood beneath both hands. Ivan held the wheel. The small fishing workboat drifted beside us, with one river worker still pulling the other from the cold water. Behind us, the terminal burned while hundreds of civilians escaped along the freight spur. Ahead, the first landing craft opened fire. Chapter 50. The first burst crossed the water at chest height. Ivan threw the wheel hard toward the burning terminal. The launch rolled beneath us, and the mounted gun chewed through the cabin windows where his head had been. Glass and metal crossed the deck. I dropped beside Kessa and pulled her against the engine housing as another line of shots tore through the stern. The river worker in the fishing boat shouted at his partner. Their motor coughed, then pushed the smaller craft away from us. The man who had fallen into the river lay across the backboards, coughing water while his partner dragged him by the coat. Our launch had no speed left. The engine shook beneath my shoulder, spraying hot oil through a split seam. Ivan kept the throttle down anyway. The boat turned inside the first landing craft's path, too close for its mounted gun to follow without striking its own forward deck. Soldiers crowded behind the metal shield. Several raised rifles. Down beside the motor, I shouted. Kessa tried to shift and stopped with her teeth pressed together. Blood had soaked the cloth beneath her hands and spread across her pants. I pulled the scarf from my pocket. The cloth was damp from rain and terminal spray, but it was cleaner than anything on the deck. Move your hands for a second. You have less than a second. She lifted them. The long cut along her side had separated again. It wasn't a round buried inside her. The shot had skimmed beneath the lower ribs and opened skin and muscle, ugly enough to empty her if we couldn't keep pressure on it. I folded the scarf into a thick pad and pressed it against her side. She made a low sound and caught my wrist. Keep it there, I said. Use both hands and press hard. I know how pressure works. Her voice had lost its usual edge. That scared me more than the blood. Rifle shots struck the engine housing. I covered her with my body until Ivan pushed us behind the troop barge. The barge blocked the mounted gun, but soldiers fired down from its rail. Their shots struck the water around the fishing boat. Ivan shouted something in Varkan through the open cabin window. The soldiers above hesitated. He shouted again, pointing toward the command tug. A regular soldier looked past us at the gray-haired officer's boat. Another black-patched soldier shoved him away from the rail. What did you tell them? I asked. That command has trapped their families on the North Landing Craft and tied the fuel barge to the trigger. Some know it is true. Is it true? The family part is probably not. The fuel part is. The black-patched soldier raised his rifle toward Ivan. I fired first. My pistol kicked against my injured arm. The shot struck the rail beside him. He dropped back and 3 regular soldiers pulled away from the side instead of helping him. The command tug moved farther downstream. Rain blurred its stern lights. The protected trigger box had been strapped near the wheelhouse beneath a steel cover. The gray-haired officer stood beside it with one arm hanging stiff and blood across half his face. Even at that distance, I could see him watching the terminal rather than the incoming landing craft. He wanted the tanks more than he wanted us. The first landing craft cleared the troop barge and turned its gun again. We need cover, I said. Ivan looked toward the river wall. Loading arms. 2 long pipe arms extended from the terminal pier. One had been pulled halfway upright after the tank explosion. The other remained low over the channel, its hose trailing in the water. Pier workers had abandoned it when the fire spread. The fishing boat came alongside us. Its driver was a heavy man with gray stubble and a torn rain jacket. He pointed toward the low arm. There is a release cable beneath the platform, he shouted. Pull it, and the arm drops. Can I block that craft? It can ruin somebody's morning. The phrase wasn't humor. His face held nothing but concentration and cold. Our launch passed within several feet of the fishing boat. I grabbed the spare rope coiled near the stern and threw it. The river worker caught it and tied the boats together while his soaked partner crawled toward their motor. Take her, I said. Kessa shook her head before I finished. Their boat isn't full of bullet holes. Their motor barely turns. It turns away from the gun. The river worker leaned across the gap. We can put her below the boards. Kessa looked toward the command tug. Colt, the trigger cable runs beneath the south loading platform. I saw the route inside the control room. If the tug keeps moving, it reaches the old transfer basin. Every tank beside that basin is still connected. You aren't going after it like this. I can tell them where to cut. Another burst struck the stern. The rope between the boats jumped. Ivan pushed us beneath the loading arm as the fishing boat fell behind. The low pipe passed over my head. Its wet metal carried a black line from the tank fire. The release platform stood on the river wall ahead, a narrow steel shelf reached by a ladder from the pier. No one remained on the shelf. Peter's voice broke through the radio beneath my coat. Colt, terminal reports 3 groups still inside. Maintenance shed, East Bus Lane, and lower clinic room. Bram has wagons coming back. River craft are closing on South Dock. Keep them off the South Dock. Tell the pier crew to drop the low loading arm when I call. They say the manual release is on the river shelf. I can see it. The first landing craft came behind us. Its front ramp carried fresh dents and a painted Varkan number. The mounted gun surged beneath the arm, but the shield struck the pipe before it found our ankle. The gunner lowered the barrel. Ivan put our damaged launch against the river wall. I jumped for the ladder. My boots struck the lower rung. My cut arm failed when I pulled. I dropped until one hand caught the side rail. The launch slid beneath me, leaving my legs over the water. Kessa reached up from the deck and pushed my boot onto the rung. "Climb before I regret that," she said. I climbed with one arm, doing most of the work. Each movement ground against my ribs. The shelf above shook as rounds struck its supports. The release cable ran to a rusted wheel beside the loading pipe. A safety pin held the wheel in place. I pulled at it. The pin didn't move. The landing craft struck our launch from behind. Metal crushed against concrete. Ivan fell across the wheel. Kessa rolled beside the engine housing, both hands still clamped over the scarf. The fishing boat cut away before the collision trapped it. Soldiers climbed onto the front ramp below me. I kicked the safety pin. Rust broke loose, but the pin held. I drew the pistol and struck it with the grip once, then again. The third hit bent the head enough for me to pull it free. The wheel spun beneath my hand. The loading arm dropped. Its pipe hit the landing craft across the mounted gun shield. The impact tore bolts from the deck. The gun tipped sideways and crushed 2 soldiers against the ramp. The craft's driver tried to reverse, but the trailing hose twisted around the side intake. The engine screamed. The craft turned broadside in the channel. The fishing boat came from behind the troop barge and threw its tow rope across the loading arm. The gray-stubbled driver wrapped the other end around a stern cleat, using his little motor to pull the arm tighter against the trapped craft. Pier workers appeared above the river wall. They hauled the release cable by hand and lowered the arm another foot. "Peter, tell the fire tender to foam the trapped craft," I said into the radio. "They are still on the burning tank. Then tell the pier crew to use the line nearest the grain shed." A regular Varkan soldier stood on the troop barge and shouted toward the landing craft. Ivan answered from our crushed launch. The soldier pointed at the black patch men near the barge controls. 2 other regulars moved behind them. The first shot came from the black patch side. The regular soldier fell over the rail. The barge erupted into a fight that had no clear front. Men dropped behind armored plates and cargo drums. Some fired toward the command tug. Others fired at each other from less than 10 feet away. The second landing craft slowed. The third turned toward the far bank. I climbed onto the pier. My legs shook when I stood. The terminal behind me had become a field of smoke, foam, and moving silhouettes. Orchard wagons crossed the west gate with the last clinic patients. A freight worker drove a small yard engine backward toward the maintenance shed. Bram stood on its side step, pointing workers toward the lower rooms. Kessa still sat in the launch below me. "Get her onto the fishing boat," I told Ivan. "Then cut the south trigger route." He looked toward the command tug. "You cannot reach him alone." "I am not reaching him alone. Everybody on this river hates him now." Ivan translated my words toward the troop barge. I couldn't tell how much he changed. The barge horn sounded twice. Regular soldiers began throwing black patch rifles into the river. One black patch man fired from behind an armored plate until a regular soldier struck him with a metal bar. The second landing craft remained still, its ramp half raised. The gray-haired officer raised the protected trigger cover. A red light came on beneath it. Kessa saw it from the launch. "He is testing the circuit," she shouted. "The basin charges are still connected." The terminal siren began a broken rising noise. I ran along the pier toward the south platform. Firelight moved beneath the rain. Behind the command tug, the fuel barge carried drums stacked above the rail and 2 armored carriers chained to its center deck. If the officer reached the transfer basin and ignited the connected tanks, the blast would cross the river wall, the the rail spur, and the road where the civilians were moving. Peter came to the radio again. Colt, South Basin crew says they can close the river gate, but the hydraulic pump is dead. Kessa answered before I could. Manual counterweight is under the old ferry office. 4 chains. They need a tractor or the yard engine. Her voice faded on the last word. Peter, send Bram's engine, I said. Run a cable from the ferry office to the counterweight. Close the basin before the tug enters. The engine is pulling people from maintenance. I looked at the yard. The last cluster had reached the engine flat car. Bram helped an older man onto the deck while smoke rolled from the shed roof. Finish that pole. Then send it. The first trap landing craft tried to free itself. Its engine pushed against the loading arm, bending the pipe toward the river wall. Soldiers climbed from its rear into the water. Pier workers sprayed foam across the rim, blinding them and making the steel impossible to cross. The second landing craft turned toward the South Basin. The command tug continued ahead of it. I reached the ferry office as the yard engine came across the service track. Bram jumped from the side step before it stopped. Everybody from maintenance is out, he said. Lower clinic room is clear. East bus lane still has 9 people behind a burned bus. Tammy knows. She is going back with the fire crew. I wanted to stop her. I had no right. Her sister had crossed the west gate, and Tammy had chosen to return for people she didn't know. Bram opened the ferry office door with a pry tool. Inside, the floor had collapsed around 4 black chains descending into the counterweight pit. Kessa had been right. A steel-pulling eye connected the chain assembly to an old service cable. The young Talon driver arrived in a road truck, skidding through wet grain. He jumped out with a coil of heavy cable over one shoulder. Peter sent me, he said. Hook the yard engine to that eye. He climbed into the pit without asking what waited below. Bram fed the cable after him. The yard engineer reversed until the line tightened. The counterweight moved, with a noise like stone breaking underground. Across the basin mouth, a rusted gate began rising from the river. Water poured from its top edge. The command tug was already inside the marked channel. The gray-haired officer saw the gate. He pushed his throttle forward. The tug struck the rising barrier before it cleared the surface. Its front climbed, then slammed sideways. Soldiers fell across the deck. The protected trader box tore from one bracket but remained wired beneath the cover. The fuel barge behind it could not stop. It struck the tub's stern. The collision spun both vessels across the basin mouth. One armored carrier broke a chain and slid several feet across the fuel barge. Drums rolled beneath it. The second landing craft turned too late and hit the barge near the rear rail. The river became jammed with steel. Close it farther, I shouted. The yard engine strained against the cable. Its wheels slipped on a wet track. Freight workers threw sand and grain beneath them. The counterweight rose another foot. The gate caught the underside of the command tug and held it against the fuel barge. Black-patched soldiers fired toward the ferry office. Bram pulled me behind the wall. Shots crossed the windows and struck the chain housing. The young Tolan driver climbed from the pit with blood on his cheek, where a cable strand had cut him. The eye is bending, he said. How long? Long enough if nobody asks it twice. The gray-haired officer dragged the trigger box from beneath its cover. Kessa's voice came from the river radio. He can still fire through the short antenna. Colt, somebody has to remove the battery pack, not just break the case. The fishing boat carried her toward the basin wall. Ivan stood behind the driver with a captured rifle. One river worker held the scarf against Kessa's side while the other steered. I looked at the tug, pinned less than 40 yards away. The last terminal siren continued its broken rise and fall. Bram, keep the gate up, I said. What are you doing? Taking out the battery. He looked at my arm, my breathing, and the tug crowded with armed men. Take people who can still use both hands. Ivan's fishing boat struck the wall beneath us. He climbed the ladder with 2 regular Varkan soldiers from the troop barge, following in another workboat. Neither soldier looked at me with trust. Their rifles remained pointed toward the command tug. Ivan spoke to them, then to me. Their officer says the Black Patch holds 20 regular families in the third landing craft. He does not know if command lied. They will help until they see the families. Then we find out. Kessa called from below. Colt, listen. I knelt at the wall. Rain ran over her face. The river worker had packed another cloth beneath the blue scarf, but blood still showed at the edges. You stay here, I said. I was going to tell you where the battery sits. I waited. Back of the box. 2 sliding locks. Pull both before lifting it. If you cut the antenna first, it may switch to the cable circuit. Take the battery while the antenna stays attached. You should have said that before I tried shooting it. You were busy getting hit. The words almost carried her old dry tone. Her eyes didn't. I put my hand against the side of her neck. Her skin felt cold despite the fire on the river. Do not close your eyes. Bring the box back and I will complain about it. I stood before the fear on my face, gave her more to carry. Ivan, the 2 regular soldiers, Bram, and I crossed the basin service walkway toward the trapped tug. The gate shook beneath our boots. Ahead, the gray-haired officer raised the trigger box against his chest and ordered his remaining soldiers toward us. Chapter 51. The first black patch soldier fired from behind the tug's wheelhouse. His shot struck the service walkway railing. Bram dropped beside the gate mechanism and returned 2 careful shots. The soldier pulled back. Ivan shouted toward the tug, naming the regular units and telling them the terminal command had abandoned them. The 2 regular soldiers beside us answered in Varkan. Their voices carried across the jammed vessels. Men on the second landing craft began looking toward the third craft near the far bank. The gray-haired officers shouted over them. Ivan translated without taking his eyes from the tug. He says every man who lowers a rifle loses his ration papers and his family housing. One regular soldier beside me stared at the officer. Rain ran from his helmet strap. Tell him the papers are ash, I said. Tell all of them. Ivan did. The answer came from the troop barge behind us. A horn sounded 3 times. Regular soldiers raised white cloth from 2 rail sections. Black patch men fired at them from the command deck. The river jam broke into separate fights. Bram pointed toward a maintenance ladder on the tug's side. We crossed the fuel barge and come beneath them. The barge had shifted against the command tug. Its deck sloped toward the basin gate. Fuel drums rolled against the armored carrier's tracks each time the vessels moved. One drum had split, spreading a clear, oily sheet across the metal. No one fired near it. That fear gave us a path. We climbed from the walkway onto the barge. The young Tallinn driver stayed at the ferry office with the yard engine crew. He tightened the cable by inches whenever the gate dropped. Ivan moved first, stepping between the drums. The 2 regular soldiers followed. Bram stayed near the rear and watched the landing craft. I crossed last. My left arm hung close to my side. Blood from the cut had reached my wrist. The barge deck moved under me, slow and heavy. The smell of fuel covered the river and smoke. A black patch soldier appeared on the command tug above us. He aimed down. The regular soldier ahead of me fired. His shot struck the man's vest and pushed him against the rail. The black patch soldier fired as he fell. The round hit one of the fuel drums. The drum rang, dented, and did not open. Every person on the deck froze for half a second. Then Bram shoved us toward the tug ladder. Move before somebody tries again. Ivan climbed. A soldier kicked at his hands from above. Ivan caught the boot and pulled. The soldier hit the deck rail, lost his balance, and came over the side. He struck the barge between 2 drums and stayed there, breathing but unable to rise. The first regular soldier reached the tug deck. Gunfire cracked above me. I climbed with one hand and used my shoulder against the side rail. My ribs tightened until I could only take small breaths. When I reached the deck, the regular soldier lay near the wheelhouse with blood beneath his helmet. His partner dragged him behind a cable housing and pressed both hands against his chest. Ivan had moved toward the trigger box. The gray-haired officer stood beside the tug controls. The box hung from a strap across his coat. Its antenna remained upright. 2 sliding locks showed on the back, exactly where Kessa had said. 4 black patch soldiers held the wheelhouse and front deck. The basin gate is closing, Ivan called to them in Varkan. The river force is cut off. Put down your rifles and cross to the regular barge. One soldier glanced at the jam behind us. The officer shot him in the back. The man fell against the wheelhouse door. The other 3 lifted their rifles toward Ivan. Bram fired from the ladder. One soldier dropped behind the controls. I hit the deck as shots crossed above me. The regular soldier beside his injured partner fired beneath a cable reel and struck another black patch man in the leg. The third soldier moved along the front rail, trying to reach the protected side of the wheelhouse. Ivan followed him. The gray-haired officer came toward me instead. He had wrapped his injured shoulder beneath his coat. One eye had swollen nearly shut. Blood marked the side of his neck and the front of his uniform. He still held himself upright through discipline or anger. I couldn't tell which had carried him this far. His pistol came up. I fired from the deck. My shot struck the trigger box strap. The box twisted against his chest. His shot hit the cable housing beside my face. I rolled behind it and changed magazines with fingers that had begun to shake. Only 3 rounds remained in the fresh magazine. I had picked it from a dead soldier without checking. The officer moved toward the basin side, keeping the box protected by his body. Bram shouted from the ladder. The second landing craft had begun pushing against the fuel barge, trying to free it from the gate. Its engine made the connected vessels grind together. The armored carrier on the barge shifted another foot. A chain broke. The carrier slid toward the split fuel drum. Its track struck the drum and crushed it flat. Fuel spread beneath the vehicle. The landing craft engine sparked against the barge rail. "Stop that motor," Bram shouted. Regular soldiers on the landing craft fought for the controls. A black patch crewman held the throttle forward, while 2 men dragged at him. Ivan called to them from the tug. One regular soldier struck the crewman's arm with a rifle stock. The engine dropped to a rough idle. The gray-haired officer reached the tug's rear deck. The antenna light on his box changed from red to green. "Kessa," I said into the radio. "Green light." Her answer came faintly. "Circuit is ready. Battery first." The officer heard her voice through my radio. "She is still alive," he said. "I stayed behind the cable housing. So are the people you put beside the tanks." For a little longer. He pressed his thumb against the box cover, not the firing switch. He wanted me to move before I had a clear angle. The tug shifted. The basin gate forced its front higher while the fuel barge pushed from behind. Water rushed between the hulls. I crawled along the cable housing toward the rear rail. The officer fired through the metal casing. One shot passed above my shoulder. The other struck my coat and cut skin along my back without entering deeper. Heat spread beneath the wet fabric. I reached the end of the housing. He stood 10 feet away. The trigger box faced me now. The 2 battery locks sat beneath his left hand. I fired at the first lock. The small metal tab broke. He pressed the firing switch. Nothing happened at the terminal. Kessa had cut that circuit. A deep thump came from farther downriver. One of the riverside charges detonated beneath an empty mooring platform. Water and timber climbed above the bank. The blast shook the tug. The officer kept his thumb down. A second charge fired near the transfer basin. The river wall split. Mud and concrete fell into the channel. The command tug dropped several inches as the basin current pulled toward the opening. "He is stepping through circuits," Kessa said over the radio. "You have seconds." I left cover. The officer fired. His round struck my side armor and spun me against the rail. Pain spread through the bruised ribs, but the plate held. I reached him before he fired again. We hit the rear rail together. The trigger box pressed between us. He drove his injured shoulder into my face, using pain like it belonged to someone else. I caught the wrist holding the pistol and pushed it toward the river. He pressed the switch again with his other hand. A tank near the south basin exploded. The blast came from behind us. Fire crossed the broken river wall and climbed beneath the second loading arm. The tug deck jumped. The officer's pistol fell into the water. He struck my cut arm with the edge of the trigger box. My grip failed. He pulled away and reached for the second battery lock. I grabbed the broken strap and dragged him backward. He turned, drove his head against mine, and tore the strap from my hand. The box hit the deck but remained connected to his wrist by a safety cord. The green light blinked faster. Kessa's voice came through the radio. "Colt, remove the pack." The officer kicked the box toward the rail. I caught it with my boot. He hit me from the side. We fell across it. My hand found the intact battery lock. I pulled. It moved halfway and stopped against bent metal. The officer put both hands around my throat. His damaged eye had closed. The other held no panic, only a fixed refusal to imagine anything after this deck. He had emptied cities and called it preparation. Now his own troops were turning against him. His convoy was trapped, and he still tried to destroy the ground beneath everyone rather than lose it. My strength went first in my injured arm. I used my knees and shifted us toward the rail. His grip tightened. Dark spots moved through my sight. A rifle shot struck the deck beside his hand. He released me and turned. Ivan stood near the wheelhouse with blood on his sleeve. The last black patch soldier lay behind him. Bram covered the landing craft from the ladder. The officer reached for the box. Ivan spoke to him in Varkan. The words were quiet. The officer stopped for only a moment. "What did you say?" I asked, breathing through the pain in my throat. I told him the soldiers can see him now. The officer looked across the river jam. Regular troops had taken the second landing craft controls. White cloth hung from the troop barge. Men on the third craft had opened its rear hold. Civilians began climbing from beneath the deck. Families packed together under canvas. The officer pulled the box toward him. I grabbed the second battery lock with both hands and tore it free. The battery pack slid from the back. The green light went dark. The officer struck me across the face. I fell against the rail with the battery in my hands. He picked up the dead box and pressed the switch again, then again. Nothing answered. He stared at the dark light. The fuel barge shifted behind us. The loose armored carrier rolled toward the tug. Its front track struck the tug's rear deck and crushed the outer rail. Bram shouted a warning. I crawled toward the wheelhouse. Ivan pulled the injured regular soldier across the deck. The gray-haired officer remained beside the dead box. The carrier moved another foot. He looked at me. I reached toward him, not because he deserved rescue, but because Dad's voice had followed me through every place where fear made killing easier than thinking. "Take my hand," I said. The officer looked at my hand, then at the soldiers on the other vessels. He stepped backward instead. The carrier struck the tug rail. Metal folded. The officer fell between the two vessels with the dead trigger box against his chest. The carrier continued across the gap. I looked away before it stopped. The fuel beneath its tracks reached the damaged engine casing. A small flame appeared near the rear wheel. "Off the barge," Bram shouted. "Everybody off now." Ivan helped the two regular soldiers toward the service walkway. I carried the battery pack. Bram covered us until the last moment, then crossed behind. The young Talon driver reversed the yard engine. The basin gate rose another foot and pulled away from the tug. The command vessel rolled onto its side. Water entered the broken wheelhouse. The second landing craft freed itself from the fuel barge and backed toward the far bank. Regular troops threw black patch weapons onto its front ramp. The third craft followed with civilians packed behind its shield. The fuel barge remained trapped. Fire reached the crushed drum. We ran across the walkway. The first explosion came from beneath the armored carrier. It lifted one side of the vehicle and threw fire across the barge deck. The second came from a row of drums near the stern. Heat struck my back and pushed me into Brom. The barge burned inside the basin instead of beside the terminal tanks. Pier workers opened 2 foam lines from the river wall. The fire tender turned from the terminal and sent its remaining stream across the basin gate. White foam covered the water and the lower side of the barge. The third landing craft stopped near the far bank. Its ramp dropped onto mud. Civilians climbed out while regular soldiers stood aside. Ivan spoke through the terminal radio in Varkan. He gave surrender directions, warned about the fuel fire, and promised that soldiers who put down weapons would receive water and medical treatment after the civilians. Some obeyed immediately. Others remained aboard the first trapped craft and fired toward the pier. The mounted gun had been crushed, but rifles still came through the foam. A pier worker fell near the loading arm. Another dragged him behind a pump housing. The launch beneath the wall had begun sinking. Kessa was no longer aboard it. I found the fishing boat tied inside the ferry slip. The gray-stubbled driver held pressure against her side while his soaked partner worked the motor. Kessa's head rested against the boards. Her eyes stayed open, fixed on the basin fire. I climbed down. "Battery is out," I said. She looked at the black pack in my hand. "Put it somewhere dry." "That is what you care about?" "I care about not letting somebody put it back." I threw the battery into the deepest part of the river beyond the slip. It struck once and disappeared. "Kessa, let her eyes close." I touched her face. "You said you would complain." "I am deciding which part was worst." Her words were barely sound. The river worker looked at the blood-soaked scarf. "She needs the clinic now." "The clinic is moving west." Peter answered from my radio. "Della is at the west freight platform. Doctor stayed with your dad. Church nurse is coming on the second wagon. Send the nurse to the ferry slip." "Already moving." Behind us, the remaining black patch soldiers on the trapped craft fired their last organized burst. Bram and the pier workers answered from cover. Regular troops on the second craft turned their rifles toward the trapped vessel and ordered surrender. The firing thinned, then stopped one weapon at a time. Rain fell into the basin fire and vanished. The river convoy had not reached the terminal. The terminal itself still burned. Chapter 52. The church nurse reached the ferry slip in a grain cart pulled by the yard engine. She climbed down before the wheels stopped. Della came behind her with a canvas medical bag and 2 freight workers carrying a door they had removed from the ferry office. They laid it across the fishing boat rails and moved Kessa onto it without lifting her more than a few inches. Kessa caught my sleeve when I stepped back. "Where are you going?" "The east bus lane still has people inside." Tammy went for them. That does not mean she got out. Her grip weakened. Della looked at the blood beneath the scarf and pushed my hand away from Kessa's shoulder. "She needs both of us for 5 minutes," Della said. "After that, she needs the doctor. The doctor cannot leave Dad. Then we take Kessa to the church tunnel." The church nurse cut away the soaked cloth. Kessa's skin had gone pale beneath the dirt and rain. The injury opened along her side in a dark line. Della packed clean gauze into the deepest section while the nurse pressed above it. Kessa jerked against the door. I held her shoulders. "Stay with me," I said. "I am staying." "Stop saying it like I am somewhere else." Della glanced up. "Keep her talking." I looked for something that did not sound like a promise I could not control. "You still owe me the list of everything I did wrong on the tug. You crossed a fuel barge while people shot at it. That was Bram's route. You listened to him. That counts." Her breathing came shallow and quick. The nurse secured a pressure wrap around her ribs and waist. The cloth darkened but did not flood through immediately. Della checked Kessa's pulse at the neck. "Move her now. Keep the door flat." The freight workers lifted the makeshift stretcher onto the grain cart. The yard engine pulled toward the west freight platform at walking speed. I went with it until the ferry office blocked the view of the river. Then Peter's voice came through the radio. "East Lane team is pinned. The burned bus has fuel beneath it. Black patch holdouts are firing from the maintenance roof." "How many civilians?" "9 from the last count. Tammy, 2 fire crew, and the young driver are with them." I looked at Della. "Go," she said. "We have Kessa." I ran toward the bus lane. The terminal had changed shape since we entered through the drainage pipe. Foam covered the grain yard in knee-deep patches. Burning fuel moved along gutters and stopped where pier workers had built walls of wet grain. The first tank still burned near the river wall, but the fire tender had kept it from reaching the next row. Regular Varkin troops sat under guard beside the clinic fence. Some had removed their helmets and black outer gear to show they did not belong to the command units. Ivan moved among them with Bram, separating those who had surrendered early from those pulled from the trapped craft. A freight worker pointed me toward the east lane. The burned bus stood across the service road with its front inside a drainage ditch. Smoke came through broken windows. 9 civilians sheltered behind its far side, including 2 children and an older woman who could not walk without help. Tammy crouched near the rear tire. Her sister's blue scarf no longer hung from her arm. She had tied it across the bus mirror where the people behind the smoke could see it. The young Tollin driver lay beside her with a rifle across his hands. A strip of cloth covered the cut on his cheek. Shots came from the maintenance roof. One struck the bus body above Tammy and punched through both sides. The volunteer fire crew had parked a small hose cart near the lane, but the line ended short of the bus. One firefighter worked the pump while the other crawled forward with a metal coupling. I reached them through the grain shed. Tammy looked at my face, then my arm. "You look worse than when you left." Kessa is moving toward the church tunnel. Her expression changed. "How bad?" "Bad enough that Della stopped asking questions." She looked toward the bus. "We have to get these people across before the fuel catches." The maintenance roof held at least 3 shooters. Their position covered the open lane and the west gate. The grain shed roof stood lower, separated by a narrow alley filled with pallets and broken pipe. The young driver pointed at an old conveyor running between the buildings. "It has a service cage under the belt," he said. "I can climb through and come behind them." "You just held the ferry cable pit." "I still have 2 hands." He spoke without pride. He wanted something useful to do before anyone remembered where he had come from. "You know the building? I stole copper from it last winter." Tammy stared at him. "That is not the best reason I have heard today," she said, "but it is honest." I checked the conveyor. Its belt had stalked above the alley. A narrow cage ran beneath it, protected by sheet metal on one side and open grating on the other. "You go through the cage," I told him. I climbed the grain ladder. Tammy keeps the civilians flat. Fire crew pushes water beneath the bus. "What about me?" Tammy asked. "You keep the children from running when the shooting moves." She looked ready to argue, then saw the 2 frightened faces beneath the bus frame. "I can do that." The driver entered the conveyor cage. I climbed the green shed ladder with the pistol inside my coat. My injured arm would not take my weight. I used the ladder rails and pushed with my legs. At the roof edge, I flattened beneath the metal lip. The maintenance roof sat 20 feet away. 3 black-patched soldiers had built cover from air conditioning panels. A 4th man worked at a radio near the stair door. Their coats carried no unit marks except the dark shoulder squares. One looked toward the river jam. He shouted something to the others. The commander was gone, but they still expected a route out. The driver reached the far end of the conveyor cage. He waited beneath the roof opening. I raised 2 fingers. He climbed through first. The nearest soldier heard the grating move and turned. The driver struck him with the rifle stock before he could fire. I crossed the conveyor support and reached the maintenance roof as the other soldiers lifted their weapons. My first shot hit the radio case. The second struck the metal panel beside a man's face. He dropped behind cover. The driver took the fallen soldier's rifle and fired across the roof. His shots were too fast but forced the others down. A black patch man came through the stair door behind us. I turned late. His rifle struck my shoulder and knocked me against a vent housing. The pistol slid across the roof. He raised the rifle again. The driver fired once. The man fell across the doorway. The driver stared at him, breathing through his mouth. He had killed before during the road fights, but this one had been close enough to see. "Keep your eyes on the panels," I said. He did. The remaining 2 soldiers moved toward the far roof edge. One fired toward the busling while the other tried to reach the exterior ladder. Tammy stood from behind the bus and waved the blue scarf once. The fire crew opened the hose. Water struck beneath the bus and pushed burning fuel into the ditch instead of toward the civilians. The 9 people crawled along the wet side, keeping the bus between them and the roof. I recovered the pistol and crossed behind the vent housings. The first soldier reached the ladder. Ram appeared below with 2 regular Barkan soldiers. They ordered him down in his own language. He fired at them. Ram answered. The man fell backward onto the roof. The last black patch soldier raised both hands behind the metal panels. The young driver kept the rifle on him while I took his weapon. Below us, Tammy guided the older woman from the ditch. One child slipped in the water, and she carried in the rest of the way without breaking pace. The west gate closed behind them. Peter's voice came to every working radio in the terminal. All civilian groups are clear. Repeat, all counted groups are west of the terminal fence. No one cheered. People kept moving because the tank still burned and the river barge still held fuel. I climbed down through the stairwell. The maintenance room smelled of hot plastic and wet concrete. Bodies lay near the lower door where the first prisoners had fought their guards. I stepped around them and reached the lane. Tammy handed the child to a freight worker. "My sister's on the second flat car," she said. "I am going with her now. You should have gone the first time. You did not. There was no accusation in it. We had both stayed because somebody had still been behind a wall." She touched the blue scarf tied to the bus mirror. "Your sister will want this back. Keep it until the train stops. People know what it means." Tammy untied it and wrapped it around her wrist. The young driver came down carrying 2 captured rifles. He placed them on the pavement and stepped away. Bram studied him. "You could have taken one and disappeared." "I do not have anywhere to disappear to. That did not stop your people before." The driver looked toward the west gate where the civilians had gone. "My people were whoever had food. I am trying something else." Bram picked up one rifle and handed it back to him. "Then carry this to the freight line. Keep the muzzle down." The driver took it with both hands. Ivan approached with a regular officer from the troop barge. The officer had removed his sidearm. He spoke quietly while Ivan translated. "He says there are 73 regular soldiers, 11 injured, and 26 family civilians from the 3rd craft. 6 black patch soldiers remain missing in the terminal or riverbank. He will order his people to help move fuel and patients if they receive water. Civilians drink first," I said. The officer nodded before Ivan translated. Bram looked at the burning basin. "We need every hand on foam and drums. If that armored carrier cooks, it will throw metal across the west track." Ivan gave the orders. Regular soldiers joined pier workers beneath armed guard. They rolled intact drums away from the basin and cut chains from the second carrier. Men who had arrived to take the terminal now worked beside the people they had held there. Nobody trusted them. The work still had to be done. The fire tender ran low on water. Orchard tractors pulled portable tanks from the dairy road. The grain mechanic opened another bin and built a wall around the burning runoff. River workers placed small boats downstream to catch drums before they reached the bridge. The county moved through tasks instead of speeches. I found Peter at the west freight platform. He sat against a signal cabinet with his injured arm in a sling and 3 radios around his knees. His face looked gray beneath the soot. "You have blood on every side of you," he said. "Some of it belongs to other people. That does not make it better." He handed me a canteen. I drank until my stomach tightened. "Where's Kessa?" Della took her toward the church tunnel. Peter checked a notebook. "The medical wagon left 12 minutes ago. Road is clear to the orchard crossing." "What about Dad?" His eyes stayed on the notebook, too long. "Mom called while you were on the tug. His fever climbed. The doctor says you should return when the terminal is stable." "Did she say anything else?" "She said not to leave people here because of him." That sounded like Mom using Dad's words because he could not save him himself. The freight engine moved west with the last flat car. Tammy stood at the rear beside her sister. The blue scarf hung from her wrist in the rain. The terminal siren finally stopped. Without it, I heard the smaller sounds: fire eating insulation, men coughing, water striking hot metal, children crying inside the family landing craft, and the river carrying pieces of the broken wall downstream. Peter closed one radio channel. "The invasion force at River Spine is finished," he said. "Not the whole force, just this one. That is enough for tonight." It was not victory in the shape I had imagined when Dad made me practice shelters and fire building. The terminal remained half destroyed. Our people had died on the roads and in the tunnels. Radiation still covered parts of the city. Barkin units still held highways beyond the county line. But the civilians had crossed the gate. Kessa was still breathing when the wagon left. Dad was waiting somewhere under the church. I gave Peter the pistol and started toward the orchard road. Chapter 53. The medical wagon had stopped twice before it reached the church tunnel. I found the first blood marks near the orchard crossing. Dark spots beneath the rain where Della had changed the outer wrap. The second place held a torn package and one of the church nurse's gloves. No sign showed that anyone had attacked them. The wagon wheels continued north. I drove a terminal utility truck because my legs no longer trusted the distance. Graham sent the young driver with me. The truck had a cracked windshield and a fuel gauge resting near empty. Neither of us spoke for the first mile. The road passed abandoned houses, fields cut by carrier tracks, and a school bus lying on its side near the ditch. Rain had washed the ash into gray lines beneath doors and porch rails. Some windows held sheets with messages written in paint. Water needed. 2 children. Sick father. We marked each house on Peters County map for the morning cruise. The driver watched me make the marks. "Vane knew about some of these places," he said. "How many?" "More than he told you." He kept a second page inside his boot. I looked at him. "When did you see it?" "At the training station, before they tied him in the tool room." "Why are you telling me now?" He kept his eyes on the road. "Because the officer took one rue page from the switch house. If Vane's page has the same houses, there may be soldiers coming to them." Anger came without enough strength behind it. Vane had given us one drainage route and let us believe fear had emptied him. He had continued choosing the value of information while families waited beneath roofs. "You will show Bram where he hid it." "I will. You will also tell Mom every place your group visited." He nodded. The church entrance appeared between wet trees. Freight wagons filled the clearing. Families from the terminal sheltered beneath canvas and inside the stone lower rooms. Regular Varkan families remained in a separate field under guard, but church workers carried water between both groups. Della met the truck before I stopped. Blood covered the front of her coat. "Kessa is inside," she said. The wrap held long enough. The doctor closed the deepest section and gave her what pain medicine remains. "She lost too much blood, but her pressure has improved." My knees weakened against the truck step. "Can I see her?" "For 1 minute. Then you go to your father." The medical room had once stored him books and folding tables. Kessa lay on a narrow cot beneath 2 blankets. The bandage around her side looked too white against the dirt on her skin. An empty fluid bag hung from a ceiling hook. Her eyes opened when I sat beside her. "Did you bring the trigger box?" she asked. "I brought the battery halfway and threw it into the river." "That is acceptable." I took her hand carefully. Her fingers felt warmer than they had on the boat. "The river force surrendered," I said. "Most of them. The holdouts are dead or under guard. Everybody from the terminal is out." "The South Basin?" One tank and the fuel barge burned. The rest are holding. She let the breath out slowly. Dad is down the hall, she said. I looked toward the closed door. How do you know? Your mother came in. She told the nurse to save the last clean sheet for me. I told her I did not need it. She ignored me. That sounded like Mom. Kessa tightened her fingers around mine. Go to him. I am not leaving you alone. Della is outside, and the nurse checks every few minutes. Your father has been waiting longer. I touched my forehead to her hand. The movement pulled at my ribs, and the cut along my back. I will come back. Wash the river off first. You smell terrible. The quiet attempt at normal speech hurt more than any promise. I found Mom outside the service room. She had changed into a dry coat, but not cleaned the blood from her hands. My sister sat on the floor beside the wall, asleep with her head against Mom's leg. The map tube rested across her lap. Mom looked at me from boots to face. How is Kessa? The doctor closed the injury. Della says her pressure is better. Mom nodded once. Your father heard the wagon arrive. I think he understood who it was. Can he speak? A few words. Sometimes none. I entered the room. Dad lay on the same folding medical table they had carried from the quarry. Blocks supported one broken leg. Blankets covered him to the chest. The doctor sat near the wall with her shoes off, rubbing one swollen ankle. The church nurse had placed a lamp low beside the fluid stand. Dad's face had narrowed during the days since the shooting. Fiber colored his cheeks, but the rest of him looked gray. His breathing came with a faint wet catch. The doctor stood. He has internal bleeding again, she said quietly. The infection is stronger than the antibiotics we have. I cannot operate another time in this room. Even with a hospital, I do not know that he would survive it. How much time does he have? I cannot give you a clean number. It may be an hour. It may be morning. She touched my uninjured shoulder before leaving. I sat beside Dad. For several minutes, he did not open his eyes. I listened to the fluid drip and the rain against the basement window well. The whole county seemed to have narrowed to those sounds. His hand moved beneath the blanket. I put mine over it. His eyes opened part way. What happened at the river? He whispered. The terminal is clear. The convoy did not get through. Regular soldiers turned against the black patch. He studied my face, as if checking for exaggeration. Where is the family? Mom and my sister are outside. Kessa is in the next room. Peter is running the radios. His thumb moved once against my hand. You found them. The words carried little sound. I should have found you sooner. His eyes shifted toward the ceiling. You came when roads allowed. I wanted him to tell me I had done enough. I wanted the kind of sentence people remembered after funerals. Dad had never spoken that way when he was healthy, and fever did not turn him into someone else. The house is gone, I said. The camp gear, too. A faint change touched his mouth. Told you to pack your own tent. I laughed once and covered it with my hand. The sound broke halfway through. Dad's breathing caught. I reached for the nurse, but he gripped my fingers. Your sister, he said. She is safe. Boots too small. I looked down at his hand. I will find her boots. He closed his eyes. Mom entered with my sister awake beside her. We made room around the table. My sister took Dad's other hand and pressed it against her cheek. Mom sat near his shoulder and wiped sweat from his forehead with the corner of a cloth. No one spoke for a while. Dad opened his eyes once more near midnight. He looked at Mom first, then my sister, then me. His gaze moved toward the door behind which Kessa slept. He seemed to count us. His hand relaxed. The next breath did not come. Mom kept wiping his forehead after the room became quiet. My sister pressed her face against the blanket. I stayed with his hand in mine until it cooled enough that the truth could no longer hide inside the waiting. The doctor returned and listened at his chest. She did not say anything. She pulled the sheet to his shoulders and turned off the fluid clamp. Outside, a radio operator called for help at a farmhouse east of the orchard. A child had a fever. Another group needed fuel to move away from a radiation pocket. The work did not stop because Dad had. Mom rested her head against my shoulder. He knew you got them out, she said. I could not answer. My sister lifted her face from the blanket. He was waiting for Colt. Mom looked at her. He was waiting for all of us. We stayed until dawn began to gray the window well. Then Mom covered Dad's face. Chapter 54. We buried Dad on the ridge above the church 2 days later. The rain had stopped, but the ground remained heavy. Quarry workers used hand tools because fuel had been reserved for ambulances, pumps, and the freight engine. I dug until the cut on my arm opened again. Bram took the shovel without asking and finished the last foot. Mom placed Dad's old compass beneath a folded blanket around him. My sister left the camping knife he had given her and then took it back before the box was closed. He would tell me not to waste it, she said. Nobody disagreed. Kessa could not climb the ridge. Della brought her to the lower field in a freight car and positioned it where she could see between the trees. She sat wrapped in Dad's spare coat with one hand beneath the bandage at her side. Peter stood beside Tammy and her sister. His arm remained in a sling. Ivan stayed several steps behind the families of the regular Varkan soldiers, uncertain whether standing nearer would help or insult us. The young Talon driver waited near the road with his cap in both hands. We had no minister. The church's pastor had died during the first week after the bombs, and no one wanted to borrow words they did not believe. Mom spoke about Dad teaching children to tie knots, repairing neighbors' heaters without charging them, and making every camping trip harder than it needed to be. My sister described how he had hidden candy inside the emergency food bags even while pretending sugar was poor planning. When they finished, I looked at the ground and could not build a speech from what remained. He prepared for things none of us wanted to imagine, I said. I thought that meant he expected the worst from people. I was wrong about that. He expected people to be scared and tired. He wanted us to have enough skill left to help anyway. My voice failed after that. Bram lowered the box. We covered Dad while the morning radio calls began beneath the ridge. By noon, Mom had returned to the records table. She did not pretend work removed grief. She cried while checking family names against shelter counts and kept writing when the tears blurred the ink. My sister sat beside her in a pair of boots found on the terminal freight car. They were one size too large. She stuffed cloth into the toes and refused to trade them. The county had more people in beds and less food than our first count suggested. The terminal prisoners brought skills, children, illnesses, and empty hands. The surrendered Varkan families had nothing except the clothes issued by their command. Regular soldiers carried rations for 3 days. Radiation reports showed that the city center and 2 southern towns remained unsafe. Peter built a new radio board in the church dining room. He used separate columns for medicine, water, transport, food, and security. No single shelter held the full map. Each group kept its own route page and changed call signs every morning. The gray-haired officer had taught us what happened when one room contained every answer. Bram organized watches around the church, quarry orchard, freight spur, and dairy road. He did not call them checkpoints. People could move between shelters after giving a name and destination. Weapons stayed visible but pointed down. Ivan worked beside him. Some families refused to stand near Ivan because of his uniform. Others brought him questions about relatives taken on the river transports. He translated lists, unit markings, and radio traffic until his voice became rough. At night, he slept in a side room near the surrendered regular soldiers, guarded from both directions. Tammy and her sister took the clinic radio. Tammy's sister remembered names from the fairground and terminal wards. She matched injured people with families who had escaped on different wagons. The blue scarf remained tied above their table. The young Talon driver became our roadrunner. He never gave us his first name and nobody forced it from him. He drove houses, messages, and medical bags between the orchard and quarry. Every evening he returned the truck key to Mom. Vane remained in the limestone tool room under guard. The driver found the second route page inside the lining of Vane's boot. It listed 12 houses, 2 wells, the church tunnel, and a grain cellar near the county edge. Marks beside 4 locations showed what had already been taken. 3 other marks matched Varkan patrol notes recovered from the terminal. Mom placed the page on the table in front of Vane. He sat with his wrists tied to a pipe. Dirt had dried in the lines of his face. His beard had grown unevenly where an earlier cut crossed his jaw. How many soldiers received this? Mom asked. 1 officer saw it. Which officer? The one your son killed. I stood against the wall. He died with the trigger box. That does not answer whether he copied it. Vane looked at me. He had clerks. Everybody has clerks. Mom touched the first house on the list. There are 2 children here. Did your people take their food? We took 1 bag. The house message said they had none. Vane looks toward the door. You want me to feel bad now that you have more guns. Mom folded the page once. I want every cache, every buyer, and every route. Then the families decide what happens to you. Vane laughed without humor. Families do not decide. The person with the rifle decides and asks everybody else to agree. Bram shifted near the door. Mom did not. That may be how you survived, she said. It is not how we are keeping this place. We held the hearing in the church dining room that evening. Representatives came from the Quarry Orchard, Terminal families, River Cruise, Dairy Road, regular Barkin families, and isolated houses. They did not form a court with clean rules. They formed a room full of people who had been robbed, betrayed, or saved by information. Vane admitted trading routes for ammunition and protection. He admitted directing thieves toward homes where he believed people were weak. He denied knowing the Varkins would move families to fuel tanks. The young driver contradicted him twice. One orchard father wanted Vane taken outside and shot. A river worker argued that killing a tied man would make every surrender harder. Tammy's sister asked whether Vane could guide crews to the stolen medicine. Mom kept notes through all of it. In the end, nobody received everything they wanted. Vane remained under guard. He would guide recovery teams to every cache and work on burial sanitation and road clearing. He would receive the same food as other workers, no weapon, and no route information. After the winter, the families would decide whether he stayed under restriction or left the county with supplies enough to reach the next safe district. Vane listened with contempt until Mom mentioned winter, and fear showed. It was not forgiveness. It was also not a ditch beside the road. The first recovery trip found antibiotics beneath a machine shop floor, 6 sealed grain bags, batteries, and 3 boxes of family photographs stolen because the thieves had believed metal frames might hold cash. The medicine went to the clinic. The food went into the shared count. The photographs covered 2 dining room tables until people claimed them. We also found bodies. 2 belonged to families on Vane's page. One was a Talon thief shot by Varkin troops after he delivered information. The last belonged to a woman whose name did not appear anywhere in Mom's records. We buried her under a marker that described where she had been found. The county did not become decent because we wrote rules. People still hid food. A fight broke out over blankets. One regular Varkin soldier tried to steal a truck and was stopped by his own officer. An orchard family left during the night rather than share their fuel. But pumps ran. The freight engine moved patients. Children slept in rooms where adults took turns watching the doors. Every shelter sent its count without being ordered. 4 days after the terminal battle, Peter caught a signal from beyond the northern ridge. The voice belonged to a state road crew operating from an emergency tower near the old reservoir. They had linked 6 counties and a scattered military engineering unit. Barkin forces still held the interstate junction and 2 airfields, but their main river supply route had gone silent. Peter looked at me across the radio table. They are asking who stopped it. I looked around the room. Tammy marked clinic names beneath the blue scarf. Ivan translated a surrender list. Mom added a family to the orchard count. Bram argued with a freight engineer over bridge weight. Kessa slept in a chair near the stove because walking from the clinic had used all her strength. Tell them River County stopped it, I said. Peter keyed the transmitter. The answer came through static several seconds later. River County, we have people coming south. We need to know if the road is open. The battle had ended, and the next line of frightened people was already moving toward us. Chapter 55. The northern road was not open. Varkan troops held the interstate junction with 2 carriers, a field gun, and enough fuel to move west if they found a bridge that could take their weight. The reservoir crew watched them from the emergency tower. Refugees approaching from 3 counties had gathered in farm lanes beyond the junction, unable to move south without crossing the occupied road. We could not feed all of them. We also could not leave them beside an armed unit that had begun searching houses. The old answer would have been to gather every rifle and attack the junction. Dad's last advice stayed with me. The prisoners were families. The people coming south were families. Our county had survived because road crews, farmers, radio operators, river workers, mechanics, medical staff, and frightened soldiers had each done the part they understood. We built the plan around the junction itself. The state road crew knew the culverts and bridge limits. Reservoir workers controlled the spillway. Freight engineers had an unused maintenance engine north of the terminal. Orchard crews had tractors but little fuel. Regular Varkan soldiers knew the unit radio codes and ration schedule. Ivan knew how command officers reacted when a supply route failed. Kessa sat at the church table with a blanket around her shoulders and corrected all of us. The reservoir bridge will not take a carrier if the east support is undercut. she said. Do not blow it. Open the service channel and let the current remove the gravel around the footing. The bridge stays usable for people after the carriers stop. Della stood behind her chair. You have been upright for 20 minutes. Then the bridge explanation, use 18. You are going back to the cot. Kessa looked at me. I did not help her argue. Finish the service channel location first. Della stared at both of us. Kessa marked the map with a short pencil and allowed Della to take her away. The plan took one night to prepare. Reservoir workers opened the service channel before dawn. Water moved beneath the east approach, carrying loose gravel into the drainage cut. Road crews placed warning signs far enough north to turn civilian vehicles toward a farm lane. They left the main road looking usable. The freight maintenance engine moved along an industrial spur behind the junction. Its flat car carried empty fuel drums, scrap metal, and a radio transmitter. Peter rode inside the cab despite his arm. Tammy stayed at the church radio with his second board. Bram took hunters and regular Varkan volunteers to the western tree line. Their orders were to block foot patrols, not fire at the carriers unless the junction unit attacked civilians. Ivan and the regular officer used a captured command radio from the terminal. They sent a message that the river convoy had broken through and a fuel train was approaching from the south spur. The junction commander believed enough of it to wait. I drove the utility truck with the young Tolland runner beside me. We carried medical markings on the doors and 2 reservoir workers beneath a canvas and back. Our job was to reach the farm lane and move the first refugee groups before the false fuel train arrived. Mom objected to me going. Your arm is not closed, your ribs are not healed, and you slept 3 hours after your father's burial, she said. Bram needs somebody who knows the whole plan. Bram knows his part. Peter knows his. Kessa made the map. You are not the only person who can connect sentences. She was right. I still went, not because the plan required me at every point, but because the families beyond the junction had no reason to trust a county they had never seen. Mom saw that too. She handed me Dad's compass. Bring the truck back. We have 2 patients who need it tomorrow. The runner drove most of the distance. At the farm lane, we found more than 200 people sheltering in barns and equipment sheds. Cars sat empty after running out of fuel. A school janitor had organized water from a hand pump. A retired bus driver kept children inside one dairy building away from the road. They watched our medical markings, but did not approach. I climbed onto the truck step. We are from River County. The south road will open after the junction unit moves. People on foot go first. Take only what you can carry without stopping the line. Vehicles with fuel wait until a bridge crew checks the support. A man near the barn door raised a shotgun. How do we know you are not sending us into another camp? You do not know. Send 2 people with our reservoir workers to check the route. Keep everybody else here until they call back. The answer slowed him because it did not ask for trust. 2 volunteers climbed into the truck. The runner drove them down the farm lane while I stayed with the refugees and listened to Peter's radio. The false fuel train reached the south spur at mid-morning. Its maintenance engine moved slowly, pulling the flat car of empty drums. The transmitter broadcast engine noise and clipped supply messages on a Varkan channel. Ivan announced that the terminal route had reopened under a new command code. The junction unit responded. 1 carrier turned south first. The second remained beside the field gun. Soldiers began clearing abandoned cars from the road. Peter's voice came through my radio. First carriers moving toward the reservoir bridge. The refugees heard him. Conversations stopped inside the barn. The carrier crossed the north approach and reached the undermined section. The east support dropped. The road surface folded beneath the front tracks. The carrier tipped into the service channel and settled against the bridge rail. It did not fall into deep water. It became a 40-ton blockage angled across both lanes. Varkan soldiers climbed from the rear hatch. Reservoir workers raised white flags from the spillway and ordered them away from the vehicle. The regular officer spoke through the radio, telling them the river command had fallen and families were under protection in River County. Half the soldiers surrendered. The others moved into the trees. Ram's teams contained them without chasing through the refugee lanes. 2 exchanged fire near an equipment shed. 1 hunter was struck in the leg. A Varkan soldier died beside a drainage pipe. The rest gave up after Ivan repeated the names of regular units already at the church field. The junction commander did not move his second carrier. He turned the field gun toward the farm lane. From the barn doorway, I saw its barrel shift through the trees. Everybody into the lower stalls, I shouted. Stay away from the west wall. People moved with the fast disorder of those who had heard too many alarms. The janitor and bus driver pushed children behind concrete feed bins. I took the shotgun from the man at the door and sent him to help. The field gun fired. The shell struck an empty silo near the farm lane. Metal opened from top to bottom. Grain and rusted panels crossed the yard. The blast knocked me against a post. The second shot hit the road closer to the barn. The junction commander had understood the trick. He could not move south, so he intended to punish the people waiting beyond him. Peter shouted over the radio. "Freight engine is inside the west spur. We can push the scrap flat car across his gun lane. Do it. Crew says the switch is manual and exposed." The young runner answered from the truck before I could. "I know the switch." He had returned with the 2 route volunteers. Both confirmed the south farm lane reached the orchard road. "You stay with the truck," I told him. "The freight switch has a broken latch. My group used it to hide trailers. Peter has workers. They do not know which bar to kick." He drove toward the west spur before I could stop him. The field gun fired again. The shell passed above the truck and struck the tree line. Bram's radio went silent for several seconds. The maintenance engine waited behind a warehouse on the spur. Peter stood on its side platform with a freight worker holding him by the coat. The runner stopped beside the manual switch and jumped into the ditch. Rifle fire came from the junction. He crawled beneath the switch stand, found the broken latch, and kicked a horizontal bar near the rail. The points moved halfway. The flat car could not cross on a half-set switch. The runner kicked again. A shot struck the dirt beside his face. He rolled beneath the rail, reached through the mechanism, and pulled the bar with both hands. The switch locked. Peter signaled the engineer. The maintenance engine pushed the scrap flat car across the open junction. Empty drums, steel plate, and broken machinery rose above its sides. The field gun fired and struck the load. Scrap exploded across the spur, but the flat car remained between the gun and the farm lane. The gun crew tried to turn north. Reservoir workers opened the secondary spillway. Water crossed the junction drainage ditch and flooded the field gun position from behind. The ground beneath its support legs softened. One side dropped. The barrel tilted into the scrap car. Bram's teams moved from the western trees. Regular Varkin volunteers called surrender terms from the eastern ditch. Refugees stayed inside the barns while the junction unit realized every road around them had become useless. The commander tried to escape in the second carrier. He backed toward the interstate ramp, where road crews had removed 2 sections of guardrail and opened an old construction trench. The carrier's rear track entered the trench. Its weight pulled the rest sideways. The engine remained running, but the vehicle could not climb out. The commander fired from the top hatch until one of his own soldiers dragged him down. By afternoon, the junction was under guard. We lost 1 reservoir worker, and the hunter who had been struck in the leg bled heavily before Della's team reached him. 3 refugees were injured by silo metal. 11 Varkan soldiers died between the bridge, trees, and field gun. The commander survived with a broken arm and was placed beside the regular officer who had helped us. The south road opened on foot first. Families moved past the trapped carrier in groups of 20. River County volunteers marked clean wells, shelter space, and radiation pockets. Nobody promised enough food. Nobody promised safety beyond the next road. The man with the shotgun returned his weapon to me after his family crossed. "You could keep it," I said. "I still need it. I just do not want you thinking I pointed it because I meant to use it. You pointed it because you had children behind you." He nodded and walked south. The young runner sat beside the freight switch, with blood running through his hair. A shot had grazed his scalp. Peter wrapped it with a strip from his own shirt. "You broke my rule about staying with the truck," I said. The runner looked toward the south road. "The truck is back." I could not argue with the part Mom would care about. That evening, the reservoir tower linked us to 9 survivor districts and the engineering unit. Reports showed Varkan forces retreating from 2 airfields after losing fuel support. Other units surrendered when they learned families from the river convoy had been protected. Black Patch groups continued moving in small teams, but they no longer held a connected route through the region. The invasion had not ended across the country. In our part of it, the roads had stopped belonging to them. Chapter 56. Winter arrived 3 weeks after the reservoir junction opened. The first snow-covered burned fields, carrier tracks, and the gray ash that rain had not carried away. It made the county look clean from a distance. Up close, every ditch still held broken glass, spent casings, or signs warning people away from contaminated ground. We did not return to the university city. Radiation teams from the engineering unit marked safe edges and closed blocks. My apartment, computer, and the parking garage where the first thieves stole water remained inside a restricted district. Peter joked once that my new graphics card had survived more money than most governments. The joke died before it reached his eyes, and he did not try another. The church, quarry, orchard, freight spur, and reservoir became separate parts of one settlement network. No place held everybody. Each shelter kept food, medicine, radios, and its own route maps. Weekly meetings took place in the grain warehouse because it had enough room and no symbolic importance that anyone could seize. Mom managed the family registry with Tammy's sister. They added births, deaths, missing people, shelter moves, and radiation exposures. My sister delivered updates between tables and boots that finally fit after a cobbler cut and re-sewed the heels. Peter ran the radio network from a heated signal room beside the freight spur. His injured arm never recovered full strength, so he built switches he could operate with one hand. Tammy handled evening calls and trained people from the northern districts. Her sister worked with Della and the doctor in the clinic. The doctor slept more after the reservoir fight. She still refused reassurance she could not support. When people asked whether spring would make things better, she told them spring would make travel easier and disease different. Ram coordinated defense teams for roads, shelters, and food movement. He required every armed watch to spend equal time hauling water or clearing sanitation pits. People complained. He kept the rule. Ivan remained in River County. The regular Varkin families moved into 2 orchard camps under shared guard. Some planned to return home if any route across the ocean opened. Others had learned that their cities were damaged or controlled by the same command faction that had sent them here. Ivan translated school lessons, radio messages, and arguments over food portions. He stopped wearing every piece of his old uniform except the boots. The young Talon runner became simply the runner. Children called him that until adults did too. He carried keys for 3 trucks and returned each one to Mom's board at night. When somebody asked his name during a meeting, he said he would give it when he had decided which person deserved it. No one pushed. Vane guided recovery crews through the first snow. He found 2 more caches and a shallow burial site beside the old tire shop. He worked under guard and spoke less. The families had not forgiven him. He no longer expected them to. Kessa healed slowly. The bullet cut left a thick line along her side and pain that worsened in cold weather. She could walk from the clinic to the utility table by midwinter, but Della still removed tools from her hands when she tried to lift more than a small pump part. We stayed in a room beneath the church kitchen because stairs were difficult for both of us. My ribs healed before my arm. The cut along my back closed badly and pulled whenever I reached overhead. At night, Kessa slept with one hand near the radio and the other against my chest. Sometimes she woke because the terminal siren returned inside her dreams. Sometimes I woke believing Dad was calling from the next room. We did not cure those nights by speaking. We checked the door, drank water, and waited for our breathing to slow. One morning, Kessa found me on the ridge above Dad's grave. Snow covered the marker except for the compass shape my sister had carved into the wood. Kessa climbed the last section with a stick and stopped beside me, angry at the hill rather than tired by it. Della told you not to climb this, I said. Della also told me you came up here without breakfast. She handed me half a biscuit wrapped in cloth. We ate beside the grave. The county spread below us in smoke columns and dark roofs. A freight engine moved slowly along the western track. Orchard wagons crossed the church road. Children carried water between the Varkin family camp and the clinic. Your father would hate the way they stacked that firewood, Kessa said. I looked at the uneven pile near the lower shed. He would restack it himself and complain that nobody listened. Are you going to do it? I am considering letting somebody else be useful. She leaned against my shoulder. The future between us had no clean shape. We had no house, no jobs waiting after summer, and no reason to believe another attack would not reach the county. Romance had become shared blankets, changed bandages, and knowing which silence meant pain. When roads opened farther west, I said, I want to find out what happened to the people from your utility crew. Kessa kept looking across the valley. Some are probably dead. I know. Some may have joined another district. Then we find them there. She touched the scar beneath her coat. We go after thaw. Not before. It was the closest thing we made to a plan for ourselves. The radio network expanded through the winter. Reservoir crews reached districts beyond the state line. A military engineering column restored one highway bridge for light vehicles. News arrived in pieces. Coastal cities flooded after pumps failed. Airfields burned. local governments operating from schools and warehouses, Varkan units surrendering or dividing, and communities biting each other over fuel. No one could tell us how much of the country still functioned. Maps on the grain warehouse wall showed safe roads in pencil and contaminated regions in red. The red marks covered more space than anyone wanted to study for long. The Earth had not ended. Our old place in it had. We learned to measure distance by fuel, radiation, bridge weight, and whether a family could carry a sick child that far. We measured wealth in antibiotics, dry grain, clean water, and people who knew how to repair what remained. The first major winter storm cut the reservoir signal near midnight. Wind struck the church windows and buried the orchard road. Peter sent runners to every local shelter while Tammy worked the long-range set. Static filled the signal room. The engineering unit disappeared first, then the northern districts. For 6 hours, River County heard only itself. The isolation felt too much like the first day after the bombs. Families crowded near radios. Watches doubled. Bram moved road crews to the quarry entrances. Mom opened the emergency food count without waiting for a meeting. Kessa and I sat with Peter in the signal room. The generator fuel had dropped below 1 day. Snow pressed against the lower windows. The antenna heater failed, Peter said. Ice is changing the tuning. Kessa studied the meter. The heater did not fail. The feed line is pulling too much current. Connector outside is probably wet. Outside is a blizzard. The connector does not care. I found Dad's old climbing belt in the equipment cabinet. Peter looked at it, then at me. You cannot use that arm above your head. Kessa cannot climb the tower. I did not suggest Kessa. The runner entered with snow across his coat. I can climb it. Bram came behind him. You are 14 or 27, depending on which lie you tell. I can still climb. We tied the runner to the tower safety line and sent him up with a dry connector wrapped inside his shirt. I climbed only to the lower platform, where I could guide the cable without using the injured arm. Wind drove snow through the metal frame. The tower moved beneath us. The runner reached the antenna junction, opened the iced housing, and shouted that water had entered the seal. Kessa guided him through the radio. Remove the lower nut. Keep the copper sleeve inside. Drag it with cloth, not your glove. His hands shook from cold. He dropped the nut. It fell past me and vanished into the snow. We do not have another one, Peter said from below. The runner searched the housing. There is a wire clamp. Kessa answered. Use the clamp across the threads. It only has to hold until morning. He fastened the connector and closed the housing. The signal meter moved. Static thinned inside my headset. A voice came through from the northern district, broken but recognizable. River County, confirm reception. Peter answered from below. We hear you. Other voices followed. Reservoir Tower. Engineering column. 2 counties west. A school shelter near the state line. The storm had not erased them. Ice had hidden them behind one wet connector. We climbed down. The runner's fingers had gone white at the tips. Della wrapped them near the stove and scolded him until color returned. He accepted a cup of broth and placed the truck keys on Mom's board even though he had not driven. Near dawn, Tammy caught a weak signal far beyond the established districts. The speaker carried a child's voice. It faded beneath static, returned, and repeated the same question. Is anybody there? Nobody in the signal room moved at first. Peter adjusted the tuner. Kessa shifted the antenna control by a fraction. Tammy keyed the microphone. This is River County. Say your location slowly. The child answered with the name of a town none of us recognized. An adult voice took over, exhausted and cautious. They had 31 people inside a water treatment building, 2 sick children, and no fuel for their generator. They did not know which roads were safe. Mom brought the maps. Ivan searched Varkan route pages for the town name. Bram found a reservoir service road that ran close to it. The runner asked which truck would make the distance after the storm. Kessa calculated fuel while Peter held the signal. Nobody said we could save them. Nobody turned the radio off. The distant adult gave us the condition of their filters, the amount of chlorine left, and the color of the truck parked behind the treatment building. Mom wrote every detail. Bram marked a meeting point where the service road crossed high ground. Tammy kept the adult speaking while Peter shifted power away from 2 local channels to strengthen the weak signal. Even Kessa stayed at the tuning controls when Della brought her chair closer to the stove. Fear remained in the room, but it had work wrapped around it. By sunrise, we had a route marked through 3 districts, a relay team from the north, and a place ready in the orchard clinic if the children reached us. I stood beside Kessa at the signal room window. Snow covered Dad's ridge and the roads beneath it. People moved between buildings with shovels, fuel cans, medicine bags, and coils of wire. The world beyond the county remained damaged, divided, and partly silent. We had not taken it back. We had kept one another from disappearing inside it. Peter handed me the microphone when the distant signal weakened. I gave the treatment building group the next relay time, the road marks, and the name of the crew coming from the north. I made them repeat each detail. Then I stayed at the radio while the storm moved east into the morning.